This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. 8 o'clock in the evening is the time when the traffic in the Tianwan live broadcast area is the largest. The spectators and water friends exchanged a few words in the public square of the special area while watching the live broadcast. A curious anchor of you ran 8 yellow pomegranates to death. One sentence revitalized the lifeless square of the special area tonight. Where? Which live broadcast room? Please give me the room number. Dead? Really? Has the live broadcast room not been blocked? Ah, I don't know if he's dead or not. I watched the whole thing. The anchor was also courting death. He ate 10 yellow pomegranates in one breath. His face turned blue when he ate the 8th. It's still watchable. The live broadcast room number is 115-8030. Friends, come quickly. Blocked. Blocked. Alas, it's rare to have a truly curious live broadcast. Rubbish Skynet, rubbish network security. The trainee department of URN Media was in chaos at this time. The live broadcast accident was a small matter. If the trainee anchor really died, then the entire URN Media would be in trouble. Apart from anything else, a lecture from the network security and a company-wide rectification of the atmosphere afterwards would definitely be necessary. After Zhao Tianming, the director of the trainee department, and several agents sent the anchor to the company's internal medical station, they returned to their office and fast-forwarded to watch the live broadcast replay of the 115-8030 live broadcast room that night. The trainee anchor in the video was wearing rustic clothes and had a scary makeup. Zhao Tianming frowned. I told them a long time ago not to let their trainees do such vulgar live broadcasts, but they just didn't listen. In the first half of the year, 2 trainees from Ruishing died because of strange live broadcasts. Ruishing was directly asked by the internet security to suspend business for half a year. Isn't this lesson enough? Zhao Tianming took a puff of his e-cigarette. The trainee anchor in the live broadcast replay, after a stumbling greeting, opened a yellow pomegranate with a dull expression. Yellow pomegranate, a new fruit that has only recently appeared on the market. Zhao Tianming has never eaten it, but he has heard of its bad reputation. It is said to be extremely smelly and tastes like shit. Although few people have really tasted shit, it is enough to show how unpalatable this fruit is. The trainee anchor in the picture seemed to have no sense of taste and smell. He quickly ate a yellow pomegranate and then continued to eat the second one. Due to his occupational disease, Zhao Tianming thought that as an anchor, at least after eating the first yellow pomegranate, he should interact with the audience in the live broadcast room, talk about the taste of the yellow pomegranate, liven up the atmosphere of the live broadcast room, and by the way, he could also ask for some free or paid rewards. The live broadcast continued. When the trainee anchor finished eating the 7th yellow pomegranate, even with heavy makeup on her face, it was obvious that her complexion was not right. But she did not pause the live broadcast. She even smiled at the camera with a dull expression. This smile stunned Zhao Tianming. He clicked to replay this part, and watched it several times before he realized that the reason why the anchor suddenly smiled was because of several bullet comments cheering her up. But in the curious live broadcast room, how much kindness can there be behind such bullet comments? Halfway through the 8th yellow pomegranate, there was a bang, and the trainee anchor's head hit the table in front of her where the fruit was placed. She did not move for a long time, as if she had lost consciousness, and her body slid down softly. She slid to the ground, and the diligent tracking camera immediately turned to a bird's-eye view, recording every frame of her. It was at this time that a large number of tourists poured into this originally deserted and curious live broadcast room, and all kinds of excited and indifferent comments covered the lifeless girl. Looking at the girl lying on the ground silently, her personal information showed that today was her birthday, and she had just turned 18. Zhao Tianming, who had been struggling in this circle for more than 10 years, felt suffocated at this moment. The communicator on his wrist beeped rapidly. Zhao Tianming glanced at it, and saw that it was the call from the agent in charge of the girl. After turning off the e-cigarette, Zhao Tianming answered the call, and the young supervisor said straight to the point. She's fine, she's awake. It can be heard that he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Tianming responded, and the tightness in his chest mostly dissipated. I'd be there right away. After a pause, he asked about the reason why the girl suddenly fainted. Are there any results? The medical station said it was poisoning. The agent complained, but the yellow pomegranates she ate for live streaming have been tested for toxicity, so there should be no problem. I also know that curious live streaming is prone to accidents, so I dare not be careless at all. Who would have known? Who would have known? Zhao Tianming didn't have the patience to listen to him continue, and interrupted directly. Curious live streaming will be permanently banned in the future. I will mention it to the company. Whoever encourages his trainees to do curious live streaming again will get out of here. Also, since the person is fine, you should immediately go to the network security to explain this matter clearly, and find a way to clean up those comments on the internet that are unfavorable to you. Ran. Is the trainee's file and account in your hands? If it is, issue a statement, otherwise find a way yourself. In short, we must minimize the impact of this matter. After saying that, Zhao Tianming hung up the call directly, got up, and went to the medical station. Lin Fei didn't know what happened to her. Her head was throbbing, and her stomach was on fire. She didn't seem to drink alcohol last night. Lin Fei endured the nausea in her stomach and tried to open her eyes. Her eyelids were heavy as if filled with lead, and wet as if they were covered with glue. After finally opening a crack, she couldn't adapt to the light immediately. A large amount of salt solution secreted from the corners of her eyes, and she looked like she was crying in her sleep. Don't cry, you get better soon. A strange female voice sounded in her ears, and at the same time, something wet brushed Lin Fei's eyelids, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. After her eyelids were wiped clean, Lin Fei finally opened her eyes. As her vision gradually became clearer, Lin Fei saw a mechanical arm clumsily holding a piece of wet gauze, hovering less than 10 centimeters in front of her eyes. Lin Fei was stunned on the spot. What was that? You're awake, are you feeling better? I call your attending physician for you. A strange but gentle female voice sounded again. Lin Fei turned her head, and her eyes widened suddenly, full of disbelief. A round metal head, and a cylindrical metal body. Is this a robot? From the robot's words, Lin Fei could roughly guess that she should be in the hospital now, and her uncomfortable body just proved this point. But are hospitals advanced enough to use robots these days? And why is her body so uncomfortable? What happened before? Why can't she remember anything? Who sent her to the hospital? Wasn't she busy taking care of the golden-threaded green stamen orchid in the flower house during this period? Before Lin Fei could sort out her confused brain, her stomach suddenly churned. Lin Fei instinctively wanted to prop herself up, but her right hand was completely powerless. She didn't have time to think about it, and the vomiting had already reached her throat. Lin Fei supported her left hand, and felt that her whole body was heavy and wooden, but at least she could prop up her body a little. The robot beside the bed reacted very quickly. As soon as Lin Fei showed signs of retching, it had taken out a vomit bag from the storage box on its chest, and put it to Lin Wei's mouth. Lin Fei vomited so hard that he felt like he was about to vomit out all his internal organs. The robot's mechanical arm looked cold and hard, but the strength it gave Lin Fei was just right. It's okay, you have food poisoning. Nausea and vomiting after gastric lavage is normal. Just vomit it out. Food poisoning? Lin Fei, who was racking his stomach and vomiting, did not miss this useful information. But how could she get food poisoning? She was afraid of poverty when she was young, and she became obsessed with her food and clothing when she grew up. Especially after she became an internet celebrity and became famous, she had more money, and was more particular about food and clothing. Can the private customized takeaway of the chef of a 6-star hotel still poison people? The doctor in white robe, who was called, came late. Lin Fei, who had just vomited, lay on the bed weakly, watching the serious doctor check the medical equipment connected to the bed one by one. Then, he came to Lin Wei's bedside, and used something like a metal detector in his hand to detect Lin Fei from head to toe. Lin Fei was sure that she had never seen this kind of detector in the hospital before. After vomiting, Lin Fei, whose mind gradually became clear, had a not-so-good guess in his heart. Try to move your right fingers. The doctor suddenly spoke. Lin Fei did not doubt him, and tried to make a grasping motion with her right hand, but she could not do it. Lin Fei did not believe it, and tried again. This time, she could clearly feel the numbness of her right hand. Not only her fingers, but also her entire right arm was powerless, and completely out of control. Lin Fei panicked, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on her back, because she soon found that her right leg was also numb, and even her entire right half of the body. How could this happen? Didn't I have food poisoning? Why can't I move my right half of the body? Unbelievably, Lin Fei looked at the attending doctor for help. The attending doctor was not surprised by the patient's reaction. No one who suddenly suffered from hemiplegia at a young age could accept it calmly. He comforted her in a deep voice. That toxin is quite special. It damaged your brain nerves and caused hemiplegia on the right side of your body. However, as long as you keep up with the follow-up treatment, you still have a good chance of recovery. What the attending doctor did not say was that the cost of follow-up treatment was very high, and it was definitely not something that an ordinary trainee anchor could afford. Glancing at the young and pretty girl on the bed, the attending doctor did not show it on his face, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What a pity. Chapter 2. The patient is not dead, but he is paralyzed. Xiao Tianming, who heard the news from the attending doctor, didn't know what expression to make for a moment. He took a deep breath and asked, "Can it be cured?" Unlike half speaking and half reserving in front of the patient, the attending doctor told Xiao Tianming the truth. Given the patient's current condition, if you want to completely cure him, you must use negative ion repair fluid. You must have heard of this special medicine. Xiao Tianming nodded. Of course, he knew the name of negative ion repair fluid. It is said that it can repair any damage to the human body, but its amazing therapeutic effect is also as famous as its high price. Seeing that he had an idea in mind, the attending doctor continued, "Our medical station can only provide preliminary treatment for patients. Special medicines such as negative ion repair fluid are not on the list of regular medicines in our medical station. Of course, if the patient needs it, our medical station can help buy it on his behalf." After leaving the attending doctor's office, Xiao Tianming used the communicator to check the exact price of negative ion repair fluid. The official price of the online pharmacy is 550,000 star yuan per cigarette, which made Xiao Tianming feel depressed. He took out the e-cigarette from his trouser pocket and smoked it in a secluded place. Then, as if he had thought of something, he made a call with the communicator on his wrist. The call was quickly connected. Xiao Tianming first asked the other party how the network security handled it. He got a satisfactory answer, and his face was slightly relieved. He briefly explained the situation of the anchor in the accident to the other party and asked, "I remember that because of the Ruishing incident half a year ago, the network security required all major media companies to purchase personal accident insurance for their artists and anchors. Is that true?" A short silence. I don't know what was said on the other end of the communicator. Xiao Tianming's face suddenly changed, and he only heard him scolding, "What are you doing?" Xiao Tianming hung up the call. The treatment cost of the anchor in the accident is high, not something that ordinary people can afford. She is doing a curious live broadcast, and she needs to sign a voluntary exemption agreement before the broadcast, so even if the company is responsible, the amount of compensation will not be very high, and it will be good enough to cover the current medical station expenses. There should be a personal accident insurance. Half a year ago, the anchor of Ruishing had an accident, and the network security side made a hard requirement for the media company. The company allocated the money, but the agent was sneaky and said that it would give priority to the officially signed artists. The anchor bought it, and the trainees was still going through the procedures. What a bullshit procedure. Lin Fei, who knew nothing about this, lay on the hospital bed like a salted fish. "Misha, I want to drink water." As soon as the voice fell, a glass of water was handed to Lin Fei, and a straw was inserted considerately. Lin Fei moved his lips and took a sip of water. He sighed, "I've finished drinking it." "Thank you, Misha." The nursing robot responded with a gentle electronic female voice. "You're welcome." He also wiped the corners of Lin Wei's mouth. Sensing that Lin Wei was showing signs of depression, Misha suggested, "Do you need me to pick you up and walk around to see the scenery outside the window?" Lin Wei curled her eyes and said, "Okay." After lying in bed for 2 days, and digesting it for 2 days, Lin Wei had already accepted the fact that his soul had traveled to another world. After all, he was once selected by the system and completed all the tasks of the system. Traveling through time. Well, the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Lin Wei has always been easygoing. She has experienced hard and poor days, but hemiplegia is an exception. Hemiplegia, speaking of which, half of the body can still move, seems not that difficult. Only those who have truly experienced it know the sadness. Apart from other things, Lin Wei now has to use a lot of strength to turn over in the hospital bed. It is impossible to go to the toilet without the help of the nursing robot Misha. Just like now, although she got out of bed, if Misha's mechanical arm did not support her back, Lin Wei was afraid that she would slide directly to the ground. The so-called hemiplegia is not just that the hands and feet cannot move, but the entire right half of the body is in a paralyzed state. Lin Wei sweated after just 2 steps. Fortunately, the ward itself is not large, and the 2 steps Lin Wei took are enough to reach the window. Outside the window, it looked like a park, with some recreational facilities that Lin Wei had never seen before, gurgling water, patches of greenery, and colorful flowers. It's a pity that these are all fake, just holographic projections. When Lin Wei first saw it, she was impressed by the beautiful environment. As a result, when she used the eye of green plants, she saw not the demands and vitality of the big tree next to the window, but the desolation. The Eye of Green Plants was a gift given to Lin Fei by the system that always shouted that protecting the ecology is everyone's responsibility when she said goodbye to the system after completing all the tasks issued by the system. Lin Fei had just realized that she had traveled through time, and wanted to test whether the ability of the Eye of Green Plants had traveled with her. The result was gratifying, but it also made her face a scam. The technological civilization of this world is obviously higher than that of the Earth, but technology cannot be abused like this. Lin Fei does not quite understand the motivation of this hospital to use holographic projection on the window. You might as well hang a painting. After all, everything will be exposed once the window is opened. Lin Fei looked around the glass window in front of him. Well, this window seems to be fake, and it looks like it cannot be opened. Lin Fei was hesitating whether to ask Misha if the window can be opened. Misha suddenly said, "The nursing station sent a message that your roommate is coming to visit you and is almost here." Roommate? Lin Fei reacted for a while and realized that Misha should be talking about the roommate of the original body. A girl who is about the same age as the original body. It seems that she has just become a roommate with the original body not long ago. Lin Fei searched in her mind, and she didn't know whether she couldn't find it or the original body didn't pay attention to her roommate and had few memories about this roommate. Misha asked, "Do you want to go back to bed?" Lin Fei looked at her useless right foot and the bed so close yet so far away, pouted her lips, and said coquettishly, "I can't walk anymore, Misha. Can you carry me back?" Misha always agreed, okay. After returning to the bed, Lin Fei covered herself with a thin blanket and thanked Misha with a smile. "You're welcome." The electronic sound without temperature seemed to be tinged with a hint of indulgence. The nursing robot is a high-end AI with emotional perception and emotional response. Misha likes her new patient very much, especially when the other party smiles and says thank you to it. It will make it feel the meaning of its existence, and even the core processor will feel warm. The door of the ward was knocked 3 times in an orderly manner, and the roommate who came to visit the patient arrived. "Lin Fei, come in." The door of the ward opened, and the first thing that caught Lin Wei's eyes was a large bouquet of flowers of unknown species. Fake flowers? Is it okay to send fake flowers when visiting a patient? Looking at the fake flowers with inferior fragrance, and then looking at the roommate with a cute apple face, full of genuine concern, Lin Fei silently thought that it might be a tradition of this world. Misha took the large bouquet of fake flowers and a palm-sized fruit basket from her roommate. Lin Fei secretly glanced at it. The small fruit basket seemed to contain seed buckthorn fruit, real fruit, but a little less. While Misha put the flowers together, she used the spare mechanical arm to carry a chair and put it next to the bed. "Please sit down." The roommate sat down stiffly and was speechless for a while. Lin Fei felt a little uncomfortable because she sensitively discovered that the original roommate had been secretly looking at her without speaking. "Thank you for coming to see me." Lin Fei spoke to break the silence in the room. Xiao was stunned for a moment, and for the first time since entering the room, she looked up at Lin Fei. "No, you're welcome, we're roommates, it's only natural." When their eyes met, Lin Fei subconsciously curved his eyes. It was the first time Xiao saw the smiling Lin Fei. It had been less than a week since she and Lin Fei became roommates. In her impression, her new roommate was not talkative, a little gloomy, with heavy bangs and heavy eye makeup, and looked difficult to get along with. And in fact, it was true. If it weren't for accidentally taking advantage of the other party's unexpected popularity during the live broadcast, Xiao would not have come to visit the patient today, at least not alone. But Lin Fei today was very different from the past. Because of the hospitalization, the heavy makeup on her face was washed off, leaving only a plain face, and the heavy bangs were lifted to the side, revealing half of her full forehead. Xiao then discovered that her roommate was actually very pretty, especially when she smiled. She was very friendly, and made people want to get close to her. Lin Fei found that the roommate seemed a little dull and stupid. Now, she was staring at her face, and became dazed. Cough. Lin Fei coughed dryly as a reminder. Xiao came back to her senses, and her apple face was stained with a hint of red. How is your body? I heard from them that the right half of your body. The word hemiplegia was too cruel, and Xiao couldn't say it. Lin Fei took it calmly and nodded. Well, hemiplegia, but it can be cured. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It's good if it can be cured, that's good. The room fell silent again. Lin Fei yawned with her hands covering her mouth, feeling a little sleepy. There was no way, her body had suffered a lot, and it was still weak, and she needed a lot of sleep to supplement. Just as he was thinking about sending her away, Lin Fei noticed Xiao's fingers stirring constantly. Is there something he wants to tell her, but he doesn't know how to start? Lin Fei resisted the urge to sleep and decided to wait a little longer. Just as Lin Wei yawned again, Qiao Qiao, who had made up her mind, finally spoke. Lin Wei, actually, I came here mainly to say sorry to you. Apologize? Lin Wei was no longer sleepy and gave Qiao Qiao an encouraging look. Qiao Qiao closed her eyes and told Lin Wei the whole story. In fact, she had a hard time in the trainee department these days. Everyone was saying that she was riding on the popularity of Lin Wei's live broadcast accident, saying that she was shameless and sucked Lin Wei's blood to climb up. There were also conspiracy theories that she was able to rush to Lin Wei's live broadcast room in the first time, and Lin Wei's poisoning must be related to her roommate. It turned out that on the day when Lin Wei's live broadcast accident happened, Qiao Qiao happened to be in the live broadcast room next to her to prepare live broadcast props and broadcast Lin Wei's live broadcast with a communicator. Qiao Qiao is a pure new anchor. She clicked into Lin Wei's live broadcast room. First, she wanted to learn how to live broadcast, and secondly, Lin Wei was her roommate after all. They lived under the same roof. Even if their relationship was average, it was not a big deal to help increase her popularity. It just so happened that Lin Wei had an accident. She saw Lin Wei fall to the ground in the live broadcast screen, and rushed to the next door without thinking much. I was caught by the camera. Qiao Qiao apologized. Lin Wei was puzzled. You rushed over to check on me as soon as I got into trouble. Shouldn't I be the one to thank you? Why are you apologizing to me? Qiao Qiao didn't know how to answer this question. She had been criticized too much by other trainees in the past 2 days. Even she herself couldn't help but wonder if she really had other intentions when she rushed into Lin Wei's live broadcast room that day besides checking on her situation. You should see it yourself, Qiao Qiao said as she turned on the communicator and brought up the virtual screen. Lin Wei only felt curious when she saw her operating the communicator, and was not interested in the content she wanted to see. Chapter 3. It was a short video of less than 30 seconds, and the content of the video was almost the same as what Qiao Qiao described to Lin Wei. Qiao Qiao didn't say that she not only rushed to the live broadcast room to check on the original body, but also found that the original body was choked by vomit and had difficulty breathing. She also ignored the dirt and directly helped the original body to pick out all the dirt in his mouth with her hands. It was just a pure video of bravery, and the audience's barrage reactions were mostly positive, praising Qiao Qiao for her beauty and kindness. Lin Wei's initial focus was a bit distorted. If Qiao Qiao hadn't said it in advance, Lin Wei would have found it difficult to associate the Zhong AI shamat lying on the ground with himself. Obviously, when he went to the toilet before, Lin Wei took a close look at his current appearance, which was 3 or 4 points similar to his past appearance, and he was a beautiful lady. How come he became a shamat in the video? The number of views of this video exceeded 1 million, the number of likes exceeded 6 digits, and the number of comments was as high as 5 digits. If there is no marketing and no behind-the-scenes promoter, such traffic data can only mean that the original roommate is very popular and has a red fate. Lin Wei looked up at Qiao Qiao. Her cute apple face is indeed very likable, and her serious expression in the video that she is eager to save people is indeed very attractive. The audience's eyes are sharp, and traffic and popularity will not come out of thin air. After watching the video, Qiao Qiao looked at Lin Wei's face and talked about her experience in the past 2 days. On the night when Lin Wei had the accident, although the trainee department was in chaos, she was still arranged to premiere as originally planned. Many people who watched the short video came to the live broadcast room, praised her, and gave her rewards. Her live broadcast room was the most popular in the trainee department that night. Qiao Qiao was very happy, but after the live broadcast ended, she heard people talking about her and making malicious assumptions about her as soon as she walked out of the studio. She rushed up to argue with them, but they just laughed, their eyes full of disbelief and contempt. Lin Wei heard the girl was so aggrieved that she was about to cry, so she interrupted and asked, "So is it you?" Qiao Qiao's eyes widened, and she shook her head hurriedly. "No, Lin Wei, believe me, it's really not me." Lin Wei didn't say whether she believed it or not, but just said, "Since it's like this, since it's not you, then you don't care what they say, just be yourself with a clear conscience." Lin Wei was a well-known internet celebrity gardener in the original world. The internet celebrity circle and the entertainment circle are just a thin line apart. Lin Wei has seen the dark side of these two circles. Some people can't become popular themselves and can't bear to see others become popular. They are jealous, suppressed by any means, and maliciously slander and smear. Lin Wei thought she was pretty good at judging people, but she was new here and was seriously ill, so she was afraid that she might make a mistake. Because of this, She now trusted Xiao Qiao 80% and doubted her 20%. Although Lin Wei didn't say she believed her, her words helped Xiao Qiao to get rid of the gloom that had been accumulating in her heart for 2 days. Yes, it was obviously not her, so why did she question herself because of what those people said? Xiao Qiao breathed a sigh of relief after figuring it out, and said seriously, Lin Wei, whether you believe it or not, it was not me who poisoned you. After a pause, I actually have some clues about your poisoning. Hearing this, Lin Wei's expression also became serious. What clues? After seeing Xiao Qiao off, Lin Wei, whose eyelids were fighting, was very clear-headed. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. Her mind was full of thoughts. Xiao Qiao found a small half cake filled with gala fruit puree in the freezer of the dormitory. The day of the live broadcast accident was the original body's birthday. It should be the original body's birthday cake. Only a small half was left, but it was still wrapped by the original body with great care and placed at the bottom of the freezer. Xiao Qiao was wronged by other trainees, and she was newly signed and had not made friends in the trainee department. She had nowhere to complain and could only call her father. Her father worked in a fruit store and knew all kinds of fruits very well. Xiao Qiao told her father about the accident of the original body eating yellow pomegranate during live broadcast. Her father told her that the fruit store had received 3 complaints about the yellow pomegranate since it was launched. 3 complaints may not be a big deal for other popular fruits, but for the yellow pomegranate, which has a bad taste and smell and even worse sales, it is already a lot. The complaints were nothing more than that customers had discomfort after eating yellow pomegranates, dizziness, diarrhea, and the symptoms were not serious. My father said that the after-sales staff of the fruit store mentioned to him during a casual chat that the customers, who made these 3 complaints, had eaten gala fruit before and after eating yellow pomegranates. Yellow pomegranates probably cannot be eaten with gala fruit. Finally, Xiao Qiao added, however, this is just a speculation by the after-sales staff of the fruit store, and there is no relevant medical data to support it. Moreover, the discomfort of those customers was not as serious as yours, but they probably did not eat as much as you. Food incompatibility. Lin Wei, lying on his back on the hospital bed, raised his eyebrows slightly. In the country where Lin Wei used to live, the content about food incompatibility can almost be written into books and classics, such as crabs cannot be eaten with persimmons, which can easily cause diarrhea, and seafood cannot be eaten after taking vitamin C tablets. There are many true and false statements. Xiao Qiao finally said that it was just speculation, but Lin Wei intuitively felt that the special toxin in her body might really be caused by food incompatibility. You ran trainee department, physical education classroom. As soon as the get out of class was over, Xiao Qiao ignored the strange gazes around her, and was the first to leave the classroom. Her agent just sent her a message saying that a beverage company wanted to invite her to shoot an advertisement. When Xiao Qiao thought that she could shoot an advertisement so soon after signing the contract, she even became lighter. As soon as Xiao Qiao left, discussions in the physical education classroom began. TSK, what are you talking about? No way, she became famous so quickly. She is just trying to take advantage of the unexpected popularity of Lin Wei's live broadcast. When the popularity is over, she might fall back. Several trainees with good looks gathered together and made sarcastic remarks. One of them said, I heard that she went to visit Lin Wei alone yesterday. She feels guilty. Someone nudged the only girl next to him, who didn't fit in and had a plain appearance, and said sarcastically, I say, Zhou Man, I remember that Lin Wei was usually the best friend of you. It's a pity that when she got into trouble, the popularity didn't go to you, her good friend, but all went to her new roommate. Why did you change dorms for no reason? Yes, Zhou Man, I feel sorry for you. You seem to be the oldest among us. You missed this wave of popularity, and I don't know when the next wave will come. What a pity. She said it was a pity, but her eyes were full of sarcasm. Zhou Man spat in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. Instead, she said with a worried look, I heard that Lin Wei was paralyzed and couldn't move the right half of her body. I don't know how she is now. Little did she know that Zhou Man thought she saw through others, but in fact others saw through her. Some people didn't want to see her pretending and said, You care so much about Lin Wei. Why didn't you go with Xiao Qiao when she went to visit the patient yesterday? Zhou Man choked, but fortunately she was used to acting, and immediately said with disdain, Lin Wei's live broadcast accident might have been caused by Xiao Qiao. I dare not go with such a person. Others looked at each other, and their eyes showed some disgust to a certain extent. Xiao Qiao became popular, they must be jealous, but most of them were just bored and had fun. After all, they are all good-looking and talented, and the popularity of their live broadcast rooms has always been good. As long as they broadcast well, they will always have a chance to make a name for themselves. Jo Man, on the other hand, signed the contract the earliest. She has an ordinary face, and doesn't want to learn any talent. She just wants to get attention everywhere all day long. After Lin Wei's accident, she was the one who spread the rumors that Xiao Xiao poisoned her the most. I'm afraid she is almost bleeding with jealousy. Why is she still pretending here? Seeing that there was nothing to say, and the group was about to break up, Jo Man called the girl with the highest appearance in the group. Let's connect to the microphone tonight. The girl smiled and said, oh, what a coincidence, Mimi, and I have an appointment in advance. After that, she giggled and left, completely ignoring Jo Man's ugly face. Jo Man gritted her teeth in hatred, but there was nothing she could do. Who made her live broadcast room too unpopular? Her agent had already talked to her twice, saying that if she didn't increase the popularity, the UN trainee department would not renew her contract next year. Speaking of which, Lin Wei should be blamed for this. Jo Man made friends with Lin Wei mainly because she had the potential to become famous. Lin Wei, who had just signed a contract with URAN's trainee department, had shoulder-length hair, fair skin, and beautiful eyes. Her face was not the kind of stunning beauty, but gentle and gracious, making people feel comfortable at a glance. It was a face that was very easy to please passers-by. But who would have thought that Lin Wei, who had such an easy-to-become-famous face, was a piece of mud that could not be helped, whether in daily life or during live broadcasts. What Jo Man could not understand the most was that Lin Wei was still a house slave. According to Lin Wei herself, she was an orphan and was adopted by the Lin family. Her adoptive parents had to raise her brother and her, and life was really not easy, so she wanted to repay them. Lin Wei's so-called repayment was to transfer every star yuan she earned in the URAN trainee department to her adoptive mother, leaving nothing for herself, which also made it impossible for her to buy cosmetics and clothes for herself. Jo Man had advised Lin Wei before. The Lin family could get a high subsidy from the adoption agency if they adopted her. Not to mention raising Lin Wei alone, even if they took care of her cheap brother, it would definitely be enough if they were a little more careful. She was an anchor. If she became famous in the future, she might become an artist and shoot commercials and dramas. So she should learn skin care and clothing matching early. Jo Man thought she said all the good things, but it was completely useless. The words of her adoptive parents and brother were like the highest instructions of Lin Wei, the money-making machine. Even Lin Wei did the curious live broadcast just because of a phone call from her brother one day. There's no hope. On the day when Lin Wei started doing the live broadcast of curiosity, Jo Man applied to the small supervisor for a dormitory exchange. On the 5th day of recuperation, Lin Wei welcomed the original body's adoptive mother and brother. On this day, in addition to the original body's adoptive mother and brother, Zhao Tianming, the head of the trainee department of URAN, the agent in charge of the original body, and Jo Man, the original body's friend, also came to visit Lin Wei. As soon as she entered the door, the original body's adoptive mother Zhang Shuwan seemed to be unable to bear the huge grief, and fell to the side of Lin Wei's bed. Daughter, my poor daughter. You were fine when you left years ago, how come you look like this now, daughter, good girl? The high-pitched wailing sound of a morning-like cry suddenly exploded in Lin Wei's ears. Lin Wei was frightened, and her ears were buzzing. Lin Wei glanced at the original adoptive mother, and covered her ears with her movable left hand. To be honest, she hadn't heard such an original shrew-like howl for many years. Zhang Shujuan's wailing continued, my dear girl, why are you so miserable? You earn so little salary, but lose half of yourself. That repair agent costs more than 500,000 star yuan per bottle. How can people like us afford it? I am so miserable. Lin Wei was attracted by the content of Zhang Shujuan's crying. What repair agent? What more than 500,000? She turned her head and looked at the attending doctor who came in with the others. The attending doctor gave her a regretful look. Lin Wei's heart sank, thinking of the attending doctor who told her that her body could recover, but the premise was that follow-up treatment would keep up. It seems that the repair agent of more than 500,000 yuan mentioned by the original adoptive mother is the so-called follow-up treatment. The point is that it costs more than 500,000 yuan per injection, and her body may not be cured by just one injection. Thinking of this, Lin Wei suddenly felt that the road ahead was difficult. Lin Wei was about to ask Zhang Shuwan to stop howling, but the original brother looked at Lin Wei's expression on the bed, as if he was confirming something. Lowering his head, Lin Fei went to help his mother while her mother howled, and said loudly, Mom, don't worry, the URAN media that my sister signed is a big company, they will definitely not let my sister do this. And I heard that because 2 anchors from other companies had accidents during live broadcasts before, These big companies have bought personal accident insurance for their anchors. Hearing the words personal accident insurance, Zhao Tianming's face was ugly, and the agent standing next to him hunched his back and looked pale. At this moment, Lin Wei's mind made a sound, and she suddenly raised her eyes to look at the original brother Lin Fei. It's him. Chapter 4. Lin Fei, who had been observing secretly, met Lin Wei's gaze unexpectedly. His eyes trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to look away, but Lin Wei suddenly smiled. The smile was very gentle, with the weakness of illness and a strange sweetness. Lin Fei's back trembled, and when he looked again, Lin Wei on the bed had regained her expressionless face. For some reason, Lin Fei always felt that Lin Wei in front of him had become different from before, and he couldn't tell exactly where it was different. He felt a little uneasy. Has she been discovered? No, it won't. Lin Fei immediately rejected his guesses and doubts. He knew Lin Wei too well. This sister, who was 2 years older than him and adopted by his parents, never dared to say a word of no in front of him, and always said what he said. Lin Wei has been obedient to him since childhood, like a machine that supports the family without independent thinking. In the setting of this machine, there is no option to doubt her younger brother. Thinking of this, Lin Fei calmed down. Lin Wei did not miss the subtle changes in Lin Fei's expression. As expected, he was a scum who could think of using food incompatibility to kill his sister to defraud insurance. His psychological quality is different. It seems that he is not even 16 years old, but his heart is so vicious at such a young age. What will happen when he grows up? Lin Wei was shocked in his heart. On this side, because Lin Fei mentioned the insurance, the agent could only stand up and explain under the gaze of the director Zhao Tianming. The agent coughed dryly and said, "It's like this. You also know that our yuan is a big company with thousands of artists and anchors under us. The requirements from the network security came suddenly. The company can't spare so many people to handle insurance for everyone at once. Therefore, the personal accident insurance for trainees has not been approved yet." When the agent said this, Zhang Shuan, who was still howling, choked, "My poor daughter." Hiccup. He also burped. From this burp, it can be seen that Ms. Zhang Shuan is really crying very seriously. Lin Wei on the hospital bed couldn't help but think with a smile. What does it mean? There was no trace of grief on Zhang Shuan's face. She was not well educated and tugged at the hem of her son's clothes with a blank look. Lin Fei, who was standing next to Zhang Shuan, was dumbfounded. No matter how well he disguised himself before, he was also broken at this moment. Not coming down. How could it not come down? He spoke harshly to the agent. "You dare not do what the internet security requires. Aren't you afraid that we will report you to the internet security?" Zhang Shuan understood that the huge insurance that her son had told her before seemed to have a problem. She immediately cooperated with her son and raised her voice by 8 degrees. "My poor daughter. Everyone envies you for signing a big company, but I didn't expect it to be a black-hearted company." While crying, he turned to the agent and Zhao Tianming, "You must give us an explanation today. My daughter is paralyzed. If your company doesn't give enough compensation, I will definitely report you to the internet security." The agent's mouth curled down, and he was very fed up with the mother and son, but because Zhao Tianming was beside him, he still smiled and said, "Calm down first, about the compensation." Before the agent finished speaking, Zhao Tianming suddenly said, "Report? You can report. Our company should be punished for any mistakes. After all, he has been the head of a department for many years, and every word he said was loud and powerful." Zhang Shuan and Lin Fei obviously didn't expect him to say that. They were a little slow to react for a moment, and their mouths opened and closed, but they couldn't say a word. The ward was quiet. Finally quiet, Lin Wei breathed a sigh of relief. She had seen enough of the meaningless quarrels over and over again. She was a patient with limited energy. It was time to end this farce. Taking advantage of the silence, Lin Wei called out, "Misha?" Misha, who was standing at the door like a wallflower, immediately responded, "I'm here. Help me wash 2 yellow pearl fruits. I want to eat them later. Yellow pearl fruit is the name of seed buckthorn in this world." "Okay." The round robot ignored the gaze cast on itself and took the small fruit basket to the bathroom to wash the fruit step by step. Zhang Shuan glared at Lin Wei, who was speaking inappropriately on the bed. "This idiot. It's time, and you're still thinking about eating." The more Zhang Shuan looked at Lin Wei, who was lying on the bed with hemiplegia, the more she disliked him. Now that Lin Wei was an adult, she would not be able to receive subsidies from the adoption agency from this month. Lin Wei was also hemiplegic. No matter how she looked at it, Lin Wei would only be a burden with no income. "No! The huge insurance compensation that her son mentioned must be obtained. Zhang Shutuan's eyes rolled, and the dry howl was already in her throat. Lin Wei pinched her before she howled, and spoke again, "Doctor." The attending doctor tilted his head slightly and lowered his eyes. "Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lin Wei shook his head and asked, "Have you made any progress on the matter I mentioned to you the day before yesterday?" After a pause, Lin Wei added, "It's about the fact that yellow pomegranates and gala fruits may not be eaten together." When she said this, her eyes fell lightly on Lin Fei. Because she was still ill, Lin Wei spoke in a very soft voice and very slowly. But these two simple sentences nailed Lin Fei to the spot. Probably because they were not biological children, Lin Fei and Lin Wei looked very different. Lin Fei looked like Zhang Shuan, with rough and dark skin. Although his figure was not bloated, his face was full of fat, which made his eyes small and cunning. At this time, the fat on Lin Fei's face twitched uncontrollably. She knew. She actually knew. How did she know? Lin Fei didn't believe that his stupid sister could connect the yellow pomegranate and the gala fruit with her own brain. The person in the fruit store clearly told him that no one knew that the two fruits couldn't be eaten together. How could his perfect plan be possible? The attending doctor came to see Lin Wei for this purpose, but unfortunately, he came at an inappropriate time and ran into the original body's adoptive mother and brother. There was an endless commotion, and he didn't have a chance to speak at all. Finally finding an opportunity, the attending doctor immediately said, "There are results. We sent your vomit for toxicological identification and confirmed that the toxins in your body were indeed generated by the fruit acid reaction of yellow pomegranate and gala fruit." Involving his own professional field, the attending doctor talked endlessly. Normally, a trace amount of this toxin enters the human body and will cause mild vomiting, diarrhea, and dizziness. It will be naturally metabolized by the body after 24 hours, and there is no need to seek medical attention. After a pause, the attending doctor's tone was tinged with regret. "Your situation is special. You have consumed a large amount of gala and yellow pomegranate. They generate a large amount of toxins that damage your body and brain nerves. Although the toxins in your body have been cleared and metabolized, the damage to your brain nerves is irreversible. Unless you use negative ion repair fluid to repair your brain nerves, otherwise, you will suffer from hemiplegia for life." Everyone understood what the attending doctor had left unfinished. Only Zhang Shuan had a strange focus. She stared at Lin Wei on the bed and asked, "I know about the yellow pomegranate. Your brother told me that you were going to do some weird live broadcast and eat that yellow pomegranate. What's the matter with gala fruit? Gala fruit is not cheap. Where did you get the star yuan to buy gala fruit?" The attending doctor and Zhao Tianming sighed at the same time. The adopted daughter was still lying on the bed and might even face permanent hemiplegia, but the mother was full of star yuan. Even if she was not her biological daughter, there was no need to be like this. Faced with Zhang Shutuan's questioning, Lin Wei smiled calmly and said, "You have to ask your good son about this." Although Zhang Shuan was surprised by Lin Wei's tone, Lin Wei would not dare to speak to her in such a provocative tone in the past, but she did not think much of it, just thinking that Lin Wei had been away for more than half a year and had let her good temper become wild. When Lin Wei mentioned Lin Fei, Zhang Shuan turned her head and looked at her baby son inquiringly. This look scared Zhang Shuan, and she saw that Lin Fei's face was full of oil, and he was sweating a lot. Because of nervousness and panic, Lin Fei was panting. Hearing this, Zhang Shutuan's ears became a precursor to hypoxia. She shouted anxiously, "Oh, our Fei Fei seems to have hypoxia." When she shouted like this, Lin Fei fell to the ground and pretended to be sick. Now he no longer had the mind to think about compensation or huge insurance. He was just afraid that Lin Wei would reveal the fact that he bought gala puree cake and urged her to sell yellow pomegranate in front of these people. After all, he was just a child under the age of 16. He was bewildered and did evil, but he had no courage to bear the consequences. He didn't like to read and didn't understand the law. He only knew that he almost killed someone, and killing was a serious crime. Even if Lin Wei didn't die now, she was paralyzed. Then, would he go to jail? Thinking of going to jail, Lin Fei trembled all over. When he trembled, Zhang Shuan was so anxious that she kept calling, "Fei Fei! Fei Fei! Doctor, come and see him!" The attending doctor had to go forward to check. While pretending to be sick, Lin Fei secretly glanced at Lin Wei on the bed. Due to the angle, he saw Lin Wei looking down at him with a smile. There was no worry in her eyes about his brother's illness. She looked at him as if she was looking at a pile of useless garbage on the ground, and even showed disgust. That sense of disobedience came again. Lin Fei felt that Lin Wei in front of him was unusually strange, as if she had changed into a different person. He was sure that even if Lin Fei found out that he had killed someone to defraud insurance, she would not do anything to him, nor would she dare to do anything to him. He only needed to say a few perfunctory words to Lin Fei in private, and the other party would definitely help him conceal it, at least not send him to jail. But now, he has lost his confidence. The attending doctor turned over Lin Fei's eyelids and checked his mouth and nose, and did not find any signs of hypoxia in Lin Fei. But at this time, Lin Fei suddenly gasped, looking like he couldn't breathe, and asked for help in a hoarse voice. "I can't breathe, oxygen, give me oxygen." Zhang Shuwan was so anxious that she shouted, "Oxygen, oxygen, doctor, please save our Fei Fei." The attending doctor wanted to say that the other party was not sick, but the words choked in his throat. It seemed that Lin Fei was indeed uncomfortable. Even if it was not hypoxia, it might be another disease. The attending doctor called a nursing robot with the pager on his collar. The nursing robot carried Lin Fei out of the ward for a full-body checkup. Zhang Shuwan, worried about her son's health, followed him out. Before leaving, Zhang Shuwan did not forget to say something harsh. "The compensation is not over yet. You all wait." Xiao Tianming did not respond at all, as if he did not hear it. The agent smiled but did not smile. "Wait. Who has the time to continue arguing with her?" Xiao Tianming did come to discuss compensation this day, but he wanted to talk to Lin Fei. After such a commotion, Lin Fei on the bed looked exhausted, so Xiao Tianming did not speak, but only told Lin Fei to have a good rest, and left the ward with the agent. The attending doctor had something else to do, so he left soon. The ward suddenly became empty. Lin Fei covered her mouth and yawned. She was about to ask Misha to bring the yellow pearl fruit, so that she could eat too, and then she could sleep. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the corner of her eye. Lin Fei looked carefully. Oh, it was the original plastic sister, who seemed to be called Zhou Man. Zhou Man, who had watched a farce, walked to Lin Wei's bedside. She felt similar to Lin Fei. She also felt that Lin Fei in front of her seemed to have changed. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Lin Fei say lightly, "I'm sleepy. If you have anything to say, we can talk tomorrow or after I am discharged from the hospital." The smile that had just appeared on Zhou Man's face froze. Misha, the dedicated nursing robot, also came over to remind her, "The visiting time is over. The patient needs to rest." Lin Fei gave Misha a thumbs up in her heart. Zhou Man stared at Lin Wei's face as she closed her eyes and breathed in. She had indeed changed and became prouder. Zhou Man secretly guessed in her heart that Lin Wei's arrogance might come from Qiao Qiao's visit 2 days ago. Maybe Qiao Qiao promised her something, such as waiting for her to be discharged from the hospital, connecting with her, and helping her increase the popularity of the live broadcast room. Can a person with hemiplegia still be popular? But then she thought that Lin Wei's live broadcast accident was still being discussed, and the popularity had not completely subsided. When she was discharged from the hospital and resumed broadcasting, there would always be some residual popularity. Zhou Man endured it, made her voice sound as brisk as possible, and said, "Okay, then I will come to see you next time. You have a good rest." Chapter 5. After holding the oxygen bag and taking 2 sips, Lin Fei recovered. His mind also changed during this period. So what if Lin Fei knew? Did she have evidence? Yes, he bought galapure cake, and yes, he had hinted to Lin Fei several times that she would use yellow pomegranate as a gimmick for live broadcasting. But so what? Who can prove that he knew that yellow pomegranate and gala fruit cannot be eaten together? He met the man from the fruit shop in the black market when he was gambling. He had never seen this person before, and he had never met him in the black market again after that. He even had a vague idea of the man's appearance in his mind. Thinking of this, Lin Fei was not so scared. He reviewed the whole thing, and found that he should have no loopholes. He was also very careful. He had only talked to Lin Fei, and had never sent any text messages that could be retained. And in those several calls, he only mentioned yellow pomegranate in a suggestive way. As for gala fruit, he did not even mention it throughout the whole process. That gala puree cake was a surprise, a birthday surprise for Lin Fei without him knowing it. Seeing that her son was fine, Zhang Shujuan's desire for compensation came to life again. She pulled Lin Fei and wanted to go back to Lin Wei's ward, but was told by the nursing robot that today's visiting time had passed and Xiao Tianming and the agent had left. Zhang Shujuan was furious. "No, we can't let them run away like this. We came to the capital star and spent so much money on the spacecraft ticket alone. We have to ask them to reimburse us." Zhang Shujuan said naggingly, "It's their fault that they didn't buy the insurance for Lin Fei in time. We don't ask for more." Half of the compensation, 500,000 star yuan, is it not too much? Originally, according to Zhang Shujuan's usual greedy nature, if Lin Fei told her that the insurance compensation was more than 1 million, she would not give up a penny. But just now, when she confronted Zhao Tianming and Lin Wei's ward, the other party's unquestionable momentum made Zhang Shujuan vaguely realize that if they really confronted each other head-on, they might not get any good results. Lin Fei responded to Zhang Shujuan, "Not too much, of course not too much." He was still waiting for this money for emergency, and at the same time he secretly thought in his heart that he still had to comfort Lin Wei. Lin Wei's strange behavior today still made him feel uneasy. In the meditation class, while the teacher went out to answer the phone, several trainees gathered together to chat. "I heard from the security department that those two are blocking the door again. It's been 2 days in a row, and the security department doesn't care?" An uninformed trainee came over and asked curiously, "Who is it?" "Who else could it be?" "Lin Wei's mother and brother," Zhou Man said with a very disdainful tone. "What are they trying to achieve by making a fuss for a day or two? I heard that Lin Wei's family is quite poor, and now she has hemiplegia again. It will cost a lot of money to cure her." The meaning is self-evident, for money. Some people are puzzled, but the assessment of damages and corresponding compensation amounts for live broadcast accidents, aren't they clearly written in the contract we signed? Who knows? Maybe they think that making a fuss can get more compensation? Zhou Man, when you went to visit Lin Wei that day, didn't you happen to run into Lin Wei's mother, brother and Minister Zhao? What happened? Tell us? The speaker was Zhou Man's new roommate after she changed dormitories. When the others heard that Minister Zhao was also there, they all looked at Zhou Man curiously. Zhou Man became the focus of everyone's attention, and she felt infinite satisfaction in her heart. She lowered her voice and said, in addition to the compensation stated in the contract, they also asked Minister Zhao for some insurance compensation. But the agent didn't seem to buy that insurance for Lin Wei, so there was a fuss. Insurance? What insurance? I know. It was required by the network security after the rising incident to buy personal accident insurance for artists and anchors, but we trainees have to queue up. My agent mentioned it to me, saying that only those with high popularity in the live broadcast room and stable renewal can buy it, otherwise they can only wait a little longer. Everyone immediately thought of the pitiful popularity of Lin Wei's live broadcast room before the accident. Even those of them who were more popular than her had not yet had their turn to buy it. The agent that Lin Wei followed was notoriously stingy, so how could he buy it for Lin Wei? Seeing that everyone's attention had turned to insurance and the attention on herself had dropped sharply, Zhou Man spoke again and broke a big news. "I heard from Lin Wei's attending doctor that yellow pomegranate and gala fruit cannot be eaten together. Eating less is better, but it will make you dizzy and have diarrhea. If you eat too much, you can only go to the medical station to accompany Lin Wei." Sure enough, everyone was immediately attracted by Zhou Man's revelation. "I will definitely not eat yellow pomegranate, even if it is cheap, but gala fruit, it should be okay if you only eat gala fruit? It means that eating these two fruits alone will be fine, but you can't eat them together? Wow, Lin Wei is too unlucky. Who would have thought that yellow pomegranate and gala fruit can't be eaten together?" Zhou Man said with a face full of secrecy, "It's not necessarily bad luck. The bizarre live broadcast accident, the non-existent insurance, and the continuous trouble, all connected together, plus a little conspiracy theory that is indispensable for gossip. Could it be insurance fraud?" The sound of the word insurance was not completely uttered, and the speaker covered it in time, leaving only a harmless face. Qiao on the side glared at these busybodies angrily, especially Zhou Man. It was Zhou Man who spread the rumor that she poisoned Lin Wei. Qiao wanted to go up and argue with these people, but she knew that her eloquence was limited. Last time, she was almost crying on the spot because of Zhou Man's retort. She is the type who can speak eloquently in front of the camera, but is speechless once she faces the real person. Qiao stared at Zhou Man, who was like a fish in water in the crowd, and thought to herself, isn't she Lin Wei's good friend? How could she lead others to maliciously speculate about Lin Wei? What Qiao didn't know was that Zhou Man was interviewed by her agent the day before. Zhou Man and Lin Wei have the same agent. The agent warned Zhou Man that if she didn't make the live broadcast room popular, she would be like Lin Wei and leave when the contract expires. Obviously, the result of the handling of Lin Wei's live broadcast accident has come out, and the trainee department will no longer renew the contract with Lin Wei. Because of this, Lin Wei is completely useless to Zhou Man. It was just after class, and Qiao got up and walked out of the classroom, deciding to out of sight, out of mind. Back in the dormitory, Xiao Xiao heard a faint reminder sound. She looked around and found that the reminder sound came from Lin Wei's bedroom. Xiao Xiao walked to the door of Lin Wei's bedroom, put her hand on the door handle and tried it. The door was not locked. But after hesitating for a moment, Xiao Xiao finally let go and returned to her bedroom. When they first moved into this dormitory, Lin Wei had made 3 rules with Xiao Xiao, one of which was not to step into each other's bedroom. As time passed, Lin Wei's health got better day by day. This was a good thing, but it became a trouble for Lin Wei. The recovery of her spirit made it impossible for Lin Wei to sleep more than 20 hours a day, wasting her time in her dreams. She couldn't sleep, so she could only stare at the ceiling above her head or stare at Misha. Lin Wei asked Misha about it. This medical station is actually very small. It is located inside Yuan Media. It is probably similar to the school's infirmary in Lin Wei's impression, and only serves the teachers and students of the school. The small scale and simple equipment mean that there are no entertainment facilities in this medical station. Similarly, the nursing robot Misha is also the same. The entire medical station has only 3 wards, and now Lin Wei is the only inpatient in the entire medical station. Therefore, even if Lin Wei wanted to visit his fellow patients next door to chat, she had no chance. It was so boring. Sighing in her heart for the 10,000th time, Lin Wei finally got good news from Misha. Xiao Tianming, the head of the trainee department, will come to visit you soon. Shortly after Misha told Lin Wei the news, Xiao Tianming appeared at the door of Lin Wei's ward pushing a silver-gray wheelchair. After a simple greeting, Xiao Tianming pushed the wheelchair aside and said, "This is a few agents from the trainee department who pooled their money to buy it for you." Of course, it had to be Xiao Tianming, the head of the department, who would be willing to pay for it, but Xiao Tianming did not make this clear. Lin Wei looked at the silver-gray wheelchair and thought that the agency in this other world was quite humane. Xiao Tianming didn't know what Lin Wei thought. The word humane would never be applied to Xiao Tianming in the past. He was once the gold medal agent of Yuan Media, and he had trained 2 actresses and 1 actor. At that time, he was probably the same as Lin Wei's agent now, and he only cared about benefits, popularity and traffic. When the child was assigned to him, he was only the age of Lin Wei now, with ordinary external conditions, but he had a good voice. Xiao Tianming wanted to lead the child in the direction of a talented singer, but the child seemed to be born without audience appeal. Xiao Tianming tried all kinds of methods, but failed to bring him up. For this reason, Xiao Tianming arranged an outdoor concert for the child against his conscience. Generally, singers with a little fame cherish their voices and their lives, and will never take the risk of holding outdoor concerts. At that time, Xiao Tianming just wanted to give it one last try. If he still couldn't bring it up this time, he would give up on the child completely. The child performed very well on the stage. It was the best stage that veteran agent Xiao Tianming had ever seen. However, after the concert, the child fell backstage and never stood up again. Xiao Tianming only learned from his assistant later that the child's hypoxia was very serious. He even had a severe attack the day before the concert. But he didn't allow his assistant to tell Xiao Tianming. Pulling away from the dark memories of the past, Xiao Tianming looked at the girl lying on the bed. Maybe it was because in the live broadcast playback, the girl's humble and flattering smile to the camera was a bit like that of the child. As if remembering something, Xiao Tianming took out a communicator from his pocket and handed it to Lin Wei. "This is your roommate Xiao Xiao asked me to bring it to you. She was originally going to come to visit you together, but she received a work call on the way and went back." Lin Wei's eyes almost lit up when she saw the communicator. Xiao Xiao was such a good girl. She knew she was bored and sent her equipment. Xiao Tianming said again, "By the way, she asked me to apologize to you on her behalf for entering your bedroom without your permission." At the end, he did not forget to explain for Xiao Xiao, "She heard your communicator kept ringing, and she was probably afraid that you would miss important news." Lin Wei took the familiar yet unfamiliar communicator and couldn't put it down. After hearing what Xiao Tianming said, she smiled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't mind. Lin Wei just thought Xiao Xiao was cute. Last time she came here to apologize to her. This time she didn't come, but she still apologized. Could she have some kind of apology syndrome? Apologize first when she is undecided. In short, Lin Wei felt that Xiao Xiao was a good girl. After the digression, Xiao Tianming and Lin Wei talked about the final handling of her live broadcast accident. Lin Wei's mind was all on the communicator at the moment, so she just listened to the general situation. To sum up, the company would give Lin Wei a one-time pension of 50,000 star yuan. Lin Wei signed a 1-year contract with the trainee department, and there were almost 3 months left. During these 3 months, the company would follow the contract, that is, The basic salary would be paid, but there would be no regulations on the monthly live broadcast time of Lin Fei, that is, Lin Fei could broadcast or not. After these last 3 months, Lin Fei could pack up and leave. Lin Fei had no objection to this. Xiao Tianming sighed in his heart when he saw that she was letting it go. Yes, people have become like this. Even if they once had dreams, now they are only disappointed. I heard that you have recovered well, and will be discharged soon. Xiao Tianming found a topic to talk about. Lin Fei nodded and said, the doctor said that my physical indicators have basically stabilized. Living in the medical station will not help my body. I should be discharged tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Lin Fei smiled and saw the silver gray wheelchair again. Thank you for sending the wheelchair in time. Of course, I also thank the agents. If I hadn't been discharged, I wouldn't know what to do. Xiao Tianming looked at the smile on her face and asked, what are your plans for the future? Lin Fei shook her head directly. She really had no plans at the moment. After all, she was still unfamiliar with this world. Xiao Tianming cleared his throat and said, it's like this. I have a friend who runs a small vegetable stall. He is recruiting people these days. You might as well try it. I give you his contact information. Lin Fei knew what was good and what was bad. She knew that the other party wanted to help her, but she didn't know how to operate the communicator. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei handed the communicator back and said helplessly, please help me, I can't operate it with one hand. When Xiao Tianming helped to add the contact information, Lin Fei asked curiously, what can I do? The sorting robot over there often makes mistakes when sorting green leafy vegetables, and someone needs to watch it. Xiao Tianming said this when he returned the communicator to Lin Fei. She just needs to watch and basically doesn't need to move. This is undoubtedly a very suitable job for Lin Fei at the moment. Thank you. Although Lin Fei still wants to continue on her old path, this does not prevent her from being sincerely grateful for Xiao Tianming's kindness. Chapter 6. After Xiao Tianming left, Lin Fei began to study the communicator with great interest. In the era when Lin Fei lived, there were many kinds of electronic products. As an internet celebrity, Lin Fei was familiar with the operation of most electronic products. Once you know it, you know everything. Even if the original body's related memories have faded, after a few minutes of unfamiliarity, Lin Fei quickly became familiar with the operation of the communicator. Perhaps because the original body had died, when Lin Fei's consciousness entered this body, only a faint trace of the original body's memory remained. That faint trace allowed Lin Fei to understand the strange language of this world and express it smoothly, and also allowed Lin Fei to understand the text of this world, but other common sense about this world was very vague. Most people who had contact with the original body, or even got along with it, only retained a simple identity code. Almost all of the original body's regrets were left to the Lin family, who didn't care about her at all. This is why Lin Fei was able to quickly determine that it was her younger brother Lin Fei who poisoned the original body. The remnant of the original body has preserved many moments of her getting along with her brother and parents, and naturally also preserved all the abnormal behaviors of Lin Fei before she got into trouble. But unfortunately, there is no evidence. The original owner's memory is not much, which does cause some trouble for Lin Fei. But Lin Fei doesn't care, and thinks it's good. She is afraid that there are too many memories of the original owner in her consciousness. Wouldn't she become a dual personality? Retracting her divergent thoughts, Lin Fei turned on the holographic screen of the communicator. The operation mode of the communicator itself is similar to the smartwatch in Lin Fei's impression, and when the holographic screen is turned on, its operation mode is similar to that of a touchscreen mobile phone. Lin Fei held the communicator, and when she wanted to operate the holographic screen, she realized that she was now a one-armed man. After thinking for a while, Lin Fei placed the communicator on her chest, using her chest as a support to prevent the communicator from slipping. Her left hand was free, and she could operate the holographic screen. Lin Fei was happy in the midst of suffering, thinking that fortunately her original body had breasts, and could be used as a support for the communicator while lying flat, which showed that she still had some real skills. There were 43 unread messages at the top of the holographic screen, which was nothing for Lin Fei, who was once an internet celebrity, and had thousands of unread messages on her work phone. Lin Fei clicked on it casually, and saw the names of several senders. She instantly lost the idea of reading the messages. The names that the original body gave to these people were Brother, Mother, and Zhou Man. In addition, there was a message from Xiao Xiao. Lin Fei clicked on Xiao Xiao's message and took a look. There was no substantial content. It probably explained the reason why she didn't come, and wished Lin Fei a speedy recovery. Lin Fei made a few operations, and replied to Xiao Xiao with 2 words. Received. When she swiped out the message interface, Lin Wei's hand trembled, and she clicked on the latest unread message. After clicking it, Lin Wei patiently glanced at it, and then she snorted and laughed. The message came from Zhang Shuwan, the adoptive mother of the original body. Lin Wei had been thinking before that according to the way Ms. Zhang and Lin Fei were making a fuss in the ward, they didn't look like people who would give up easily. But it turned out that they didn't come to trouble her, because they went to the original body's agency to make trouble. Maybe it was too ugly, so the police and law enforcers of this world arrested them, and forcibly sent them back to Luochen. Lin Wei's eyes lingered on the word Luochen for a moment, guessing that it should be a place name, the hometown of the original body. After this battle, it can be vaguely felt from the lines of this message that Ms. Zhang Shuwan was frightened and a little depressed. Even the words of scolding and cursing the original body seemed to have lost their momentum. After laughing, Lin Wei ignored it, and quickly logged on to Skynet. If you want to have a general understanding of this world, where should you start? Lin Wei, who once lived in the era of information explosion, has no confusion about this. She typed the word Luochen that she had just read in Ms. Zhang Shuwan's message in the search bar. Luochen Star, also known as Luochen Star, is a third-tier planet in the border star field of the Star Federation. Due to its lack of minerals, its economic development is very slow. Seeing the overview of Luochen Star, Lin Wei breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that she is still in the Interstellar era. After that, Lin Wei searched the Star Federation and URN media without stopping. The Star Federation, the United States of the Interstellar Federation, is located in the Gamma Galaxy. It occupies a vast star region, consisting of 3 first-tier energy stars including the capital star, 9 second-tier stars, and 15 third-tier stars, with tens of thousands of star islands in between. URN media is located in the 7th district of the capital star. Lin Wei roughly read the overview information she found, and this world finally gradually became three-dimensional in her mind. It is well known that the more economically developed a region is, the more developed its cultural industry is, and the more diverse and inclusive it is. Lin Wei felt that she was lucky. Now that she was in the capital star, she had a unique geographical advantage. On this side, Lin Wei was so excited about the search that she had to check some information related to her future career planning, such as what large social media platforms and short video community platforms the Star Federation had. Misha came to Lin Wei's bedside and reminded her, using the communicator for a long time is not conducive to your recovery. After examination, you have overused your eyes, and your eyes need rest. Lin Wei realized that she had been facing the holographic screen for 2 hours without realizing it. Blinking, she did feel a little sour, and accompanied by slight dryness and tingling. Lin Wei hesitated for a moment. On the holographic screen was the homepage of Finalizing, which she had just entered. She had not had time to browse it. This was the largest Skynet social media platform in the Star Federation that she had found, and it was also the source of the short video that Xiao Xiao had shown her before. Lin Wei was a little reluctant, but when she thought about her current hemiplegia, she should still focus on her health. Just as she was about to turn off the holographic screen with her fingers, in the corner of her eye, there was suddenly an entry on the real-time popularity list of Finalizing, which rushed from the bottom to the middle like a rocket, and rushed to the top in the blink of an eye. Glancing at the first few words of the entry, precious flowers, Lin Wei's interest and curiosity were immediately raised. She quickly clicked on the entry while softly begging Misha, 10 minutes, okay Misha, let me watch for another 10 minutes, I promise to turn off the communicator and have a good rest after reading this, okay? As a principled nursing robot, Misha certainly cannot agree to the patient's unreasonable request to disregard the body. But just like Lin Wei wanted to eat yellow pearl fruit, and with her physical condition at the time, the acidity of yellow pearl fruit was too irritating, which could easily irritate her fragile spleen and stomach. But after Lin Wei's repeated requests, Misha finally compromised. The monitoring standards for the patient's physical health were slightly lowered, allowing Lin Wei to eat 2 yellow pearl fruits after each meal. However, when Lin Wei wanted to bargain and increase the 2 yellow pearl fruits after the meal to 4, Misha held onto her bottom line in the face of Lin Wei's spoiled behavior. It was allowed in Misha's core settings to indulge patients occasionally, but it must not cross the line. This time was the same. Misha agreed to Lin Wei's request, okay, 10 minutes. It did not leave, still guarding Lin Wei by the bed. Obviously, if Lin Wei did not turn off the communicator after more than 10 minutes, Misha would turn it off for him. Lin Wei cheered, Misha is the best. The page on the holographic screen jumped with Lin Wei's cheers, and the first thing that caught Lin Wei's eyes was a countdown. Distance from the option to start, 15 minutes and 33 seconds. Lin Wei's mouth twitched, thinking that this was an auction she was destined not to be able to watch. The site moved down, and the first item introduced, which was also known to be the most eye-catching item in the entire auction, turned out to be a pot of Phalaenopsis. Lin Fei was stunned. Can Phalaenopsis be considered a precious flower? Continue to read down, and you can see a detailed introduction about it below the Phalaenopsis picture. Name: Yinong origin, Hailan 2 Empire Baixiangjing. Green oxygen release +++, harmful gas absorption ++, humidity increase +. Starting price: 350,000 star yuan. The minimum increase in one bid is 50,000 star yuan. Estimated price: 5 million star yuan. At this time, Lin Fei could no longer see anything else, and the strings of zeros made her dizzy. Lin Fei blinked, and blinked again, repeatedly confirming that she had not counted the zeros wrong. She had checked her original body's personal account before, and there were only 205 star yuan in it. Even if she added the compensation that had not yet arrived in her basic salary for the next 3 months, Lin Fei only had more than 56,000 star yuan on hand. Lin Fei regarded this money as her startup capital in this world. Based on her superficial understanding of the prices in this world during this period, Lin Fei originally thought that the star yuan in this world should be of similar value to the RMB in her previous world. So, she was still quite optimistic, thinking that although she was paralyzed, she at least had more than 50,000 star yuan in liquid funds to turn around. In the previous world, when Lin Fei was just bound to the system, she was a poor college student without parents, who had to work everywhere to save enough tuition. At that time, Lin Fei was really poor, and 2 white flour buns with pickled mustard were her daily meals. However, looking at the Phalaenopsis in front of her, which was estimated to be worth 5 million star yuan, Lin Fei fell into deep self-doubt. Could it be that my understanding of the prices in this world is wrong? In order to present the auction items more comprehensively, the pictures used to introduce the auction items are all 3-dimensional pictures. As long as you click casually, a holographic projection of this pot of Phalaenopsis will emerge in the void. Lin Fei tilted her head and looked at the holographic projection again and again, trying to find out the clues that this pot of Phalaenopsis can be valued at 5 million star yuan. In the middle of the 6 oblong leaves, only 2 flower swords are drawn, the inflorescence is sparse, and the flowers are as the name suggests, showing a sunny orange-yellow color. It is true that the yellow flower Phalaenopsis is relatively precious among all Phalaenopsis varieties, but it is only relative, between more than 20 yuan a pot and more than 2,000 yuan a pot. Moreover, from the perspective of Lin Fei, a gardener, the Phalaenopsis in front of him was very ordinary, even a little bad. Unable to see anything from the projection, Lin Fei studied its textual introduction. When she saw the line with a plus sign, she looked it up if she didn't understand it. Green oxygen release 3 plus signs means that the amount of green oxygen released by a certain plant every 24 hours can be used by an adult to breathe comfortably for 3 hours. Harmful gas absorption 2 plus signs means that a certain plant can absorb 2 standard volumes of harmful gases within the range every 24 hours. The range generally refers to a space of about 100 cubic meters. Humidity increases by 1 plus sign, which is the same as harmful gas absorption, that is, 1 standard volume of humidity is added in a 100 cubic meter space. How to say it? Lin Fei seemed to understand these unfamiliar definitions, but she didn't seem to understand them. Maybe she should look at other auction items to change her mind, or maybe she could go and read the comments first to understand the language style of the keyboard warriors in this world. She has traveled through time and space, and has come to a new world. Perhaps there are many things in this world that will break through her cognition. She can no longer be bound by her past life experience. Lin Fei warned herself in her heart. But unfortunately, no matter which one she went to see first, Lin Fei had no time. Misha's reminder sounded again. This time, Lin Fei did not struggle. Even though her thoughts were messed up by the pot of Phalaenopsis, she still turned off the communicator neatly and closed her eyes to sleep. Chapter 7. The next day, Lin Fei was awakened by a loud noise. In a daze, Lin Fei asked vaguely, "Misha, what happened?" Misha answered briefly, "A new patient has arrived." The attending doctor happened to come to check on the patient at this time. Hearing the conversation between the man and the robot, he added, "It's a singing and dancing trainee, about your age." He said that he practiced a new song all night and suffered from hypoxia due to excessive physical load. Fortunately, he was sent here in time and his condition is not serious. Basically, he can recover after breathing a bag of oxygen and hanging a nutrient solution. After this period of time, the attending doctor and Lin Fei have become quite familiar with each other, and the tone of their conversation is relatively casual. Speaking of which, Lin Fei can be regarded as the patient who has stayed in this medical station for the longest time since its establishment. The medical station has simple facilities, and the patients who are usually sent here are mild patients who can recover in one day. If they are seriously ill, even if they are sent here, they will be quickly transferred to a large comprehensive hospital outside. This was the first time that the attending doctor had encountered a special case like Lin Fei. Hypoxia? Hypoxia again. Lin Fei had completely woken up at this moment, stretching her hands and feet to cooperate with the attending doctor to do the examination, but she was secretly thinking about the new term she had just heard. She remembered that the last time she heard the name of hypoxia was from the original body's adoptive mother Zhang Shuan. At that time, Lin Fei didn't think much about it. Seeing the rapid breathing of the original body's brother Lin Fei, Lin Fei just thought he had asthma, and naturally thought that hypoxia was another name for asthma in this world. However, 1 or 2 people had asthma, and she just happened to encounter them. This probability is too magical. Besides, Lin Fei had never heard that asthma can be cured by just breathing some oxygen. Try to move your right little finger again. Lin Fei came back to her senses, and tried her best to feel her right little finger according to the instructions of the attending doctor. Perhaps because she had just woken up, her right little finger did not cooperate with her as well as yesterday. Lin Wei's forehead was sweating because of the effort, and her right little finger just trembled like a cramp. Lin Fei looked at the attending doctor helplessly. Obviously, her right little finger could still make a hook when she was examined yesterday. The attending doctor comforted, "It's okay, this is a normal phenomenon. Feel more and practice more when you have nothing to do." After that, the attending doctor lowered his eyes and carefully recorded the various data of Lin Wei's body in a special medical electronic record book. Lin Fei, who was already familiar with the various steps of the attending doctor's ward rounds, knew that the part that required her to cooperate in the examination was over. She subconsciously glanced to the right, but saw nothing. Where's the locker? Lin Fei clearly remembered that Misha put her communicator on the locker to the right of the bed last night, but now her right side of the field of vision was empty, the locker was gone. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, looking at Misha standing against the wall, not wanting to disturb the attending doctor who was making a record comparison. Lin Fei asked Misha word by word with her mouth, "Where is the locker?" Misha raised her mechanical finger and pointed to Lin Wei's left. Lin Fei turned her head to the left and saw the locker and her communicator that should have been on the right. She stretched out her flexible left arm and hooked the communicator on the locker into her hand. Lin Fei understood immediately, and her heart warmed. She smiled and mouthed to the wallflower Misha, "Misha is the best." Misha raised her mechanical arm, and as Lin Fei had taught it before when she was bored, she circled her mechanical fingers and made an OK gesture to Lin Fei. Lin Fei was even happier, thinking that one day when she had established herself in this world, she would definitely buy an intelligent robot like Misha, which was really thoughtful. No, if she wanted to be more willful, she would buy Misha's, adhering to the principle of looking up if she didn't understand. Lin Fei opened the communicator and typed the 3 words hypoxia in the search bar. The door to a new world slowly opened in front of Lin Fei. Apart from the pathological explanations that Lin Fei couldn't understand, hypoxia is a common disease in this world, caused by congenital malformations of people's respiratory tract and lungs. All people in this world, including the body that Lin Wei's soul had penetrated, suffer from hypoxia without exception. The only difference is whether the disease occurs, the time interval between the onset, and the severity of the disease. Some people never get sick in their entire lives, and they are lucky. Some unlucky people get sick at birth, because it is caused by congenital deformities, and even the negative ion repair fluid that claims to be able to repair all body damage is still useless. As for mechanical lungs and artificial respirators, they are not available to ordinary people. And the reason why this disease appeared can be traced back to 10,000 years ago. After reading this part of the text description, Lin Fei felt as if he had read a myth, and it was a Western fantasy style. To sum it up briefly, under the influence of the strong electromagnetic storm, the plants on all the planets in the entire Gamma Galaxy have mutated. They became extremely ferocious, feeding on humans and other animals. More importantly, they no longer photosynthesized. The oxygen content in the air dropped sharply. Now the oxygen in this world mainly comes from a kind of stone, which was named the Stone of Life by human ancestors 10,000 years ago. Unfortunately, the Stone of Life can produce oxygen and many harmful gases. The deformation of human lungs and respiratory tract is generally caused by suffocation and these harmful gases. Hypoxia cannot be cured. According to research by scientists, unless humans live in an environment rich in green oxygen for a long time, This congenital deformity caused by the harsh environment may be eliminated in the subsequent generations of human reproduction. Otherwise, the deformity of the offspring will only become more severe from generation to generation. So what is green oxygen? Lin Fei quickly searched. The definition of green oxygen is very simple, that is, a special gas similar to oxygen released by healthy green plants. Seeing this, Lin Fei breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was no wonder. All the incongruities she had seen before were finally answered at this moment. No wonder the Phalaenopsis potted plant was so expensive last night, because its green oxygen release reached 3+, which is obviously an extremely high standard. No wonder the medical station can only project red flowers and green trees on the window, because this small medical station can't afford the price of real flowers and real trees. No wonder the honest girl Xiao Xiao came to visit her, but gave her a bunch of strange fake flowers, and the fruit basket was even pitifully small. Normal plants are rare and precious, so naturally the prices of flowers, fruits and vegetables that need to rely on plants will also rise accordingly. Out of curiosity, Lin Fei checked the prices of the only 3 fruits she knew, which were 50 star yuan for a yellow pomegranate, 150 star yuan for a gala fruit, and 50 star yuan for a yellow pearl fruit, i.e. sea buckthorn. Wow, looking at the fruit prices she found, and thinking about the current balance in her account, Lin Wei's mood instantly became very bad. 205 star yuan equals 4 yellow pomegranates that were super unpalatable, and directly ate up the original owner equals 1 gala fruit that looked a bit like a small wild apple in the picture. As a side note, the original body's younger brother should have a lot of pocket money on weekdays. I don't know how many gala fruits should be put in a gala fruit puree cake equals 4 sea buckthorns as big as a fingernail. Xiao Xiao is really a good girl. That small basket of sea buckthorn is basically equal to the girl's monthly basic salary as a trainee. However, Xiao Xiao seemed to have said that her father worked in a fruit store. I don't know if there is an internal price for employees. Lin Fei was shocked by the price of fruits in this world, and his head was in a mess, leaving only a bunch of random thoughts. After calming down, Lin Fei kept repeating in her mind that she was an internet celebrity in the original world, a well-known internet celebrity, who could earn 1.8 million yuan by posting 1 or 2 short videos. She had eaten white strawberries that cost about 100 yuan per pound before. Gala fruit and sea buckthorn were nothing. As long as she worked hard, she would be able to eat as much as she wanted in the future. Who is she? She is Lin Fei. With plugins such as Plant Affinity and Green Plant Eyes, she is fearless. Although the plants in this world have mutated to eat meat, I don't know if the 2 plugins on her are still useful, but it doesn't matter. Even if the plugins are useless, she has learned a lot about plants under the influence of the system, which should be enough for her to make a career in this special world. After searching and entering the homepage of Finalizing, Lin Fei was still thinking about the auction last night and the pot of Phalaenopsis, and wanted to see the final result of the auction. There was no need for Lin Fei to search for the entry of the auction last night again, as almost all the posts on the homepage of Finalizing were about the auction last night. Lin Fei also learned from these discussions that the final transaction price of the pot of Phalaenopsis was 6.5 million star yuan, which was much higher than the estimated price of 5 million star yuan. In addition, this pot of Phalaenopsis was the only green plant in the auction last night. The other items that Lin Fei wanted to see, but didn't see, were all mineral gem products from this world, mainly exquisite jewelry. Among them, the one with the highest final transaction price was a green stone necklace, but it was only 2.18 million star yuan, which was completely incomparable to the pot of Phalaenopsis. After casually browsing the Finalizing page for a while, Lin Fei did not deny that he was stimulated by the zeros everywhere. The attending doctor noticed Lin Wei's changing expression when she looked at the communicator and asked, "What's wrong?" Lin Fei raised her chin high and looked at the attending doctor with a pair of moist eyes, eagerly, and asked in a crisp voice, "Doctor, can I be discharged from the hospital?" The attending doctor was slightly surprised to see her like this. "Why are you so anxious to be discharged from the hospital all of a sudden?" Lin Fei thought to herself that of course, it was because she wanted to be discharged quickly to see if her plug-in could still be used. Of course, she certainly couldn't say that. Lin Fei pursed her lips and motioned the attending doctor to look behind her. The attending doctor looked back and saw a brand new silver gray wheelchair. The farce that day was enough to explain Lin Wei's family situation. The attending doctor didn't think that this wheelchair was bought for her by Lin Wei's family. Where did it come from? When Zhao Tianming came to visit yesterday, the attending doctor was not in the medical station because of something. Lin Fei smiled and answered, "Minister Zhao sent it to me. He said that the managers of the trainee department pooled their money to buy it for me." The attending doctor nodded slightly and whispered, "That's good. This ordinary wheelchair is not expensive, and it is not as convenient to use as a smart wheelchair, but with it, at least Lin Fei doesn't have to lie down all the time when he is alone, and can get out of bed and walk around." As a professional doctor, the attending doctor knows very well that he should not have too much sympathy for the patient. But perhaps because he came to this medical station after leaving school, the attending doctor has not seen enough of the world's coldness and has not had enough experience. When facing Lin Fei, this girl, he always can't help but feel sorry for this girl. Young, hemiplegic, and his family is like that. The attending doctor went out yesterday to catch up with friends he hadn't seen for a long time, and for Lin Fei's matter, his friend was doing medical research, so the attending doctor wanted to ask him if there was any substitute for the negative ion repair fluid. The answer was of course no, but his friend had some connections, and could buy the negative ion repair fluid at a lower price. The attending doctor told Lin Fei about this. But it's not much cheaper, the asking price is about 480,000. From the official price of 550,000 to 480,000, it is already a big discount. After all, this is a drug. Lin Fei accepted the doctor's favor and said seriously, "Thank you, doctor." She also said playfully, "I don't have that much money now, doctor. You have to remember me. Don't give this good thing to others. When I save enough money, I will definitely come back to find you." The serious doctor smiled for a rare time and replied, "I know, I will keep it for you." Lin Fei blinked and asked again, "Can I be discharged from the hospital?" Seeing her impatient look, the doctor was somewhat helpless and indulgent. "Yes, you can leave after completing a simple discharge procedure." Chapter 8. Lin Fei is out of the hospital. Lin Fei, who had a hemiplegia due to an accident during a live broadcast, is back. "Really? I just went back to the dormitory to change clothes and ran into Lin Fei walking around in a wheelchair downstairs of the dormitory. At first, she was wearing a mask, so I didn't recognize her." The trainee who happened to run into Lin Fei said vividly, "I think she is in good condition. If she wasn't in a wheelchair, I wouldn't have noticed that she was hemiplegic. By the way, she took off her mask after entering the elevator and greeted me with a smile." Hearing this, some people doubted, smiling, "You are exaggerating. Lin Fei is famous for." With her expressionless face and wooden face, if she could smile more, the popularity of the live broadcast room would not be so low. She actually went back to the dormitory. Shouldn't she go home to recuperate in her situation? Yes, didn't her mother and brother come before? Why didn't they take her home? It's so funny. Who doesn't know that Lin Fei's mother and brother were forcibly taken away by law enforcement officers? I guess her mother and brother were forcibly repatriated and didn't have time to take her with them. She has hemiplegia and has to live in the dormitory without anyone to take care of her. TSK, why does it feel a little pitiful? It's quite pitiful. Xiao has been busy shooting commercials outside these 2 days. Just after returning to Yueron's trainee department, Xiao was about to find her agent to report some details of the commercial shooting when she heard someone talking about Lin Fei. Lin Fei went back to the dormitory. After hearing the news, Xiao was happy but also a little uneasy, which made her seem a little absent-minded when reporting to her agent. The agent thought Xiao was tired from the filming of the advertisements in the past 2 days, and did not care about her being out of shape, and told her to go back to the dormitory and have a good rest. Xiao was naturally happy that her roommate had just recovered from a serious illness and returned to the dormitory. However, thinking of Lin Fei's current predicament, hemiplegia, needing expensive medicine to cure, the trainee department gave up on her and would not renew her contract. All of this was publicized by Zhou Man and known to everyone. Looking at Xiao herself, she has been smooth sailing during this period. The popularity of the live broadcast room remains high, the advertisement has been successfully signed, and it has been filmed, and it is only waiting for the post-production to be completed before it can be promoted and broadcast. However, her smooth sailing was bred by Lin Fei's predicament. Whenever it was late at night, Xiao could not help but think, if Lin Fei had not had a live broadcast accident that day, and she had not shown her face in that live broadcast accident, would she still be as smooth as she is now? There is no answer. Because the accident has already happened. Just be yourself with a clear conscience. Standing at the door of the dormitory, Xiao's ears rang with Lin Fei's words to her in the ward that day. In fact, this sentence often appeared when she was in a dilemma and questioned herself, and it always rescued her from her wild thoughts quickly. She had never done anything wrong. This accident was unfortunate for Lin Fei and lucky for her, since she couldn't help feeling guilty and felt that she had taken advantage of Lin Fei and ate Lin Fei's unexpected bonus. Now that Lin Fei returned to the dormitory, she would take care of him more. After the tangle was resolved, Xiao Xiao tidied up the expression on her face and pushed open the door of the dormitory. Let's talk about Lin Wei. In fact, Lin Wei's trip back to the dormitory this time was not smooth. The remaining memory of the original body was vague, which led to Lin Wei not knowing which direction the door of the trainee dormitory opened. She pushed the wheelchair and turned around at the bottom of the dormitory building, but she could not find the door. Fortunately, she ran into a trainee who came back to change clothes, and then she followed him to find the elevator entrance. You said that the dormitory building was built into a straight cylinder, so what did the architect think? Couldn't he open a main entrance at the bottom that could be seen at a glance? Lin Wei in the elevator couldn't help but complain in her heart. Fortunately, the dormitory house number was in the original body's memory, so Lin Wei was spared the embarrassment of being trapped in the elevator again. The dormitory door was unlocked with fingerprints, which was not difficult. Lin Wei, who finally returned to the dormitory, breathed a sigh of relief. Life is hard for a time traveler. After sighing, Lin Wei looked around the entire dormitory. This is a room of about 60 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, complete kitchen and bathroom, and a small all-inclusive terrace where you can bask in the sun. Lin Wei was very satisfied with the accommodation conditions, especially the terrace that was fully enclosed by floor-to-ceiling windows. She pushed her wheelchair back and forth in it for several laps. After the stroll, she returned to the living room. There was only a coffee table and a double sofa in the small living room. Lin Wei's eyes fell on the coffee table. Xiao Xiao, who pushed the door in, did not see Lin Wei's figure in the living room that could be seen at a glance. Standing at the entrance, Xiao Xiao poked her head and glanced at Lin Wei's closed bedroom door. Resting? A slight sound from her ear caught Xiao Xiao's attention. It seemed to come from the kitchen. Xiao Xiao walked around the wall that blocked her view and looked towards the kitchen. The first thing that caught her eye was Lin Wei, who was buried in his head and doing something unknown. Then, she caught a glimpse of the familiar crystal basin placed on Lin Wei's left hand. Her planting pot. Xiao Xiao screamed, "Ah! My green onions! Why are the leaves all yellow?" When she called out the word green onion, the busy Lin Wei raised his eyelids. Xiao Xiao didn't know why, but she felt as if she had disturbed the other person's work, and she lowered her voice. "How can the leaves not turn yellow after watering so much?" Lin Wei said, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. Xiao Xiao walked to Lin Wei's side in small steps and explained, "I was shooting outside these 2 days, and didn't have time to take care of it and water it, so I watered it a little more before leaving that day." Lin Wei glanced at the completely soaked soil in the glass planting pot, thinking that it was more than just a little more water. It was almost as if a flood had broken out. Lin Wei saw the pot of shallots placed on the coffee table as soon as she entered the dormitory. Under the effect of the green plant eye, Lin Wei saw the state bubble floating above the shallots, which was an emoticon package of crying because of being drowned. This was the first time that Lin Wei had really come into contact with green plants since she came to this world. Although it was just an inconspicuous shallot, since the other party asked her for help, Lin Wei could not stand idly by. Xiao Xiao looked at her pot of yellow and wilted shallots with worry. She had no way to help herself, and could only hope in Lin Wei, who seemed to have some planting experience. "What should we do now?" Xiao Xiao asked cautiously. This pot of green onions was bought by her brother with his savings, as a gift to celebrate her successful signing with Uran's trainee department. Although green onions are just vegetables, and not expensive, they are a token of his love. Lin Wei stopped grinding, shook his left hand which was sore from overuse, and said, "This pot won't work. It has no drainage, and is not breathable. We need to change it." Xiao Xiao exclaimed, "Ah? You know, this crystal pot with patterns was bought by her specially. It is very expensive." Now after hearing what Lin Wei said, Xiao Xiao realized that she seemed to have done something bad with good intentions. She immediately said, "I still have its original planting pot. I find it out and see if it works." Then she ran to her bedroom in a hurry. I don't know why, but Xiao Xiao trusted Lin Wei's words very much. She felt that if she said there was something wrong with the crystal pot, then there must be something wrong with the pot even if it was expensive and beautiful. Maybe it was because Lin Wei's tone was firm and without hesitation when she said these words, and her expression was particularly serious. Xiao Xiao rushed into her bedroom, like the wind, and rushed back like the wind, her apple face slightly red because of running, and there was a gray flower pot in her hand. Lin Wei glanced at the flower pot, which was simple and rough, and did not meet the aesthetic taste of a girl of Xiao Xiao's age. She touched it, and the wall of the flower pot was very thin, and the feel was close to plastic with a little rubber elasticity. 3 drainage holes were clearly visible at the bottom of the pot. Xiao leaned down slightly and looked at Lin Wei and asked, "Is this okay?" Lin Wei hid the picky look in his eyes and nodded, yes. In the past, this crudely made flower pot would have been thrown away by Lin Wei. Lin Wei likes to choose ceramic pots and wooden pots with good ventilation and drainage. Of course, this is also the preference of flowers and plants. For some particularly precious and fragile flowers and plants, Lin Wei will specially customize expensive bamboo charcoal granule flower pots. But things are different now. Long before Xiao returned to the dormitory, Lin Wei had searched the entire dormitory except Xiao's bedroom, and did not find any container suitable for planting this shallot. It's better than nothing. At least there are drainage and ventilation holes. Besides, shallots are easy to survive, and do not require a high-growth environment. Taking the flower pot, Lin Wei asked, "Do you have drier soil?" The soil in the crystal pot has been soaked into mud. Unless it is dried quickly, it can't be used at all. Xiao nodded hurriedly, yes, I was browsing the planting experience exchange forum before, and saw someone said that they should change the soil in the flower pots frequently, so I bought a lot of it. I go get it. While chattering, she kept running into the bedroom. When Xiao came out with a bag of soil, she saw that Lin Wei had already pulled her yellowed shallot out of the crystal flower pot, and was washing the dirt at the root of the shallot with clean water. Xiao put a large bag of soil next to Lin Wei's wheelchair, and moved forward nervously and curiously to look. Lin Wei said with the patience of a former assistant, "This root has been soaked and rotten, and it must be cleaned up, otherwise it will still get sick even if it is repotted and replanted." Xiao responded with an "oh" and praised sincerely, "Lin Wei, you are so awesome." Even in that planting experience exchange forum, most people are just tinkering around, and the so-called planting experiences posted are either not feasible, or even Xiao, a pure planting novice, thinks they are unreliable. But what Lin Wei said was very clear, and Xiao just wanted to nod her head after listening to it, and felt that Lin Wei was right. Lin Wei snorted softly in response to Xiao, the flatterer, and she pointed at the jar next to her with her index finger and said, "Move your hands and crush the eggshells inside." Then, without waiting for Xiao, who was full of curiosity, to ask again, Lin Wei explained directly, "Eggshells contain a lot of nutrients needed by plants." Lin Wei wanted to say calcium carbonate and phosphorus, but considering that she was now in a different world, the names of chemical elements in this world and her cognition of the high probability did not match, so she changed her words, "Mix it with the soil. Not only can it make the soil loose, but also make your onions grow better." Xiao humbly accepted the advice, and seriously used a metal spoon to crush the duck eggshells in the jar. "If you use a crusher, it will be faster." Xiao said this lightly, not wanting Lin Wei to think that she wanted to be lazy. But Lin Wei still heard it and asked, "Crusher? Do you have one?" Xiao was stunned for a moment, and said as a matter of course, "Yes." "Where is it?" "Find it." God knows Lin Wei had been looking for it for a long time before, but couldn't find it. She thought that with such advanced technology in this world, how could there be no household appliances with wall-breaking and juice-squeezing functions in the kitchen? Xiao put down the metal spoon and began to rummage through the cabinets. "I remember that day when I was cleaning up. I seem to have put it away. I found it." Lin Wei looked in the direction of the sound. Well, that was the only cabinet that she couldn't reach in her wheelchair. With the help of the crusher, the duck eggshells were quickly ground into fine powder. Lin Wei mixed the soil and eggshell powder with a small amount of water, and then planted the yellowed shallot in its original planting pot. The state bubble above the shallot changed accordingly, from a crying expression to a silly smiley face. Seeing this, Lin Wei couldn't help but smile. Chapter 9. After giving Xiaozong first aid, there were still 3 duck eggs left in the bowl that Lin Wei had beaten. Xiao volunteered, "I do it. It's time for lunch. I make something. Let's eat together." While she was talking, she had already taken out the mixer from the drawer, and the egg yolk and egg white in the bowl were mixed evenly in a few strokes. Lin Wei watched her skillful movements and suddenly remembered another thing. "Xiao, there is something I want to discuss with you." Hearing the voice, Xiao tilted her head and looked at Lin Wei with an expression of "You talk, I'm listening." Lin Wei pursed her lips and said carefully, "It's like this, I don't have much money now." Speaking of this, Lin Wei's face rarely showed a trace of embarrassment. "My body is poisoned. My stomach is not very good. If I only eat convenient nutrition bars, I'm afraid it won't work." After a pause, "So, before the company's compensation arrives, can I have dinner with you?" "Of course, after the company's compensation arrives, I will definitely make up for the food expenses during this period." Lin Wei had no choice. There were only 205 yuan in total. Lin Wei had seen the freezer in the dormitory. Both the refrigerated layer and the frozen layer were artificially divided into two. The space belonging to Qiao Qiao was filled with food, while the part belonging to the original body was empty, with only a few convenient nutrition bars that were about to expire. Lin Wei made good use of the search and looked up this convenient nutrition bar. Generally speaking, this thing is similar to the compressed biscuits in Lin Wei's impression. A small stick can give people enough satiety. What makes it better than compressed biscuits is that it is rich in nutrition, and 2 pieces a day can replenish the nutrients needed by the human body for a day. The disadvantage is that it cannot be eaten frequently, which is not good for the digestive function of the stomach and intestines. Qiao Qiao's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Wei's words. This is simply a surprise. She was worrying about how to take good care of the other party without showing it, but Lin Wei brought it up first. Is there anything more exciting than this? Okay. Qiao Qiao smiled and nodded repeatedly. I will be responsible for cooking in the future, and it will be more lively for us to eat together. Lin Wei now seems to have really become different from before. In fact, when she and Lin Wei just became roommates, Qiao Qiao saw that the other party was always silent and only ate convenient nutrition bars at mealtime. Qiao Qiao had invited the other party to eat together, but Lin Wei coldly rejected it, and there was not even a reason to refuse. It was also from that time that Qiao Qiao no longer rushed to make friends with her indifferent roommate. Qiao Qiao's positive reaction undoubtedly made Lin Wei feel relieved. Lin Wei smiled and said, well, let's have fun together. The atmosphere was harmonious, and Lin Wei also relaxed. She casually asked, what is the full name of the planting forum you mentioned just now? Qiao Qiao, who was pickling pork ribs, answered, it's called the Planting Experience Exchange Forum. You can search for this name directly, and the first one is it. The logo is a small green leaf. Lin Wei nodded. Qiao Qiao couldn't help but complain, but there is no useful planting experience there, just a bunch of people chatting there. Lin Wei did not extend this topic, but said, I should plant something in the dormitory next, do you mind? Qiao Qiao shook her head, I don't mind. I couldn't help but ask curiously, what are you going to plant? Can you tell me? Lin Wei said, I haven't decided yet. I tell you when I've decided. It's not that Lin Wei deliberately concealed it and fooled Qiao Qiao. She really hasn't made a decision yet. Should she plant vegetables or flowers? She felt that she didn't know much about planting in this world. She wanted to see more and check more. In addition, if the company's compensation didn't arrive, she could only limit herself to the plan and couldn't really put it into practice. After all, she didn't have the money to buy seeds. While the two were talking, Qiao Qiao made 3 duck eggs into golden egg rolls, and the egg skin was wrapped with finely ground celery and mincemeat. Of course, the mincemeat was the main ingredient, and only a little bit of expensive celery was added, just to enhance the flavor. The pork ribs were fried until they were brown and fragrant. Lin Wei, who had eaten bland medicine paste for many days at the medical station, couldn't help swallowing her saliva. It was really delicious. It can be seen that Qiao Qiao is very good at cooking. I think she will have a good time in the future. Finished lunch quietly. When Qiao Qiao was cleaning up the dishes, Lin Wei, who was unable to help, pointed out, don't throw away these pig bones. Qiao Qiao looked at her with a puzzled look. Lin Wei patiently explained, it's the same as the eggshells just now. Wash them, dry them, grind them into powder, and mix them with soil. They can be used as nutrients for green plants. In addition, other bones, including fish bones, fish viscera, and shrimp and crab shells, can be used as good nutrients for green plants with the same treatment method. Compared with expensive fruits and vegetables, eggs, meat, shrimps, and crabs in this world are much cheaper, but there are not many varieties, probably because of the scarcity of vegetation. I see. Qiao Qiao, who listened carefully, immediately respected the pig bones in her hand. Seeing Qiao Qiao was about to process a few pig bones, Lin Wei stopped her and said, don't rush to process them, you can wait. Lin Wei originally wanted to save some and process them together, but considering that their dormitory was not large, the pig bones might smell bad if left there, and it would be unhygienic to put them in the freezer. Qiao Qiao tilted her head, waiting for Lin Wei's unfinished words. Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair forward and took the pig bones from Qiao Qiao's hand. I processed them, you go wash the dishes. With the grinder around, it's not too much trouble to process a few pig bones. Qiao Qiao stored the ground pig bone powder in a sealed jar with great care. After eating and finishing their work, both of them felt sleepy and decided to take a nap. Holding her own green onion, before entering the bedroom door, Qiao Qiao did not forget to say to Lin Wei, If you need any help, you can call me, I'm always available. At this time, Lin Wei was still full of confidence in her ability to take care of herself. She nodded indifferently and said, I know. From wheelchair to bed, from bed to wheelchair, Lin Wei had tried this when she was in the medical station. It was very simple. Because the wheelchairs in this world are designed to be very user-friendly, not only can the seat surface be raised, but the backrest can also be disassembled into a reclining chair style, and the armrests can also be easily disassembled. In this way, Lin Wei only needs to park the wheelchair by the bed, press the handbrake, and then slowly disassemble and assemble the wheelchair. When the last step is to disassemble the armrest, she will use her left hand and left foot at the same time, and she can roll directly onto the bed with a flip. However, the self-care of a hemiplegic patient is not as simple as getting in and out of bed. Lin Wei felt that she could do these things on her own in the medical station, such as taking off and putting on clothes, taking a shower, and meeting her own physiological needs. However, after returning to the dormitory, these things were completely different and became extremely complicated and difficult. Lin Wei has always known the importance of Misha, otherwise she would not have thought of buying it one day. Lin Wei just thought that some of her exercises in the medical station were enough for her to cope with her personal life, but it turned out that it was still far from enough. Without the help of Misha's mechanical arm, Lin Wei realized how difficult it was to stand up easily in the ward in the past, and how difficult it was to find the center of gravity and balance. It was obviously just a little bit short. Because it was difficult to stand up, clothes became particularly difficult to put on and take off. Lin Wei was still wearing the easy-to-put-on and take-off medical station hospital gown. The upper body was a collarless shirt, the buttons on the lapel were adhesive, and the lower body was loose lace-up pants. Even so, Lin Wei still struggled for more than half an hour, and she was sweating all over before she took off her clothes. Taking a shower and wiping her body, in the past, Lin Wei could stand up and take a shower with the help of Misha in the medical station, but now she didn't dare to do it. She couldn't do it alone. She could only push the wheelchair and wipe herself little by little while sitting under the shower. After taking a shower, Lin Wei collapsed on the bed. He had originally planned to visit the Planting Experience Exchange Forum, but now he no longer had the energy. After closing his eyes, Lin Wei fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Xiao was awakened by a loud noise. Realizing that the sound came from Lin Wei's bedroom next door, Xiao Xiao's sleepiness disappeared in an instant. Lin Wei. Xiao Xiao put on a coat and knocked on Lin Wei's bedroom door. I heard a sound. Are you okay? Xiao Xiao asked nervously while knocking on the door. But there was silence inside the door, and no response from Lin Wei could be heard. Xiao Xiao tried to turn the doorknob, but the door was not locked. I'm coming in. As she said that, she pushed the door open. There was no sign of Lin Wei on the bed in the bedroom. Xiao Xiao heard a slight sound coming from the bathroom. Lin Wei, are you okay? She walked to the bathroom door and pushed the door open. The situation inside scared Xiao Xiao. Lin Wei. Lin Wei fell to the ground. Her right arm might have been hit when she fell, and it was bleeding. She kept propping up her upper body with her left hand, trying to get up by herself, but she failed again and fell back to where she was. Xiao Xiao was only stunned for a moment, and then she hurriedly went forward to help Lin Wei. Before this, Xiao Xiao had never come into contact with a hemiplegic patient, so she had no idea how much strength it would take to help a hemiplegic patient up. Xiao Xiao only felt heavy, very heavy, and she had to use all her strength to support Lin Wei. There was no chair in the bathroom. Xiao Xiao wanted to help Lin Wei back to the wheelchair beside her, but she heard Lin Wei's low voice, I want to go to the toilet. Xiao Xiao didn't know if she heard it wrong. After all, the echo in the bathroom was always loud. She seemed to hear a hint of sobbing in Lin Wei's voice. Without thinking too much, Xiao Xiao helped the person to the toilet. Lin Wei, who was sitting on the toilet, lowered her head, making it difficult to see the expression on her face at the moment. You go out. Lin Wei suddenly said. Xiao Xiao saw that Lin Wei's right elbow was still bleeding, and she couldn't help but worry, your right hand. Before she finished speaking, Lin Wei said the same thing, you go out. But the tone was much colder than the previous sentence. Xiao Xiao hesitated a little. She tilted her head to see the expression on Lin Wei's face. At this moment, Lin Wei suddenly raised his head and shouted in an almost hysterical tone, get out. Xiao Xiao was so scared that she reflexively raised her hands to her chest in surrender. I go out right away. As she said that, she turned stiffly like a clockwork puppet, walked out of the bathroom, and closed the bathroom door. Xiao Xiao stood by the bathroom door and waited without going far. She was worried about Lin Wei being alone. How could she be assured? Just now, Lin Wei raised his head, and she clearly saw that Lin Wei's face was pale, but his eyes were frighteningly red, as if she stayed a moment longer, the tears that Lin Wei had been holding back would fall. Lin Wei, sitting on the toilet, breathed deeply. It is said that adults collapse in just a moment, and Lin Wei deeply experienced this moment. Maybe it was because she had been eating light medicine paste at the medical station, and suddenly had meat and eggs when she returned to the dormitory, so her fragile stomach and intestines could not adapt for a while. After taking a short nap, Lin Wei felt her stomach cramps and wanted to go to the toilet. The sleepiness and pain made her left hand and left foot, which were not flexible to begin with, even more sluggish. She didn't know where she went wrong. When she came to her senses, she had fallen to the ground. This posture was a nightmare for her, who was half paralyzed, because no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get up on her own. Hemiplegia was difficult, Lin Wei knew, but she didn't know that life with hemiplegia would be so difficult. She overestimated herself. The panting gradually subsided, and Lin Wei told herself in her heart that she needed to adapt, and she had to adapt to the life of facing hemiplegia alone as soon as possible. Adapt? Adapt to shit. Lin Wei closed her eyes, and then opened them again, with only determination in her eyes. No matter what, she had to make money, and she had to earn enough money to buy the negative ion repair fluid as quickly as possible. Adapting to hemiplegia alone? Get lost. She just wanted a healthy body that could move freely. Chapter 10. In the living room, Qiao was carefully cleaning the wound on Lin Wei's right arm. Not knowing where she was touched, Lin Wei frowned and couldn't help but gasp. Qiao immediately stopped and asked nervously, "Did I hurt you?" Lin Wei just said, "It's okay, you continue." When she was still at the medical station, Lin Wei found that the pain in her right half of the hemiplegic body seemed to be more acute than the healthy left half. For this reason, Lin Wei also asked the attending doctor. The attending doctor said that this situation was a good thing, indicating that the probability of Lin Wei's right half of the body being completely healed was very high. On the contrary, if Lin Wei's right half of the body was dull or had no pain, that would be a big problem. Good things are good things. Because of hemiplegia, Lin Wei is always bound to bump, and the pain is really life-threatening. After disinfecting Lin Wei's wound, applying a healing patch, and applying a layer of stasis-removing cream to the bruises around the wound, Qiao put away the first aid kit and said, "It's done." Lin Wei turned her head to look at the wound that was properly treated, and then looked at her roommate with a cute apple face. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Qiao smiled shyly and waved her hand. The room fell silent, and the air was filled with the bitter smell of stasis-removing cream. "Just now. I'm sorry." Lin Wei coughed dryly and apologized for his previous gaffe in the bathroom. "It's okay." Qiao really didn't think there was anything wrong. If she put herself in her shoes, if she suddenly became paralyzed one day and no one was taking care of her, she would probably have collapsed long ago. In Qiao's opinion, her roommate was strong enough. It's just too strong. After thinking for a while, Qiao said frankly, "Actually, we are roommates, and helping each other is what we should do. You are not so convenient now, so you really don't need to be too polite to me." Lin Wei looked at Qiao's sincere eyes, felt the girl's pure kindness, and nodded. "Then I will trouble you more in the future." She really didn't want to trouble her new roommate too much, but reality gave Lin Wei a heavy blow, making her realize that with her current body, it is really difficult to take care of herself without pain or injury. Qiao winked at Lin Wei playfully, "Feel free to bother me." After a pause, she asked again, "What do you want to eat for dinner?" Lin Wei didn't really have much appetite, but considering her body in urgent need of nutrition, she said, "Let's have something light." Qiao said, "Okay, then I make a steamed egg." While Qiao was making dinner, Lin Wei found the contact information of Zhao Tianming, the head of the trainee department, from the communicator and sent him a message with sincere words. Lin Wei's purpose was naturally the compensation, so the main point of her message was to cry poor and euphemistically state her current difficulties. After sending the message, Lin Wei went to Skynet and searched for the forum that Qiao mentioned before. The Planting Experience Exchange Forum. The forum logo is a small leaf, and Lin Wei quickly found the real owner by following the characteristics. The introduction of this forum says that it is the largest planting experience exchange forum in the entire Star Federation, but the total number of registered people has barely exceeded 6 figures, and the average number of active people per day is less than 1,000. The depression is so obvious to the naked eye, yet they still dare to claim to be the biggest. Lin Wei couldn't help but complain in her heart. After exiting and searching again, she was dumbfounded. Among the planting forums with less than 3-digit registered users, this planting experience exchange forum seems to be the largest in the entire Star Federation. Calming down, Lin Fei quickly scanned the posts floating on the forum homepage. Most of them were empty posts, such as check-ins and reports. There were a few sharing and showing off posts with pictures. Lin Fei clicked on them one by one. Those pictures were all vegetables without exception, and the varieties were single, either green vegetables or shallots. The few remaining posts were record posts. Although almost all of them ended in failure, Lin Fei saw some clues in these posts. When Xiao brought 2 bowls of steamed eggs to the coffee table, Lin Fei was quickly scanning the forum's newcomer instructions. Seeing that she was watching so intently, Xiao didn't want to disturb her, but the steamed eggs tasted better when they were hot, so she said, "Stop for a while and watch after dinner." Lin Fei agreed, but her eyes didn't move away from the holographic screen. She just stretched out her left hand, took a spoon and scooped up the steamed eggs, eating while watching. Xiao's steamed eggs were topped with several plump shrimps and chopped celery, which tasted fresh, fragrant, smooth and not greasy. Lin Fei paused when he ate the shrimps and celery, and finally moved his eyes from the holographic screen to the bowl in front of him, and then praised Xiao, "It's delicious." Xiao was very happy to be praised, and seeing Lin Fei concentrating on watching the holographic screen again, she couldn't help but feel a little curious. "What are you watching?" Lin Fei answered truthfully, "I'm watching the Planting Experience Exchange Forum, and the Newcomer's Guide." Newcomer's Guide? After all, Xiao had been on this forum before, so she had read the Newcomer's Guide. What's there to read in the Newcomer's Guide? It was because she had read it that she was even more confused. Lin Fei read it carefully and answered a little late. "I want to buy flower and grass seeds. I want to see where to buy them, and which store is more reliable." Flower and grass seeds? Xiao's voice rose half a degree because of surprise. She quickly realized it, and lowered her voice back to her original soft voice. "Flower and grass seeds are very expensive, and didn't the Newcomer's Guide say that this is a big pit, so you must be careful when entering the pit?" Lin Fei responded with a as if she had read everything she wanted to read. She turned off the communicator, and ate the steamed egg seriously. After finishing the steamed egg in the bowl, Lin Fei put down the spoon and said in a heartfelt way, "Flower seeds are expensive and risky, I already know all this. But I need money, a lot of money, so I want to try." Xiao saw the determination in Lin Wei's eyes. She wanted to persuade her again, but thinking of Lin Wei's current situation, she didn't know where to start. The doorbell rang at this time. Xiao got up and walked to the entrance. She glanced at the video doorbell and turned back and said, "It's Zhou Man. She should be here to visit you." Lin Fei was cleaning up the bowls and spoons on the coffee table. Hearing this, she said in a straightforward tone, "Don't open the door. I don't want to see you." Although her emotions have basically calmed down, she has collapsed after all, and there is still gloom in her heart. In this situation, Lin Fei was too lazy to deal with the plastic sister of the original body. Facing the other party's malicious face, it is easy to get depressed. Xiao didn't want to open the door privately. Zhou Man was so annoying. She was friends with Lin Fei on the surface, but she kept slandering and defaming Lin Fei behind her back. Oh, she even spread rumors that she poisoned her. Xiao even felt that the reason why Lin Fei used to reject her so much might have been Zhou Man's fault. Because of this, Xiao agreed very happily, "Okay, if you don't open the door, let her press it. We just listened to the song." Lin Fei couldn't help laughing when she saw her mischievous expression. Zhou Man outside the door pressed the doorbell for a long time, but no one answered. She gritted her teeth secretly. The continuous ringing of the doorbell made the trainees living in the nearby dormitories stick their heads out to watch the show. Not wanting to be laughed at for nothing, Zhou Man put away her hand that pressed the doorbell and said to herself, "After all, she is paralyzed and easily tired. She may fall asleep. I come to see her tomorrow." After that, she turned around and twisted and walked away thinking she was open-minded. After Zhou Man left, the trainees who were watching the show looked at each other and laughed. Some people were still imitating Zhou Man. "I'd better come back to see her tomorrow. Ugh! Who is she performing for?" TSK, with her acting skills, the acting teacher would cry. The ridicule and discussion outside could not reach Lin Wei's ears in the house. After cleaning up the dishes, at Xiao's invitation, the two watched a movie together. The movie projected on the wall, by the communicator, was an ancient love story that took place in the beautiful stone forest. The plot of the story was old-fashioned, and the background of the stone forest was even cruder, but there were songs and dances in the middle of the movie, which made Lin Fei feel familiar, so she could watch it. After watching a movie, Xiao sent Lin Wei back to the bedroom. After watching Lin Wei lying on the bed, she said good night to Lin Wei and returned to her bedroom. Xiao's attentiveness made Lin Wei feel the long-lost warmth in this strange world, and her mood became calm. It was a pity that the pain on her right arm always came out unexpectedly, making Lin Wei frown even in her sleep. The next day, Lin Wei, who didn't sleep well, woke up early, but didn't move, just lay flat on the bed to wake up. Before going to bed last night, Lin Wei received a reply from Minister Zhao, saying that her compensation would be received today. Thinking of the money that was about to arrive, Lin Wei curled her eyes and felt relieved. The bedroom door was knocked hurriedly at this time. "Lin Wei, are you awake?" Xiao's voice came from outside the door, and her tone seemed to be anxious and tinged with a bit of obvious joy. Lin Wei raised her voice, "Come in." The bedroom door was pushed open, and Xiao, who came into view, was indeed very happy. Xiao walked quickly to Lin Wei's bedside. "Lin Wei, look." Before she finished speaking, she took out the planting pot hidden behind her. Seeing the familiar gray planting pot, Lin Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. The originally withered and yellow shallot in the planting pot stood up after just one night, and the leaves turned completely green, without any trace of withering. Looking at the thin white frost on the leaves, it was the proof of the vigorous vitality of the shallot. Lin Wei glanced at the status bubble of the shallot, a cute go expression. Looking at the shallot in front of him, Lin Wei thought of some information he saw on the planting experience exchange forum last night. It takes 15 days to determine the value of a flower or grass. In simple terms, if a seed has not sprouted after 5 days of sowing, it can be determined that it will not sprout. If there is no sign of mutation after 5 days of germination, it can be determined that it will not mutate. In another 5 days, its quality can be tested and its value can be determined. Combining the two, Lin Wei guessed that the growth rate of plants in this world might be far beyond her past cognition. This is of course a good thing for Lin Wei, which means that the time required for her money-making plan will be greatly reduced. That day, before noon, accompanied by a notification sound from the communicator, Lin Wei, who was basking in the sun on the terrace, opened her personal account on the communicator. Her personal account balance was finally no longer the pitiful 205-star yuan, but became 52,205-star yuan. In addition to the 50,000 yuan compensation, the extra 2,000 yuan was the basic salary of the original body as a trainee anchor of URN this month. Facing the extra account balance, Lin Wei couldn't help but think of the Go Duck emoticon in the Xiaotsong status bubble in the morning, which was a perfect match for her now. Chapter 11. As soon as the money arrived, Lin Wei logged into the Star Federation's largest online shopping platform, Buy, without waiting for a moment. Lin Wei had previously only found fruit and vegetable seeds on Buy, but could never find flower and grass seeds. After reading the newcomer's guide in the planting experience exchange forum, Lin Wei realized that the reason she couldn't find them was because she missed a step. In the upper right corner of Buy, Lin Wei indeed found a switch button that she had always ignored. The newcomer's guide said that flower and grass seeds are special items and cannot be searched on the ordinary product page of Buy. You must switch Buy to the special product page. Lin Wei pressed the switch button, and the Buy interface in front of her suddenly changed. The background color of the page was no longer bright and colorful, but turned into a low-key black, white and gray. This time, when Lin Wei entered flower and grass seeds in the search bar again, what was displayed was finally no longer no corresponding related product information, but a display window of online stores. There are not many shops selling flower and grass seeds. Lin Wei took a quick look and found that there were only a dozen of them. The guide for newcomers recommended reliable fruit and vegetable seed shops and flower and grass seed shops, but since there were only a few flower and grass seed shops, Lin Wei decided to click in and take a look at each one. Xia Xiaoyu is the customer service representative of Subian Wako, the only one. As usual, starting from 8 o'clock in the morning, Xia Xiaoyu sat in front of the computer waiting for customers to come for consultation. However, she waited and changed from a proper lady sitting posture to a bored ruffian leaning on his cheek. The customer service desk was always quiet. Xia Xiaoyu was really bored waiting, so she switched off the back end and clicked into the main interface of the store next door, Huojiankang. Oh wow! The sales volume has increased again, and it has increased by several orders this morning. Xia Xiaoyu silently calculated the sales volume in her mind, and found that the sales volume of these orders in the morning was almost equal to that of Subian Wako in a week. Obviously, Huajingkang opened later than Subian Wako, and the product category settings were almost copied from Subian Wako. As a result, now they, the senior, are firmly suppressed by the shameless plagiarist. Xia Xiaoyu sighed. If anyone is to blame for this, they can only blame their boss, who is not enterprising. Thinking back to the beginning, their Subian Wako business was not bad. When there were the most customers, Xia Xiaoyu wished that one person would become 3 people to reply to customers' inquiries. However, when Huajingkang spent a lot of money to decorate the main interface of the store with birdsong and flowers, their Subian Wako still used the original store interface given by. When Huajingkang promoted marketing everywhere, launched various promotions and big discounts, their Subian Wako remained unknown and calm. Their boss, who was careless, always said, "If it can be sold, we will sell it. If it can't be sold, we can just grow it ourselves. Anyway, it's okay as long as there is enough money to spend." He was open-minded. Xia Xiaoyu was always angry, but she had no way out. If this continued, she was afraid that the sales of their store would not be enough to pay the salary of the hired seed hunters. A familiar and pleasant reminder sound recalled Xia Xiaoyu's melancholy soul. It was the reminder sound of the customer service desk. Xia Xiaoyu immediately cheered up and vowed to conscientiously receive this hard-won customer and provide him with excellent service. Lin Fei looked at more than a dozen flower and grass seed shops, and finally came to the same conclusion as the recommendation in the newcomer's guide. The 2 shops, Huajingkang and Subian Wako, looked more professional and reliable than other shops. Compared with other shops that only displayed seed packets and a few text descriptions, Huajingkang and Subian Wako attached photos and even videos of the seed-picking sites for the flower and grass seeds they sold. Lin Fei was very curious about what the mutant plants looked like. She had searched on the internet before, but the videos and pictures she found were either too blurry or the distant view was not clear. This time, in these 2 stores, Lin Fei satisfied her curiosity and saw clear pictures and videos of mutant plants. From the few videos, Lin Fei truly felt the ferocity of mutant plants in this world. Some of them look like 1,000-year-old trees, with thick black branches stretched out in a twisted manner, swimming slowly in the air like a snake watching its prey, and some are like Medusa's snake hair in ancient Greek mythology, surging from under the ground, and like gushing magma. Lin Fei originally thought that the flower and grass seed she wanted to buy came from these terrible mutant plants. To be honest, she was a little daunted. After reading the elegant description on the homepage of the Huajingkang store, Lin Fei realized that mutant plants cannot reproduce, they have no seeds, and the source of the flower and grass seeds in the store is still healthy flowers and plants. It turns out that mutant plants do not photosynthesize, but need to do special breathing, so they actually need the green oxygen of healthy plants just like humans. From some photos released by the shop, we can also see that among the layers of weird mutant plants, we can always vaguely see 1 or 2 clumps of lush healthy plants. And these 1 or 2 clumps of healthy plants are the source of the flower and grass seeds in the shop. The description on the homepage of the flower and grass shop reads, "Seed hunters risk their lives to go deep into the dangerous mutant plant forest. Every seed sold in our shop is the result of seed hunters fighting for their lives." Lin Fei is not interested in such sensational words. After all, the high price of flower and grass seeds is there. Lin Fei is hesitating about the 2 shops, Huajingkang and Subian Wako, which have similar products and prices. Which one should she choose? From the perspective of the store decoration and recent sales, Huajingkang is slightly better, but Lin Fei has a special liking for the name Subian Wako. Suabian reminds Lin Fei of the cool sweetness of her childhood summer. A kind of ice cream called Suabian. Xia Xiaoyu was a little discouraged when she saw the purchasing level of the consulting customer, who seemed to be a newcomer. The other party was probably a naughty kid, who was curious about flowers and plants for a while, came to ask her some strange questions, and then ran away. After all, these days, everyone is used to shopping online. If the customer in front of him has such a low shopping level, unless he is extremely financially constrained, he must be a naughty kid who has not yet grown up. How could people with limited financial resources come to a flower and grass seed shop like theirs where a single order costs thousands or even tens of thousands to buy things? When Xia Xiaoyu casually opened the customer consultation, the content that came into her eyes was completely beyond her expectations. Wei Rui, Product 1. Product 2. Product 3, Wei Rui. This is my first time buying flower and grass seeds. I want to buy the above 3 items. What should I do? It seems that I can't just take a picture and pay. Xia Xiaoyu is very familiar with the products in her store. She glanced at the product description sent by the customer, and calculated the total price of the order in her mind without clicking to read it carefully. An order of more than 20,000 star yuan is a big order. Xiao Yu, welcome to Sui Bian Hua Chao. I am Xiao Yu, a customer service representative. I am happy to provide you with consulting services. Xiao Yu, this is the customer. Since flower and grass seeds are special commodities, in some special cases, they may have some bad effects on you, others, and even the entire society. Therefore, if you have decided to buy the above 3 items, then I need to do a face-to-face identity information confirmation with you. After typing this, Xia Xiaoyu held her breath and waited. Wei Rui, okay. Xia Xiaoyu cheered in her heart, put away her instruments, and immediately turned on the video camera. It was dark on the other side, and the video was obviously not turned on yet. Xia Xiaoyu was not idle while waiting, and she called out all the electronic documents needed to buy flour and grass seeds so that she could use them later. Xiao went to the acting class, and Lin Wei was the only one in the dormitory. With only one hand able to move, and not familiar with the various functions of the communicator, Lin Wei took a lot of effort to turn on the video. Xia Xiaoyu, who was sorting out electronic documents, seemed to have a feeling. When she looked up, she happened to meet Lin Wei's gaze. In order to facilitate left-hand operation, Lin Wei placed the communicator on the coffee table, which not only exposed her head and face, but also the wheelchair under her. Xia Xiaoyu was stunned by the girl sitting in the wheelchair in the video, and greeted her half a beat late. Hello, I'm Xiaoyu. The girl nodded slightly. Hello, I'm Wei. Then she got straight to the point and asked, what are we going to do next? The original body named her shopping account insignificant. Lin Wei didn't like this name. It felt like she was looking down on herself from the bottom of her heart. She changed the account name to Wei, which looked like lush vegetation, which felt more suitable for her now. Xia Xiaoyu put away her speculation about the girl's physical condition and returned to being a professional and experienced customer service. She passed the electronic documents prepared in advance to Lin Wei one by one. These are the identity information forms, which you need to fill out carefully, and then the customer purchase instructions and customer purchase agreement. You can take your time to read them and ask me any questions. Lin Wei was a little embarrassed about the identity information form. The reason was that some parts of the form needed to be handwritten, and Lin Wei's left hand was very inflexible. After a long time, Lin Wei finally got the identity information form and customer purchase agreement that needed to be handwritten, and sent them back to the customer service Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu, who had been waiting for a long time, did not show any impatience on her face. Okay, wait a moment, after I upload your information, you can buy the goods you need in our store. Hearing this, Lin Wei leaned back on the back of the wheelchair and relaxed his shoulders and neck. Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps came faintly from the video. After a while, the door behind the customer service Xiaoyu was pushed open. Xiaoyu, come and take a look at this pot of green radish. I stole this 4+ top quality product from Baiyez Kalik Star Island with great difficulty. If I die, Baiyi will definitely kill me. Lin Wei looked over and saw a young man with a sad face appearing on the video screen. In his arms, he was holding a pot of green radish. Chapter 12. Xia Xiaoyu was speechless. When will her boss change his reckless behavior? She was almost rolling her eyes to the sky, but she still kept a smile on her face facing the camera. She tilted her head slightly, and her voice seemed to come out from between her teeth. Boss, I'm receiving guests. Please keep your voice down. The young man who was called the boss seemed to be unconvinced, muttering, guests? What guests? Let me take a look. Then he suddenly approached the camera and met Lin Wei's eyes on the other side of the camera. The young man coughed dryly, quickly distanced himself from the camera, and said casually, sorry, you continue. The voice paused suddenly, as if he suddenly realized something, and moved closer to the camera again to look at the guest in the video from head to toe. I saw him frowning, and his voice rose 8 degrees. Xia Xiaoyu, where is your conscience? It's okay to cheat those fools who dream of getting rich all day, but why do you cheat patients? Have you forgotten the rules of the store? Children, patients, and the elderly are not allowed to be cheated. Xia Xiaoyu was so wronged. She smiled apologetically at the camera, stood up and pulled the young man's arm, and the two walked out of the camera at the same time. Although the person was not in the video screen, the voice was still transmitted to the ears of the sucker Lin Wei word for word. What did I cheat? I cheated? They came by themselves, without my introduction. If there were no purchase restrictions on special items, they would have placed an order directly. This was the voice of Xiaoyu, the customer service, with an extremely irritable tone. Compared with the tone when she spoke to the customer, it was like two different people. Then you can persuade her, tell her how low the germination rate of these seeds is, and even if they germinate, they may mutate. In short, it's not that easy to make a lot of money from flowers and plants. This is the voice of a young man. Persuade? Shall you, the customer service, sneered. After I persuade her, she might turn around and run to the flowers and grass. I don't care about that. Anyway, just don't buy casually. I'm a conscientious shop here. Conscience? Haha. How many star yuan can conscience sell for? You wake up, if you continue like this, your conscientious shop will go bankrupt. Understand? Hearing that the two were about to quarrel, Lin Fei in the video's screen cleared his throat. Is Xiaoyu still there? Xiaoyu, who was glaring at her boss, suddenly understood something, covered her mouth in annoyance, and then ran back to the camera in a few steps, saying softly, I'm here, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Fei said, Can I buy it now? Xiaoyu checked the electronic document. The progress bar of the file upload, nodded and said, Okay. After a pause, I'm sorry to affect your shopping mood. To express my apology, our store will give you a planting gift package after you place the order. Lin Fei smiled and said, Thank you. No, I said, you should have heard what I said just now. The voiceover sounded again, whether you want to make money from flowers and plants to treat diseases or something else, I advise you to be realistic. Lin Fei nodded politely. Thank you for your reminder. At the same time, Xiaoyu received a notification that 3 products were sold, and the transaction was successful. Lin Fei felt that she was probably like a stubborn speculator, or more accurately a gambler in the eyes of the young man. She heard the helpless smacking of the young man in the voiceover. All that should be said was said, and there was nothing the other party could do if he didn't listen. After a moment of depression, the young man stopped struggling and turned his attention back to the vine in his arms. Xiaoyu's anger came and went quickly, and she was in a good mood because she had just completed a big order. She confirmed the precautions with Lin Fei again, and said goodbye politely at the end, and then turned her head to look at the pot of vine. However, after seeing it, Xiaoyu was shocked. What did you do to it? How did it become like this? It was still a pot of fresh green when she sprayed the nutrient agent in the morning. How did it become like this in just a short while? Xiaoyu was so frightened that her tongue was tied. This pot of vine is a 4+ top grade, and if they really let it die, Xiaoyu roughly estimated the total price of the existing seeds in her store, and she was afraid that she couldn't afford to lose even if she sold them all. The young man was puzzled and frustrated. I didn't do anything. Xiaoyu obviously didn't believe the young man's words, and asked, You didn't secretly extract its green oxygen again? No, absolutely not. The young man immediately swore and said, I just saw that there was plenty of sunshine today, so I took it into the greenhouse to dry it for a while. Its maintenance instructions clearly stated that it likes sunshine. Then how did it become like this? Obviously Xiaoyu had no solution, paused, and suggested, Why don't you ask Mr. Baiyi? Your boss. I want to live 2 more days. The young man said weakly, I think I should try spraying it with some nutrients first. Xiaoyu said, I have already sprayed the nutrient this morning, once a day, no more. I think we should water it. I feel its leaves are still hot. Let's cool it down. The young man responded without any position, saying, Okay, I go water it. Just as the young man was about to turn around and leave with a flower pot, a low female voice suddenly came, Don't water it. Although the voice was small, the tone revealed a powerful momentum. Xiaoyu and Xiaoyu realized that the video on the optical computer had not been turned off. Xiaoyu, in line with her professional attitude as a customer service, never turns off the video before the customer. And Lin Fei, because of the inconvenience of one hand and a little worry about the pot of green radish, silently became a bystander again. I didn't want to say much, but because of the angle of the camera, although the customer service and the boss were not in the camera, the green radish held in the boss's arms was almost standing in front of the camera. Lin Fei looked at the pot of green radish at such a close distance. Most of the leaves were curled yellow, and the remaining parts were like being splashed with yellow oil paint, mottled and embarrassing. Her green plant eyes could not penetrate the lens to see the needs of the pot of green radish, but after dealing with various plants for many years, Lin Fei already had extremely rich experience in planting and maintenance. Facing the eyes of the customer service and the boss, Lin Fei said, Just put it in a ventilated place, and you must not water it now. This pot of green radish has obviously just been exposed to the sun. If you water it at this time, not only will it not be able to alleviate its current situation, but the sudden alternation of cold and hot stimulation is also likely to cause root rot. After a pause, Lin Fei added. It likes the sun, but its leaves are large and tender, and it cannot lock moisture under the sun. If it is exposed to the sun for a long time, it will cause burns to the leaves, so generally speaking, you only need to put it in a place with scattered light. Diffuse light? Xia Yujia moved closer to the camera and repeated this completely unfamiliar word to him. Lin Fei was not the type to leave half of what he said, so he gave an example. For example, a living room with plenty of light, or a shaded corridor where there is light but not direct light. Xia Yujia didn't quite understand what he said, but he still nodded seriously, then turned his head and looked at Xia Xiaoyu inquiringly. Xia Xiaoyu shrugged helplessly. She didn't understand these things, but it sounded like that. Lin Fei nodded slightly to the two of them, took another look at the pot of green radish, and then turned off the video. Facing the black video screen, Xia Yujia and Xia Xiaoyu looked at each other. Xia Yujia was not a person who could make decisions, so he asked, "What should we do? Should we listen to her?" Xia Xiaoyu looked embarrassed, but considering the value of this pot of green radish, she still suggested to Xia Yujia, "Ask Mr. Bai Yi." Hearing this, Xia Yujia sighed. He wasn't afraid of Bai Yi. It was just a potted plant. Even if it died, he wouldn't be unable to pay for it. That's right. That guy was different from his peers since he was a child. When others were still playing around, Bai Yi had already followed his father into the laboratory to breed new fruits and vegetables. In fact, the two of them had never played together since they were young. If it weren't for the friendship between the Bai and Xia families, Xia Yujia felt that he and Bai Yi would probably never get along in this life. But it was precisely this person, who had been out of tune with him since childhood, who lent him a hand when he was in trouble and isolated, and pulled him back from the quagmire. Xia Yujia had complicated feelings about Bai Yi. Although they are the same age, every time Xia Yujia meets Bai Yi, he feels that the other party is like an elder of his own, and a very strict elder, which makes him intimidated. Xia Yujia did some psychological preparation, and finally, he handed the important task of communicating with the strict elder to Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu gave him a contemptuous look. But what could she, a small customer service, do? She could only resign herself to sending a message to Mr. Bai Yi. Mr. Bai Yi's laboratory was busy, and Xia Xiaoyu waited for a long time before receiving a reply after sending the message. Xia Yujia, who was waiting beside him holding Manqing Luo, immediately came up and asked, "How is it? What did Bai Yi say?" After reading Bai Yi's reply, Xia Xiaoyu was surprised. Although there were slight differences in the wording, the meaning was the same. Just like what the customer just said, you can't let Manqing Luo directly exposed to the sun, you can't water it now, and you can use air to cool it down. Xia Yujia was stunned, still thinking that the customer just now looked shabby, but he didn't expect that he was actually experienced in planting. Then he heard Xia Xiaoyu say, "Mr. Bai Yi also said that he had someone delete your fingerprint authentication in several greenhouses in Huoye Xingyu, and he asked you to return Manqing Luo as soon as possible." After reading the message, Xia Xiaoyu looked up at her boss with great pity. Xia Yujia, with a gloomy face and a bleak body, went out to find a cold air machine with Manqing Luo in his arms. Chapter 13. After replying to Xia Xiaoyu's message, Bai Yi turned off the communicator that he had forgotten to mute. He pursed his lips slightly, and nodded to signal the assistant beside him to continue his report. The assistant immediately opened the electronic notebook in his hand, and reported the data summary in the notebook to Bai Yi in a low voice. "The data of the 17th generation of water red fruit we selected and bred are very gratifying. According to the records, the germination rate of this generation of water red fruit seeds reached 68.8%, of which 80% of the experimental samples have safely passed the 4th mutation day, and the remaining 20% have also safely passed the 3rd mutation day. No experimental samples have shown signs of mutation for the time being." As the assistant spoke, several researchers who were one step behind Bai Yi discussed quietly. According to the current data, the water red fruit will be available to the public in the near future. Yes, even for the sake of insurance, we can only do one more generation of water red fruit seed selection and breeding, which should be enough. This data is indeed unprecedentedly good, proving that our efforts for nearly a year have not been in vain. Bai Yi did not participate in the researchers' discussion with some joy. His facial features were cold, and he was always serious, giving people a sense of indifference that was difficult to approach. The assistant's report ended, and the researchers' discussion also tended to disappear before the electronic induction door in front slid open. Inside the door was the monitoring room for the 17th generation of water red fruit experimental sample plants. The inspectors, who were originally a little lazy because of the stable experimental sample data, were all alert when they saw Bai Yi, the General Director of Green Source Biotechnology and the Chief Researcher of the Scientific Research Center, who came in first. Bai Yi walked directly behind a monitor and stared at the electronic record book in silence for a while. He just looked and didn't say anything, but the monitor's back was visibly tensed. In front of him, through the thick glass curtain wall, rows of neat ridges were clearly visible. On the ridges, the green seedlings were growing well, under the proper care of the mechanical arm. Looking at these seedlings with good momentum, Bai Yi suddenly asked, "What is the current environmental simulation ratio?" The monitor replied nervously, 85%, sir. Several researchers nodded with satisfaction after hearing this data, but heard Bai Yi say, "Raise the environmental simulation ratio to 90. Hearing this, a researcher couldn't help but remind, "Sir, the environmental simulation ratio of 85% has reached or even exceeded the requirements of the planting base for the environmental adaptability of seeds." Bai Yi glanced at the researcher lightly and said in a low tone, "The large-scale planting bases that directly cooperate with us has superior equipment performance. The tolerance of seed environmental adaptability is relatively high. However, for some emerging small planting bases, due to the cost, the environmental adverse factors they can eliminate are far less than those of large planting bases." At this point, Bai Yi looked at the assistant, who immediately understood and opened the electronic record book and said, "Yes, relevant survey data show that the number of emerging small planting bases has reached in the past 2 years. Not only that, many families and individuals have also begun to buy seeds for planting." As the assistant stated, along with the increase in the environmental simulation ratio, the seedlings growing quietly on the ridges began to show abnormalities. The monitor reported urgently. Several experimental plants suddenly showed signs of mutation. Experimental samples number 9 and number 78 have begun to mutate. The experimental sample plant marked as number 9 was rooted in a field ridge very close to the glass curtain wall, so close that the people behind the glass curtain wall could clearly see the whole process of its mutation. The originally green and harmless thin seedlings suddenly turned black, and a curled tentacle popped out from between its branches and leaves. It started as a test, and then it stretched outward with its teeth and claws. But in the blink of an eye, the tentacle had grown several meters, and even climbed up the glass curtain wall. Just like an animal, it has the instinct to attack, and the tip tries to penetrate the glass curtain wall again and again. Seeing this scene, a researcher was shocked and cried out, "Malignant mutation." Although the other researchers did not lose their composure like him, their faces were not very good. Never expected that malignant mutations, which are not common even in the natural environment, would actually occur in the experimental field. The monitors panicked and stood there in a daze. Bai Yi frowned slightly, walked a few steps to the center console on the side, and pressed one of the buttons. In an instant, white mist rose behind the glass curtain wall. When the white mist dissipated, the malignantly mutated experimental sample plant number 9 had been rapidly frozen. Because the freezing range was large, several healthy sample plants next to the number 9 experimental body were also frozen to death. Bai Yi's operation brought the monitors back to their senses. Soon, all the mutated plant samples were urgently processed. The researchers looked at the rapidly declining sample data and sighed in their hearts. It seems that the time for this sweet and sour water red fruit to be available to the public will be postponed again. But there is no way around it. Compared with flowers and plants that are only used for viewing and medical purposes, fruits and vegetables that need to be planted in large quantities and eaten by people have always had strict standards in breeding. After all, this is related to people's livelihood. The delivery speed of Subian Wako was so fast that Lin Fei was amazed. But in just 2 hours, the doorbell of the dormitory was rang. The cute delivery robot carried a huge package on its back. Through the video doorbell, it looked like Santa Claus came to deliver gifts on Christmas. Lin Fei stared at the huge package and couldn't help wondering. Didn't she just buy 3 bags of seeds? Even if the seeds were expensive and needed shock protection, the package wouldn't be so big that it was as tall as her. After opening the door and checking the delivery note with the delivery robot, Lin Fei realized that in addition to the 3 bags of seeds she bought, there was also a planting gift package provided by Subian Wako. This store is really honest. They said they would give a big gift package, and they really gave a big one. For the sake of this big gift package, Lin Fei decided to forgive the store owner for his outspokenness. Given Lin Wei's current situation, she definitely couldn't move such a big and heavy package. Fortunately, the delivery robot provided good service and helped move the package to the dormitory terrace according to Lin Wei's needs. After giving a 5-star rating, Lin Fei closed the dormitory door and started to unpack the package after watching the delivery robot leave. The 3 bags of expensive flower seeds purchased were carefully packed in a sealable metal box. The one-armed hero Lin Fei took great pains to open this exquisite metal box. Just as she was about to take the small bag of seeds from the box, Lin Fei paused, as if she suddenly thought of something. She closed the lid of the metal box again, placed it on the coffee table, and turned on the camera of the communicator, which was also placed on the coffee table. Lin Fei adjusted the shooting angle of the camera of the communicator so that the lens could capture her and the metal box at the same time. After doing this, Lin Fei first smiled at the camera and covered the lid of the metal box with her left hand. She lowered her voice and said softly, "I bought 3 bags of flower seeds and recorded an unboxing video for everyone." In the past, Lin Fei liked to record unboxing videos, especially unboxing airship flowers. Once the box was opened, the room was filled with the rich fragrance of flowers. Although many links require posing, some flowers look less energetic after long-distance transportation, and even need some special treatment for the shooting effect, but Lin Fei just likes it, and never gets tired of it. The lid of the metal box was only half closed, so even if Lin Fei could only use her left hand, she could record a very elegant opening scene. 3 bags of flower seeds were taken out of the metal box one by one, and neatly placed on the dark coffee table. Lin Fei pointed at 2 of the bags with her index finger and explained, "I bought these 2 bags of picking seeds." She pointed at the remaining bag. "This one is for picking seeds." Lin Fei raised her eyelids and explained in detail to the camera, "In planting, there is a saying of 3 or 5 tribulations. Friends who like planting should have heard of it. The so-called 3 or 5 tribulations means whether it will germinate within 5 days, whether it will mutate within 5 days, and test the quality after another 5 days. Every 5 days is as difficult as going through a tribulation." After a pause, Lin Fei continued, "Flower seeds are divided into 2 categories, picking seeds and picking seeds, which is actually related to the first 5. Whether they germinate in 5 days is counted from the time the seeds fall to the ground. Picking seeds are seeds that are still on the plant before they are obtained, while picking seeds are mostly obtained by seed hunters on the ground, which means that it is difficult to determine when they fall to the ground. Because of this," Lin Fei concluded, "picking seeds are usually several times more expensive than picking seeds." These information were found and analyzed by Lin Fei himself, and also learned from the customer service Xiaoyu at Subianwako before. Then, Lin Fei opened the first bag and carefully took out the only bulb in it. Lin Fei pinched the bottom of the oval bulb with his thumb and index finger, placed it in front of the camera, and slowly rotated it to show it, while introducing, "The store where I bought the flower seeds gave this bulb the number A77577. This is actually a rose bulb. Lin Fei can tell it at a glance without the blessing of the green plant eye. But in this world, there is no plant called rose, or no one has named it yet." Thinking of this, Lin Fei curled his lips and said, "The number is not easy to pronounce, and it is too ugly. I will give it a name. What should I call it?" Pretending to be in deep thought for a while, "Let's call it Rose. There is no special meaning. It is just easy to pronounce and nice to hear." After that, Lin Fei opened the second bag, which still contained a single one, a dried capsule. As usual, it was displayed and introduced first, and then it was named in a pretentious manner. Its name is Iris. It was the last bag. This bag was for picking seeds, worth 1988 star yuan, less than 1/5 of the price of the other 2 bags of picking seeds. Lin Fei weighed the bag and smiled. "It's quite heavy. It feels like there are a lot of seeds in it." As she spoke, Lin Fei poured all the seeds in the bag onto the coffee table. She counted them and said, "There are 13 seeds." She was smiling in front of the camera, but she felt regretful in her heart. Her green eyes could see the vitality of these seeds. Only 3 of the 13 seeds were alive, and the rest had no vitality. The whole unboxing video was recorded here. Lin Fei waved goodbye to the camera and announced, "I will record the planting videos of these flower seeds later. Friends who are interested can pay attention. See you next time." Chapter 14. Xiaoqiao had a live broadcast mission that day, and it was already late. She was called to the office by her manager to talk, so she returned to the dormitory much later than other trainees. "I'm back." Pushing open the dormitory door, Xiaoqiao raised her voice to greet, and said apologetically, "I have a lot of things to do today, so I came back late. Are you hungry? I make dinner right away." Hearing the noise, Lin Fei turned her head to look at the entrance and said, "I ate the meat pie you left for lunch and a nutrition bar. I'm not hungry now. Are you tired? Sit down and rest for a while. There's no rush to make dinner." Xiaoqiao took off the work clothes she wore for live broadcasting, changed into a loose casual clothes, rubbed her messy hair, and said, "Not tired. What do you want to eat for dinner?" While asking, Xiao Xiao had already walked to the kitchen. Seeing that he could not persuade her, Lin Wei shook his head helplessly and said, "As long as it's you who did it, anything is fine." After a pause, Lin Wei said jokingly, "You don't have to worry about me too much. I can't move only half of my body, but I can't move completely. I won't starve myself." Xiao Xiao wrinkled her nose at her and nodded seriously. "Yeah, you can't starve, but I am." Washing her hands, as if she thought of something happy, she chuckled twice. Lin Wei saw her and thought she looked like a little mouse that fell into a rice jar. Lin Wei asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Xiao laughed before she spoke, saying, "My agent told me that as long as I maintain my current popularity and wait for the commercials I shot before to be broadcast, the company will consider signing a formal anchor contract with me." Lin Wei blinked and said sincerely, "Then I'd like to congratulate you here in advance." After a while of fun, Xiao Xiao asked cautiously and casually, "Lin Wei, in fact, there is still a long time before your contract with the trainee department expires. Do you really not consider doing a live broadcast during this period? I can live broadcast with you." Lin Wei knew what Xiao Xiao meant. The girl wanted to take her flying. "No," Lin Wei said lightly, "I already have other plans." She did not reject live broadcasts, but compared to live broadcasts that require real-time interaction, Lin Wei prefers to make and publish videos. What's more, if Lin Wei broadcasts now, the audience who watched the live broadcast will mostly focus on her paralyzed body and the past of her original curious live broadcasts. I'm afraid that the comments in the barrage area at that time will not be very good. Maybe it will also implicate Xiao Xiao. Hearing that Lin Wei was not perfunctory and her tone was firm, Xiao Xiao didn't say anything more. Xiao Xiao prepared duck soup and fish noodles for dinner. There were ready-made duck soup bags she bought in the freezer. Just heat them up and put the fish noodles in. After taking the duck soup bags and preparing to take the fish noodles, Xiao Xiao stared at the open refrigerator and was stunned. "Huh? Lin Wei, what are those plates in the refrigerator?" Lin Wei answered concisely, "Flower seeds." Xiao Xiao was surprised and said, "You have already bought the flower seeds. Did you buy them in the afternoon?" Lin Wei responded with a raised his chin, and motioned Xiao Xiao to look at the terrace. Xiao Xiao was in such a hurry to enter the house just now that she didn't notice the pile of things in the corner of the terrace. Now that she saw it, Xiao Xiao stewed the duck soup and went to the terrace. Looking at the various planting tools on the terrace, she sighed. "Why did you buy so many?" Lin Wei explained, "I only bought 3 small bags of flower seeds. The ones you see are free with the flower seeds." "Free?" Xiao Xiao counted the planting tools on the terrace, 2 large bags of sterile mud, more than 10 planting pots of 3 sizes, many bottles of plant nutrients, tools for shoveling and loosening the soil, watering cans, etc. There were really a lot of free gifts, but Xiao Xiao thought of another aspect. Are the flower seeds expensive? She didn't even dare to search for the price of flower seeds, because she knew she couldn't afford it. Speaking of this, Lin Wei couldn't help but sigh. Yes. It's not very expensive. It cost her nearly half of her current wealth. Xiao Xiao returned to the kitchen to continue cooking dinner, and couldn't help but ask Lin Wei curiously, "Are you going to grow flowers in the future?" Although Lin Wei had mentioned this before, to be honest, Xiao Xiao didn't think it was reliable. Flowers are not easy to grow. Lin Wei was busy on the holographic screen of the communicator. He nodded and said, "Try it. If it doesn't work, try it again." Xiao Xiao saw that she was staring at him, and didn't know what she was doing, so she asked, "What are you busy with?" "I saw you busy as soon as I walked in." Lin Wei replied, "I'm doing post-editing for the unboxing video I recorded this afternoon." Xiao Xiao felt that she understood every word, but when they were put together, it seemed that she didn't understand. Lin Wei raised his eyelids and saw Xiao Xiao's confused look, so he smiled and said, "Wait until I'm done, I show you." Xiao Xiao stopped worrying about it, and just waited expectantly to see the finished video made by Lin Wei. The duck soup noodles for dinner were very delicious. Lin Wei and Xiao Xiao each occupied a corner of the coffee table and ate silently. Xiao Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked, "Lin Wei, why did you put the flower seeds in the refrigerator and soak them in water? Did you see the flower planting method on the forum?" Lin Wei narrowed her eyes and sipped the sweet and chewy fish noodles with enjoyment. This fish noodle is almost made of pure fish meat, and it is fresh river fish meat, so it is very delicious. Hearing this, she said carefully, "I didn't see it on the forum, I thought of it myself. The experience of growing flowers and plants in this world is still very scarce." Lin Wei didn't want to deceive or perfunctorily deal with Xiao Xiao, but she couldn't directly reveal the experience of that world. She could only explain it as briefly as possible. I saw that the seeds in many records on the forum did not germinate, so I wondered if it was because the shell of the seeds was too hard, and the new flowers and plants were tender, and could not break the hard shell by their own strength. Xiao Xiao understood when she heard this. So you soaked it in water to soften the shell of the seeds? Lin Wei praised, smart. That's right. Then why put the flower seeds in the refrigerator? The problem of soaking in water was solved, but another problem remained. Lin Wei was thinking about how to explain to Xiao Xiao that low temperature can stimulate dormant seeds and increase the germination rate of seeds. Just as Lin Wei was racking her brains to think about the words, her communicator rang rapidly. It rang at the right time. Lin Wei secretly praised in her heart. However, after seeing the name displayed on the communicator, Lin Wei couldn't help but smack her lips and wanted to take back her praise just now. The caller was Zhang Shuwan, the adoptive mother of the original body. Lin Wei didn't think about it and directly pressed the rejection button. The other party was persistent. Lin Wei, who was inconvenient with her hands, just pressed it off, and the communicator rang again the next second. Xiao Xiao stopped drinking soup and saw that Lin Wei was struggling to press the button, so she said, "Who is it? Show man? If you really don't want to answer, why not block her?" Lin Wei was still not familiar with the use of the communicator, so she used the excuse that she was inconvenient with one hand and directly pushed the communicator to Xiao Xiao, asking Xiao Xiao to help block the person. Xiao Xiao saw that the person displayed on the communicator was not Showman, but her mother, and her fingers that were about to operate the block paused. She raised her eyes to confirm with Lin Wei, "Block?" Lin Wei nodded in affirmation, "Block." The communicator finally quieted down. The whole dormitory also quieted down. However, not long after, Lin Wei's communicator rang again in a hurry. Xiao Xiao glanced at the caller ID on the communicator, and saw that the caller was her younger brother. Since the communicator was still in her hand, Xiao Xiao raised her eyes, and looked at Lin Wei inquiringly. Lin Wei had lost her appetite for food, so she put down her cutlery and said coldly, "Block." Xiao Xiao saw that she looked a little depressed and angry, so she didn't ask any more questions, and just responded, "Okay." Then she blocked the contact of her younger brother as well. The dormitory fell silent again. This time, there seemed to be an unpleasant ambiguity in the air. Zhou Man had described Lin Wei's mother and brother vividly. Even if Xiao Xiao had never seen them in person, she had already formed a rough outline of their image in her mind. Vulgar, greedy, and unsympathetic to Lin Wei. After a while, Xiao Xiao asked in a low voice, "Lin Wei, are you feeling better?" Lin Wei took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, "Yeah." Seeing that Xiao Xiao was hesitant to speak, Lin Wei asked directly, "What do you want to say?" Zhou Man said that the cake filled with gala fruit puree was bought for you by your brother, right? Xiao Xiao knew that it was inappropriate to ask this question at this point, which was tantamount to hurting Lin Wei's heart, but she still couldn't help asking. Yeah. Lin Wei was not the original body after all, so she didn't feel hurt, but she was a little angry. Then he knew? He knew. Lin Wei knew what Xiao Xiao wanted to ask, so she gave the answer directly without waiting for her to finish her question. When Lin Wei's answer came out, Xiao Xiao's eyes widened suddenly. No! He actually knew. Then Lin Wei's brother didn't want to kill Lin Wei. The fact that the brother poisoned his sister was too shocking, and Xiao Xiao couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Xiao Xiao didn't believe Zhou Man's rumor that Lin Wei and her brother colluded to defraud insurance from the beginning. Is Lin Wei stupid? Using her life to defraud insurance. If she loses her life, what's the point of defrauding more Star Yuan? Let's take a step back and say that Lin Wei is not dead, but with her current condition, the personal accident insurance will not be worth the loss unless it can pay a huge amount. Swallowing hard, Xiao Xiao walked to Lin Wei and squatted down, looking at Lin Wei who was sitting in a wheelchair. What are you going to do? Your brother should not be an adult yet? Do your parents know what he did to you? In fact, the answers to many things can be seen from the details. If Lin Wei's parents valued her, how could they let her continue to live in the dormitory with her physical inconvenience? Xiao Xiao is an emotional and kind girl. At this moment, she put herself in Lin Wei's shoes and worried about Lin Wei's future. With such a cruel brother who poisoned people and biased parents, can Lin Wei's home still be a home? When Lin Wei's contract with the trainee department expires, she will no longer be able to live in the trainee dormitory. So where can she go? Lin Wei looked helplessly at the tearful girl in front of her. Are you stupid? I didn't cry. Why are you crying? Xiao Xiao wiped the tears from her face and said angrily, Your brother is so bad. Lin Wei said, don't use your brother at this time, his name is Lin Fei. Lin Fei is really not a human. Xiao Xiao, who obviously can't curse, can't think of more appropriate swear words to curse, and she is even more angry. Lin Wei couldn't help laughing when listening to Xiao Xiao's cursing, and then, she lowered her eyes to look at her stiff right half of her body, sighed, and said, yes, he is so bad at such a young age, I really can't let him go like this. She is not the original body, and she doesn't want to suffer the sin of hemiplegia in vain. Chapter 15. The capital star and Luochen star are far apart, and there is a time difference of nearly 10 hours in the entire district. So, when Lin Wei was alone in the trainee dormitory, the night was falling, and the Lin's Waste Electronic Recycling Store in District 3 of Luochen Star was still bathing in the scorching sun at noon. At that time, Zhang Shuan was cleaning up the electronic waste that Lin Xuan received the day before in the store's utility room, picking out the usable electronic parts and sorting them into a basket. These can all be sold at a good price. Zhang Shuan was reluctant to throw away the remaining useless electronic waste, and piled them all in a corner of the utility room. Although these can't be sold for much money, if you save more, you can sell them for 100 or more star yuan. Zhang Shuan was busy cleaning up while calculating in her mind. At this time, the voice of her son Lin Fei came from afar, and Zhang Shuan hurriedly looked up and responded, Mom is in the utility room. Not long after, accompanied by a messy sound of footsteps, Lin Fei appeared at the door of the utility room. Seeing Lin Fei stepping into the utility room, as if he was about to take off the mask on his face, Zhang Shuan hurriedly stopped him. Wear it, the filter is not turned on, be careful, don't get hypoxia again. Zhang Shuan is in good health, and has never suffered from hypoxia since she was a child, so she never takes the air problem seriously. There is a second-hand air filter installed in the utility room, but Zhang Shuan never turns it on when she is alone in order to save money. Speaking of which, when Lin Wei was here before, she came to the utility room to help, and Zhang Shuan didn't let her open it. Lin Fei didn't listen to Zhang Shuan. He took off the mask on his face when he entered the utility room, and then called Mom, with tears and sobs in his voice. Zhang Shuan was shocked when she saw Lin Fei's face clearly. She was shocked, angry and distressed. How did this happen? Who hit you? On Lin Fei's dark and yellow face, there was a clear slap mark. The outlines of his 5 fingers were still there, swollen. Holding his swollen and painful half of his face, Lin Fei did not answer but asked, Mom, do you still have Xingyuan? Hearing that Lin Fei seemed to be asking for Xingyuan, Zhang Shujuan's face froze, and the distress in her eyes faded away. Seeing this, Lin Fei cried and said, Mom, you have to help me, you have to save me, Mom. Those debt collectors said that if I don't pay back the money, they will cut off one of my hands, Mom. Zhang Shuan was confused and looked at Lin Fei and asked, Debt collection? Why are you still here to collect debts? Hasn't the money been paid back long ago? Before, she and Lin Fei were forcibly repatriated by the law enforcers of the capital star, and they were still worried. As a result, they were scolded by Lin Xuan as soon as they entered the house, and Lin Fei was beaten by Lin Xuan. Zhang Shuan realized that her son actually owed a lot of debts outside, and those debt collectors couldn't find him, so they came to make trouble directly. Zhang Shuan knew that her son was playing with money outside, that is, gambling. She heard that it only takes a few star yuan to play once. It was said that one person would plant a few seeds in public, and then the others would place bets, guessing which seed would germinate, which seed would not mutate, and which seed would grow high quality. If one was guessed right, the investment would be returned, 2 would be doubled, and if all 3 were guessed right, a large dividend would be given. Zhang Shuan felt that it was only a few star yuan of investment, so if she lost, she lost. Her son was at the age where he loved to play, so it was okay for him to play for a while. Boys, only by playing well can they make friends and expand their social circle. What Zhang Shuan didn't know was that there were many different ways to gamble in the black market, far more than what she had heard, and the size of winning and losing was even more different. That time, the debt collectors came to his house several times, but Lin Xuan refused to pay, saying that he wanted to make Lin Fei suffer a little and learn a lesson. Zhang Shuan felt sorry for her son, and couldn't bear to see him living in fear every day and losing a lot of weight, so she made up her own money to pay off her son's debt. That was the private money she had saved up under the nose of Lin Xuan, who was stingy all these years. She herself was reluctant to spend half a star yuan, and it was all gone in an instant. Even after many days, Zhang Shujuan's heart ached every time she thought about it. Lin Fei held Zhang Shujuan's arm, and cried and begged. Although Zhang Shujuan's heart was still hurting, she was softened by her son's cry. Tell me clearly what happened, and I will find a way for you. Lin Fei saw that there was a chance, so he stopped crying and hesitantly explained the whole story to Zhang Shujuan. According to Lin Fei, he actually owed 2 debts outside. One was the one that Zhang Shujuan had paid for him before. That one was borrowed earlier and due earlier. The other one was the one he came to collect now, which just expired. Zhang Shujuan was stunned and asked weakly after a while, how much is this debt? Lin Fei's eyes flickered. 80,000 star yuan. Zhang Shujuan took a breath and felt that she had difficulty breathing, as if she was suffering from hypoxia. She gritted her teeth and asked, is it 7 or 8? Lin Fei met Zhang Shujuan's gaze, and his eyes shrank for a moment. 70,000 star yuan is enough to pay back. However, whether it is 70,000 or 80,000, Zhang Shujuan can't take out this star yuan now. Zhang Shujuan said, wait for your dad to come back. Before Zhang Shujuan finished speaking, Lin Fei almost screamed, don't let dad know. Absolutely not. He will beat me to death. He will definitely beat me to death, Mom. But Mom has no star yuan anymore. Zhang Shujuan said helplessly, looking at the tall and big sun in front of her. She was a little dazed. How could it become like this? Lin Fei knew Zhang Shujuan, and seeing Zhang Shujuan's expression, he knew that she probably really had no star yuan in her hand. Lin Fei approached Zhang Shujuan and whispered to remind her, Mom, you said that the compensation from their company has arrived? Zhang Shujuan was stunned for a moment, and then she remembered her adopted daughter Lin Wei, who had been forgotten in the corner for a long time. Zhang Shujuan immediately said, I check her account. When Lin Wei signed the contract with Yuran, she used a sub-account under Zhang Shujuan's personal account. When Lin Wei was still a minor, Zhang Shujuan could not only check the account, but also freely operate the sub-account to transfer money. Now that Lin Wei is an adult, Zhang Shujuan can still check the account, but she can't transfer money. It would have been better if she didn't check it. Once she checked it, Zhang Shujuan was furious. What did she buy with the 52,000 star yuan that just arrived? She spent more than 20,000 yuan in a short time. It's only been a short time since she spent it, and her heart is wild. I shouldn't have agreed to let her sign with that anchor company. Lin Fei didn't listen to Zhang Shujuan's endless complaints against Lin Wei. He only listened to the amount of the check reported by Zhang Shujuan. 52,000, TSK, what can this amount do? Zhang Shujuan angrily called Lin Wei, but the other party didn't answer and hung up directly. Zhang Shujuan spat, continued to call, and was hung up again. She called again, and the communicator sounded an electronic prompt. Your contact number has been set to automatically reject calls. Is it directly blocked? Zhang Shujuan's face turned black when she heard the electronic prompt. Fei, call her. Zhang Shujuan was angry and furious. This damn girl actually dared to block me. If she has the ability, don't come back in the future. If she comes back, see how I deal with her. Lin Fei has always looked down on Lin Wei, and didn't want to call Lin Wei to ask for star yuan. He complained in his heart that Zhang Shujuan was useless, and couldn't even control a weak person like Lin Wei, but when he thought of the remaining 30,000 star yuan in Lin Wei's account, it was a little less, but it was better than nothing. However, his treatment from Lin Wei was not even as good as Zhang Shujuan's. Zhang Shujuan made at least 2 calls before she was blocked. When it was his turn, he only made 1 call, and was blocked when he wanted to make another call. Being blocked by someone he never took seriously, Lin Fei was so angry that the flesh on his face twitched ferociously. The 2 were forcibly repatriated for causing trouble, and they are still under the restriction of the capital star. In other words, neither of them can go to the capital star in the short term. Now that Lin Wei refused to answer and blocked them, no matter how angry they were, they couldn't do anything to Lin Wei. Zhang Shujuan cursed Lin Wei with a lot of dirty words for a while, and when she was tired of scolding, she turned her head to look at her son's half-swollen face, and her heartache came up again, and she negotiated. I think we should wait for your dad. Lin Fei interrupted impatiently. I've already told you that my dad can't know about this. He beats me harder than those debt collectors. What should I do? Mom really has no more star yuan in her hand. Zhang Shujuan said helplessly. Lin Fei thought for a while and said, Mom, don't you still have a green stone ring that my dad gave you? No. Zhang Shujuan refused without thinking. Absolutely not, that ring is for our Lin family as an heirloom. Lin Fei cried again, heirloom? What heirloom? Mom. Your son, I was beaten to death by those debt collectors. You keep this heirloom. Who are you going to pass it on to? The one who got it? Lin Fei walked out of Lin's waste electronic recycling store with brisk steps, and walked straight all the way to a corner. A little fat man who was about half a head shorter than him came forward. The little fat man smiled when he saw Lin Fei, and came over to ask, "How is it? Did you get it?" Lin Fei threw the ring in his hand, did not answer, but gave the little fat man a proud look. The little fat man stared at Lin Fei's palm with curiosity. "Let me see. Is it really made of green singing stone?" Lin Fei spread his palm to show him. "Of course it's fake. My mother kept it as a family heirloom. In fact, the material used in this ring can only be said to be average, and the green singing stone on it is not big, that is, the gloss is not bad." When Lin Xuan gave it to Zhang Shuan, this ring was not valuable. It was only in recent years that some experts' research showed that long-term wearing of green singing stone can reduce the incidence of hypoxia, and the price of green singing stone was hiked up, and this ring became precious. Lin Fei looked at the ring in his hand, and said without any reluctance, "Once I sell this ring, I will have Xing Yuan to do big business with Brotherly." The little fat man nodded happily, but Lin Fei suddenly kicked him, and he fell on his buttocks. Lin Fei touched his swollen face, and pretended to be angry. "I asked you to hit me, but you really killed me." The little fat man got up from the ground and laughed. "If I don't really hit you, can you fool your mother?" Lin Fei thought so too, so he didn't bother with the little fat man anymore, and shouted, "Let's go to the black market." Chapter 16. Lin Wei, who was in the capital star, knew nothing about the mess of the Lin family. She was not interested at all, and did not want to know. Lin Wei was very busy these 2 days. The unboxing video was finally edited and post-produced with her efforts despite her disability. Xiao Xiao, as the first viewer of this unreleased video, praised Lin Wei a lot after watching it. Of course, Lin Wei was calm. She did not become confident in Xiao Xiao's exaggerated praise, and then casually released the video. She still had to wait. What was she waiting for? Wait until she had studied all the data about the video on Finalizing. According to Lin Wei's past experience, if a new video uphost wants to stand out from the crowd and take off quickly, knowing the platform where he will release the video is only one of the most important things. The most important thing is to have a stable and high-quality output, and release his original videos at a fixed time. And now, due to his physical condition, Lin Wei is slow in everything he does. In order to avoid the embarrassment of a long hiatus after the first video was released, Lin Wei decided to at least wait until there was a stock of finished videos in hand before releasing her first original video after coming to this world. The seeds had been refrigerated in the freezer for 24 hours. Lin Wei took out all 3 plates and left them at room temperature. Lin Wei placed the video capture communicator near the 3 plates and filmed the changes of the seeds in the plates in a time-lapse photography. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Wei had a casual lunch, digested the food for a while, and then took a nap for an hour. It was less than 3 hours in total. When Lin Wei, who was sleepy, returned to the coffee table to check, she was surprised by the changes of the seeds in the plates. I saw that the few live seeds in the 3 plates had already turned white. Lin Wei thought it would take longer. The so-called whitening means that the seeds have shown signs of germination, which means that they can be sown. It is worth mentioning here that Lin Wei peeled the rose bulbs and obtained a total of 11 rose seeds, but only 2 of them were live seeds. There were 8 seeds in the iris capsule, but unfortunately only 1 was a live seed. Such a low live seed rate, Lin Wei felt that it should have nothing to do with her personal luck, but a common phenomenon in this alien world. Lin Wei did not discard the dead seeds, nor did she distinguish between dead seeds and live seeds. She soaked all the seeds in water and refrigerated them together, as if she had not noticed anything. Of course, Lin Wei would plant them all in the flower pot together later. The reason is simple. Lin Wei just wanted to make herself look like an ordinary person at least. If you have a plug-in, you can use it, but you still have to hide it well. Planting seeds is a big project, and it is not something that Lin Wei, who is now half paralyzed, can accomplish alone. Fortunately, there is Xiao Xiao. Lin Wei thought with some relief that, considering the time, Xiao Xiao, who has no live broadcast task today, should be back soon. A few days later. Early in the morning, before the performance class started, several trainees who loved to gossip gathered together to chat. One of the trainees suddenly lowered his voice and asked, "By the way, have you seen the video that Lin Wei sent?" What? Lin Wei? Video? The other trainees looked confused and obviously didn't know what she was talking about. Is it the unboxing video? Seeing that no one else knew, the trainee who started the topic showed a bit of pride on his face. "I accidentally saw a well-made video on Finalizing last night. It was quite interesting. When I saw the video poster was Wei Rui, I didn't react. I clicked on her Finalizing homepage and found that it was Lin Wei. I remember Lin Wei's Finalizing account is called Lin Wei, right? Wei Rui. Did she change her name? There was a trainee who was obviously a doer. He went to Finalizing and searched for keywords, Wei Rui. Unboxing video, wow, the number of views has exceeded 500,000. As soon as this was said, other trainees also went to Finalizing to search, followed by exclamations. A jealous trainee said sourly, "It's only 500,000 views, you guys are exaggerating. Don't forget that she has a roommate who ranks first on the Anchor newcomer list. Look, as soon as this video was released, her roommate forwarded it 3 times to her fans, and the views came." The trainee next to her smacked his lips and agreed. How many star yuan are 500,000 views worth? If I remember correctly, Finalizing only gives 5 star yuan in bonus for 10,000 views, right? She spent 21,988 star yuan just to buy flower seeds. You can calculate how many views it will take to make it back. Some people heard it and felt. That's right, and the users on Finalizing seem to be quite stingy, not giving much reward. You see, although Lin Wei's video has a high number of views, the highest reward is only worth 10 star yuan. I feel that Lin Wei can't even make back her money, right? A trainee who passed by and heard a little disagreed and retorted, "It's not calculated that way. If it were me, if more than 20,000 star yuan could be exchanged for more than 500,000 views, 80,000 comments, and nearly 30,000 barrages, I would be happy even if Finalizing didn't give any reward money and the audience just took advantage of it for free. This is pure traffic and popularity, which is sustainable and developing." Her companion also said, "It's been less than 24 hours since this video was released, and it feels like it has a lot of staying power. With the current popularity, it should be promoted intelligently by Finalizing's backstage. I estimate that the number of views will reach 1 million tomorrow or the day after tomorrow." The jealous trainee wanted to say something, but when he saw that the 2 trainees who passed by to refute her were the second and third on the Anchor newcomer list, he immediately shut up. These 2 are different from Xiao Xiao, who has just started. Xiao Xiao is an unexpected hit. The popularity came quickly and went away even faster. Whether she can maintain it is still unknown. And these 2, whether in terms of external conditions, personal strength, or live broadcast qualifications, are top-notch among all the trainees. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 will basically be able to become Uran's official anchors within this month, and then they will be treated very differently from the trainees like them. Xiao Xiao was so angry when she heard those people picking on Lin Wei's video. She was ready to rush out and argue with those people. Even if she was not good at talking, she had to talk to them. Lin Wei's video had more than 500,000 views because the quality of the video itself was good, and it had nothing to do with her forwarding recommendation. Fortunately, there were people who knew what was good, and not everyone was blind. Especially when she heard that the third-ranked person said that Lin Wei's video would be promoted by the platform and could reach 1 million views, Xiao Xiao was very proud. After all, she was the first viewer of this video with a near million views volume. Zhou Man was a member of the gossiping group at first. After logging onto Finalizing and searching for Lin Wei's unboxing video, she left the group with a gloomy face. At this time, Zhou Man sat in a corner of the classroom with her head down. The discussion in the classroom gradually died down with the arrival of the performance teacher. However, Zhou Man never raised her head to listen to the class. The holographic screen of the communicator was playing Lin Wei's video titled "Flower Seeds Bought for 21988 star yuan. Surprise Unboxing." Zhou Man watched intently. This was the 3rd time she had watched it. Lin Wei in the video was not wearing makeup, and she looked like the first time Zhou Man saw her, clean and pretty. The barrage that slid across the video was also praising in this way. Although occasionally you can see a few malicious barrages, such as asking why Lin Wei didn't do the strange live broadcast, asking if she was in a wheelchair because of the previous strange live broadcast accident, and thinking that Lin Wei spent 21988 star yuan to buy flower seeds was simply a bad brain, but they were all drowned in the many praising barrages, too inconspicuous. And Zhou Man could only find them if she deliberately looked for them. The first impression of the whole video is soothing warmth. The sunlight in the video is bright but not dazzling. It gently shines on Lin Wei's side face, making her side face clear and gentle. Lin Wei's voice is shallow when she is doing popular science, and her speech speed is very slow, orderly and clear. With this way of speaking, Zhou Man just feels that no matter what Lin Wei says, the audience will suppress their temper and listen. After watching for a while, Zhou Man slowly closed her eyes, and she couldn't help but start to imagine. Imagine if this video was posted by her, if all these views, comments and barrages belong to her. Imagine that the barrage and comment area praises her. She is praised for her beauty. She is praised for her beautiful fingers, and she is praised for her healing voice. How great it would be. Jo Man was even reluctant to open her eyes. After all, everything in her imagination was so sweet. The video should have ended after Lin Fei showed everyone the third bag of seeds and previewed the next episode. However, there was still a small part left when the video progress bar went dark. A string of cute words suddenly popped up. Don't leave in a hurry, there are Easter eggs later. When Jo Man first saw this string of words, she didn't quite understand what the so-called Easter eggs meant. But after watching the last clip of the video, Jo Man realized that the so-called Easter eggs were probably surprises. Different from the warm tone of the previous video, this clip was made in black and white, with a total length of only more than 30 seconds, silent, and fast-forwarded. In the video, you can see that Lin Fei is pushing a wheelchair, facing a huge package head-on. The text description flashed on the package: buy flower seeds and get a gift package of planting. Lin Fei raised her hand, as if to compare height with a gift bag, and then she pushed the wheelchair, circling around the gift bag again and again. Finally, she stopped, raised the tool knife in her hand, and cut it down with an imposing force. Without warning, a large number of flower pots fell from the open gift bag, and the video suddenly had a triple freeze frame at the moment when the flower pots fell down. In the freeze frame, Lin Fei went from panic and confusion to helplessness after being hit by the flower pots. Every expression seemed exaggerated and funny because of the freeze frame. Ha ha ha, this part really made me laugh to death. The three big ones were used very cleverly. Please ask which store did Wei Rui buy the flower seeds from. I also want such a big planting gift bag. Wei Rui is so cute when she keeps spinning in circles. Wei Rui, so big, ha, I can't stop laughing. I admit that I was shocked by Wei Rui's eyes when she raised the knife, but she was only handsome for 3 seconds. Because of the fast-forward playback, this video gives people a weird sense of humor. This is undoubtedly a very trendy video expression form, which successfully pokes the laughter points of most viewers. Even Jo Man, who is cunning, couldn't help but curl her lips when she first watched this video. The barrage is the real-time feedback of the audience when watching this video, and the comments are mostly the aftertaste of the impression of the video in the audience's mind after watching the video. The last part is very funny, but laughing, I can't help but feel sad for Wei Rui. What's going on? This comment was liked to the front row, and many viewers replied in agreement under the comment. As a newcomer, I don't know what happened to Wei Rui, but I feel that her life must be difficult. I feel the same way. So sad. I feel Wei Rui is a very optimistic person with a good mentality. I'm a fan of her. This is exactly what Lin Fei wants. According to Lin Wei's past experience, with her current physical condition, it is not impossible to deliberately play a miserable role in the video to win the audience's sympathy. It's just like Xianglin Sa, who was very pitiful, but was eventually hated by everyone around her. The way to win sympathy is very important. Straightforwardly describing one's physical condition in the video: half of my body can't move, my life is not easy, I am so pitiful. This is actually a very negative output, and it is difficult for the audience to empathize with the screen. And now, Lin Fei said nothing, just self-deprecatingly filmed a very small thing, which was obviously so small and simple, but she couldn't do it well, or even couldn't do it. After laughing, the audience suddenly realized that I seemed to be laughing at the hardships of other people's lives. This shouldn't be the case. Maybe it's just a little bit of guilt, but it's true emotion, and it will also leave the audience with a positive and optimistic impression of Lin Fei. Of course, Jo Man, who is full of jealousy, can't understand the various considerations that Lin Fei made when making this video. Looking at the peaceful barrage area of the last video, Jo Man gritted her teeth and complained to Lin Fei in her heart. Why couldn't she think of such a good creative idea earlier? If Lin Fei could think of this video production method earlier, why would the two of them be the last on the anchor newcomer list every issue? Complaining in her heart, Jo Man's fingers moved quickly. She first forwarded the unboxing video and wrote in a familiar tone, "Congratulations to Wei Wei for breaking through 500,000 video views." Come on Wei Wei. Afterwards, Jo Man switched back to Wei Wei's Finalizing homepage and replied to the comment with the highest number of likes on the unboxing video. Point to Yueron's live broadcast room 1158038. If you want to know more about the unboxing and Wei Wei's flower planting process, you can see it here. Chapter 17. Lin Fei certainly couldn't be indifferent to the increase in various data related to the first video she posted after coming to this world. But she was not a real novice after all. When she was free, Lin Fei would also take a look at the data and be happy about the rapid growth of the data, but she would not stare at it all the time. nor would she refresh it repeatedly. Because of this, Lin Wei did not notice Zhou Man's obvious behavior of riding on the popularity at the first time. That day, Lin Wei stayed alone in the dormitory as usual. However, there was a voice in the dormitory. Just now, Lin Wei received a video call request from Xiao Yu, a customer service of Subian Wako. Lin Wei answered it immediately. In the video, Xiao Yu greeted Lin Wei with a standard smile. "Hello, Wei." Lin Wei smiled back. "Hello?" After a simple greeting, Xiao Yu asked directly, "The seed should have been planted, right?" Lin Wei nodded, "Yes." Xiao Yu asked again, "Have they sprouted?" Lin Wei pretended to be happy and said, "Sprouted? The quality of the seeds in your store is really good. Several have sprouted." Xiao Yu was obviously surprised and confirmed with Lin Wei. "Several?" "Yes." Lin Wei's face was filled with joy, which looked real and not fake. Xiao Yu immediately said, "I need to observe them closely. Can I see them?" Lin Wei said, "Wait a moment," and then picked up the communicator placed on the coffee table. As she moved, the video perspective changed several times, and the entire dormitory environment fell into Xiao Yu's eyes during this process. Finally, the view stopped shaking, and 5 large flower pots appeared in the video. When facing the 5 large flower pots at close range, Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow!" In the 5 large flower pots, except for one that was motionless, the remaining 4 flower pots actually had green seedlings emerging, and even one flower pot had 2 green seedlings emerging. This is incredible. Since the opening of Suabian flowers and grasses, Xiao Yu has handled thousands of orders for flowers and grasses, not to mention tens of thousands. Every time she visits, Xiao Yu has seen many customers frowning and sighing. "No sprouts." This is the most frequent answer Xiao Yu heard during the visit. Occasionally, Xiao Yu will meet an ecstatic customer because one of the seeds purchased by the customer has sprouted. Yes, one. As a customer service representative of a popular flower and grass seed store, Xiao Yu considers herself to be knowledgeable. The most she had ever seen was a customer with 3 seeds germinating, but that was based on the fact that the customer bought more than 100,000 star yuan seeds at one time. If you really count, the germination rate is still very low. And this customer named Wei Rui, she only bought more than 20,000 star yuan 3 small bags of flower seeds, and even one of the bags of flower seeds was basically picked up seeds that were basically assumed not to germinate, but she actually had 5 seeds germinate. A full 5. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a miracle. Xiao Yu closed her eyes and took a deep breath, adjusting her overly excited mood. When she opened her eyes again, she saw 5 juicy and crisp green seedlings. Xiao Yu, what to do? Still so excited. This is a miracle. Miracle. Thanks to the video angle facing the flower pot, Xiao Yu can't see the expression on Lin Wei's face at the moment. Otherwise, she would definitely be confused why the customer Wei Rui's expression was so dull, and there seemed to be a trace of regret in her eyes. Regret. Of course Lin Wei would feel regretful. After all, she originally had 6 live seeds in her hand, including 2 live rose seeds, 1 live iris seed, and 3 picked live seeds, but only 5 of them germinated in the end. Looking at the 5 thriving green seedlings in the flower pot, Lin Wei couldn't help but recall the strange things that happened when she and Xiao were sowing seeds together that night. That day, Xiao, who had no live broadcast task, came back very early. Lin Wei was inconvenient to move, so she could only use her mouth to ask Xiao to help mix the sterile mud and the bone meal and eggshell powder stored in advance in proportion. Without a seedling pot, Lin Wei used a large flower pot instead, manually partitioned, and carefully planted each seed, whether it was alive or dead, into the flower pot partition. 3 live seeds were picked up, one of which was brown-gray and flat, and Lin Wei identified it as a hollyhock. The other 2 were gray-black with rough skin and looked like small mines. They were easy to identify. They were a very common plant in Lin Wei's past world, Mirabilis jalapa, also known as night-blooming flower and rouge flower. Originally, everything was going according to plan, but without warning, when Xiao planted a Mirabilis jalapa seed into the soil, the vitality status bar of the Mirabilis jalapa seed in Lin Wei's eyes suddenly began to drop rapidly. It was clearly white, and it was about to sprout. Lin Wei hurriedly stopped Xiao and asked Xiao to dig the Mirabilis jalapa seed out of the flower pot for her. Xiao didn't understand why, but she still did it. After getting the seed, Lin Wei frowned even more tightly. Even though she was equipped with the eye of green plants, she was helpless. The seed did not use the status bubble to express its needs to her. Lin Wei had no idea what happened to the purple jalapa seed. She could only rely on her experience to bring the seed to the pool, clean the dirt on its surface, and use all the methods she could think of to rescue the unexpected seed. Unfortunately, it was useless. Not to mention that Lin Wei's current conditions were limited. In fact, when Xiao Qiao handed the seed to her, the vitality of the seed had already reached the bottom. Did I plant it wrong? What's wrong with it? Xiao Qiao asked nervously because Lin Wei's face changed drastically before. Lin Wei sorted out his mood and said in a soothing tone, "No, it's not your problem." After thinking about it, Lin Wei put the seed that had no vitality by the pool and waved to Xiao Qiao, motioning her to come over and take a look. Xiao Qiao didn't doubt it, bent over and moved closer, then uttered a sound. There is a raised white spot. It's very small, and it's hard to find without careful observation. Knowing that his performance just now was a bit extreme, Lin Wei had to deceive Xiao Qiao kindly. "Well, I just saw this and thought it was something strange." As he spoke, Lin Wei hid the obscurity in his eyes. In fact, the white spot that Xiao Qiao saw was not as white as when Lin Wei first saw it. Perhaps because it had lost its vitality, the small white bud had been stained with an ugly dead gray. "You are so lucky, Wei Rui." Xiao Qiao's voice, which could not hide her excitement, pulled Lin Wei back from the memory of the strange things that night. Lin Wei raised the corner of his mouth and agreed. "Yes, I also think I am very lucky." Although Xiao Qiao could not see the expression on Lin Wei's face, she could still feel that the emotion in her voice was not as high as she expected. However, considering that it seemed that customer Wei Rui was buying flower seeds for the first time, perhaps she did not know what the germination of 5 seeds meant. Xiao Qiao decided to give customer Wei Rui a little popular science, so that she could have a deep understanding of the real germination rate of their flower seeds, which was almost bloody, and let her be as excited and happy as she was for witnessing the miracle. Lin Wei listened carefully to Xiao Qiao's popular science, responded at the right time, and exclaimed in cooperation. "Only 3 of the seeds worth hundreds of thousands of star yuan germinated. Is that true? Wow, then I have 5 seeds that germinated. Isn't that amazing? Ha ha ha, yes, yes, I'm so lucky." No, it's not all because of my good luck. It's also because the quality of the seeds in your store is good. Yeah, I come again next time. Outside the camera, Lin Wei had a blank expression on her face, and her eyes were empty, which was completely different from the joyful tone she spoke. Lin Wei thought to herself that the seeds in this world not only have a low survival rate, but also an even lower germination rate. Although according to the record she saw on the Planting Experience Exchange forum, the seeds of those posters did not germinate, a large part of the reason was that they sowed in the wrong way. However, Lin Wei thought of the purple jalapa seed that was clearly white, but died for unknown reasons. Maybe there are some reasons that she can't find out for the time being. As her thoughts raced, Xiao Qiao's science popularization session came to an end, and during this period, Lin Wei's various reactions barely met Xiao Qiao's expectations. Sure enough, it was because she didn't understand. She said that a miracle happened right in front of her eyes, and no one could remain calm. Before hanging up, Xiao Qiao reminded, "There should be 2 or 3 more follow-up visits later. Please pay attention to answer the call." Lin Wei replied, "Okay." Xiao Qiao cleared her throat, rectified her tone, and said, "It is indeed a miracle that you have 5 seeds sprouting, but I hope you don't believe in miracles too much. After all, the reason why miracles are called miracles is because the probability of their occurrence is very small. I believe that you will do your best to take care of these 5 sprouted seeds without me saying much, but at the same time, I also hope that you can always pay attention to their status. Once you find that they are abnormal, don't hesitate, and be sure to deal with them as soon as possible." After hanging up the video call, Xiao Qiao's last words still echoed in Lin Wei's ears. This is not the first time that customer service Xiaoyu has told her this. In fact, today is not the first time that customer service Xiaoyu has visited her. Regarding the follow-up visit, this is stated in the purchase agreement signed by Lin Wei when purchasing the flower seeds. After a customer buys flower seeds from a store, it is assumed that he or she voluntarily accepts the store's irregular return visits for half a month. The day after Lin Wei bought the flower seeds, customer service Xiaoyu made her first return visit. However, at that time, the flower seeds Lin Wei bought were still refrigerated in the freezer. Lin Wei just said that she had not started planning yet, and showed the customer service Xiaoyu the messy terrace of the dormitory, the messy flower pots, and the sterile mud that had not been opened at all. Because of this, the return visit was very brief and ended in less than 3 minutes. The communicator in Lin Wei's hand beeped twice, indicating that there was a new message. When she opened the holographic screen of the communicator, she saw that it was Xiaoyu, the customer service, who sent her 5 messages in one breath. Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a little curious, and clicked on the 5 messages. Then, after reading the 5 messages, Lin Fei was silent. Xiaoyu, the customer service, was probably really worried that she, the creator of 5 seedling miracles, would indulge in the creation of a second miracle. The 5 messages she sent to Lin Fei were 5 news reports. Lin Fei glanced at them roughly, and the contents described in these 5 news reports were similar. Generally speaking, Mr. or Ms. XX, because of a moment of reluctance or a fluke, did not deal with the flowers and plants that showed signs of mutation in time, which led to a series of tragedies. It is actually not appropriate to say that it was a tragedy. It may be because those mutated flowers and plants were not very powerful when they just mutated, so those gentlemen and ladies were at most bitten on the legs and broken arms. The most serious case in the report was that the plants raised by Mr. XX could release poisonous gas after mutation, causing a lot of panic to other people living around him. In short, they all suffered minor injuries, but none of them were serious. Obviously, customer service Xiaoyu was warning customer Wei. Lin Fei was a little amused and replied slowly, received. The significance of the store customer service returning to the customer is probably to remind and supervise the customer not to privately keep mutated flowers and plants. Undoubtedly, customer service Xiaoyu has done a very diligent job in this regard. Chapter 18. Xiaoyu played games all night and woke up when the sun was shining brightly. After taking a look at the message, Xiaoyu did not rush to reply, but sat on the edge of the bed and shook his sleepy head. He vaguely remembered that Xiaoyu seemed to say yesterday that she would visit customers today. Xiaoyu stretched and stood up. As the boss of Subian Wako, Xiaoyu felt that he still needed to ask about the situation of the visit, so as to avoid his family's polite but irritable little customer service, who would scold him for being a hands-off boss every day. Walking from the bedroom to the door of Xiaoyu's study, Xiaoyu's communicator rang again. Xiaoyu pushed the door and read the message. It seemed that he saw something that interested him, and Xiaoyu raised one eyebrow. This time, he no longer just read, but moved his fingers and replied to the message. After replying to the message, Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel surprised. If he had opened the study door without knocking, Xiaoyu, who worked inside, would have complained. He didn't get scolded today. Xiaoyu looked up and saw Xiaoyu sitting in front of the computer. There was a video window on the computer, but the other party had obviously hung up, and now all he could see was black. Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu called out tentatively. Xiaoyu turned around and looked at Xiaoyu thoughtfully, asking, "Do you think the rumors about Hailan 2 are true?" Xiaoyu was puzzled by the question. Just as he was about to speak, his communicator rang again. Xiaoyu glanced at the message and said, "What Hailan 2? What rumors? Aren't you visiting customers today? How was the visit?" Xiaoyu's question seemed to light up Xiaoyu's whole being. She immediately described to Xiaoyu in detail the wonder she had just seen when she visited the customer Wei. 5 seeds sprouted, incredible. Xiaoyu sighed again, paused, and said, "So I was thinking, isn't there a rumor over at Hailan that some people are born with a magnetic field compatible with plants, and are more likely to cultivate high-quality potted plants? They also gave this kind of people a name, called something like green plant. Apostle? Could that customer be the rumored green plant apostle?" After replying to the message, Xiaoyu shook his head, thinking that his little customer service was sometimes really cute. He said with a somewhat helpless tone, "Don't believe in rumors, don't spread rumors. It's just a good luck once. She just had 5 seeds sprouted, not directly cultivated 5 high-quality products. Oh, the requirements for high-quality products are too high, 5 good products. If the 5 sprouted seeds of this customer you mentioned all survived and grew into good potted plants, then I would admit that she is that apostle." Xiaoyu listened to him and thought about it, and felt that it was right. Just as she was about to say something, Xiaoyu's communicator rang again. Xiaoyu asked casually, "Who is it?" Xiaoyu replied, "Lu Qingqing." "Lu Qingqing?" Xiaoyu suddenly turned her chair to face Xiaoyu, and her voice suddenly rose several degrees. "Why are you still in touch with her?" Xiaoyu said nonchalantly, "She is beautiful and has a sweet voice. Why don't you contact her?" Xiaoyu snorted coldly, "I admit that she has a sweet voice, and she sings well, but she is beautiful? She is not even as pretty as Wei Rui." Xiaoyu asked in confusion, "Wei Rui? Who is Wei Rui?" "She is the miracle creator of the 5 seedlings." Xiaoyu recalled for him, "You have been calling her the customer in the wheelchair before." Xiaoyu said, "Oh, and obviously remembered that's okay. He paused. It turned out that the customer in the wheelchair sprouted 5 seeds. She is lucky. You should visit her more often. I think she is short of money. Don't make trouble. Xia Xiaoyu responded with a no, and then narrowed her eyes dangerously. Don't change the subject. What does Lu Qingqing want to ask you for? Xia Yujia said indifferently. What else can you do? Ask me if I want to go to Mingxi to play, saying that you have got something good to show me. Good thing? Xia Xiaoyu said, with a suspicious look on his face. What good things can she have? Xia Yujia replied to the message. I'm asking. After a while, he shrugged helplessly. She refused to elaborate, just said that the thing was mixed with green oxygen, and it was like a dream, and it was comfortable to death. Xia Xiaoyu reminded with a stern face. Star law prohibits individuals from smuggling green oxygen. Xia Yujia took 2 steps forward, patted Xia Xiaoyu's head with his hand, and lowered his voice. That place is a dreamland. How can a well-behaved thing appear there? That's not right. 2 years ago, a well-behaved person appeared there. For him. Xia Xiaoyu didn't care about these, and waved away the hand that was messing with her head, and said seriously, Don't go. If you dare to go, I will call Mr. Bai Yi immediately. Xia Yujia said helplessly. How old are you, Xia Xiaoyu, and you are still complaining? Bai Yi is very busy. How can he have the time to take care of me? Xia Xiaoyu stood up, raised her head, and said with a look of you don't know this, do you? Mr. Bai Yi told me to keep an eye on you. He is very busy, but he still has time to take care of you. Xia Yujia snorted and muttered. My mother just told him a few words before she died. He really treats me like his son? He and I are the same age. He said it with disdain, but his eyes hid a bit of comfort. After saying that, Xia Yujia yawned and turned to leave. Xia Xiaoyu grabbed his arm and asked, Where are you going? Xia Yujia dragged his voice and said, Sleep, play games. As he pulled out his arm, he raised his hand and patted Xia Xiaoyu's forehead. What a little housekeeper. At the same time, Lin Fei was basking in the scorching sun. The sun in this world is called the scorching sun. From time to time, he used the communicator camera in his hand to pat the 5 flower pots at his feet to collect video materials. During the break in filming, Lin Fei couldn't help but sigh at the 5 green seedlings in the flower pot. The growth rate of plants in this world is really fast. Yesterday, these 5 green seedlings were not even as high as Lin Fei's finger joints. Except for the iris, whose leaves grew differently, the other 4 green seedlings looked like they were carved from the same mold, with 2 tender cotyledons on top of a bean sprout. Today, they have grown to the height of Lin Fei's finger. The sword-like green leaves of the iris broke through the soil, one by one, tightly attached together, presenting a beautiful small fan shape. The other 4 have also changed their appearance. After the cotyledons have fallen off one after another, their true leaves have spread out, showing the different characteristics of their leaves to everyone who sees them. Lin Fei put the camera of the communicator close to each green seedling and took close-up videos of each of them. The leaves of the rose are not pure green, but green with a hint of red, and the edges of the leaves are finely serrated. The surface of the leaves is like a layer of oil, shining in the sun. The leaves of the Mirabilis jalapa are oval, and the new true leaves are pure green and tender, while the new true leaves of the hollyhock are duckfoot-shaped. If you look closely, you can see that the upper part of its leaves is covered with a layer of white fluff, and the lower part of the leaves is covered with a layer of light brown fluff. Lin Fei carefully recorded these small details. When he looked up, the status bubble above a rose seedling changed. It changed from a cute smiley face emoticon to an emoticon of hungry food. Lin Fei smiled knowingly, and pushed the wheelchair to get the nutrient spray bottle. The plant nutrients given by the store are very useful. Although Lin Fei has no idea what ingredients are contained in them, according to the feedback from the green seedlings bubble emojis, they like them. Lin Fei has seen the bottle of nutrients, which has a clump of green grass logo of Green Source Biotechnology Company. According to what Lin Fei has learned on the Skynet recently, Green Source Biotechnology is the largest fruit and vegetable seed breeding company in the entire Star Federation. It is said that more than 85% of the planting bases in the Star Federation are planted with fruit and vegetable seeds cultivated by Green Source Biotechnology. Lin Fei is quite interested in this company, so when he is bored, he looks up a lot of information related to it. It is said that this company almost went bankrupt many years ago due to being involved in a vicious incident. The former chairman died of depression, and it was his wife who supported the company with great effort. Until 5 years ago, the current chairman took office and launched several fruit and vegetable seeds with strong disease resistance, strong anti-mutation ability, and high germination rate, which turned the tide and allowed Green Source Biology to truly restore its former glory. Recalling the gossip he saw on the internet, Lin Wei held a nutrient spray bottle and sprayed the rose seedlings twice. Not long after, the status bubble emoticon above the rose seedlings changed again. It was no longer hungry, but it did not turn back to a smiling face, but turned into a huge drop of water. Old Mother Lin Wei had to push the wheelchair to get the spray bottle without complaint. After spraying water on the rose seedlings, Lin Wei looked at its status bubble emoticon again, and her eyebrows frowned. What's going on? I saw that the status bubble emoticon of the rose seedlings changed to hungry food again. This is obviously abnormal. Facing the hungry rose seedlings, Lin Wei, who was holding the nutrient spray bottle, did not press his fingers for a long time. At this time, Lin Wei noticed that several dark spots suddenly appeared at the root of the rose seedlings. These spots were very small, and could not be found without careful observation. The dark spots became more and more, and continued to spread upward along the branches of the rose seedlings, and soon spread to the stretched leaves of the rose seedlings, and even the new leaf cores. With the repeated reminders of Xiao Yu, the customer service, Lin Wei immediately reacted. This is the so-called sign of mutation. Once you find that they have signs of mutation, don't hesitate and deal with it immediately. The words of Xiao Yu, the customer service, are still in her ears. Lin Wei did not expect that she would face the mutation of plants in this world so soon. She was actually quite curious. She also searched on the internet and watched some popular science videos about plant mutations. But it was just curiosity. In her heart, Lin Wei only hoped that her 5 green seedlings could grow up safely and healthily. Lin Wei had seen the ferocity of mutant plants in the video. Even though they might not be so powerful at the beginning of the mutation, she was now a paraplegic with limited mobility and alone in the dormitory. Lin Wei did not dare to take it lightly. Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair and was about to get the refrigerant. The refrigerant was also given in the store's planting gift package. Customer service Xiao Yu had introduced Lin Wei in detail how to use it. Before using it, you must wear protective gloves to avoid frostbite. After wearing gloves, it's easy. You just need to keep spraying the mutant plants until it is completely frozen and directly broken into slag blocks. The crisis is resolved. However, for Lin Wei now, it is not an easy task to wear thick protective gloves. Just as Lin Wei was using her hands and mouth to put on her gloves, the doorbell rang at this inopportune time. Chapter 19. Outside the dormitory door, Zhou Man was broadcasting live to the tracking camera hovering around her. This is Wei Rui's dormitory. We will soon be able to see Wei Rui and the flowers and plants she planted. Are you looking forward to it? Have the seeds that Wei Rui unpacked sprouted? Zhou Man smiled and said mysteriously. The holographic screen of the communicator connected to the tracking camera was showing the situation in Zhou Man's live broadcast room. The number of people online in the live broadcast room has exceeded 5 digits. This is certainly not a shocking number, and it is not even the highest record since Zhou Man did live broadcasts. But it was the easiest time for Zhou Man to do live broadcasts. There is no need to rack your brains to please the audience. She obviously has no sense of humor, but she has to keep telling some funny things that make people feel embarrassed. She obviously has no talent, but she has to show her playing and singing in front of the camera. She only needs to mention Wei Rui, unboxing videos and flower seeds to get a lot of audience comments. What are you doing? Knock on the door. Hurry up. I am just curious about what Wei Rui has planted with more than 20,000 star seeds. Curiosity +1 in the corner of her eyes, Zhou Man came back to her senses and immediately responded, yeah, knock on the door. After that, Zhou Man reached out and pressed the doorbell. The melodious doorbell rang 3 times, and the closed dormitory door in front of her did not move at all. Not here? No way, host. Didn't you tell Wei Rui before the live broadcast? Wei Rui is still living in the trainee dormitory in that state? Host, are you lying to us? Scam anchor, fake live broadcast, report. Zhou Man's raised mouth corners froze, and when she saw the barrage saying to report, she immediately became anxious. Don't report, Lin Wei. I mean Wei Rui really lives here. After a pause, Zhou Man slowed down and said, you also know that she is not very mobile, and since she had an accident during the live broadcast, she has become more depressed and her mood has been up and down. Everyone, please be patient. Let's wait for her. Zhou Man's tone was gentle, but she gritted her teeth in her heart. She did not inform Lin Wei in advance about the live broadcast, mainly because she wanted to make a surprise attack, and felt that the live broadcast effect would be better this way. But she forgot that Lin Wei had rejected her before. It's okay if she didn't open the door last time, but if Lin Wei still refused to open the door this time, it would be difficult for her to end it. Thinking of this, Zhou Man became anxious. No, She had to find a way to get Lin Fei to open the door for her, as the popularity of her live broadcast room had finally increased. The doorbell rang again and again, causing Lin Fei, who was sweating from wearing gloves, to have a headache. Finally, after repeated failures, Lin Fei used her teeth to put the protective gloves firmly on her left hand. The spray bottle filled with refrigerant was already in her hand, and the nozzle was facing the rose seedling that showed signs of mutation. At this time, the rose seedling had no other abnormalities except for the black spots like mold all over its body. Perhaps there is still hope. Looking at the still weak rose seedling, Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh at herself. She could now understand the mentality of Mr. and Miss So-and-so in those news reports, who were lucky. After all, it was the seedling that I had carefully taken care of, and now I had to freeze it and destroy it with my own hands. It was inevitable that I felt reluctant. The status bubble above the rose seedling disappeared after the black spot spread to its leaves. It had no needs and did not ask for help. Even if Lin Fei wanted to save it, she could not. After closing her eyes, Lin Wei's finger finally pressed down. Instantly, the extremely cold white mist from the nozzle enveloped the entire rose seedling. At this moment, the communicator placed on Lin Wei's lap issued a rapid prompt sound. Almost instinctively, Lin Fei released the finger pressing the spray bottle. The white mist dissipated, and the rose seedling that was sprayed with the refrigerant seemed to be covered with a layer of white frost. You can see that traces of frostbite have appeared on its tender leaves. Lin Fei lowered her eyes and looked at the communicator, which showed that it was Zhou Man who called her. Lin Fei turned his head and looked at the door again. The doorbell stopped ringing after the communication prompt sounded. Obviously, the person who kept ringing the doorbell outside the dormitory door just now was probably Zhou Man. After hesitating for a while, Lin Fei still clumsily picked up the communicator with his left hand wearing protective gloves, and tapped the answer button on the communicator with his chin. Zhou Man? In a faint tone, no emotion could be heard, and Lin Wei's eyes fell back on the rose seedling again, staring at it without blinking. The communication was connected, which made Zhou Man feel relieved. Not caring about Lin Wei's cold tone, Zhou Man asked softly, Wei, are you in the dormitory? Lin Fei on the other end did not answer but asked, Do you have something to ask me? Zhou Man glanced at the barrage, with a smile on her face, but answered the question irrelevantly, Yes, I'm at the door of your dormitory, open the door. Lin Fei on the other end was silent for a while. Zhou Man didn't know if she heard it wrong. She seemed to hear Lin Fei just uttered a surprised exclamation. Zhou Man suddenly had an idea. In the dormitory, Lin Fei was staring at the status bubble that appeared again above the rose seedlings. It showed an expression pack of being frozen and crying. What is this? Lin Fei lost interest in continuing to talk to Zhou Man and said directly, It's not convenient for me to open the door now. If you have nothing to do, you can leave. After that, Lin Fei was about to hang up the call, but Zhou Man suddenly screamed, What? You fell in the bathroom? Can't get up now? Lin Fei frowned. What are you talking about? Zhou Man on the other side seemed to be deaf. She ignored her question and said to herself, What should I do? Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? The audience in the live broadcast room could not hear what Lin Fei said in the call. They could only hear and see Zhou Man's various performances. At this time, Zhou Man's face was full of worry and concern, although the expression was too exaggerated and a little fake if you looked closely. No wonder the door didn't open after ringing the doorbell for so long. It turned out that she fell. It is indeed easy to have an accident when you are alone in the dormitory with limited mobility. Wei Rui seems to be unable to move half of her hands and feet, so if she fell, it would be difficult for her to get up by herself? What should I do? I am a little worried. The anchor should think of a solution quickly. Zhou Man looked at the barrage, hiding her pride in her heart, pretending to think for a moment, and said, I will go to find the dormitory management robot now. It should have a master key. As she said this, she comforted Lin Fei in the communicator. Wei, don't worry, I will be back to help you soon. In the dormitory, Lin Fei seemed to have heard a play. What's going on? After hanging up the call, Lin Fei had no intention to explore what Zhou Man was doing, because the status bubble above the rose seedlings had changed again during this period. The content inside was no longer an emoticon package, but one after another text that belonged to this world. Mutation direction. 1. Animal success rate 98%, poisonous thorns, thorn strangling. 2. Plant success rate 2%, green oxygen release plus 10%, harmful gas absorption plus 18%, flower-shaped beauty plus 30%. It has always been a cloud-shaped status bubble, and as more and more text popped out, it was stretched into 2 long lines. Lin Wei stared at the two status boxes in a daze. Obviously, this was a situation she had never encountered before. If the bound system was still there, Lin Wei could still ask a few questions. Unfortunately, after Lin Wei completed the ultimate mission of the system, they were completely unbound, and the system was said to have returned to its home planet. Now, Lin Wei can only rely on her own understanding to deal with the abnormality in front of her. The two status boxes should be two options, and she needs to choose one of them. From the text description, option 1 is animal. If this option is selected, the rose seedlings will most likely mutate into the terrifying mutant plants that Lin Wei saw in the video and pictures, which can kill people without being seen. As for option 2, plant, after reading the subsequent text description, Lin Wei's first reaction in her mind was the Phalaenopsis orchid that was sold at a sky-high price at the online auction that she had no chance to see. The success rates of the two options are so different. If it is in a natural environment, adhering to the law of natural selection, the plant will definitely choose option 1 according to its instinct. This is probably the reason why mutant plants are rampant in this world. Pull back her thoughts and look at the two status boxes again. There is no doubt that Lin Wei would choose 2. Even if the success rate is low, the rose seedlings still have hope of survival. But how should she choose? Lin Wei tried to reach out and touch the status box of option 2, but touched nothing. Option 2. I choose 2. She shouted out her choice again, and the two status boxes were still floating there, without any movement. If touching and language don't work, can she rely on thoughts? Lin Wei stared at option 2 with her eyes and kept thinking hard about option 2. Option 2. Lin Wei, a trainee living in Dormitory 506, are you in danger in the dormitory? Do you need help? The answering function of the video doorbell was forced to turn on, and the sound suddenly rang at the door, almost distracting Lin Wei. At this time, the end of the two status boxes was decorated with a countdown. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown continued, Lin Wei held his breath unconsciously, and his heart tightened. The dormitory robot's voice sounded again at the door, and said that if Lin Wei did not give any response, it would use the universal key to open the door and check. Lin Wei had no time to look around. When the status box of option 2 counted down to 3, the border flickered, and then the two status boxes disappeared in front of Lin Wei like fog. It worked. Lin Wei covered his chest, which was painful because of holding his breath, and took a deep breath. He had no sense of reality, and he could not be sure. He lowered his eyes to look at the rose seedlings, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The black spots on the rose seedlings have faded away at some point, so it should be successful. Just looking at the wilted rose seedlings after being sprayed with refrigerant, and thinking about the only 2% success rate. Lin Wei shook her head and thought helplessly, just do your best and leave it to fate. The matter of the rose seedlings came to an end for the time being. Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair to the door and said to the answering port of the video doorbell, I'm here. At this time, Joe Man at the door of the dormitory was about to bite her silver teeth to pieces. She never expected that the dormitory management robot would be so stubborn and had no flexibility that an intelligent AI should have. After listening to her description of the situation in dormitory 506, the other party not only refused to give the master key, but also insisted on coming with her to check. Hearing Lin Wei's voice, Joe Man thought it was over, but she still held onto her face and said with concern, Wei, are you okay? Open the door and let me see your situation. After a pause, Joe Man added, I'm live streaming, Lin Wei. The voice was very soft, but there was a hint of pleading in her tone. Lin Wei has changed. Since the live broadcast accident, she seems to have become a different person. In fact, Joe Man noticed this when she went to the medical station to visit Lin Wei. Not only in appearance, but also in the whole temperament. But no matter how much she changes, Lin Wei is still Lin Wei. After all, they have lived in the same dormitory for several months, talked to each other in the middle of the night, and have a deep friendship. Lin Wei should not be. On the screen of the video doorbell, you can clearly see the dormitory management robot and Joe Man outside the door, as well as the tracking camera hovering above Joe Man. Live broadcast? Thinking of her video with a good number of views, Lin Wei probably guessed the purpose of Joe Man's visit. Lin Wei didn't need to check the original owner's memory about Joe Man's personality. She had already learned enough from Xiao Xiao. It was just a small trick that was not presentable. Lin Wei said lightly, I am very tired and want to rest, so I won't open the door. Also, I didn't fall in the bathroom. Thank you for your concern. After that, Lin Wei turned off the answering function of the video doorbell. Lin Wei's voice was not loud, but it was still transmitted to the ears of the audience in Zhou Man's live broadcast room through the tracking camera without missing a word. What? Didn't fall? So the anchor was directing and acting by himself just now? This is a master of acting. Let's go, it's really boring. This is quite interesting, haha, the anchor is good at acting. The dormitory management robot had already left, leaving Zhou Man alone outside the dormitory door facing the barrage full of ridicule. Chapter 20. Xiao Xiao rushed to the terrace as soon as she returned to the dormitory. Ever since the 5 seedlings on the terrace appeared, Xiao Xiao's daily routine has become, she would check on the seedlings first when she got up in the morning, say goodbye to the 5 seedlings one by one before leaving for class, check on the seedlings again when she returned to the dormitory after the live broadcast at night, and finally say goodnight to the 5 seedlings one by one before going to bed. Even her most precious scallion would step back slightly in front of the 5 seedlings. In fact, it is no wonder that Xiao Xiao is so enthusiastic about these 5 seedlings. It is really rare to see new flower and grass seedlings like this these days. Anyway, Xiao Xiao had never seen them before. Of course, she had seen them in pictures and videos, but she had never seen them so close and alive. Sometimes, looking at the 5 seedlings, Xiao Xiao even felt that their small dormitory was not worthy of them. After all, if any of them grew up and were sold casually, their value would probably be more than this dormitory. So when Xiao Xiao saw the nearly withered rose seedling, she was really scared. Lin Wei, Lin Wei. She called Lin Wei repeatedly, come here, come and see, what happened to this rose seedling? Lin Wei had told Xiao Xiao the name she gave to the seeds. Xiao Xiao remembered clearly which one, what it was called, and where it was planted in the flower pot. Lin Wei, who was called over, was also helpless when looking at the rose seedling. After dealing with Zhou Man's matter just now, Lin Wei stayed on the terrace, staring at the 5 seedlings. Of course, her main focus was still on the rose seedling. Perhaps because her nerves suddenly relaxed after being overly tense, Lin Wei felt very tired and fell asleep while staring at it. She slept for about half an hour. When she woke up and opened her eyes, the leaves of the rose seedling had fallen off, leaving only a little leaf core and a bare stem on the top. There was a status bubble above it, and inside it was an emoticon package with a red face and a crying face. I don't know what it wants. It didn't express it clearly, but just looking at the emoticon package, Lin Wei felt bad for it. Later, Lin Wei reviewed the details before and after the rose seedling showed signs of mutation. Before the signs of mutation appeared, it suddenly frequently demanded nutrients and water. Could it be that the rose seedlings instinctively sensed the coming of mutation, so they wanted to store enough nutrients to deal with it? However, Lin Wei regarded it as an abnormal behavior and did not even give the rose seedlings the nutrients they asked for the last time. What's more, Lin Wei also gave it a refrigerant. It really made things worse. Thinking of this, Lin Wei sighed helplessly. I don't know what happened to it. She had watered the rose seedling and sprayed it with nutrients, but the expression on it remained unchanged, still looking as if it was constipated. Xiao Xiao also sighed, will it die? Lin Wei glanced at the vitality status bar of the rose seedling, which was only a little bit left, and it was still struggling. She said, it shouldn't be for the time being, I hope it can survive. Xiao Xiao turned her eyes to the other 4 seedlings, and said with relief, fortunately, the other seedlings are very healthy. During dinner, because of the uncertain life and death of the rose seedling, the two were not in a good mood. Probably to liven up the atmosphere, Xiao Xiao talked about Zhou Man's live broadcast. Many people watched her live broadcast replay, and they all laughed at her behind her back. Xiao Xiao said, laughing, I watched it too, and your last sentence was great. She deserved to be exposed for acting, Lin Wei did not comment. She had no likes or dislikes for Zhou Man. Zhou Man was the friend of the original body, and to her, she was just a stranger. Zhou Man herself was unlucky. Every time she came up, either she was just tired of being made trouble by the mother and brother of the original body, or she had not recovered from the gloom of falling in the bathroom, or the other party kept stirring up trouble when she was busy, so that she had no idea of saving face for the other party. Lin Wei's noncommittal, or indifference, was a different scene in Xiao Xiao's eyes. Xiao Xiao just thought Lin Wei was a really nice person, because she used to be friends with Zhou Man. Even though the two sides had a falling out, Lin Wei still never said anything bad about Zhou Man behind her back. 2 days later, another rose seedling and an iris seedling also showed signs of mutation. Having had this experience, Lin Wei calmed down a lot. When the 2 seedlings frequently asked for water and nutrients, Lin Wei gave them whatever they wanted, but at the same time she had already put on protective gloves, and several refrigerant spray bottles were placed where she could reach with just one hand. After all, her guesses about some details before and after the signs of seedling mutation might not be correct. If her giving and taking eventually led to the acceleration of the seedling's terrible mutation, she had to protect herself. Fortunately, soon after the two seedlings showed signs of mutation, the same selectable status box as the first rose seedling appeared above them. The contents in the status box are similar, the only difference is the value. Lin Fei was afraid that he would forget, so he recorded the values in the status box one by one in the notepad of the communicator. After Lin Fei used his mind to make the choice for the two seedlings, probably because they did not suffer from the refrigerant like the first rose seedling, from the surface, their condition was actually quite good, but the branches and leaves were a little wilted. However, like the first rose seedling, the frustrated expression package that made Lin Fei extremely upset appeared above them. Xiao Xiao, who carefully observed the 5 seedlings every day, soon discovered that the 2 seedlings were in an unhealthy state that was getting worse and worse. She didn't dare to start casually, and could only stare at the number 2 rose seedlings that were also starting to lose leaves, and the iris seedlings with yellow leaves with great distress, muttering, "I saw on the forum that flower and grass seeds were difficult to germinate, and I was still wondering where the problem was, but our Lin Fei had already germinated 5. I also saw on the forum that flower and grass seedlings were difficult to grow, and I didn't believe it, but now it seems that I have to believe it." Lin Fei patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder to comfort her. She herself had no solution to these 3 seedlings that were either already bare or about to be bare. Especially those 3 unchanging frustrated expressions. It really made me uncomfortable no matter how I looked at them. Chapter 21. Customer Service Xiao Yu visited Lin Fei for the 3rd time. Seeing 2 bare stems and a seedling with yellow leaves in the flower pot, Xiao Yu recalled how they looked so crisp when she visited them last time, and said with regret, "What a pity, there are no signs of mutation, how come? They still look like they can't survive." Xiao Yu couldn't bear to say the rest of the words. After all, Wei Rui didn't seem to have completely given up on these 3 seedlings. In fact, a survival rate of 1 in 10 is the norm for flower and grass seeds to germinate, grow and finalize their quality. Xiao Yu has seen it many times during her visits. The seedlings were fine the day before, but they suddenly withered after one night. No matter how sad the growers are, they still have to accept reality in the end. Lin Fei couldn't tell customer service Xiao Yu that the 3 seedlings became what they are now because of the signs of mutation. I can only lower my eyes and silently express regret. An untimely laugh suddenly sounded from outside the camera. Xiao Yu turned her head and glared at her boss, who had come in at some point. Xiao Yu faced Xiao Yu's condemning gaze without fear, pointed at the video screen, and said with exaggerated mouth shape, "I tell you." After that, he shrugged helplessly and spread his hands again. The meaning couldn't be clearer. Xiao Yu was saying that he was innocent. He was just telling the truth. If you want to get rich overnight by planting seeds and flowers, you have to be prepared for a dream in vain. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes and ignored him, and continued to talk to Lin Fei on the other end of the video. "I remember you sprouted 5 seeds in total, 3 here, what about the other 2? Xiao Yu thought to herself, maybe they have died and been disposed of, so her question was a bit heartbreaking. Lin Fei did not miss the mean laugh. Although she could not see the person in the video, she could roughly guess who the person was. It is not easy for customer service Xiao Yu to have such a boss who is skilled in driving away customers. Hearing the question from customer service Xiao Yu, Lin Fei slightly adjusted the angle of the camera of the communicator. In an instant, a large area of green filled the entire video screen. Xiao Yu was shocked by the picture in front of her, and couldn't help but exclaimed, and then she heard a response from behind. Xiao Yu turned her head and saw that her boss, who was just so arrogant, was now opening his mouth like a fool, with a stunned expression on his face, staring straight at the holographic screen of the optical brain. "Humph, you look down on me, you are stupid." Xiao Yu turned around and praised the video's screen in front of her sincerely. "It's growing so well. The branches and leaves of this one are really lush, and the shape is also good. This one must be almost 50 centimeters tall, with a long one and clusters of leaves, which look so unique." Amid the praise of customer service Xiao Yu, Lin Fei also looked at the 2 flower seedlings that had been growing rapidly since they were repotted. No, they can no longer be called flower seedlings, but Mirabilis jalapa potted plants and hollyhock potted plants. As customer service Xiao Yu said, the Mirabilis jalapa potted plants are lush and leafy. Although it is not tall, about less than 30 centimeters, the stretched branches and supported leaves have a potted diameter that exceeds its height. The characteristic of hollyhock is that it stands alone, without side branches, and the leaves grow obliquely on the only stem. From a distance, It looks like a long green twisted stick standing there. 50 centimeters is not the height limit of hollyhock. When planted in the ground, hollyhock can even grow more than 2 meters high. For potted plants, the grower needs to control its growth relatively, otherwise it will grow too high and it will be unstable and easy to fall over. The nutrients in the flower pot are not as good as those in the ground. If it grows too high, the head of the hollyhock will easily turn yellow due to malnutrition. Lin Fei had just trimmed the roots of this pot of hollyhock the day before. When it grows longer, Lin Fei thought that he would have to do a dwarfing pruning of the upper branches. Just when Lin Fei was lost in thought about his 2 potted plants, Xia Yujia had squeezed Xia Xiaolu aside and sat at the customer service station. Ahem. Xia Yujia cleared his throat. This. Where? Let's chat. Lin Fei turned the camera of the communicator around, but because the communicator was placed on her legs, the video screen showed an upward angle from bottom to top. Realizing that this angle was a bit like looking at someone with her nose, Lin Fei said, "Wait a minute," and then pushed the wheelchair to the living room. After placing the communicator on the coffee table, with a good angle from left to right, Lin Fei said, "Okay, what to talk about?" Although the camera was facing Lin Fei was pushing the wheelchair, so her body was inevitably bumpy, so some of the indoor scenes were inevitably seen by Xia Yujia. It was really small. The living room looked like it could be walked through in a few steps, and the furniture was even less. Oh, there probably wouldn't be room for more. In such a simple environment, 2 potted plants of good quality were grown. What kind of luck is this? Xia Yujia stroked his chin and wondered in his heart, could this person in the wheelchair really be that? A green plant apostle? The man stared at her with an unconcealed inquiring look, and Lin Fei couldn't help but frown. It was the customer service Xiao Yu who slapped the man's back and reminded him. "You said to chat. Wei asked you what to chat about. Why are you in a daze?" Xia Yujia was grimacing at the merciless slap, and hissed and said, "How long has it been since the 2 potted plants sprouted?" There was no need for Lin Fei to answer. Xia Xiaoyu said with great disdain, "Almost 8 days. What nonsense are you asking? My record book has the approximate time of seed germination for each customer." Okay. Xia Yujia straightened his collar and slightly adjusted his attitude. In other words, these 2 potted plants have basically passed the high incidence period of mutation. The 3 or 5 tribulations summarized on the forum are just laymen pretending to be experts. In fact, for those who have real experience in growing flowers and plants, seeds can be thrown away if they do not germinate within 2 or 3 days after being planted in the soil, while the observation period for seedling mutations usually exceeds 5 days, usually 8 to 10 days. As for the subsequent quality test, it mainly depends on the growth of the potted plants and the degree of impatience of the planter himself. Lin Fei did not say anything, waiting for Xia Yujia's next words. Xia Yujia asked directly, "Have you done quality tests on the 2 potted plants?" Lin Fei replied, "No." Xia Yujia raised one eyebrow slightly. He thought that according to Wei Rui's personal situation, she should be very anxious. Unexpectedly, I guess wrong. Xia Yujia suggested, "Why not do it now?" This time node for quality testing is much shorter than what Lin Fei found out from searching on the internet. Lin Fei couldn't help but ask, "Is it ready now?" Xia Yujia explained, "In theory, it can be done as soon as it sprouts, but most of it is done in vain." Do you understand what I mean? Of course, when it just sprouts, the potted plants as a whole have not been qualitatively determined, and the test results will be somewhat different from the results after it is qualitatively determined. Oh, qualitative means that the potted plants have basically passed the mutation period, and the plants are growing towards maturity. Lin Fei nodded after hearing this, looking thoughtful. "How about it, do it now?" Xia Yujia asked again, and said, "There are special test strips for quality testing in the planting gift package sent by our store. Produced by Green Source Biology, the test results are highly accurate and absolutely true and not adulterated." Lin Fei listened to the other party's sales pitch like a jingle, and felt funny in his heart. What's wrong with this person? He doesn't care about his own shop and always drives customers away with his mouth, but he advertises Green Source Biology loudly and clearly. Lin Fei thought about it. Anyway, it has to be done sooner or later. She is short of money now. If she does it, the potted plants will have a quality grade, and it seems that they can be sold. Okay, I go find some test paper. Wait for a moment. Xia Yujia looked at the girl in the video, who was pushing the wheelchair slowly with one hand, and couldn't help cursing himself in his heart, beast. Her life is already so difficult, and he just thought that if the girl was in a hurry to use money and sell the potted plants, he could lower the price, and buy the 2 potted plants at a price lower than the market price. Lin Wei rummaged in the drawer and found a test paper with a bunch of green grass on it. It was a small package with 10 pieces in total. Lin Wei pulled out a piece. This test paper looked very ordinary, just a piece of white paper 1 finger wide, with a hard texture. There were instructions for use on the packaging bag. Lin Wei followed the instructions and plucked a leaf from the Mirabilis jalapa and hollyhock potted plants respectively, then squeezed out the juice from the leaves and dripped it on the test paper. Lin Wei was not in the camera when she was doing this. Due to her slow speed as a one-armed warrior, Xia Yujia and Xia Xiaoyu, who were waiting to see the results on the other side of the video, were very anxious. How is it? Are the test results out? What is the quality of the 2 potted plants? After a long while, the corner of the girl's wheelchair appeared in the video's screen, and then the girl's entire thin figure appeared in the camera. Hollyhock, the name I gave to the unique potted plant, this is its test result. Lin Wei picked up a test paper on her leg and showed it to the camera. The originally pure white test paper was stained with green juice, and 2 bright orange bars appeared. Medium quality. The experienced Xia Yujia said directly, with a hint of disappointment in his tone that others could not easily detect. How could it be a medium quality when it looked so good? On second thought, he had too high expectations and was too greedy. For ordinary and idle flower and grass planting enthusiasts, it is already very difficult to grow a medium quality potted plant. After all, if anyone could easily grow a good or even excellent potted plant, the Heilanta Empire, which became rich by relying on Beixiangjing flower and grass potted plants, would have perished long ago. Besides, although the hollyhock potted plant of Wei Rui is a medium quality, its appearance is very unique. If it is sold, it will definitely be sold at a good price. What about the other one? Xia Yujia asked urgently. Lin Wei put down the number 1 test paper and picked up the number 2 test paper to show it in front of the camera. The 3 bright red lines on the test paper made Xia Yujia and Xia Xiaoyu, who came forward to take a closer look, both gasp. Good product. It's actually good product. Xia Yujia looked at the 3 red lines in front of him and felt his throat tighten. He swallowed dryly, and his face was no longer contemptuous. Miss Wei Rui, do you have any intention to sell these 2 potted plants? Xia Yujia asked with a decent smile. It's like this. There is a clause in the purchase agreement you signed when you bought the flower seeds. If you have the intention to sell the potted plants, our store has the priority to repurchase. You should have seen this clause, right? Lin Wei was stunned for a moment by the other party's sudden, almost 360-degree attitude change. Especially when the other party suddenly called her Miss Wei Rui politely. To be honest, Lin Wei didn't react for a moment. Slowly Lin Wei replied, I saw it. After a pause, Lin Wei forced herself to adapt to the other party's strange politeness, cleared her throat and said, I do have the intention to sell, but the price. Hearing that Lin Wei had the intention to sell, Xia Yujia's face was happy, and before Lin Wei finished speaking, he said first, if Miss Wei Rui has concerns about the price, you don't have to worry about it. The repurchase price given by our store is definitely not lower than the market price. As he said that, Xia Yujia secretly poked Xia Xiaoyu with his elbow. Xia Xiaoyu immediately understood and said, yes, Wei Rui, you can rest assured. We are a conscientious store, and the repurchase price of potted plants we give is always fair. This is pure nonsense. In fact, since the opening of Subianwako, their boss has never repurchased a potted plant. After all, their boss's vision for potted plants has long been cultivated by Mr. Baiyez Wakalik Xingyu, and he will not buy potted plants unless they have both quality and appearance. For potted plants that have both, the growers either have the money or have found a way to sell them early. In the final analysis, people like Wei Rui are really rare. They look like a novice in planting, but they seem to have rich planting experience, but their living conditions are visibly bad. Xia Xiaoyu quietly observed Lin Wei in the video's screen, thinking, is she really not the rumored green plant apostle? Lin Wei was amused by the 2 people singing in unison, thinking that she really needed money at the moment, so instead of looking for other ways to sell. It is time-consuming and laborious, so it is better to sell directly to relatively familiar Subianwako, of course, if the price offered by the other party can satisfy her. Pursing her lips, Lin Wei said bluntly, make an offer. Lin Wei finally sold both potted plants to Suabian Huachao owner. She had no choice. She was really short of money, and the repurchase price offered by Xia Yujia was indeed fair. Neither of the 2 potted plants was sold at a sky-high price. Xia Yujia offered 300,000 yuan for the medium-quality hollyhock, and Lin Wei finally raised the price to 350,000 yuan. The price of the good-quality Mirabilis jalapa was much higher. Xiao Yujia's initial bid was 2 million yuan. If this price was placed in the world where Lin Wei lived before, it would definitely be high and a sky-high price. But Lin Wei thought of the Phalaenopsis orchid at the online auction. It was also a good quality Phalaenopsis orchid, but it was sold at a high price of 6.5 million yuan. The corresponding list of potted plant quality, and its attribute bonus is on the packaging bag of the test paper. Lin Wei also compared the data in the list to determine that the Phalaenopsis was a good product. Good product means that one of the two items of oxygen release and harmful gas absorption is 3+, and the other is 2+. Lin Wei wanted to negotiate with Xiao Yujia with the attribute data of the Phalaenopsis and its final transaction price, but Xiao Yujia got ahead of her and talked to her about the risks she took. Fortunately, Xiao Yujia spoke earlier than her, Lin Wei thought, otherwise she would probably become an ignorant girl in Xiao Yujia's eyes. Look at the good product. Although it has one 3+ and one 2+, it is impossible to determine which attribute is 3+ and which is 2+ by just testing with test paper. In the big picture, buyers will definitely pay more attention to the green oxygen release of potted plants. Suppose your pot of Mirabilis jalapa has an oxygen release of 2+, then it and the medium quality one have one 2+ and 1+, and the potted plant with oxygen release of 2+ is almost equivalent in the eyes of buyers. This is of course an exaggeration by Xiao Yujia. In fact, the harmful gas absorption of 3+ is still relatively valued, but it is not as valuable in comparison. Xiao Yujia added, the machine that can accurately measure the property bonus of potted plants is very expensive. There are only a few in the entire Star Federation, and the price of a test is also very expensive. Xiao Xiaoyu, who was listening, rolled her eyes. As a professional customer service, the boss just told a harmless lie. Of course, she couldn't expose it and tell Wei Rui that in fact, Mr. Baiye's Green Source Biology had two such test machines too. And as a relative and friend, their boss could use it for free. The deal between Lin Wei and Xiao Yujia regarding the two potted plants could not be completed overnight. In fact, the two had been arguing over the price for 2 days. In the end, it was the Mirabilis jalapa that proved itself to be effective. During the 2 days when Lin Wei and Xiao Yujia were arguing over the price, it actually quietly grew flower buds, and even grew 5 or 6 flower buds with slightly pink and purple heads at once. Lin Wei turned the camera of the communicator towards the flower buds of the Mirabilis jalapa, and the total price of 3 million for the two potted plants was finally finalized. After the price was finalized, Xiao Yujia immediately put on the posture of the owner of two potted plants. He told Lin Wei in a bossy manner, you have to take good care of my two potted plants. I have sent a freight robot with an alloy cabinet to your place. If nothing goes wrong, it will arrive in 2 hours. Lin Wei wanted to say that you haven't paid yet, how can my potted plants become yours? Thinking that the other party was the boss who was about to pay her 3 million, Lin Wei nodded with a wooden face and endured it. Xiao Yujia was probably bored. He didn't hang up the video call, just sat slumped in the customer service workstation, and occasionally criticized Lin Wei on the other side of the video. Where do you live? The address is URN Media Trainee Department, Dormitory? No wonder it's so small. Is there any security? Don't let the potted plants get stolen. If you still want to grow potted plants, listen to my advice and move to another place. The dormitory is too crowded and crowded. You have hemiplegia? What happened? If you can treat it quickly. You're too slow. Although Lin Wei's forehead was throbbing with veins, he still took it in. The dormitory is really not a place to grow flowers and plants. Lin Wei thought about the past 2 days, especially after her second original video was released. Every time Xiao Xiao went out and came back, there was always someone secretly looking into their dormitory when opening and closing the door. It's because she has hemiplegia and stays in the dormitory all day long. Otherwise, it's hard to say. After all, even the worst quality potted plants can be sold for 30,000 to 50,000 star yuan. Money is attractive. Whether it's a place to live or a body, Lin Wei has her own considerations. She has even thought about it. She will only make 3 videos about flowers and plants, and then she will switch to fruit and vegetable planting videos. Flowers and plants are like treasures in this world. Lin Wei still understands the principle of not showing off wealth. The reason why she is still in an unfavorable environment is Lin Wei's own idea. Isn't it because her start when she came here was too bad? Chapter 22. Xiao Xiao received 2 good news from her agent that day. As soon as she left her agent's office, Xiao Xiao told her parents and brother, who were far away in her hometown of Kanai Star, the 2 good news. Of course, she also received a reply from her parents and brother, who were all happy for her. Her father, who worked in a fruit store, also said that he would send her fresh and delicious fruits in 2 days. Qiao Qiao returned to the dormitory happily, thinking that she would tell Lin Wei the 2 good news in a while. Lin Wei would definitely be happy for her, as she was 1 step closer to her dream. Unfortunately, she ran into Zhou Man on the way. Qiao Qiao didn't care about the gloomy eyes full of jealousy that the other party cast on her. What's the point of just staring there with jealousy if you don't think about improving your own abilities? Speaking of which, since Lin Wei exposed her live acting in public, Zhou Man has become gloomy and scary. Humming a song, she quickly distanced herself from Zhou Man. She didn't want Zhou Man, who was no longer important to her, or Lin Wei, to ruin her good mood. As soon as she opened the door of the dormitory, Qiao Qiao keenly noticed a slight difference. Lin Wei, did you lower the filtration intensity of the air filter? Qiao Qiao asked in confusion. She could clearly feel the difference in air quality when she returned to the dormitory from outside 2 days ago. How should I describe the air in the dormitory? It is very refreshing and clean. Take a deep breath, and you will feel a cool and comfortable feeling in your lungs. But today, Qiao Qiao subconsciously took a deep breath after entering the door, but she didn't feel that comfortable feeling. Lin Wei was confused at first when she heard Qiao Qiao's question. No, I didn't touch the filter. What's wrong? After the question was asked, Lin Wei vaguely reacted, but she felt that it shouldn't be that serious. Qiao Qiao described to Lin Wei the difference between her feeling when she entered the house 2 days ago and today. At the end, she even took 2 deep breaths with her nose twitching. Lin Wei felt helpless after hearing this. Okay, as for that. Maybe it's because I sold the purple jasmine in Hollyhock, and the buyer came to pick up the goods more than 2 hours ago. Lin Wei stated. She stayed in the dormitory all day and really didn't feel any difference. Lin Wei really didn't expect that the removal of the 2 potted plants would have such a significant impact on the quality of the dormitory air. Qiao Qiao heard this and opened her mouth and gently uttered, then said, Have you negotiated with the buyer? Lin Wei nodded. Regarding the sale of the 2 potted plants, Lin Wei knew how much Qiao Qiao valued the 5 seedlings, so she informed Qiao Qiao when she first talked to Xiao Yuqia. Qiao Qiao walked a few steps to the terrace, and saw that the 2 potted plants that were growing vigorously in the corner on the side were indeed gone. Now there were only 3 left on the terrace, either withered or bare with no seedlings growing at all. Lin Wei looked at Xiao Qiao's back, and felt that she would probably be disappointed for a while. I still remember that when I first bound to the system, I saved a spring orchid. Under the guidance of the system, she raised that spring orchid very well. Later, the spring orchid was favored by an old professor in their department, who was willing to pay a high price to ask Lin Wei to buy it. Lin Wei was as poor as she is now at that time. If she sold the spring orchid, she would not have to eat steamed buns and pickled mustard every day, and she would not have to run around for tuition. So she sold it, but she couldn't bear to part with it in her heart. After selling Chunlan, Lin Wei felt lost and bitter. Perhaps whether it is raising pets or flowers, as long as you raise them and look at them every day, it is always difficult not to have special feelings. However, Lin Wei later planted, saved, cultivated and domesticated too many potted plants, and sold too many of them, so the loss caused by cherishing them faded. However, when Qiao Qiao turned around, Lin Wei did not see any loss on her face. She was smiling happily. Qiao Qiao walked to Lin Wei and squatted down, looking up at Lin Wei with a smile. She did not ask Lin Wei about the specific details of the 2 potted plants sold, nor did she ask Lin Wei how much money she sold them for. She just said happily, Do you have money to treat your illness? That's great. Lin Wei looked at the smile on Qiao Qiao's face and said in her heart, it turned out that she was the one who was disappointed for Chunlan. By the way, I have 2 good news today. No, it should be 3 good news including yours. Qiao Qiao's smile became bigger as she said this. She stood up and walked towards the kitchen. I'm so hungry. I tell you while I cook dinner. Lin Wei sorted out her mood and asked curiously, What 2 good news? Qiao Qiao washed her hands and said proudly, The beverage commercial I shot before will be broadcast tomorrow. Then, Qiao Qiao couldn't wait to say, Also, my agent got me an audition opportunity for the female lead in a music short film. It is a music short film for the new song of the popular female singer Lu Qingqing. If I can succeed in the audition, I will be 1 step closer to my dream. It was indeed good news. Even Lin Wei was excited after hearing it. Then I wish your dream come true in advance. Yes. Qiao Qiao nodded vigorously. When the 2 stayed in the dormitory, they often imagined the future together. So Lin Wei knew that Qiao Qiao's dream was not only to become a formally signed anchor of UN Media, but also to become an actor. And the requirements of this world for actors are much higher than what Lin Fei had known in the past. Not only do they require voice, stage, and performance, but in this world with highly developed technology, actors cannot have any traces of medical beauty on their faces and bodies. In addition, there are also extremely high moral standards for the personal reputation of actors. In short, in this world, it is difficult to become a good and well-known actor. Huh? Xiao, who opened the freezer to find the ingredients, was surprised by the full scene in the freezer. Lin Fei, did you buy all these? Why did you buy so many? Lin Fei pushed the wheelchair to the freezer and looked at the vegetables and fruits that she had put into the freezer with great effort. She said, I didn't buy them. These were given by the owner of the flower and grass seed store who bought potted plants from me. Given? Xiao exclaimed, so many for you. Not only that, Lin Fei took out a palm-sized, oval-shaped electronic product from the handbag on the wheelchair armrest, and this. Xiao leaned forward to take a closer look, and then exclaimed, this is the latest tracking camera. It happens to be useful for you to take videos, and can also be used for normal video communication. After a pause, Xiao sighed, that boss is so nice. Is she a good person? Lin Fei tilted her head and thought about it. While arguing with her about the price of the potted plants, he turned around and gave her a gift after the price was settled. Isn't this a typical businessman style of hitting a stick and giving a date? The memory came to 3 hours ago. Lin Fei was startled by the big guy with steel and iron bones that appeared at the door of the dormitory. The freight robot that Xiao sent to pick up the potted plants this time was not the same size as the robot that sent flower seeds to Lin Fei last time. This time, the freight robot was not only tall, but also so wide and fat that it could hardly pass through the narrow door frame of Lin Fei's dormitory. And the shiny armor plate made you feel that it was strong and not cheap just by looking at it. This big guy was too eye-catching. Lin Fei didn't forget to stick his head out to look around before closing the door. Fortunately, at that time, other trainees were either in class or live broadcasting, and the entire dormitory corridor was empty. Otherwise, this big guy who suddenly appeared would probably attract a lot of trainees who liked to watch the fun. Lin Fei led everyone to the terrace to get potted plants, but everyone stopped the pulley in the living room. Then, under Lin Wei's surprised gaze, the big guy opened his storage warehouse in his chest and began to take out packages one by one. Soon the small coffee table in Lin Wei's dormitory was flooded with all kinds of packages. At that time, Lin Fei was still connected to the video call with Xiao. Lin Fei wanted to hang up, but the other party said that he wanted to watch his potted plants to avoid unexpected accidents, and he refused to hang up. Looking at the packages on the coffee table, it can be vaguely seen from several translucent packaging bags that they are filled with fresh vegetables and fruits. Lin Fei turned to look at the shop owner in the video screen and asked, "What are these?" "For you." The other party lazily explained, "They are all grown in our own plantation. If you don't finish them, they will go bad if you leave them." Seeing Lin Fei pick up the package with the tracking camera, Xiao said again, "I bought it some time ago. Anyway, I can't use it, so I give it to you." Rubbing his messy short hair, Xiao yawned and said, half complaining and half complaining, "Every time you fiddle with the communicator camera, I get dizzy. I don't want to visit your old and broken dormitory in 360 degrees anymore, and the movements are so slow." Lin Fei listened to his words and thought that in this world, the boss who can own a plantation at home is probably the real boss. It's normal for a boss to have a bad mouth and a bad attitude. After all, which party a father who gives money is easy to get along with. In a transaction where both money and goods are paid, he thought of giving her gifts, and what he gave was not a false gift, all of which she could use. Just like Xiao said, he can be considered a good person. If a good person doesn't have a mouth, it would be perfect. Recalling this, Lin Wei's brows suddenly frowned. Xiao, who was thinking about what to make for dinner, looked at the vegetables and fruits in the freezer and thought, why not make a fruit and vegetable salad? She turned her head to ask Lin Fei what he meant, but saw that Lin Fei looked unhappy. "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Lin Fei came to her senses and became more and more scared. She told Xiao about the incident that happened when Xiao transferred the potted plant money to her, which made her very unhappy. Xiao transferred her 2 payments, one for 350,000 yuan for Hollyhock, and the other for 2.65 million yuan for Purple Jasmine. The first transfer went smoothly, but an unexpected situation occurred when transferring the second one. Your account has a limit of only 500,000 yuan, and the 2.65 million yuan cannot be transferred in. This is what Xiao told her at the time. After all, Lin Wei was not a native of this world, so she was stunned when she heard it. Xia Yujie saw that she had been silent for a long time, and asked impatiently, "Don't you have your own account? Your current account, this account number. Looks like a sub-account. Don't you know that the limit of the sub-account is only 500,000 yuan?" She really didn't know. Lin Wei hurriedly said to Xia Yujie, "Wait for me," and then hung up the video call, and used the communicator to search on the Skynet. After that, Lin Wei logged into the personal account she had been using, and sure enough, she saw on the account security information page that the main account holder was Zhang Shuwan. The moment she saw the name of her original adoptive mother Zhang Shuwan, Lin Wei almost couldn't breathe. What on earth was the original body thinking? Xiao Qiao's eyes widened after hearing this sub-account. Didn't you apply for your own personal account? What could Lin Wei say? She could only answer, "I forgot for a moment, and now I have applied." According to what Lin Wei found on the internet, sub-accounts are usually applied for by parents for their young children who spend money lavishly, to restrain the excessive purchasing desire of children. When the child is underage, parents can transfer money in and out of the sub-account without the child's permission. Lin Wei's scalp was numb after seeing the last paragraph. It can only be said that fortunately when she came here, the original body had already grown up, or it can be said that it was because the original body ate a malicious cake on his adult birthday that Lin Wei came here. Otherwise, the money she had earned from selling potted plants with great difficulty was inexplicably transferred away before she could use it on herself. Lin Wei would definitely be crazy. Suddenly, Lin Wei suddenly remembered that the last time Zhang Shuwan and Lin Fei called her, it was after Yuran's compensation was received. No wonder. Lin Wei slowly exhaled the turbid air in her chest. Fortunately, the other party did not succeed. Now she has an account that truly belongs to her. However, she still has to find a way as soon as possible to end the grudge between this body and that annoying family. Chapter 23. Luochen Star District 3, Lin's Waste Electronics Recycling Store. At this time, Zhang Shuwan was pulling Lin Xuan's arm and refusing to give in. "You have to go, you have to go, that's 350,000 star yuan. No, that's more than 380,000 star yuan." Lin Xuan held an old electronic cigarette in one hand, and when he heard the two numbers of 350,000 and 380,000, his eyes clearly flashed with desire. But in the end, he still frowned and shook Zhang Shuwan away with force. "No!" Lin Xuan took a sip of the electronic cigarette. His tone was not open to questioning. He seemed to remember something very unpleasant. His face suddenly darkened, and he raised his voice and said, "You still want to go to the Capital Star? You still have the face to let me go to the Capital Star? The face of our Lin family has been completely lost by you and your son." Lin Xuan thought of that day he inexplicably received a message from the Law Enforcement Bureau, asking him to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Although Lin Xuan's main business is the legitimate business of recycling waste electronics, he has a side business that is not open to the public. At that time, Lin Xuan just thought that his side business was discovered by the Law Enforcement Bureau, and he was terrified all the way. When he arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau, Lin Xuan learned from the two law enforcers that he was called here because of his mother and son, who went to the Capital Star. While Lin Xuan was relieved, he also felt ashamed. That day, he stood in the Law Enforcement Bureau for more than half an hour, and was educated by two law enforcers in turn. What did they say? He said that he, the head of the family, did not manage his family well, and allowed his wife and son to go to the Capital Star to cause trouble. That was the Capital Star. Zhang Shuwan and Lin Fei's trouble was not only a loss of face for the Lin family, but also a loss of face for the entire Luochen Star people. The citizens of the Capital Star will not name the Lin family, and say that they are uneducated and love to make trouble. They will only have prejudice against the citizens of the entire Luochen Star because of this incident, thinking that anyone from Luochen Star is wild and unreasonable. Of course, the law enforcer's original words were actually quite polite, but in Lin Xuan's ears, that's what it meant. Zhang Shuwan was a little afraid of the tall and strong Lin Xuan, but when she thought of the 380,000 star yuan record in the audit record, the greed in her heart instantly suppressed that fear. Then you call that dead girl now, and ask her what happened to the 380,000 yuan. Did she spend it or transfer it? Lin Xuan took another sip of the electronic cigarette, thought about it, and finally fulfilled Zhang Shuchuan's wish and called Lin Wei. 380,000 star yuan is not a small amount. However, how could Lin Wei, who was on guard against the Lin family, still keep Lin Xuan's contact number? Listening to the familiar electronic sound coming from the communicator, Zhang Shuwan was so angry that she cursed, "The heartless girl, I really raised her in vain." Lin Xiuan's face was not much better when he realized that he was blocked. He held the electronic cigarette and didn't say anything, but his thoughts were similar to Zhang Shuwan's. "Dad, Mom, what are you arguing about? I heard your voices before I even entered the door." The voice of his son Lin Fei suddenly sounded outside the house. The door was soon pushed open with force. Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiuan looked up at the door at the same time. It was indeed their son Lin Fei who appeared at the door and raised his hand to take off his mask, but Lin Fei looked very different that day. Lin Fei, dressed in a neat suit and looking very decent, was obviously in a good mood. He walked up to Zhang Shuwan and Lin Xiuan with a breeze and raised his hand. "Here, I bought some fruit for you too." When Zhang Shuwan took it subconsciously, Lin Fei started to search his pockets again. Zhang Shuwan glanced at the bag, which was full of gala fruit. Zhang Shuwan couldn't help but take a breath of cold air after retracting her gaze. "Hiss, how much did it cost?" Lin Xiuan looked at his son, who looked very different today, with a suspicious look on his face, and his frown never relaxed. Lin Fei took out a palm-sized jewelry box from his pocket and stuffed it directly into Zhang Shuwan's pocket, saying, "Mom, this is a gift I bought for you. Do you like it?" Zhang Shuwan opened the jewelry box as she was told, and saw the red crystal bracelet with good color inside. Her eyes lit up. Lin Xiuan looked over and immediately jumped up and slapped Lin Fei on the head, asking, "You went to gamble again, didn't you? What did I tell you last time? If I find you gambling again, I will beat you to death." Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, took a few steps back, and trotted to avoid Lin Xiuan's slap. While dodging, he explained and begged for mercy. No. Dad, don't do it. I really didn't go to gamble again." Zhang Shuwan, who got the red crystal bracelet, had some doubts about Lin Fei's source of funds, but she felt sorry for her son after all, so she hurried forward to stop Lin Xiuan. "Don't do it. Talk nicely. The child said he didn't gamble again. If you want to ask, just ask nicely." Lin Xiuan then stopped, but still glared at Lin Fei, took a breath, and then confirmed with Lin Fei, "No gambling?" Lin Fei, hiding behind Zhang Shuwan with his neck shrunk, nodded hurriedly, "Really, I didn't gamble." Lin Xiuan still didn't believe it, and asked again, "Where did you get the money to buy these?" Lin Fei always had to be a little less angry when facing his father Lin Xiuan. Being stared at and asked by Lin Xiuan, he almost opened his mouth to tell the truth. "No, I can't say it." Lin Fei still remembers the gloomy eyes of the little leader who gave the goods clearly. "If anyone dares to reveal a little bit to the outside world, it will ruin Brother Li's business, haha." The other party didn't finish his words, and his tone when he said this was also light, but Lin Fei felt inexplicably scared. Thinking of the large amount of Xingyuan he would get after selling the goods. Lin Fei made a decision in his heart immediately. "Speak." After waiting for his son to reply for a long time, Lin Xiuan, who didn't trust Lin Fei, was more certain that Lin Fei had gone to gamble again. Before Lin Xiuan raised his hand again, Lin Fei said very quickly, "I met a boss who does flower and potted plant business in the black market, and I made money by reselling flower and potted plants with that boss. These days, the only business that Lin Fei can think of that can bring in a large amount of money in a short period of time and can be considered a legitimate business is the flower and potted plant business." Lin Xiuan stared at Lin Fei suspiciously for a while, and seeing that Lin Fei was quite confident when he said this, he believed it 3 points in his heart. In his cognition, Lin Fei didn't dare to make up lies in front of him. Even if he did, he would be seen through at a glance because of his guilty conscience. "Where did you get the capital? Reselling flower and potted plants should require a lot of capital, right?" In order to avoid Lin Xiuan's suspicion again, Lin Fei immediately replied, "I sold my mother's green stone ring to get the capital." Lin Xiuan believed it, but Zhang Shuwan jumped up. She turned around and slapped her son on the back. "Okay, you said you have a gambling debt to pay off, and you will die if you don't pay it back. You lied to me, you dead child. How can you lie to your mother like this?" Lin Fei grabbed Zhang Shuwan's hand and tried to hit her, and comforted her. "Oh Mom, I didn't mean to lie to you. Look, I bought a bracelet to make up for your sin." While talking, Lin Fei did not forget to secretly observe Lin Xiuan's face. Seeing that Lin Xiuan had sat back and was smoking an e-cigarette, Lin Fei was relieved. Zhang Shuwan didn't like the red crystal bracelet so much when she looked at it again. It was exchanged for her green ringing stone ring. And the red crystal and green ringing stone are not on the same level. Lin Fei knew what made Zhang Shuwan unhappy, so he coaxed her, I originally wanted to buy back the green stone ring, but the store owner said it had been bought at a high price. I looked for jewelry with green stone in several stores, but couldn't find it, so I bought you this red crystal bracelet. He also said, your son can make money now, what are you worried about? Wait for me to sell. And then resell a few potted plants, and make a lot of money. Not to mention a green stone ring, I will buy you 10, and wear them on all 10 fingers. Zhang Shuan was amused, holding the red crystal bracelet, and looking at it over and over again, and she didn't forget to praise, our Xiufei is really capable, he can already make money. Lin Fei took out a new type of electronic cigarette that is rare on the market of Lichengxing from his pocket, and pushed it to Lin Xiuan's hand. Dad, this is for you. Lin Xiuan was not like Zhang Shuan who kept praising her. He picked up the e-cigarette and looked at it. He didn't say anything, but his expression showed that he was satisfied. Lin Fei sat down, thinking of the few words he heard before entering the door, and asked, what were you two arguing about just now? When he asked this, Zhang Shujuan's joy disappeared, and she told Lin Fei about the investigation of Lin Wei's account. 350,000, it's a lot. If the old Lin Fei heard this, he would definitely be tempted, but now, Lin Fei thinks he has seen the world, those who have more capital than him to buy goods, can easily make more than this amount. Lin Fei said indifferently, this 350,000 is probably the follow-up compensation from their company. I said, she is paralyzed, how can they only give her 50,000? He thought about it, and said to Zhang Shuan, Mom, don't worry, wait until the restriction on our movement expires, I will accompany you to the capital star again, it won't be long. What Lin Fei really thought of was that he had heard that there were people selling goods on the capital star, and the price was much higher than that of their third-tier stars. He could just take this opportunity to explore the capital star. Although Zhang Shuan felt that if Lin Wei went to the capital star after the restriction on movement expired, she might have spent all the 350,000, but since her son had said so, she could only nod and agree. Lin Wei, who had not stepped out of the dormitory for a long time, was finally going out today. She made an appointment with the attending physician at the medical station for a full-body checkup. Of course, the physical checkup was not the focus of Lin Wei's trip. Her main purpose was to ask the attending physician to buy negative ion repair fluid from his friend. With the help of Xiao Xiao, Lin Wei, who basically only wore nightgowns in the dormitory, changed into casual clothes. Her long hair, which was neglected, was tied up high. The considerate Xiao Xiao also put some light makeup on Lin Wei's face, making Lin Wei, who was getting thinner and thinner due to hemiplegia, look a lot more energetic. Before leaving, Lin Wei thought about it, and took out a small bag of seed buckthorn fruit from the freezer. It's not good to ask someone to do something for you empty-handed. The corridor of the dormitory is completely sealed and air filters are installed, but it should be because it is relatively cheap, and the filtering effect is worse than the air filters in the dormitory. Lin Wei was repeatedly reminded by Xiao Xiao, and put on a mask as soon as she left the dormitory. The masks in this world feel very thin in the hand, but very stuffy when worn. At that time, Lin Wei was discharged from the hospital, and felt uncomfortable when she wore it for the first time. At that time, Lin Wei did not have a clear understanding of the terrible air quality in this world, so Misha asked her to wear it. She wore it, but she didn't wear it tightly. As soon as the door opened, the air outside suddenly rushed up and penetrated into Lin Wei's nasal cavity through the gap of the mask that was not pressed well. Lin Wei was almost choked to death by the strong sulfur smell that seemed to be wrapped in gunpowder. The smell of air in this world is actually like this, just like the pungent smell left after a large number of fireworks and firecrackers are set off during festivals. After that experience, even if the mask is uncomfortable to wear, Lin Wei dare not wear it casually. Xiao Xiao pushed Lin Wei out of the dormitory building and walked all the way to the medical station. Let me take care of the newcomers, what? I am still a newcomer myself. When they were about to reach the medical station, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but mutter and complain. Lin Wei raised his intact left hand and patted Xiao Xiao's arm to comfort her. Xiao Xiao originally had half a day off today. When she heard that Lin Wei was going to the medical station for a physical examination, she volunteered to accompany Lin Wei. In fact, Xiao Xiao felt that the road from the dormitory building to the medical station was too far. If Lin Wei went alone, she could only use her left hand, and it would be too tiring to push the wheelchair all the way. It happened that she was on vacation, and she was quite happy that she could accompany Lin Wei to save him energy. Who would have thought that before she left, her agent suddenly sent her a message and temporarily gave her the task of leading a newcomer. Xiao Xiao herself had only signed the contract not long ago. If she hadn't taken advantage of the unexpected popularity of the live broadcast, she would be a new anchor now. When she first signed the contract, her agent didn't mention finding a popular anchor to lead her. Other new anchors are the same. If they want to find someone to guide them, they have to find ways to curry favor with others. Why is this new anchor special? But even if she complains, Xiao Xiao is still just a trainee anchor. The consequences of not listening to her agent's arrangements are not something she can bear now. So, after pushing Lin Wei to the door of the medical station, Xiao Xiao could only wave goodbye to Lin Wei. I don't know how long it will take. Send me a message after you finish the examination. If I can catch up, I will come to find you, and we will go back to the dormitory together. Xiao Xiao said so. Lin Wei nodded, okay. He also said, don't be unhappy, smile. Xiao Xiao grinned at her, then waved, let's go. She ran straight towards the live broadcast building. Lin Wei watched Xiao Xiao's figure gradually disappear, then pushed the wheelchair to the identity recognition device at the door of the medical station and pressed the button to apply for entry. The medical station located in Yuan Media does not have many patients on weekdays, so the only 2 doctors on duty are usually very idle. At this time, the attending doctor who had an appointment with Lin Wei was watching a video on the optical brain holographic screen at his workstation. The name of this video is Homemade Nutrient Soil for Planting Flowers and Grasses, and the video was posted by Wei Rui. The attending doctor, an amateur fruit and vegetable planting enthusiast, was not very serious about watching this popular video recommended by a friend, which has exceeded 5 million views. In the video, a girl with hemiplegia sat in a wheelchair, smiling and sharing with everyone some of her wonderful ideas in the process of planting flowers and plants. The girl said softly, I found that eggshells and bones, after some treatment, mixed with sterile soil, made nutrient soil that is very beneficial to the germination and growth of flowers and plants. So, what I want to share with you today is how to make this nutrient soil. The attending doctor did not expect that the publisher of the video, Wei Rui, was Lin Wei, the patient he had an appointment with. Seeing the girl's good spirits despite her hemiplegia, the attending doctor nodded with satisfaction. However, the nutritious soil shared by the girl. Eggshell? Bone? The attending doctor shook his head and sneered. It was really a young person's whimsical idea, after watching countless videos on the internet that said to be effective and mysterious fruit and vegetable planting experience sharing, the attending doctor has passed the stage of mindless following. I wanted to turn off this seemingly nonsense video, but when I thought that the publisher was his patient after all, and he had a very good impression of Lin Wei, he patiently continued to watch it. The attending doctor did not have the habit of opening the barrage. If he had opened it, he would not have the current attitude after seeing the spoilers of other netizens who watched it repeatedly. But it was precisely because the attending doctor did not open the barrage that he felt even more shocked when he saw the subsequent Easter eggs. When Lin Wei posed for her roommate Scallion, which was said to be saved by nutrient soil, the attending doctor was still thinking that he had seen a lot of similar fruit and vegetable planting videos. However, when it was time for the Easter eggs, when Lin Wei showed everyone the flower seed she had planted, a full 5 green seedlings, the absent-minded attending doctor was dumbfounded. As the video progressed, the 5 seedlings sprouted and grew leaves, and slowly grew up and blossomed in front of the attending doctor. These 5 seedlings were definitely not any kind of fruit and vegetable seedlings he was familiar with. They were actually flower seedlings. A full 5 flower seedlings. If it was staged, how much would it cost? Based on the attending doctor's understanding of the video publisher Wei Rui, the other party's financial situation should not be able to pay so much money for a show. So, it's true. The attending doctor watched the video again. This time he opened the bullet screen, and watching the screams in the bullet screen during the Easter egg segment, the attending doctor couldn't help but scream along. The video was replayed again, and the attending doctor focused on the process of making the nutrient soil, and he checked the time from time to time while watching. There was still more than half an hour before the time he and Lin Wei agreed to meet, but the attending doctor was already waiting anxiously. Why hasn't Lin Wei come yet? Chapter 24. The door of the medical station slowly slid open, and Lin Wei saw the familiar round nursing robot Misha behind the door. As she took off her mask, Lin Wei's face unconsciously put on a smile. Long time no see, Misha. Did you miss me? Misha came behind Lin Wei and helped her push the wheelchair. Long time no see, Lin Wei. After a pause, a smooth electronic voice said, Miss you. Lin Wei's eyes curved, and she waved to Misha behind her. Come to the front first. Misha followed her words and loosened the armrest of the wheelchair, and came to the front of Lin Wei. Lin Wei raised her head slightly, stretched out her left arm, and gently wrapped it around Misha's slightly cool metal body. I miss you too. Lin Wei felt that she had a little bit of a baby bird complex for Misha. After all, when she first came to this world, the first person she saw when she opened her eyes was Misha. Afterwards, the body was diagnosed with hemiplegia. Lin Wei was able to get through the initial discomfort, weakness, and embarrassment with Misha's careful care. It was fine when they were not together, but when they saw each other, Lin Wei's urge to buy Misha home surged up again. Oh, she doesn't have a real home in this world for the time being. Misha, who was half-armed by Lin Wei, froze as a robot. Of course, under normal circumstances, the robot's body seemed to be stiff. Misha felt her core processor, which was a little warm and a little messy at this moment. Her two flexible mechanical arms twisted into a knot behind her, at a loss. Finally, they separated, and one mechanical arm tentatively stretched forward, but at this moment, the attending doctor's voice came from not far away. Lin Wei. Lin Wei loosened her left arm around Misha, pulled away a little, and turned her head to look at the attending doctor, who came forward. Dr. Wei. The attending doctor's surname was Wei Yang. The attending doctor cleared his throat, straightened his collar and asked, "Why are you stopping here? Come on, I take you for a full body check." "Okay." Lin Wei responded, and when she raised her eyes, she happened to meet the attending doctor's line of sight. As if she was caught doing something bad, the attending doctor coughed dryly, and immediately turned his eyes away. Lin Wei? She didn't know if it was her illusion, but she always felt that Dr. Wei gave her a strange feeling today. The look in his eyes when he looked at her seemed to contain some kind of eagerness, and he seemed to be frequently hesitant to speak. After the examination, the attending doctor said to the electronic record book, "Your physical data are all good, but your body fat rate is low. You can eat more high-calorie foods appropriately." Lin Wei listened carefully, and nodded to show that he understood. The attending doctor looked up from the electronic record book and looked at Lin Wei, and asked, "On the right half of your body, only your little finger still has a slight reaction?" Lin Wei nodded. "When I was discharged from the hospital, you told me not to do rehabilitation casually. I haven't been doing it much these days, so it's still the same." The attending doctor hummed and said, "Your situation is special. Your limbs are intact. Conventional rehabilitation will not help you at all. On the contrary, you may get injured. It's right not to do it." Lin Wei smiled when she heard it. After a short silence, as if she suddenly remembered something, Lin Wei said, "I almost forgot." As she said that, she reached into the handbag next to the armrest of the wheelchair and took out a small bag of sea buckthorn from it. "This is for you." The attending doctor took a look at the bag of yellow pearl fruit in Lin Wei's hand. Fresh fruits are not cheap, so he didn't want to accept it. "Why are you buying fruit for me? Is it so polite? Do you need help with something? Just tell me." Seeing that he didn't want to accept it, Lin Wei didn't waste any more words. She put the bag of sea buckthorn on Dr. Wei's desk, and then she said, "It's like this, I have some money now." The attending doctor was shocked when he heard Lin Wei's words, although he didn't show it on his face. He didn't expect that the girl would save enough money to buy negative ion repair liquid so quickly. Lin Wei explained her intention to buy the negative ion repair liquid, and after confirming that Dr. Wei's friend still had some in stock, she asked, "Dr. Wei, how much negative ion repair liquid do you think I need to completely recover my health given my current physical condition?" After a pause, Lin Wei was still a little worried that 3 million would not be enough, so she added, "Or it could restore the consciousness of my right half of the body, so that it is not as stiff as it is now." The attending doctor considered and said, "Generally, if it is a limb or organ injury, and the injured area does not exceed 1/3 of the limb or organ, 1 bottle of negative ion repair liquid is enough. And you have brain nerve damage. To be honest, I have not come across similar cases except you, but I have checked the relevant information. The maximum is 3 bottles. If you still don't recover completely after using up 3 bottles, then you will have permanent sequelae." Hearing that there may be permanent sequelae, Lin Wei's face changed. The attending doctor comforted him. "If you use the negative ion repair fluid now, it is still a relatively timely treatment. Therefore, you must have confidence in yourself, and it will definitely not be the worst result." Lin Wei thought for a while and asked, "Should I buy 3 directly now? My suggestion is that you can buy 1 first, observe the recovery situation, and then consider the subsequent purchase." After hearing this, Lin Wei said decisively, "Then I will transfer the money to you now, 480,000 for 1? "Yes, 480,000. However, the attending doctor waved his hand, "Don't worry, I will send a message to my friend later. It should be delivered tomorrow afternoon at the latest. You can come again tomorrow afternoon. It won't be too late to transfer the money then." The topic about Lin Wei's physical condition ended here. The attending doctor put down the electronic record book, and in Lin Wei's surprised eyes, he clapped his hands together. He said, "Okay, our doctor-patient relationship can come to an end for now. Now we should be a loyal audience and a popular video publisher." Lin Wei was a little confused for a moment. What's the connection? Then, while Lin Wei was reacting, the attending doctor had already asked 3 questions in a row. Is your nutrient soil only used to plant flower and grass seeds? Can it be used to plant fruit and vegetable seeds? If you plant fruit and vegetable seeds, do you need to adjust the ratio of bone and eggshell powder in the nutrient soil? Lin Wei looked up at the attending doctor and finally realized that the so-called relationship between a loyal audience and a popular video publisher was actually asking questions in person after watching her second nutrient soil production video. Since this is the case, if the target is Dr. Wei, Lin Wei answered one by one without hesitation. It can be used to plant fruit and vegetable seeds. Compared with ordinary sterile soil, the germination rate should also be improved. As for the ratio, you don't need to adjust it. If you want to adjust it, you can reduce the bone meal appropriately. Don't add a lot of eggshell powder and bone meal, and still use sterile soil as the main material. The attending doctor nodded hurriedly, staring at Lin Wei with eyes full of curiosity. Lin Wei thought, I really can't tell that Dr. Wei, who looks mature and steady on weekdays, is just like a hot-blooded teenager when it comes to planting-related matters. I didn't expect that Dr. Wei is also a planting enthusiast, Lin Wei said with a smile. We are so familiar with each other, and Dr. Wei has helped me a lot. Then I will quietly tell Dr. Wei some of the content of my third video, which is about seeds. The attending doctor's eyes lit up, and the eagerness in them almost overflowed. He urged, you say. After chatting with the attending doctor about planning for almost an hour, even if the work at the medical station was idle, the attending doctor still had a report to write. So, although he was very reluctant, the attending doctor could only wave goodbye to Lin Wei. Remember tomorrow afternoon, the attending doctor reminded. Got it. Lin Wei responded, and Misha pushed her out. When she was about to leave the office, Lin Wei suddenly stopped Misha. Stop, Misha. Then he lowered his voice slightly and asked the attending doctor, Dr. Wei, I have another question for you. The attending doctor, who was about to bury his head in writing the report, raised his head again after hearing this. What? Lin Wei asked directly. If I want to buy Misha, how much does it cost? Misha? The attending doctor glanced at the nursing robot behind Lin Wei. You mean you want to buy a nursing robot of the same model as Misha? Lin Wei explained. It's not the same model, it's Misha. The attending doctor understood, but said with embarrassment, that may be a bit difficult. It's not just a matter of money. This medical station was invested and built by URN Media. All the equipment inside, including Misha, are all assets of URN Media. The attending doctor pointed his finger to the sky. If you really want to buy Misha, you have to ask the chairman of URN Media to buy it. I personally don't have the authority to do so. Lin Wei sighed when he heard this. If he had to find the chairman of URN Media to buy it, it would be a bit difficult. Seeing the girl's frustrated face, the attending doctor thought about the girl's selfless teaching of many useful planting experiences, so he said, in fact, this matter is not without room for maneuver. I have a less mainstream method. Do you want to listen to it? Lin Wei nodded. The so-called less mainstream method of the attending doctor sounded wonderful to Lin Wei. You go buy a nursing robot of the same or similar model as Misha first, remove its core processor, and then I will remove Misha's core processor. We will replace it when the time comes. Of course, you have to tell me in advance so that I can export all the patient data stored in Misha's core processor. What should I say? Lin Wei was stunned. Indeed, Misha is a robot, and the shell is not important at all. What is important is its core processor. The attending doctor did not have the authority to sell Misha, if he sold Misha to Lin Wei privately. Lin Wei walked out of the medical station with such a big guy as Misha, it was too eye-catching. But the core processor is different, it is very small, and can be carried around without anyone noticing. As long as the patient data is imported into the new core processor, it will not affect the normal operation of the nursing robot and the work of the medical station, so there is no big problem. The attending doctor said so. After all, except for little girls like Lin Wei who are still in the stage of heavy feelings, few people will really pay attention to the subtle deviations of the personality and behavior of a nursing robot before and after. Before putting on a mask and leaving the medical station, Lin Wei said to the nursing robot behind him in a muffled and solemn voice, Wait for me, I will definitely buy you home. Misha responded with a flat electronic voice similar to that of a nursing robot, Okay. standing motionlessly at the door of the medical station, watching the girl slowly push the wheelchair away. Lin Wei sent a message to Xiao Xiao when she was almost done talking to her attending physician, but Xiao Xiao didn't reply, probably because she was still in the process of live streaming. Lin Wei, who returned to the dormitory alone, felt a little tired. She went to the terrace to take a look at the 3 ugly seedlings with frustrated expressions on their heads. She didn't find any changes or abnormalities in them, so she pushed the wheelchair back to the bedroom. After sleeping for almost 2 hours, Lin Wei heard a noise outside the bedroom door. She guessed that it must be Xiao Xiao who came back, so she turned over and sat in the wheelchair. Xiao Xiao, sitting on the sofa in the living room, looked like she was about to cry. Lin Wei hurriedly pushed the wheelchair forward and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "The live streaming is not going well." It would have been fine if she hadn't mentioned live streaming. As soon as she heard the word live streaming, Xiao Xiao got even angrier, panting heavily. This was the first time that Lin Wei saw the good-tempered Xiao Xiao so angry. She raised her hand to stroke Xiao Xiao's back, and worriedly said, "Tell me what's wrong. Why are you so angry?" Xiao Xiao took a long time to calm down before she choked up and said, "It's all because of that new anchor." With the first sentence as an outlet, Xiao Xiao slowly told Lin Wei about the grievances she had just suffered. The new anchor that the agent asked Xiao Xiao to bring was called Ling Man. She was beautiful, and had a very visual impact at first glance. Xiao Xiao even felt that her face alone was enough to attract fans, and she didn't need her to bring popularity at all. At the beginning of the live broadcast, many viewers on Xiao Xiao's side were diverted to Ling Man's live broadcast room. Xiao Xiao was naturally unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. It was usually like this when bringing in new people. But Ling Man, who had clearly taken advantage of Xiao Xiao, was not grateful at all. She mocked Xiao Xiao's appearance in various ways during the live broadcast. She said that cuteness is nothing compared to true beauty. Xiao Xiao said in a muffled voice, "There are also many viewers who agree with her and think she is right." For Xiao Xiao, it was like a public execution. "That's fine. I'm not a good singer," but she still insisted on competing with me in singing. I declined, and she pretended not to hear, and even held a vote. Then I lost, and she said I had to accept the punishment, so she made me. Xiao Xiao was a little embarrassed to say, "Do some coquettish gestures." Lin Wei's anger had soared to a certain extent when she heard this, and she asked calmly, "Do you accept it?" Xiao Xiao shook her head and said, "No, I can't do those movements, it's too embarrassing." She said I can't afford it. In short, this whole live broadcast was torture for Xiao Xiao. After she said all the grievances in her heart, Xiao Xiao felt much better. However, Lin Wei's brows did not relax because of Xiao Xiao's improved mood. She said, "Go and tell your agent that you will never bring this Ling Man again. You are popular now, and have filmed commercials. Don't be afraid. At worst, you can change companies when the contract expires. It's better than being drained of popularity and heat in the name of bringing newcomers." Xiao Xiao actually thought so in her heart, but she was gentle and soft, and she was always hesitant to refuse others or make major decisions. But seeing Lin Wei's angry and aggrieved look for her, Xiao Xiao's originally soft heart hardened up. "Okay, I will send a message to my agent now. I will never bring this Ling Man again. Whoever wants to bring her can bring her." At the end, she snorted coldly with pride. Lin Wei, who was originally annoyed, was amused by Xiao Xiao's pretentious hum. After sending the message, Xiao Xiao was still a little nervous, hugged Lin Wei's arm, and acted coquettishly. "Lin Wei is still the best." Fortunately, the result was much better than both of them expected. After reading the agent's reply, Xiao Xiao was surprised and said, "My agent agreed. He also felt that Ling Man and I were not very compatible, and were not suitable for live broadcasting together, haha." While laughing, she was still jumping on the sofa. Seeing that she was happy, Lin Wei didn't say anything else. Xiao Xiao had jumped enough, as if she thought of something bad, and said with a look of disgust and gossip, "After the live broadcast, I saw Zhou Man approaching Ling Man, and kept praising her. Well, she has a new target to get attention. Speaking of which, both of them are named Man, and those named men are probably not good people." The matter was resolved, and Lin Wei didn't care much about Zhou Man or Ling Man, but after hearing Xiao Xiao's last summary, Lin Wei couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "Map Cannon, there is no need." "Then will you still broadcast live in the afternoon?" Lin Wei pulled Xiao Xiao's slightly red apple face because of jumping around. She was so cute and lovely, and that Ling Man was really short-sighted. Xiao Xiao waved her hand and said generously, "No, I take a leave to rest." Lin Wei smiled and said, "That's perfect, you can accompany me to look at houses and help me with advice." Xiao Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. You want to buy a house? So soon? Lin Wei said implicitly. Look first, buy if there is a suitable one. I don't know if my money is enough. Before taking a nap, Lin Wei roughly calculated the assets she had now. She got 3 million from selling potted plants, and there was more than 30,000 yuan in compensation for Yuran. And then, there was the income from the Finalizing platform after she posted 2 videos. Speaking of this part of Finalizing's income, Lin Wei had never looked through it before, and it was a little surprised when she checked the account before taking a nap. The first video released by Lin Wei has been played more than 2.5 million times to date, and the second video has been played more than 6 million times because it became popular. According to the terms of the Finalizing customer agreement, that 5-star yuan bonus is given for every 10,000 views. The income from the 2 videos is more than 4,000 star yuan, plus the rewards. It is about 5,000 star yuan. This is the income calculated by Lin Wei, which is not much. But when Lin Wei opened his Finalizing account, he saw that he had earned more than 80,000 and nearly 90,000 star yuan. Although Lin Wei's current situation would never make him complain about having too much money, he had to find out where the extra money came from, so that it would be easier for Lin Wei to work towards this direction of making money in the future, right? Lin Wei checked on the Tianwan website, and found out that Finalizing had an incentive plan limited to original videos, that is, for every 1 million views of original videos. Finalizing officials would give 10,000 star yuan original incentives. This is the source of the extra money in Lin Wei's Finalizing account. Therefore, Lin Wei now has about 3.12 million star yuan on hand. After deducting the 480,000 to be transferred to the attending physician tomorrow, and reserving some living expenses and money for buying seeds, Lin Wei only has 2.6 million star yuan left. And out of these 2.6 million star yuan, Lin Wei is also going to reserve money for 1 bottle of negative ion repair liquid in case of emergency. Therefore, Lin Wei can only use 2.1 million star yuan to buy a house. This is on the premise that the purchase of Misha is postponed. Lin Wei has checked the house prices in the capital star, and in one word, expensive. Fortunately, like the world Lin Wei used to live in, the house purchase and sale in this world is not only in the form of full payment, but also in the form of down payment plus installments, and the more fashionable form of deposit plus time-limited balance. In short, Lin Wei is likely to become a house slave. Chapter 25. Lin Wei and Xiao Xiao spent the whole afternoon looking at houses in the dormitory. While looking at houses, Lin Wei couldn't help but sigh at the benefits of high technology. You can look at houses without leaving your home. 3D projection imaging, proportional scaling, can perfectly satisfy your little willfulness of looking at whatever you want. The house type that Lin Wei focused on was a single apartment with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, kitchen and bathroom, which is called a capsule room in this world. Of course, if this capsule room can have a terrace, it will definitely be a plus for Lin Wei. Lin Wei almost didn't look at any of the capsule rooms for sale in districts 1 to 5 of the capital star. The reason is that the housing prices in these 5 districts are too high and expensive for Lin Wei to reach now. The housing prices in District 6 are relatively cheaper. As for District 7 where Lin Wei is now, because there are several large entertainment and media companies here, the housing prices of some houses even exceed those in District 5. After a round of looking, according to the housing prices, Lin Wei roughly locked in the areas for house viewing, which are Districts 6, 8 and 9. The capital planet is divided into 12 districts in total. Basically, the later the district is, the cheaper the housing prices are. However, Lin Wei also looked at it, and found that after District 10, the housing prices are cheap, but the environment and infrastructure are much worse. Lin Wei thought that he would definitely make money by growing flowers and grass and selling potted plants in the future. If the house is too remote, the safety factor may not be guaranteed. When looking at the house, Xiao Xiao was always beside Lin Wei to give him advice. At the end, Xiao Xiao hooked the only little finger on Lin Wei's right half of his body that could move, and couldn't help muttering, "It would be better to buy in District 6 or District 8? Lin Wei, who was looking at the house carefully, didn't hear it clearly for a moment, and tilted his head. Huh? Xiao Xiao simply said, I said, it would be best if you could buy a house closer to where in media, so that I can visit you when I am free. District 9 is too far away, and it takes a whole day to go back and forth. He also said, it would be best if there are more vacant houses around the house you buy, so that when I make money in the future, I can buy a house next to yours and be your neighbor. Lin Wei thought for a moment, then pretended to be embarrassed and said, but the houses in District 6 and 8 are too expensive. You can buy a more satisfactory house in District 9 for the same price. Xiao Xiao obviously understood that the housing price was the key issue that Lin Wei had to consider now, so she sighed helplessly and said, then tried to buy a house in District 9 close to District 8, so... Oh! Without waiting for Qiao Qiao to finish her words, Lin Wei gently pulled Qiao Qiao's apple face and smiled. I'm kidding you. If I can find a suitable one, I also want to buy a house in District 6 or District 8, closer to you. After all, Qiao Qiao is the first and only friend she made after coming to this world, and she cherishes it very much. Qiao Qiao slapped Lin Wei's hand away, covered her cheek, and then smiled contentedly. After dinner, it was Qiao Qiao's special show. The beverage advertisement Qiao Qiao had shot before would be released on the beverage company's Skynet homepage and several small social platforms at 8 o'clock tonight. So the two of them packed up early and just waited for 8 o'clock to come. As soon as 8 o'clock arrived, the light screen projected on the wall showed vibrant colors. The plot of the beverage advertisement is very simple. At the beginning, young men and women are exercising, running and jumping, and a few close-up shots of them sweating are cut. Then someone drags a box full of drinks into the scene and distributes drinks to men and women. Then a few shots of people drinking drinks with a happy expression are cut, and the whole beverage advertisement ends. Because it is a group portrait advertisement, Qiao Qiao only has a few fragmentary shots, but as long as the camera cuts to herself, even if it is fleeting, Qiao Qiao will exclaim and point to the projection screen for Lin Wei to see. In fact, Lin Wei wanted to say that there was no need for Qiao Qiao to point it out deliberately. She didn't know if she was partial to her friends. In this advertisement, that lasted only 30 seconds, there were many men and women with outstanding looks, but she could only see Qiao Qiao at a glance and remember her deeply. After the girl ran and jumped, her cute face was flushed and sweaty. She looked like an apple just picked from the tree with dew on it, which made people want to take a bite. After watching the advertisement on the homepage of the beverage company, Qiao Qiao went to look for advertisements on small social platforms one by one. This short beverage advertisement was played over and over again on the wall of Lin Wei's small dormitory. It seemed that they could never get tired of watching it. Qiao Qiao and Lin Wei were the same. Both of them watched it seriously, so no one noticed that a bare rose seedling on the terrace seemed to twist slightly in the beat of the background music of the advertisement. Compared with Lin Wei's dormitory, the atmosphere in some other trainees' dormitories was not so harmonious and friendly. For example, Ling Man's dormitory, who had just moved into the dormitory 3 days after signing the contract. At this time, Ling Man's roommate was sitting on the sofa in the dormitory living room. She looked up at her bedroom from time to time, looking at the closed door with a sullen look. After a while, the closed door was finally opened, and Ling Man came out from inside. While combing her freshly washed hair, she did not forget to complain a few words. What a lousy accommodation condition. Today this is broken, tomorrow that is broken. Can't people live here? The roommate had put away the unhappy expression on her face at this time, and echoed, the dormitory, the conditions must be worse, can't be compared with home. But she couldn't help complaining in her heart. Her last roommate lived in Ling Man's bedroom for almost a year, and she didn't hear that anything was broken. Why was it that she, Ling Man, was unlucky? She had only lived there for 2 days. First the toilet was broken, and now the shower room shower didn't work. The bathroom and the toilet are relatively private places for individuals. The roommate didn't want to lend them out, but this Ling Man was a domineering lady who didn't know how to be polite. She knocked on her bedroom door and didn't give her a chance to refuse. She went in directly. The roommate was so angry that she had no place to vent and dared not to vent. She knew that Ling Man had some connections. It seemed that one of her relatives was Yu Rant's senior agent. Because of this, Ling Man had the privilege of being led by the popular trainee anchor Qiao Qiao as soon as she signed the contract. Ling Man seemed to have only noticed the existence of her roommate until this moment. She casually said, I'm done, you go. With this tone, those who didn't know would think she was the owner of that bedroom. The roommate was so angry that she was speechless. She said nothing and walked straight into her bedroom. Ling Man hummed a song leisurely and sat on the sofa, but something seemed to flash in the corner of her eyes. Ling Man turned her head to check, but did not find anything unusual. Was she seeing it wrong? Besides, Ling Man's roommate returned to the bedroom and was furious when she saw the messy bathroom. However, before she could hold her breath to clean up, a small black shadow quickly passed in front of her. Ah! The roommate screamed and rushed out of the bedroom. Her sharp high decibel scared Ling Man. What are you arguing about, ah? Before Ling Man finished her impatient question, she also screamed loudly, Kumo. Damn it, how could there be Kumo in the dormitory? At this time, Lin Wei and Qiao Qiao, who who had watched the advertisement many times, were preparing to go to bed. Originally, according to Xiao Qiao's excitement, she could have at least another 2 hours, but when she heard that Lin Wei was going to the medical station tomorrow afternoon and would probably be injected with negative ion repair fluid, she immediately stopped. Go to sleep. Go to bed early, and get up early for good health. Xiao Qiao pushed Lin Wei into the bedroom, like singing, I hope our Lin Wei will be completely cured after injecting a bottle of negative ion repair fluid. Lin Wei looked at Xiao Qiao, who looked like she was drunk, and doubted whether she could sleep in bed in a while. Just as Xiao Qiao was helping Lin Wei disassemble and adjust the wheelchair and preparing to help Lin Wei go to bed, there was a sudden almost boiling noise outside. Lin Wei and Xiao Qiao looked at each other. Xiao Qiao, who was already excited and energetic, helped Lin Wei back to the wheelchair and said, I go see what happened first. After getting a nod from Lin Wei, Xiao Qiao trotted to the door. Xiao Qiao first looked at the video doorbell for a while, then returned to the bedroom and said to Lin Wei, It seems that something terrible happened outside. There are people in the corridor. Let's go out and take a look together. Lin Wei glanced at Xiao Qiao. It can be seen that the girl is very curious about what happened outside, but she did not rush out immediately. Instead, she came back to ask her if she, who was inconvenient to move, wanted to go with her, which made Lin Wei feel very relieved. Lin Wei, who was also somewhat curious, nodded, okay. The wheelchair was adjusted back to its original state. Xiao Qiao pushed Lin Wei to the door. Before opening the door, she did not forget to check whether Lin Wei's mask was worn properly. Just as Xiao Qiao saw in the video doorbell, the corridor was full of trainees. Xiao Qiao did not push Lin Wei into the corridor, but let Lin Wei's wheelchair stop at the edge of the door. She stretched her neck and looked out. I go to find out the news. As she said, she plunged into the crowd in the corridor. After a while, Xiao Qiao finally squeezed out of the crowd with the information she had found out, and said to Lin Wei breathlessly, There are Kumo in the 2 dormitories downstairs. Lin Wei was stunned for a moment. Kumo? Yeah. Xiao Qiao suddenly smiled playfully, leaned close to Lin Wei, and whispered, Do you think that evil people will be punished? One of the dormitories is Ling Man's dormitory. Lin Wei couldn't help but raise one eyebrow. What a coincidence. Xiao Qiao nodded and said, Yes, although it's not good to think so, but when I heard that Ling Man and her dormitory were there, I felt very happy. It's what they deserved, Lin Wei smiled maliciously with her and echoed, Yeah, Kumo is really a good bug. He vented out Xiao Qiao's anger. Lin Wei not only knows Kumo, but can even say that she knows quite a bit about it. It is a kind of insect that combines the vicious characteristics of cockroaches and termites in Lin Wei's impression, and is even worse than them. Lin Wei has checked a lot of information about Kumo on Tianwang. So, how did Lin Wei think of looking up information about this insect? The reason is simple. Lin Wei is curious. Curious about the fact that the plants in this world have become like that, and the ecosystem and food chain have basically disappeared. Why are only fruits and vegetables expensive in daily life, while most meat is very cheap? Admittedly, the cheap meats, such as pork, duck meat, and some fish and shrimp, are mostly either omnivorous or carnivorous. But they can't be cannibalistic, or cannibalistic. Or are they collectively fed with pure chemical synthetic feed? Lin Wei was bored in the dormitory and developed this kind of curiosity. She searched on Tianwang and found out that the staple food of those livestock that produce cheap meat is this Kumo. Kumo, a kind of insect that is said to be able to survive hundreds of years in the interstellar space without food or water. Its staple food is crystal ore, of course. In addition to crystal ore, it eats almost everything. According to the description on Skynet, its destructive power can be roughly compared to termites, and it is a termite with a reproduction speed and ability comparable to cockroaches. Usually, as long as you find a Kumo, you will soon find a nest or even several nests. Some netizens on Skynet also joked that fortunately Kumo has no interest in humans and is not parasitic, otherwise humans will most likely be wiped out when facing Kumo. Although it is a joke, it has been agreed by many netizens, which shows the harmfulness of Kumo besides being livestock feed. Because of its high risk of harm, the breeding of Kumo is also strictly controlled. Basically, the breeding base of Kumo is set up on a desolate star island far away from the planet where humans live. Thinking of this, Lin Wei looked at the trainees outside who were afraid of Kumo, and couldn't help wondering, how could Kumo appear in the dormitory building? Before Lin Wei could figure it out, the dormitory management robot took the elevator up and shouted to all the trainees to return to the dormitory and not gather in the corridor. Ling Man also took the elevator up with the dormitory management robot. Her dormitory and the dormitory next to her have been sealed off because of Kumo. In fact, Even the dormitories adjacent to these two dormitories are now being disinfected. It is not yet known how long the two dormitories without Kumo will be sealed off, but they will definitely not be able to live there tonight. Ling Man, who was walking behind the dormitory management robot, had a black face. She thought that even if the ban was over, she would definitely not live in the room where she had left Kumo. Ling Man had just signed the contract, and apart from her roommate, she didn't know many of the trainees. She did have some connections. Her aunt was Yu Ran's senior agent, but she was in the artist department, far from the trainee department. It was okay to ask the agent who signed her to take care of her. As for trivial matters, like dormitory arrangements, it was a bit of an overreaction and out of reach. Ling Man's roommate had signed the contract for much longer than her, so naturally she had many friends among the trainees, so she quickly found a dormitory to stay in temporarily. Ling Man watched the trainees in other dormitories, who had suffered, one by one, find a place to go, and finally she was the only one left. Although she pretended to be indifferent, she couldn't help getting anxious in her heart. In fact, even if she really couldn't find a dormitory to stay in temporarily, the dormitory management robot would always make an arrangement for her in the end. But in that case, Ling Man would feel aggrieved and passive. The first person Ling Man thought of was Xiao Xiao, who led her live broadcast, but unfortunately, she offended her so badly that the two of them didn't add their contact information at the end of the live broadcast. Apart from Xiao Xiao, there was only one trainee left who Ling Man had talked to and had her contact information, Zhou Man. Ling Man didn't even like Xiao Xiao, so she naturally looked down on Zhou Man, who looked ordinary. If she hadn't taken the initiative to chat with her this morning and expressed a high degree of affirmation of her live broadcast content, to be honest, Ling Man wouldn't have even looked at this person. Not to mention exchanging contact information, that was because the other party pestered her all the way to the dormitory door, and she got impatient and added it. Now, Ling Man looked at Zhou Man's contact number in the communicator, and felt somewhat fortunate. She sent a message to Zhou Man, who responded quickly and affirmatively. Before she reached Zhou Man's dormitory, Zhou Man came to greet her. Seeing her warmly welcoming her to stay in their dormitory, Ling Man's proud self-esteem finally felt a little comforted. The trainees who were watching the excitement in the corridor returned to their dormitories at the request of the dormitory management robot. Speaking of which, the corridor was completely closed, and in fact, they could not see what was going on downstairs at all. They were just chatting in the corridor. Lin Fei and Xiao Xiao were about to close the dormitory door. When Xiao Xiao saw Zhou Man going to greet Ling Man, the fire of gossip was immediately ignited. She stuck to the crack of the door that was about to close and peeked at the interaction between the two men. The two men didn't stay in the corridor for long. They saw Zhou Man holding Ling Man's arm affectionately and leading her to her dormitory. Xiao Xiao saw the flattering smile on Zhou Man's face and couldn't help but smack her lips in disgust. But at this moment, Zhou Man, who had already stepped into the dormitory, suddenly turned her head and her sight happened to collide with Xiao Xiao, who was peeking, and Lin Fei, who was casually glancing at her. Bang! Xiao Xiao, who was peeping, was caught by the real owner. She didn't care about anything else and closed the dormitory door heavily. Turning her head, she saw Lin Fei with his eyes downcast, looking thoughtful. Xiao Xiao asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Lin Fei looked up at Xiao Xiao, and the look Zhou Man had just given him was still in his mind. If she was not mistaken, Zhou Man's sinister eyes seemed to be mixed with a hint of pride. What was she proud of? Was she proud of having Ling Man's thigh? Lin Fei thought for a while, and said, "Xiao Xiao, help me go to the security department tomorrow to get a list of trainees who have received goods recently, and it would be better if there is information about where the goods were sent." Xiao Xiao responded with an "oh" first, and then asked curiously, "What do you want this for?" Lin Fei shook her head and said, "I don't know, just in case." Just thinking that she was overthinking, the dormitory building suddenly appeared with strictly controlled Kumo bugs, and Zhou Man's eyes just looked at her. She didn't know if there was any connection between the two, but her intuition told Lin Fei that this matter might not be simple, and there should be follow-up. Lin Fei did not give a clear answer, and Xiao Xiao did not ask any more questions, just said, go to sleep, don't think about those messy things, be careful not to affect your sleep quality, you still have to go to the medical station tomorrow." Chapter 26. In the medical station, Lin Fei was supported by Misha and lay flat on the bed. The attending doctor opened the metal box with a freezing effect in his hand. In the gurgling white mist, a test tube about the thickness of an adult's finger could be vaguely seen. Lin Fei tilted her head to look at the attending doctor. Her eyes fell on the test tube that had been taken out by the attending doctor. The gray liquid like mercury rippled in the test tube with the doctor's movements. This is the negative ion repair liquid that Lin Wei spent a full 480,000 star yuan to buy. In order to allow the negative ion repair liquid to better nourish Lin Wei's damaged brain nerves, the attending doctor marked the injection point for Lin Wei to be the right side of her neck, near the ear. The neck is sensitive, and the test tube carries the chill of the freezer, so as soon as it approaches, Lin Wei shivers uncontrollably, and the hairs all over her body stand up. Don't be nervous, trust my injection technique. I promise it will only hurt for a moment, and it will be over soon. The soothing words of the attending doctor rang in her ears, and Lin Wei suddenly realized that she was tense and even holding her breath. She took 2 breaths slowly, and then gave the attending doctor a smile, indicating that she had relaxed and could start the injection. The injection process was just as the attending doctor said, only when the needle pierced the skin at the beginning, it hurt a little, and then Lin Wei only felt a burst of coolness. It was not an uncomfortable coolness, on the contrary, Lin Wei felt particularly comfortable, spreading from the injection point to the whole head, just like a sip of iced drink on a hot summer day, and all the discomfort and fatigue in the body were swept away. But gradually, Lin Wei felt that the chill changed and became warm, just like the warm sunshine in winter, making people just want to close their eyes and take a nap. Lin Wei. Lin Wei. Can you hear me? The attending doctor's voice was clearly beside her ear, but it sounded so far away to Lin Wei. Her sleepy and dazed eyes slowly moved along the source of the sound, and finally fell on the attending doctor. Lin Wei nodded slowly. She was very aware of her slowness at this moment, and tried to shake her head to make herself more awake. The attending doctor stopped her from shaking her head in time. Don't shake it, don't shake it. You feel sleepy now, which is a normal reaction after injecting the negative ion repair fluid. It's okay, go to sleep. The attending doctor said gently, you stay at the medical station today, which is convenient for me to do a brain examination on you tomorrow. Lin Wei blinked slowly. She heard what the attending doctor said, but she still didn't close her heavy eyelids and fall asleep. Instead, she struggled to raise her left hand and pointed to the communicator on her right wrist and said, tell my roommate, Qiao Qiao, otherwise she will worry. The attending doctor responded and said, call Qiao Qiao, right? I tell her for you. After getting Lin Wei's nod, the attending doctor took off the communicator on Lin Wei's right wrist and scanned Lin Wei's iris to open it. After finding the contact person Qiao Qiao, he simply sent a message to explain Lin Wei's situation to the other party. At the same time, after finishing a day's class, the trainees who had no live broadcast tasks returned to the dormitory one after another. As soon as Ling Man returned to the dormitory, she spread out her arms and legs and occupied the entire double sofa. The 2 original owners of the dormitory could only stand there because they were a step slower. The last class was a bodybuilding class. High-intensity stretching training is very painful for most trainees. Even though the class has ended, the knees that were forcibly stretched open are still throbbing with pain. In this situation, no one wants to stand and suffer. Zhou Man held up her trembling calves without saying a word, but her roommate Jiang Lu couldn't bear it, and went straight to Ling Man and said, Ling Man, sit over there, let me sit for a while. Ling Man, who was paralyzed, didn't want to move. She raised her eyelids and glanced at Jiang Lu. As if she had thought of something, she finally closed her wide arms and legs and made room for him. After Jiang Lu sat down, Ling Man suddenly said, that. Jiang Lu? Jiang Lu turned her head to look at her. What? Ling Man said, I will sleep in your room tonight. Jiang Lu uttered a surprised awe and asked, why? Zhou Man also looked at Ling Man in surprise. She thought Ling Man made such a request because she was embarrassed to let her sleep in the living room all the time, so she waved her hand and said considerately, it's fine for me to sleep in the living room, it's okay. How could it be fine? The double sofa in the living room was not big and soft. After sleeping on it for only one night, Zhou Man felt uncomfortable and her waist and back ached. But she was used to acting, and always had to do such a false act to show her understanding. Ling Man said bluntly, there is a strange smell in your room, especially on the bed. I can't get used to it, and didn't sleep well last night. When Zhou Man heard the strange smell, her face changed, but she quickly covered it up with a dry laugh. She asked in confusion, strange smell? What strange smell? Ling Man recalled and said, it's just a very strange smell, I can't tell. At this time, Jiang Lu suddenly said, I've smelled it too. It's not stinky, but it's not very pleasant. I wanted to say it before. After Jiang Lu said this, Zhou Man's smile finally disappeared. She said very dryly, yes, is it? She did have the problem of underarm odor, but she had surgery when she was very young, and even the doctor said that she had recovered. The smell was on her body, and her nose had long been adapted to it, so she couldn't smell it at all. The family had never told her about this, and when she lived in the same dormitory with Lin Wei before, Lin Wei never told her whether it was a strange smell or not. Zhou Man's hands clenched into fists at her side. She glanced at the two people on the double sofa, exhaled a long breath, and forced herself not to be angry. Ling Man was still useful, and she couldn't tear her face with her now. On the double sofa, Ling Man insisted on changing rooms, and Jiang Lu, who felt the same as her about the strange smell, naturally refused. She didn't want to sleep in Zhou Man's strange-smelling bedroom, and of course, she didn't want to sleep on the double sofa in the living room. Then Jiang Lu said politely, "But I'm used to my bed, and I can't sleep in a different place." Ling Man was not someone who would give up easily, she said. "The problem of being used to my bed is easy to solve. Just bring your own pillow." As the two of them were talking back and forth, Zhou Man sighed and said, "Those of us who are still working hard to do live broadcasts, 3 people squeeze into a double dormitory, while some people who are paid a basic salary and do nothing but wait for the termination of the contract are still living comfortably in a double room. It's really unfair when you think about it." Ling Man didn't understand what she heard, but Jiang Lu understood it immediately. Speaking of which, Jiang Lu agreed when Zhou Man mentioned that Ling Man wanted to stay in their dormitory temporarily. But she thought that the so-called temporary stay should only be 1 night, not a full half-month. Yes, because of Cuomo, Ling Man's dormitory had to be sealed and disinfected for half a month. Ling Man only stayed for 1 day, and Jiang Lu could no longer stand her temper. Half a month? Jiang Lu felt that she would probably go crazy. So Jiang Lu said in a sarcastic tone, "Who said it wasn't? But what can we do? She has an excuse for the work injury caused by the live broadcast accident, but she just takes the basic salary and does nothing, and she is so shameless that she refuses to move." Ling Man finally understood a little from the two people singing. There was a trainee who had confirmed the termination of the contract due to an accident in the live broadcast, but he was still staying in the dormitory and had not moved. Ling Man definitely didn't want to continue to squeeze with 3 people, so she asked, "Who are you talking about? What's his name? Which dormitory does he live in? I have never seen such a thick-skinned person. Tell me, I want to learn something." Xiao Xiao, who also had no live broadcast task at night, originally wanted to go to the medical station to pick up Lin Wei after the physical education class. As a result, she received a message from Lin Wei before she even left the teaching building. Xiao Xiao read the content of the message and learned that Lin Wei had been injected with negative ion repair fluid and fell into a normal coma. In order to facilitate the observation of her brain nerve recovery, Lin Wei would stay at the medical station tonight, so she didn't worry. Xiao Xiao did not ignore the word sent on behalf of Dr. Wei Yang at the end of the message. It was not sent by Lin Wei herself, so she didn't say much, and simply replied with 2 words no. She returned to the dormitory as usual, but because Lin Wei was not waiting for her in the dormitory today, Xiao Xiao, who had just changed her clothes at the entrance, felt that the whole room was empty and deserted. She went straight to the terrace and greeted the 3 ugly seedlings that were either withered or bald. In fact, in Xiao Xiao's opinion, these 3 ugly seedlings did not look alive at all. They did not grow at all. The iris seedlings were so withered that there was no green at all. The 2 rose seedlings had only lost their leaves at first. After Lin Wei's careful care these days, they not only did not grow their leaves back, but their branches became less green. "Are they dead?" Xiao Xiao, squatting on the terrace, stared at the 3 seedlings from left to right, but could not see any life in them. But Lin Wei said they are still alive. "So, are they still alive?" Xiao Xiao pointed at the 3 seedlings with her finger and educated them in a serious tone. "You are too disappointing. Lin Wei waters you, loosens the soil and sprays nutrients every day. It's so hard, but you don't know how to be grateful and grow. If you are like the purple jasmine and hollyhock, Lin Wei can buy a house in District 7 directly after selling you." "Really?" After educating the 3 seedlings, Xiao Xiao returned to the living room and sat down on the double sofa. With Lin Wei not here, she was too lazy to make dinner. It was boring to eat alone. She would just eat some fruit and a nutrition bar later. The doorbell rang at this time. Xiao Xiao, who was lying on the sofa, didn't want to get up. After struggling for a while, she was still a little curious about who was outside the door. When Xiao Xiao saw the 3 people at the door through the video doorbell, she just wanted to pull out the curiosity that had just emerged and beat them up. Xiao Xiao pressed the answer button and asked, "What do you want to do?" Ling Man, who was outside the door, felt that Xiao Xiao's voice sounded familiar. Zhou Man and Jiang Lu did not tell her that it was Qiao Qiao who lived in the same room with Lin Wei. For a moment, she could not remember who the owner of the voice was, and Ling Man did not struggle, just said, "We are looking for Lin Wei." The familiar voice inside the door replied, "What do you want to do with Lin Wei? She is not here. She went to the medical station for a checkup. If you want to find her, come back tomorrow, or I can help you convey it." Hearing that Lin Wei was not there, Zhou Man thought it was just right. She looked at the closed dormitory door in front of her, and a trace of resistance flashed in her eyes. Undoubtedly, the live broadcast failure left Zhou Man with a big psychological shadow. Zhou Man lowered her eyelids and sneered. She said in a gentle tone, "Since Lin Wei is not here, it's boring for you to stay in the dormitory alone. Since the three of us are here, let's just visit each other and chat together. It's normal for dormitories to visit each other, but Qiao Qiao doesn't think she has any common topics with Zhou Man, Ling Man and Jiang Lu. What's more?" Qiao Qiao turned her head and glanced at the three ugly seedlings on the terrace. Whether they were dead or not, they were still Lin Wei's treasures. She thought the motives of the three people outside were not pure. So Qiao Qiao declined, "Forget it, the physical education class is very tiring, I want to go to bed early." At this time, Ling Man finally remembered who this familiar voice belonged to. Qiao Qiao? Qiao Qiao, whose name was called from inside the door, responded subconsciously, "Yeah." Ling Man did not expect that the shameless Lin Wei's roommate would actually be Qiao Qiao. She was stunned for a moment, but soon she impatiently knocked on the door twice and said, "Hurry up and open the door." "What do you mean? Is there something shameful in your dormitory? Why are you so slow to open the door?" He threatened again, "If you don't open the door, I will go to the dormitory manager and tell him that there are dangerous items hidden in your dormitory." Qiao Qiao is not Lin Wei after all. When facing the strong Ling Man, she will inevitably be weaker. The door opened a crack, and Qiao Qiao poked out half of her face. Her tone was angry and aggrieved. "What do you want to do? Hey you guys." While the door was open, Zhou Man winked at Jiang Lu, and the two rushed forward together and pushed the door wide open. Qiao Qiao, who was against the door, was completely unprepared. She was one person against two people, and she had no power to resist. She staggered and almost fell down. Ling Man walked into the dormitory with a swagger, just like inspecting her own territory, and looked around the entire dormitory. At the end, she nodded with satisfaction. She completely ignored Qiao Qiao's ugly expression, sat down on the sofa, and announced, "Since that Lin Wei is not here, I will stay here tonight." "What?" Qiao Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief, and then she immediately and decisively refused. "No. Absolutely not. No. Why not? Even if Lin Wei is here today, why does she stay in the dormitory and refuse to move out when she has confirmed the termination of the contract?" Ling Man's tone was aggressive. If this matter did not involve Lin Wei, but only Qiao Qiao, Qiao Qiao might have really backed down. But since it involved Lin Wei's interests, Qiao Qiao was tough for once. Qiao Qiao directly reached out to pull Ling Man, "Get out." She turned around and yelled at Zhou Man and Jiang Lu, who had already gone to the terrace, "You all get out too. This is Lin Wei's and my dormitory. You can't come in without our consent." At this time, Zhou Man and Jiang Lu had already seen the three withered seedlings on the terrace. They looked at each other and laughed lightly. Flowers and plants are indeed difficult to grow. The video shot by Lin Wei probably shows the seedlings in their best condition, but now, aren't they all dead? More than 20,000 star dollars were wasted. But when she thought about the number of views of the two videos released by Lin Wei, the smug look on Zhou Man's face faded. But soon, Zhou Man laughed again for some reason. Fortunately, she changed her strategy, and did not throw the hard-earned Kumo into Lin Wei's dormitory. Yes, the Kumo that suddenly appeared in the dormitory building was specially brought by Zhou Man. Her original intention was to throw it into Lin Wei's dormitory, and let Kumo bite all of Lin Wei's seedlings to death. Compared with the cold and hard dormitory building materials, Kumo must prefer the fresh and lively new seedlings. That day, she showed up at the live broadcast building even though she had no live broadcast mission. She originally went to wait for Qiao Qiao, and wanted to take advantage of Qiao Qiao's return to the dormitory to open the door to get Kumo into their dormitory. Unexpectedly, during the wait, Zhou Man waited for Ling Man, a surprise. She watched Ling Man in the live broadcast completely disregarding Qiao Qiao's feelings and mocking Qiao Qiao's appearance. She saw that this person had a domineering personality, and asked the trainee who was most informed, and found out the relationship behind Ling Man. Suddenly, a new idea was slowly constructed in Zhou Man's mind. So what if it bit Lin Wei's flowers and plants to death? She had already finished shooting the video, didn't she? It would be better to kick her out of the UN trainee department and the dormitory. She knew Lin Wei's family situation too well. If she went home, she would not be taken care of by her family, and she would only live a life worse than death with hemiplegia. And this is exactly what she wanted to see. The noise in the dormitory was too loud, and the door was not closed tightly, which had attracted many trainees to watch. Xiao fought 1 against 3, pushing this and then that, but in the end, no one was pushed out. She panted and glared at the 3 people who were complacent, suddenly turned her head and ran to the door, pressing the emergency button hard. The shrill alarm sounded suddenly, and it would not take long for the dormitory robot that received the emergency call to come to check. Xiao stood at the door, opened the door, and said coldly to the 3 people, "Do you want to go out by yourself, or wait for the dormitory manager to come and ask you to go out?" It's not only her, Ling Man, who would use the dormitory manager to scare people. Ling Man said calmly, "Come if you want to, my dormitory is sealed and there is no place to live, and your dormitory has an empty room, can't I live there?" Xiao thought, if I really let you live there, will Lin Wei still have a place to live when she comes back? She didn't believe that Ling Man would give in to Lin Wei at that time. The dormitory management robot arrived soon. Ling Man looked like she was right and had a sure win, but she didn't expect that the dormitory management robot had its own set of rules. She registered to stay in Zhou Man's dormitory yesterday. It was not impossible to change the dormitory, but she had to get the consent of the 2 original owners of the dormitory. Ling Man still wanted to argue that Lin Wei is not here tonight. She pointed to a bedroom. "No one lives there. Why can't I live there?" The dormitory robot only said, "Please read the 18 dormitory rules carefully." Ling Man rolled her eyes and was speechless. "What the hell?" Zhou Man reminded Ling Man from the side, "Why don't you talk to your agent?" This is to ask Ling Man to find an agent to put pressure on Xiao. Xiao laughed in anger when she heard Zhou Man's words. She looked at Ling Man and said provocatively, "Find it, go ahead." Ling Man didn't expect Xiao to say that. She was stunned for a moment, and then said fearlessly, "Find it." Ling Man called her agent, and played it directly. The agent obviously didn't expect that Ling Man would call him just for such a trivial matter as which dormitory to live in. If it were another trainee who was looking for trouble like this, he would have been scolded by him. The agent listened to Ling Man's description without any objection, thinking that since there was an empty bedroom in the dormitory where Ling Man wanted to live, she could live there if she wanted. Just as the agent was about to respond, it was just a small matter. He just needed to tell the dormitory management department, and it would be over. Xiao suddenly stepped forward and said calmly, "I am Xiao. I do not agree with Ling Man living in this dormitory." The agent remembered the grudge between Xiao and Ling Man during the live broadcast, and wanted Xiao to stop holding on to such a small matter, but Xiao suddenly said in a very sharp tone, "Today, if Ling Man lives in this dormitory, I, Xiao, will not renew the contract after the expiration of the contract. No, if she lives in, I will terminate the contract immediately. I am not kidding, I am serious. The advertisements she shot have been released, and the advertising fees have been fully received. It is true that it is not much, but it is not less. In addition, the reward share of each live broadcast is also quite generous." There is no doubt that Xiao can say this with confidence. Otherwise, she would not let Lin Wei buy a house with vacant houses nearby. Xiao really thinks that she can be Lin Wei's neighbor in 1 or 2 years. And she and Yuran's trainee department signed only a 1-year trainee contract, and the penalty for breach of contract is not much at all. It can be said that if Xiao wants to terminate the contract and leave now, she can leave at any time. The agent was obviously frightened by Xiao's tone. After all, in his impression, Xiao has always been a synonym for being well-behaved and good-tempered. He was also glad that he could sign such a good seedling who was popular with the audience, and did not need to worry too much. The agent was silent for a long time. Finally, in Ling Man's unbelievable eyes, the agent said, "Ling Man, where you lived last night, you should still live there tonight. Don't make trouble." The farce finally ended. Xiao closed the door and leaned against the door panel. Her personality was not suitable for dealing with such a noisy and almost out-of-control scene. If she hadn't suddenly remembered what Lin Wei had told her before, that she had advertising and popularity, and didn't need to be afraid, she would have forced herself to breathe. Ling Man and the others almost succeeded. Xiao turned on the communicator. She wanted to call Lin Wei, talk to her, or send a message. But thinking of the message saying that Lin Wei was sleeping. Even if he wasn't in a coma, Lin Wei's brain nerves were injured and he was in the repair stage after being injected with negative ion repair fluid, so he certainly couldn't think too much. Thinking of this, Xiao turned off the communicator and gave up. Chapter 27. Lin Wei, who knew nothing about the dormitory, slept very deeply that night without any dreams. The next morning, due to keeping the same sleeping position for a long time, Lin Wei felt some pain in her back. She was still sleepy and moved her body unconsciously. Then, as if she suddenly realized something, Lin Wei opened her eyes wide, and the excessive shock swept away the sleepiness in her eyes. Moving her eyes downward, Lin Wei looked at the right half of her body covered with a thin blanket. It seems I can move. After the sleepiness dissipated, the body's perception became clearer, and the numbness from the right half of the body, like the slight tingling feeling after maintaining a posture for a long time, also became clear. Lin Wei tried to control her right arm, and the thin blanket on her right side bulged little by little under her bright eyes. At the same time, at the moment when Lin Wei's breathing frequency changed, Misha, who was sleeping against the wall, had restarted. "You're awake, Lin Wei," she said. "I call your attending physician for you." Lin Wei was immersed in the joy of finally being able to move the right half of her body. Hearing this, she smiled like a child and said to Misha, "Good morning, Misha. Look at my right hand." Although it was still difficult and not very flexible, with Lin Wei's unremitting efforts, her right hand had already stretched out of the thin blanket and waved slightly stiffly in the direction of Misha. Misha also raised her mechanical right arm and waved the same way as Lin Wei. The sleepy attending physician hurried over. Yesterday, Lin Wei fell asleep after injecting the negative ion repair fluid. She woke up early. It's not even dawn yet. The attending doctor yawned, and when he saw Lin Wei sticking out her right arm from the quilt, he smiled and said, "It seems that she can move. Come, I give you another full body check." After the check, the attending doctor nodded with satisfaction at Lin Wei's current physical condition. This negative ion repair fluid has a high degree of repairing your damaged brain nerves. When he said this, the attending doctor was relieved. If Lin Wei wakes up, her right half of the body is still unable to move, or only recovers a little consciousness, that would be a worse situation, which means that Lin Wei needs to be injected with another negative ion repair fluid. And if Lin Wei's right side of the body still does not improve significantly after the second injection of negative ion repair fluid, it is basically certain that there will be permanent sequelae. The attending doctor flipped through the electronic record book in his hand and said, "Try to make a fist." Lin Wei, who was in a period of joy and excitement, did as he was told. She felt her 5 fingers and controlled them to make a grasping motion. The fist-clenching action that ordinary people can complete in 1 second took Lin Wei half a minute to do. The fist he clenched was not tight, but just empty, and his fingers would occasionally pull out disobediently. Lin Wei frowned half-truthfully in annoyance and sighed. "It's still not very flexible." The attending doctor comforted. "It's very good to be able to achieve this level in the early stage of recovery. The negative ion repair fluid will continue to work in your body for more than a month. If you are still in the same situation after a month, then inject another one." After leaving the medical station, even though he was wearing a stuffy mask on his face, and the air outside was filled with the unpleasant smell of gunpowder, Lin Wei still felt refreshed. Lin Wei wanted to send a message to Xiao to share her joy, but when she looked at the rising sun and thought that Xiao might still be asleep, she gave up. Seeing that there were several unread messages on the communicator, and the message was sent by the original agent, Lin Wei was puzzled and clicked it casually. The message was sent last night. Lin Wei was asleep at the time and did not reply in time. The other party did not urge her, as if the message was just sent casually for show. Lin Wei read several messages in a hurry. The general content of the message was that because of the shortage of accommodation resources in the trainee department after leaving Kumo, Lin Wei, who had already confirmed the termination of the contract, was not suitable to continue living in the dormitory. In short, it was to let Lin Wei move out of the dormitory as soon as possible. Lin Wei was in a good mood that day, so even if she saw such bad news, she still smiled. The dormitory of the trainee department is not written in the contract. It is a configuration that the Yuan trainee department must provide to the trainees. It is a kind of welfare given by the Yuan trainee department to its contracted trainees and is free. In Lin Wei's case, although her contract has not expired, it is not unreasonable for the trainees who have been confirmed to be terminated to be expelled from the dormitory of the company's welfare nature. At most, it is not very humane. Lin Wei thought indifferently that she would move in the near future anyway, just a little earlier. However, the message sent by the agent at the end made Lin Wei laugh and cry. The other party probably meant that if Lin Wei really had no place to go and didn't want to move, it was not impossible to make concessions. He had seen the 2 videos released by Lin Wei, and the response was very good, but unfortunately the URN trainee department did not have a project department related to video creation, so he suggested that Lin Wei change the video format to live broadcast format, and said that with the quality of Lin Wei's video, even if it was changed to live broadcast format, there was absolutely no need to worry about popularity. At the end, the agent wrote in the message, "If you accept my suggestion and continue to do live broadcasts, then I am still very interested in signing with you, so that you don't need to move out of the trainee dormitory." How could Lin Wei respond? She could only thank the agent for the concession, and then decisively refused. Whether it was live broadcasts or videos, Lin Wei had no intention of signing with an agent like URN Media. If she signed the contract, she might be able to get some convenience, but she would still be more restricted by the terms of the contract, and even worse, she might be forced by the contract to do something against her will. While rejecting the agent's kindness, Lin Wei also stated in the message that she would move out of the dormitory as soon as possible, but due to her physical condition, her as soon as possible might still take some time. The agent probably hadn't gotten up yet, and Lin Wei's message did not receive a timely response after it was sent. Lin Wei didn't care at all, pushing the wheelchair, facing the morning light, slowly heading towards the dormitory building. It was a coincidence that just as Lin Wei opened the door of the dormitory, Qiao Qiao's bedroom door opened with a click, and the 2 of them came face to face. The one who was refreshed and energetic was Lin Wei, who had just returned from outside, with messy hair and slightly dark eyes. It was Qiao Qiao who stayed alone in the dormitory. Lin Wei glanced at the time and joked in a good mood. "Why, you didn't sleep well when I was away for one night. I remember you have an early class today, you're going to be late." Qiao Qiao looked at Lin Wei in a daze, and reacted a little slowly, trying to curl her lips, and said, "You're back." As soon as she spoke, she realized that her voice was hoarse. Qiao Qiao cleared her throat and continued, "There is an early class, but I asked for leave." Lin Wei was so perceptive that he immediately saw that Qiao Qiao's expression was not right. When he heard Qiao Qiao asked for leave, Lin Wei asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Qiao Qiao subconsciously shook her head and said no, but then she thought, if she didn't feel unwell, why would she ask for leave? Qiao Qiao immediately stumbled and said, yes, I feel a little uncomfortable." Of course she wanted to tell Lin Wei what happened last night, but it was over, and she had solved the problem perfectly. Telling Lin Wei again would only make him more angry. Qiao Qiao's answer was inconsistent, and her eyes flickered. Obviously, she was hiding something from her. Lin Wei thought of her agent suddenly sending her messages, several in a row, but she didn't get a reply, but she didn't urge her or call her directly. Maybe it was not what she guessed, the other party was just pretending to send it casually, but the other party knew that she was receiving treatment at the medical station at the time, and it was normal for him not to reply in time. Lin Wei really wronged her agent, the other party was really just pretending to be in the face of Aunt Ling Man. The agent saw the popularity of Lin Wei's video, and tried to persuade Lin Wei to change to live broadcasting again. The message of renewing the contract with her came from his heart. Lin Wei did not reply in time, and the agent just thought that Lin Wei was considering it, so he did not urge her. Qiao Qiao did not want to say it, so Lin Wei did not ask again, just said, "My agent sent me a message last night, and asked me to move out of the dormitory as soon as possible." "What?" Qiao Qiao's reaction was unexpectedly intense, her voice almost broke. It must be Ling Man. How could she do this? Last night. Realizing that she had lost control of her emotions, and said something wrong, Qiao Qiao fell silent. Lin Wei stared at her and tilted her head slightly. Sleeping on the sofa, Qiao Qiao tried to briefly tell Lin Wei about the dormitory robbery drama that happened last night. Not wanting Lin Wei to be as angry as she was, Qiao Qiao deliberately skipped the details such as Ling Man using the dormitory manager to scare her to open the door, Zhou Man and Jiang Lu violently breaking the door together, etc., and only said that she was tricked into opening the door. Ling Man claimed to live in their dormitory. She disagreed, and the two sides had a dispute. Originally, I called the dormitory manager, and Ling Man had no chance, but it was Zhou Man who instigated Ling Man to call the agent. Speaking of this, Qiao Qiao's expression was a little proud. "Last time I didn't want to bring Ling Man, you said I was popular, and I was not afraid. I remember. Last time the agent agreed immediately. I didn't use the words I prepared. This time I finally used them. It was very effective." As she spoke, Qiao Qiao's voice lowered. "I thought I had solved this matter perfectly, but in the end." Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair forward and gave her a hug, saying in a gentle voice, "You've worked hard." Xiao Xiao's chin hit her shoulder and shook her head. "It's not hard. I just don't want you to leave." Lin Wei used his not very flexible right arm to smooth Xiao Xiao's back and said, "I have to leave anyway, you know. I originally planned to move out of the dormitory in the near future." Xiao Xiao sniffed and nodded. Immediately, Xiao Xiao seemed to realize something. She distanced herself from Lin Wei and looked at Lin Wei with surprise, as he half raised his right arm, but had not yet retracted it. "Hello." Whatever dormitory fight or grievance, when she saw Lin Wei's right arm could move, all of them were swept away by joy. Lin Wei looked at her right arm and laughed. "It's still in the recovery period." Xiao Xiao held Lin Wei's right arm like a treasure, looked at it again and again, her eyes narrowed with smiles. "That's great." She looked at Lin Wei's right leg again and asked, "Can you walk?" Lin Wei shook her head regretfully. "Not very good yet." When she was at the medical station, she walked around twice with the help of Misha. How to say it, her right leg was conscious, but her feet were like stepping on a sponge on the ground, without a clear point of support. Just, still in the recovery period. Lin Wei let Xiao Xiao touch her right hand for a while, then her right leg. She thought for a moment and asked, "I asked you to help go to the security department to get the recent trainee delivery list. Do you remember?" Xiao Xiao looked up at her and said, "I remember. I got it, but you said it would be best to get the shipping information. The security department only records the shipping information of valuable items in the goods." Lin Wei said, "It's okay, just send me the delivery list. The security department mainly checks whether there are any prohibited or dangerous items in the goods received by the trainees. It is normal not to record the shipping place of ordinary goods." After receiving the delivery list sent by Xiao Xiao, Lin Wei read it carefully. Xiao Xiao didn't know what Lin Wei was looking at, but she stretched her neck and looked at it with Lin Wei. Lin Wei's eyes fell on the delivery list, the one marked as the recipient Zhou Man, and he saw the information he wanted in this record. Lin Wei closed the delivery list page, logged into Skynet to check, and then said to Xiao Xiao in surprise, "Let's go, Zhou Man and the others should not have left yet. Go to their dormitory to avenge you." Xiao Xiao tilted her head, not knowing why. Huh? It wasn't just Xiao Xiao who didn't sleep well last night. The three people in Zhou Man's dormitory, who made a scene, and were full of confidence, but were finally driven back in disgrace, didn't sleep well. Jiang Lu sat on the sofa with a look of surprise, twisting her sore neck. When she heard the sound of the door opening, she turned her head and looked at her bedroom. Seeing Ling Man yawning out of her bedroom, Jiang Lu's face became worse. Last night, Ling Man, who was furious, went straight into her bedroom and locked the door without even saying a word to her after returning to the dormitory. Jiang Lu had no choice but to sleep on the sofa for a night, because she didn't want to sleep in Zhou Man's strange-smelling bedroom. Compared to Jiang Lu, who was angry when she saw Ling Man, Zhou Man, who was making breakfast, approached Ling Man and asked, "Have you told your aunt about the dormitory?" "What did she say?" "Lin Wei's situation should be easy to solve, right?" Hearing this, Ling Man stared at Zhou Man strangely, making Zhou Man uncomfortable and laughing dryly. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Ling Man retracted her gaze and said, "No, I just think you are too active in the dormitory matter. Don't you welcome me to live in your dormitory? Why are you so anxious to solve the dormitory problem for me now?" "So the welcome is fake?" Zhou Man was stunned by the question. "Why, how could it be? Of course you are welcome, but I'm afraid you won't be comfortable living in a double room with 3 people. Ling Man nodded slightly to show that she accepted her words, but then she asked, "So you are targeting Lin Wei? Do you two have a conflict?" She still remembered that it was Zhou Man who first mentioned Lin Wei. Maybe Zhou Man thought she had hidden it well, but she didn't know that when she talked about Lin Wei, the malice in her words was almost overflowing. Zhou Man thought she knew Ling Man's character based on a live video, and thought that she was just a bad-tempered, brainless lady who would get angry at a few words. She didn't expect that she could see her malice towards Lin Wei. Faced with Ling Man's questioning, Zhou Man was a little panicked. She wanted to deny it reflexively, but before she said it, she suddenly remembered that her live broadcast failure was too famous. If Ling Man was interested, she could find a trainee to ask and find out. "Yes, there is a little conflict." Zhou Man could only say so. Ling Man raised her chin and snorted coldly, warning, "I don't like people playing tricks on me." Lin Wei and Xiao Xiao rang the doorbell of this dormitory at this time. Jiang Lu glanced at the two men who were still in a confrontation, and could only twist her neck and get up to answer the door helplessly. Seeing someone coming at the door, Jiang Lu turned back and said to the two men, "It's Lin Wei and Xiao Xiao. Why are they here so early in the morning?" Do you want to open the door? Ling Man still had the attitude of a master, and said in a loud voice, "Open." She wanted to see what the shameless Lin Wei looked like. However, when the door opened and she saw the thin girl sitting in a wheelchair being pushed in by Xiao Xiao, Ling Man's queen-like arrogance could no longer be maintained. Zhou Man and Jiang Lu only said that the other party had an accident during the live broadcast, so Ling Man took it for granted that it was a minor accident that was insignificant, and she never thought that Lin Wei's work injury was to the extent that she needed a wheelchair. Ling Man looked at Xiao Xiao, and then at Lin Wei, opened her mouth but no sound came out, and didn't know what to say. She was so angry last night that she locked herself in the bedroom and called her aunt. Just now her aunt sent her a message saying that the dormitory issue has been basically settled. There were 5 people in the room, and no one spoke. Lin Wei took the initiative with a curled lip. "We are here to find Zhou Man. Can you please go out first? We want to talk to Zhou Man alone." Ling Man was puzzled. Didn't the other party know about the dormitory? It was obviously her who wanted to occupy the other party's dormitory. So why did the other party come here to talk to Zhou Man? Jiang Lu said unhappily. "Lin Wei, just say whatever you want to say. This is our dormitory. If someone here wants to go out, it should be you and Xiao Xiao." Lin Wei ignored Jiang Lu, but looked at Zhou Man. "What do you say, Zhou Man? The topic I am going to talk to you about next is of a bad nature, and will have a great impact on you. Are you sure you want them to stay and listen?" When Lin Wei deliberately slowed down his speech and said that it was of a bad nature and had a great impact, Zhou Man had already felt it in her heart, but she felt it was impossible. How could the other party guess the relationship between her and Kumo? So Zhou Man, who was already looking unsure, said stubbornly, "What do you want to talk about? Just tell me. Don't be so mysterious." Seeing her like this, Lin Wei just said, "Xiao Xiao, close the door." As soon as the door was closed, Lin Wei said straight to the point, "Zhou Man, you released those 5 Kumos." The tone was not one of doubt, but of certainty. After Lin Wei said this, Ling Man, Jiang Lu, and Xiao Xiao all first set their sights on her, and then shifted their gazes to Zhou Man. Zhou Man's expression froze for a moment. She forced herself to smile and said, "Lin Wei, are you kidding? What do those 5 Kumo have to do with me?" After a pause, Zhou Man said, "Hasn't the dormitory management department already issued a notice? Those 5 Kumo were hatched from insect eggs hidden in the goods purchased by someone unknown. You said that such unfounded words are a false accusation." Jiang Lu chimed in, "Yes, hasn't the dormitory management department already found out everything? Lin Wei, you came here to make alarmist remarks. Do you have any intention?" Xiao Xiao pinched Lin Wei's shoulder with some worry. Lin Wei patted her hand to comfort her, and then said to Zhou Man, "Do you think what you did is flawless? You just expected that the trainee department and the dormitory management department would not investigate the Kumo in detail. It is true that it is the most advantageous choice to make a big thing small and a small thing small. After all, if it gets out of hand and is known by the Law Enforcement Bureau, the entire UN media will be in trouble." Zhou Man, whose psychological activities were exposed by Lin Wei, became uneasy. She seemed to want to say something to defend herself, but in the end, she only said dryly, "Do you have evidence?" "I really don't have direct evidence," Lin Wei said frankly. When Zhou Man's uneasy expression was about to ease because of her words, she added, "But I have indirect evidence." As she said that, Lin Wei asked Xiao Xiao to retrieve the delivery list. She pointed to Zhou Man's record and asked, "Can you tell me that the security department detected precious metal products in your goods? What are these precious metal products?" Zhou Man stiffened her neck and said, "Why should I tell you?" Lin Wei looked at Zhou Man's stubborn and unrepentant appearance and felt that it was really boring. Lin Wei answered for Zhou Man, "It's Yujing products, right? Because only Yujing products that Kumo can't chew can be used to feed Kumo." This is also what Lin Wei had found on Skynet before. Zhou Man pursed her lips and didn't answer. Lin Wei said indifferently, "Yujing products are not cheap, and it should be impossible to throw them away. If they are thrown away, the dormitory robot will definitely find them when cleaning up the garbage, and then it will cause trouble." After a pause, Lin Wei looked at Zhou Man and asked, "So, do you dare to let us search your bedroom? The range of activities for trainees is so small." Apart from the relatively private bedroom, Lin Wei couldn't think of where else Zhou Man could hide the Yujing products. Zhou Man's lips trembled. She was confident that no one would connect her with Kumo, so she did a very sloppy job of dealing with things like Yujing products. At this time, Ling Man and Jiang Lu both heard something and looked at Zhou Man in disbelief. Especially Ling Man, she was the direct victim of the Cuomo incident. Now according to Lin Wei, if she was not mistaken, She seemed to have slept in the room where Cuomo was kept for a night. When she thought of this, Ling Man felt so sick that her hair stood up. After feeling sick, Ling Man, who had figured out some of the tricks, was immediately furious. So, this Zhou Man not only made her unable to return to the dormitory, but also used her as a gun. Ling Man walked up to Zhou Man, who was still making excuses, and refusing Lin Wei to search the dormitory. Without warning, she raised her hand and slapped Zhou Man, saying angrily, "I hate others using me the most." Zhou Man covered her face, and was stunned. She had never expected that things would develop to this point. Lin Wei said at this time, "Zhou Man, you can think that Yuran will hinder the Law Enforcement Bureau, and will not investigate the Cuomo incident in detail. Why don't you think that if I report this matter to the Law Enforcement Bureau, Cuomo, I don't need to show evidence to the Law Enforcement Bureau at all, the other party will definitely come to investigate. Do you think that filling in a non-existent place of shipment will be fine?" Lin Wei checked the place of shipment of Zhou Man's receipt record and found that it was a place that could not be located at all, and did not exist. If Lin Wei's suspicion of Zhou Man before was just based on her intuition, then this place of shipment was equivalent to giving Lin Wei a confirmation. Whenever sending precious metal items, it is inevitable that they will be lost or not delivered. Everyone should fill in the address of the place of shipment and the place of receipt as clearly as possible. But Zhou Man, the sender of the goods, filled in a fake address. What does this mean? Doesn't it mean that there is something wrong with the things sent by the other party, and they are afraid of taking responsibility? Lin Wei guessed that the eggs of Cuomo were probably sent together with the Yujing products. Zhou Man put down her hand covering her cheek, stared at Lin Wei with red eyes, and asked, "What do you want?" Lin Wei didn't play tricks with her. She really didn't want to waste time on Zhou Man anymore, so she said, "I give you two choices. Either you go to your agent to terminate the contract and leave, or I report the matter of Cuomo to the Law Enforcement Bureau." Lin Wei lowered her voice and said, "If this matter is reported to the Law Enforcement Bureau, it is a violation of the Star Law for individuals to keep Cuomo. At the least, it will be a fine plus reformatory education, and at the worst, jail time." Lin Wei gave Zhou Man a choice instead of sending her directly to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Of course, not because she had any sympathy for Zhou Man, she was mainly considering Zhao Tianming, the head of the trainee department. If the Cuomo incident really went to the Law Enforcement Bureau, Zhao Tianming, the head of the trainee department, would definitely be held responsible. He failed to detect and conceal the incident, which was enough to make him suffer. Lin Wei was not a person who did not have good intentions. Although she had told the other party that she would not go to the job that Zhao Tianming had found for her through his connections, she still remembered this matter. Besides, for someone who had been deliberately trying to stay in the Yuan trainee department to negotiate the termination of the contract, the pain would probably not be worse than having his heart cut out. Xiao pushed Lin Wei out of Zhou Man's dormitory. Before leaving, Lin Wei did not forget to say to Jian Lu and Ling Man, "You have all understood the seriousness of this matter. For everyone's sake, I think we should stop here. What do you think?" Ling Man and Jian Lu looked at each other, and nodded without saying anything. Ling Man followed Xiao and Lin Wei for a while before she came to Lin Wei, and said awkwardly, "I didn't know your live broadcast injury was so serious." The dormitory matter. Lin Wei didn't wait for her to finish and interrupted. "The agent has told me that I will move out as soon as possible." She saw the guilt in Ling Man's eyes, but she didn't want to give him a chance to apologize. Since she felt guilty, she should feel more guilty. Chapter 28. The agent gave Lin Wei 3 days to move out of the dormitory. 3 days was more than enough time for Lin Wei to pack his luggage, even if he was not very flexible. The biggest problem Lin Wei faced was how to find a new home within 3 days. When Lin Wei asked Xiao to accompany him to look at houses online, he roughly locked in 2 houses. One was in District 6, and the other was in District 8. The 2 houses were about the same size, both were capsule rooms with terraces of more than 50 square meters, and the prices were not much different. Lin Wei originally preferred the one in District 6, because it only took more than 2 hours to get from that house to URN Media one way, while the one in District 8 was more remote, and it took more than 5 hours to get to URN Media one way. However, due to his current situation, Lin Wei finally decided on the remote one in District 8. Its advantages over the one in District 6 were also quite obvious. It was well decorated, equipped with furniture, and complete electrical appliances. It was truly a place where you could move in with your luggage. Lin Wei booked the apartment in District 8 in front of Xiao. Xiao understood Lin Wei's choice, but she also felt regretful. It took more than 10 hours to go back and forth. After Lin Wei moved in, it would not be so easy for the two to meet again. Seeing Xiao Qiao's unhappy face, but still forcing her mouth to support her choice, Lin Wei comforted her. We can make video calls. Anyway, I'm free. If you miss me, just call me. Of course, I will call you too. He also said, actually, if you think about it carefully, even if I move out, it won't make much difference. You have to go to class and live broadcast every day, and you are not in the dormitory most of the time during the day. Our time together is basically only at night. Xiao Qiao was coaxed into doing so. Because of Lin Wei's words, she looked at Lin Wei with a bit of heartache in her eyes. Yes, as Lin Wei said, she was very busy during the day, and Lin Wei could only stay in the dormitory alone due to physical reasons. Thinking of this, Xiao Qiao couldn't help but feel distressed. Lin Wei, who stayed alone in the dormitory, must be very lonely. The total price of the house in District 8 is 3.8 million. The seller accepts down payment plus installments, and also accepts deposit plus time-limited balance. Lin Wei combined her own existing conditions and future plans and chose the deposit plus time-limited balance, which is a relatively new form of buying a house for her. The deposit is 1.8 million, which Lin Wei needs to pay immediately, and the remaining 2 million plus 2% interest needs to be paid to the seller in one lump sum on this day 2 years later. If Lin Wei fails to pay the money when it is due, the seller will have the right to take back the house, and will not refund the 1.8 million deposit. Of course, there are other options for the term, such as 5 years and 10 years, but the interest rate will be relatively high. And Lin Wei felt that as long as she took good care of the flowers and plants, with the growth rate of flowers and plants in this world, and the high price of flower and plant pots, she could definitely earn more than 2 million in 2 years. After negotiating with the seller, scanning her iris and pressing her fingerprint, Lin Wei still felt unreal when looking at the house sale contract in her hand. In the world where Lin Wei lived before, it took less than half a day to buy a house, and she didn't even go to see it in person. If such a thing was said, no one would believe it. With a new home, Lin Wei's heart was settled. Lin Wei was not in a hurry to move. Since there was a 3-day deadline, she was ready to stay for the last 3 days and spend more time with Xiao Qiao. Zhou Man terminated her contract and left the next day after Lin Wei and Xiao Qiao went to their dormitory to chat. It's a pity that she was obsessed with it and tried her best to drive Lin Wei out of Iran, but in the end, she left before Lin Wei in a mess. Zhou Man's sudden termination of the contract did not cause any waves in the entire trainee department. Zhou Man terminated the contract? It's normal. She is an old trainee who has renewed her contract for 2 years, and her live broadcast room is still so popular. If she doesn't terminate the contract, who will? Yes. If I were her, I would have terminated the contract and left long ago. I'm not the material to be a host. It's mainly because she has no popularity, and she doesn't work hard. As an old trainee, she doesn't have any talent to show off. Where is she not working hard? She has tried hard to get popularity, but she always fails. Xiao Qiao came back from get out of class and vividly imitated Lin Wei's former good sisters to evaluate Zhou Man's miserable departure. Zhou Man is the most miserable. No one cares about the reason why she suddenly terminated the contract. She said miserable, but her eyes were full of gloating. Lin Wei glanced at Xiao Qiao helplessly. She felt that the expression on Xiao Qiao's face was like a weasel who had just eaten a chicken. She was cunning. Raising her hand and patting Xiao Qiao's full forehead, Lin Wei said, "Okay, let's stop talking about Zhou Man. I asked you to ask if anyone needs live broadcast props. Did you ask?" Xiao Qiao remembered the business and nodded. "I asked. Someone wants it. What do you want? I sort them out and give them to people." Lin Wei said, "I don't want the rest in the closet." Lin Wei had no plans to do live broadcasts, let alone live broadcasts of curiosity. Because of this, the props in the closet that were originally purchased for live broadcasts of curiosity were no longer useful. Lin Wei did not plan to take them to the new home, but it would be a pity to throw them away. They looked like they had not been worn many times and were quite new. So Lin Wei asked Xiao Qiao to ask other trainees during class to see if anyone needed them. If so, she would give them to them directly. Xiao Qiao naturally remembered what Lin Wei had assigned her. She took advantage of the break before class to ask other trainees one by one. "Is Lin Wei going to leave?" Someone asked curiously. "What happened in your dormitory that day? Why was it so chaotic?" Lin Wei's move was a foregone conclusion, but Xiao Qiao still had a grudge against Ling Man, who had forced Lin Wei to move out early. With a turn of her eyes, Xiao Qiao exaggerated how Ling Man used her connections to grab a dormitory and forced Lin Wei to move out to the curious trainee. The curious trainee was a big mouth. Before the class was over, the whole trainee department knew about Ling Man's evil deeds of forcing Lin Wei, who was paralyzed due to work-related injuries, to move out of the dormitory. Ling Man, who knew nothing about this, felt that the other trainees looked at her strangely after that class, as if they were condemning her with justice, which made her back feel hairy for several days. Lin Wei didn't know about the little tricks that Xiao Xiao played to defend her. At this moment, she was holding a watering can on the terrace to spray water on 3 ugly seedlings. The original body didn't have much stuff. After Lin Wei came here, she was short of money and didn't buy anything. Now the props that took up the most space have a place to go. Lin Wei's luggage is actually not enough to fill a suitcase. If there was only one suitcase, Lin Wei would not need to find a moving robot, and could just carry the suitcase with him on the flying car. But there were still 3 ugly seedlings, and the unused planting gift packs, so Lin Wei had to spend more money. After spraying the water, Lin Wei sighed silently at the unchanging frustrated expression package above the 3 ugly seedlings. It has been so frustrated for so long, should this expression package also change? Lin Wei thought so in his heart. This is not the first time Lin Wei has thought so, but perhaps Miao Miao is spiritual, and this time it finally matched Lin Wei's brain waves. Just when Lin Wei was pushing the wheelchair to leave the terrace, one of the 3 frustrated expressions suddenly changed in the corner of his eye. Lin Wei's hand pushing the wheelchair paused, turned his head and looked, and immediately showed a surprised expression on his face. Huh! Since Lin Wei got the plug-in of Green Plant Eye, the emoji package that plants use to express their needs has always been the most classic and most old-fashioned round yellow face emoji package. But now, the emoji package suddenly changed the status bubble of the rose seedling, and there was a white man with slender hands and feet. The white man had a pair of headphones hanging around his neck. He put them on and took them off from time to time, and then pointed at the earpiece of the headphones with his non-existent fingers in the direction of Lin Wei. The white man's face only had 2 ink dots as eyes, plus a slightly curved curve as a mouth. Lin Wei didn't know how she could see anxious emotions from such a nearly blank face. It was not difficult to understand what the white man wanted to convey to Lin Wei. What puzzled Lin Wei was that the need of a rose seedling was actually listening to music. Somewhat unbelievably, Lin Wei turned on the music player on the communicator and randomly picked a light music. The melodious music sounded, and the white man in the status bubble put on his headphones again. He sat cross-legged, shaking his head, as if enjoying it very much. However, before the song ended, the white man stood up again, and a volume control pattern suddenly appeared next to his head. He pointed at the volume control pattern, with his non-existent finger at Lin Wei again. Lin Wei understood, and turned the volume of the music player on the communicator to the maximum. Looking at the white man again, he saw that he was still pointing at the volume control pattern. Lin Wei was stunned. Is he complaining? Not loud enough? Xiao Xiao sent the live broadcast props that Lin Wei didn't want to the trainee who said he needed it, and received a basket of thanks. When standing at the door of the dormitory, Xiao Xiao faintly felt that there was music coming from her ears, but she didn't take it seriously, just thinking that it was a trainee in a dormitory practicing vocal music. As a result, as soon as she opened the door of the dormitory, the strong sound waves that hit her made Xiao Xiao stand there in a daze. She looked at the dormitory number again to make sure that she had not walked into the wrong door. The passing trainees were also startled by the loud music and looked into the dormitory with curiosity. Didn't Lin Wei say that he was forced to move out of the dormitory? What was going on? Before moving out of the dormitory, the last music carnival? Xiao Xiao stepped into the dormitory and closed the door, preventing the music from leaking out and disturbing others, while also blocking those malicious eyes. Covering her ears that were buzzing from the loud music, Xiao Xiao ran to the terrace in small steps. The music was so loud that it completely covered the sound of Xiao Xiao entering the room. Lin Wei, who was sitting with his back to the door, didn't notice it until Xiao Xiao walked up to him. Xiao Xiao covered one ear and asked in a hoarse voice, "Lin Wei, why do you turn up the music so loudly?" Lin Wei honestly pointed at the rose seedling in front of him and answered, "It wants to listen." Since Lin Wei connected the communicator to the speaker, the music volume has been increasing, and the white man finally stopped pointing at the volume control pattern. The pattern also disappeared when the white man began to sway wildly with the music. Lin Wei really wanted to tell Xiao Xiao, "Don't look at the bare and pitiful rose seedling in front of you. The white man in the status bubble above it is dancing more vigorously than the square dance antis." Xiao Xiao looked at the rose seedling that Lin Wei pointed at, and then looked at Lin Wei, thinking that she had heard it wrong. "What did you say?" Yes, not to mention Xiao Xiao, even Lin Wei himself is still a little bit unbelievable now, A rose seedling actually wants to listen to music, and it's the kind of deafening and powerful music. To be honest, no one believes it, so Lin Fei can only make up a lie. Isn't it going to leave tomorrow? Let's play some music to liven it up. Compared with the rose seedling wanting to listen to music, Lin Fei's nonsense is obviously easier to convince people. Although Xiao felt that this was not in line with Lin Fei's past style of doing things, she felt sour in her heart when she thought that Lin Fei was going to move out tomorrow. She thought that Lin Fei was probably the same, so he did something like playing music loudly out of character. Let the intense music shake your heart, and the sour feeling in your heart will fade away. The powerful music echoed in this small dormitory for a full 2 hours, until the white man stopped dancing and showed a slightly drunk mood similar to that after a meal. Lin Fei turned off the music. As soon as the music stopped, Lin Fei and Xiao's ears, which had been shaken for 2 hours, had a buzzing sound like temporary deafness. Xiao picked her ears and said to Lin Fei sincerely, "It's good to be lively, but it's a bit tiring for the ears." Lin Fei smiled bitterly and said, "Who said it wasn't?" His sight fell on the rose seedling again. Since both rose seedlings were bare now, Lin Fei had specially identified that the one with the changed expression pack was the one that had undergone mutation selection later. Lin Fei glanced at the status bubble above it. The white man still had that slightly drunk face, and had crossed his legs to enter a state of meditation. I don't know if this rose seedling will change after satisfying its need to listen to music, and what kind of changes it will have. At the same time, Lin Fei did not forget to pay attention to the other rose seedling. It was the first one to undergo mutation selection, but Lin Fei had no experience at the time, and many wrong practices made the life status bar of this rose seedling more unstable than the other 2 seedlings. Lin Fei was really afraid that it would get so frustrated that it would die. Lin Fei was leaving tomorrow, and Xiao would definitely see him off. In fact, Xiao's original plan was to take a day off tomorrow, send Lin Fei to her new home, help her clean up the new home, and then return. But Lin Fei didn't agree. Seeing Lin Fei's resolute expression, Xiao could only pout and make the next best choice. "Then I take you to the company gate in the morning." After a pause, she was obviously still unwilling to give up and said, "I'm still thinking about visiting your new home. 3D projection on light doesn't have the realism of a real visit, so just let me go." Lin Fei was almost convinced. She thought Xiao was kind-hearted and worried that she, who was so clumsy, would not be able to cope with the move. Taking a day off was not a big deal for Xiao. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. On the other side, Lin Fei was still hesitating whether to accept Xiao's farewell. Xiao's agent suddenly sent a message, which completely ruined Xiao's farewell plan. The audition for the music video of the popular female singer Lu Qingqing was scheduled for tomorrow. The audition location was in District 3. Xiao's agent asked her to wait at the company gate in 1 hour. From District 7 to District 3, even if you take the express train, it will take 9 hours. Although the audition will not start until 3 p.m. tomorrow, if you leave tomorrow morning, you will most likely be late. Lin Fei had heard Xiao mention this audition earlier. The audition was originally scheduled for the day when Xiao's advertisement was released, but at the last minute, singer Lu Qingqing suddenly said that she wanted to attend the audition and wanted to choose the heroine of the music video herself. She is a popular singer with a busy schedule, so the audition had to be postponed again and again to accommodate her schedule. Why did it have to be scheduled for tomorrow when it was not scheduled earlier or later? Xiao frowned and grumbled in dissatisfaction. The news from the agent was a bolt from the blue for Xiao, who was eager to see Lin Fei off. Lin Fei patted her hand to comfort her and reminded her, "Hurry up and pack up. Didn't you say you were leaving in an hour?" Xiao had no choice. This audition was really important to her. She got up from the sofa, walked to Lin Fei, leaned over and gave Lin Fei a hug, and muttered in a low voice, "I said I would see you off, but in the end I have to leave first." Lin Fei said Xiao to the door of the dormitory and waved goodbye to her. The next morning, Lin Fei carried her small suitcase and boarded the smart flying car that she had arranged to meet with the help of the moving robot. Through the glass window of the flying car, Lin Fei looked at the Yuan Media Company not far away. Having lived in the trainee dormitory of this company for such a long time, it was the first time that Lin Fei saw the whole picture of this company. It was an office building with a very high-tech design. However, from now on, there was only one Xiao related to Lin Fei here, and the 2-month trainee basic salary that had not been received. The flying car is about to start, starting from the Yuan Media building in District 6, and the destination is District 8. The mechanical broadcast sound made Lin Fei, who was looking out the window, retract her sight. She subconsciously looked at the driver's seat. Well, this kind of fully automatic flying car did not have a driver's seat design. All Lin Fei could see was a slightly protruding panel with several buttons evenly distributed on it. It seemed to be used for emergency rescue and contacting the car rental company. The car was running smoothly. At first, Lin Fei would look at the street scene passing by the window, but she soon lost interest. The streets of this other world were made of steel and iron, with occasional greenery in between. Lin Fei could see through them at a glance as projection illusions. More than 5 hours of driving, alone, in silence, in the second half, Lin Fei had fallen asleep out of boredom. While Lin Fei was busy moving, another person was busy like her. The seeds of the water-red fruit are about to be put on the market. In the past 2 days, Bai Yi has been almost sleepless in the laboratory, repeatedly checking various data related to the water-red fruit seeds to ensure that the possibility of mutation after the water-red fruit seeds germinate is indeed infinitely close to zero. After reading the last line of data, Bai Yi exhaled and pinched his swollen eyebrows. After 2 days of high-intensity work without closing his eyes, Bai Yi would inevitably feel tired even if he had good physical fitness. But although his body was tired, his mind was still clear. Bai Yi turned off the office computer in front of him, took out his communicator from the drawer beside him, and turned it on. As soon as he turned on the computer, unread messages and missed calls came like a flood of Kumo. Bai Yi picked out the important messages and read them, and gave a few simple replies. When he was about to check the missed calls, a new communication request popped up, and the buzzing vibration of the communicator followed. Bai Yi answered the call casually and asked briefly, "What's the matter?" Xia Yujia on the other end sat up directly from the bed. He just thought of it suddenly in the interval between playing games, so he called Bai Yi. In fact, he has been doing this every day these past 2 days. When he has nothing to do or is bored, he would call or send a message to Bai Yi. It's really a case of hard work paying off, and he finally caught him. Xia Yujia asked happily, "Have you read the message I sent you?" Bai Yi, A single sound with doubt has already explained everything. Xia Yujia didn't care. He knew how busy his friend was at work. It would be really difficult for him to read all the messages without missing a single one. "Then you read it now." After a pause, Xia Yujia added mysteriously, "Don't envy me too much." Bai Yi heard this, and his heart was not moved. He reopened the unread message column as he was told, and found the message belonging to Xia Yujia through the search function. After opening the message, he first saw a series of boastful words with exclamation marks, and then scrolled down, and a clear picture of flowers appeared in front of Bai Yi. It was a flower with an extremely good shape, with emerald green branches and leaves, and very beautiful swollen joints on the branches, and purple-red trumpet-shaped flowers dotted on it. The flower shape was not beautiful, but it was more numerous, and the color was very bright. Bai Yi still had a wooden face, but if Xia Yujia was here at this time, with his many years of understanding of Bai Yi, he would definitely be able to see at a glance that Bai Yi was interested in the flowers in the photo at this time. Bai Yi clicked on the next message again, and as usual, it started with a series of meaningless exclamation marks and boastful words. This time, after scrolling down, he saw a video. It was still the same flower, with green leaves and branches, but those bright purple-red flowers seemed to have withered. Although they were still dotted on the branches, the petals were folded up, and it looked completely without the beauty in the previous picture. At this time, the voices of Xia Yujia and Xia Xiaoyu were heard in the video. Xia Yujia said in a very naive way, "Come on, let's witness the miracle." What Bai Yi didn't expect was that Xia Xiaoyu would actually agree with Xia Yujia. "Don't blink, the miracle is about to begin." The video screen started from here, and suddenly played at double speed. Bai Yi looked at the changes in light and shadow in the video, and guessed that Xia Yujia should have shot this video in the evening, from evening to night. It was dark, and Bai Yi's eyes widened slightly as the video screen darkened. He saw that those small flowers that seemed to him to have withered slowly spread their petals under double-speed playback, and soon they returned to the appearance that Bai Yi had seen in the picture before, delicate and beautiful. Xia Yujia's voice was heard again in the video, and he laughed, "You didn't expect it." At the same time, a similar voice came from the call that was not hung up. "You didn't expect it. This flower is so magical, it blooms at night, and the flowers will be closed during the day." The flowering period. It has been 3 days now, and it blooms every day as soon as it gets dark. Ha ha ha, I picked up a treasure. And don't look at this flower because it is small, it smells good, with a faint sweet fragrance. Bai Yi listened to Xia Yujia's noisy boasting, watched the video of the flower blooming again, and then replied lightly, "Very special." Very special, these 3 words coming out of Bai Yi's mouth, If Xiaoyujia had a long tail, it would be enough to rise to the sky. Yes, it is special. Guess how much I paid for this special one. He said he wanted Bai Yi to guess, but he didn't give Bai Yi a chance to speak. Xiaoyujia said directly, 2.65 million, only 2.65 million, and it's a good product. It's worth it. It's too worth it. You know, I feel a little guilty now, feeling that I took advantage of the seller. Hello, Bai Yi, are you still there? Hello? While Xiaoyujia was still chattering, Bai Yi had walked from the laboratory to the lounge outside, and was sleeping on the recliner with his head tilted. Xiaoyujia called Bai Yi twice, but didn't get a response from him, so he guessed that Bai Yi should be asleep. He didn't say anything, but hung up the call carefully. Chapter 29. Destination reached. Please get off as soon as possible. Lin Fei was awakened by the announcement of the car. She looked at the tall buildings outside the window. She rubbed her face before pushing the door open, then carefully pushed the wheelchair and got off the car along the escalator with a relatively gentle slope. When she came to the guard post, there was a middle-aged man with a kind face sitting in the guard post. Lin Fei showed the other party her electronic owner certificate and scanned her iris. After confirming her identity, the middle-aged man took a look at Lin Wei's wheelchair and asked, "Do you need my help?" "No, thank you. I can do it myself." Lin Fei curved her eyes and said politely. The middle-aged man looked at the suitcase placed on Lin Wei's lap again and said, "You should be the new owner. Do you know the way?" This question really stumped Lin Fei. Although the specific location of the new home was marked on the house purchase and sale contract, but Lin Fei looked at the tall buildings not far away again, thinking to herself, if she uses Skynet positioning navigation, she should be able to find the new home, right? The middle-aged man saw the wheelchair girl wearing a mask tightly, and his eyes were full of confusion, so he said, "Wait a minute." Bending over and taking out something that looked like an electronic dog from under the desk, Lin Fei saw him press a few times on the head of the electronic dog, and the electronic dog's eyes flashed, and its 6 legs also moved flexibly. The middle-aged man said, "Follow the soldier ant, it will lead you the way." Lin Fei lowered her eyes, and looked at the soldier ant that had crawled to her feet. She silently said in her heart, "Oh, it's not an electronic dog but an ant. No wonder it has 6 legs." She thanked the middle-aged man again with great sincerity. With the guidance of the mechanical soldier ants, Lin Fei arrived at the door of his new home smoothly without taking any detours. After watching the soldier ants leave, Lin Fei did not enter the new home immediately, but took a photo of the new home's door and sent the photo directly to Qiao Qiao. This was what Qiao Qiao had told Lin Fei before leaving last night. After the message was sent, there was no movement from Qiao Qiao. Lin Fei guessed that she should still be catching up on sleep at this moment. After all, she had been driving for nearly 10 hours overnight. Even if she could sleep in the car, she could not fall asleep completely based on her experience just now. She was very uneasy. Lin Fei scanned the fingerprint on the door handle. Click, the door of the new home opened. Lin Fei found the air filter switch on the wall of the entrance of the new home, turned it on, put the suitcase on his legs aside, pushed the wheelchair, and slowly visited his new home. As Qiao Qiao said, there is still some difference between online house viewing and real house viewing. Fortunately, the difference between Lin Wei's new home offline and online is positive. Anyway, according to Lin Wei's aesthetics, the decoration style of the new home is what she likes: dark beige curtains with dark patterns, and decorative paintings on the light-colored walls that are not clear at first glance, but are very comfortable to look at. The sofa is light brown, and the coffee table is off-white. There is also a unique vase on the coffee table, and a bunch of delicate warm-colored artificial flowers are inserted in the vase. Everything looks so warm. Lin Fei went to the kitchen again and looked at the cabinets. The pots and pans were all new, and even small kitchen appliances such as grinders were prepared, unopened, brand new. This made Lin Fei think of the information the seller revealed to her when she bought the house. The seller said that this house was originally prepared by her and her husband for their new home after marriage. Unexpectedly, after the decoration was completed and the appliances were bought, her husband was promoted at this time and was transferred from District 8 to District 5 by the company, and he was also provided with housing. The new home after marriage that she spent a lot of effort to prepare was left idle. In order to avoid depreciation, the seller reluctantly put it up for sale online. Lin Fei originally just listened to it. How could she believe the seller's words? But she didn't expect that the seller really didn't fool her. Lin Fei just looked at this house casually, and she felt that her money was not wasted. When Lin Fei hung the few clothes in the suitcase into the closet, the freight robot finally arrived. Lin Fei led the cargo robot into the house, checked the types and quantities of goods with it, then settled the bill, evaluated, and sent it away. The 3 ugly seedlings were placed back in the corner of the terrace of the new home. Lin Fei was pleasantly surprised to find that the rose seedling that loved to listen to exciting music had turned green again. When Lin Fei saw it in the morning, its stem was still dry and neither green nor yellow, but now it was already green. If you look closely, you can see the buds bulging at the top of the stem. Looking at the buds, Lin Fei was delighted. She glanced at the vitality status bar of the rose seedling, and it was indeed full at some point. She looked at the white man in the status bubble. The white man was still sitting cross-legged, and the slightly drunken blush on his face had dissipated. At this time, he looked like an immortal, with a calm and carefree look. Of course, it was Lin Fei who could see the so-called immortal figure from the stick figure face of the white man. At this time, the air filter had been running for a while. Lin Fei took off his mask and stared at the rose seedlings that had regained their vitality for a while. He seemed to have realized something in his heart, but he was not sure. But now Lin Fei can be sure that this rose seedling survived and completed the plant metamorphosis with a success rate of only 2%. Lin Fei took out the electronic record book on the communicator, which contained the specific data of the plant options of this rose. Oxygen release plus 16%, harmful gas absorption plus 10%, flower-shaped beauty plus 30%. Lin Fei has no way of knowing the correspondence between this string of data and the grade of potted plants in this world, but this rose has gone through hardships anyway, and Lin Fei thinks its grade should not be lower than good quality. When its leaves grow out, I will test it with a test paper. Lin Fei thought that by then, I should know how the data and grade correspond. Her eyes fell on the other 2 poor little ones unexpectedly, and Lin Wei's eyes were stained with a bit of pity. You also want to successfully metamorphose like it. At this time, the communicator on Lin Wei's wrist vibrated. Lin Fei looked back at the communicator. She thought it was Qiao Qiao who sent her the message, but she never thought it was Xiao Yujia, the owner of Subian Wako. Lin Fei opened the message, and was stunned when she saw the content of the message. It was nothing. Xiao Yujia didn't send a word, but directly sent her a red envelope, which was not much different from the red envelope on a communication software in Lin Wei's past world. Lin Fei opened the red envelope and took a look at the amount. Wow, it was a big red envelope, 18,888 star yuan. Lin Wei's fingers struggled on the edge of accepting or not accepting. In the end, reason and morality overcame greed, and Lin Fei still sent a message to Xiao Yujia. Lin Fei, ? Sent to the wrong person. The reply came very quickly. Xiao Yujia, no mistake. Just take it if it's for you, don't talk nonsense. Lin Fei looked at Xiao Yujia's message, and the arrogant tone convinced that it was the boss of Subian Wako himself. Since the other party said so, Lin Fei accepted the big red envelope neatly, feeling happy. Lin Fei, thank you, boss, you are generous. After a long time, the other party sent another message. Lin Fei clicked it, and saw that it was a photo of Mirabilis jalapa blooming at dusk. Lin Fei understood immediately that the Mirabilis jalapa was blooming, and the boss was happy and gave money. After accepting the red envelope, Lin Fei praised the flowers for being beautiful, and also praised the boss for raising them well. Xiao Yujia was looking at flowers in the greenhouse. Although the Mirabilis jalapa was not blooming at noon, just looking at the green leaves and beautiful branches was also pleasing to the eye. As he looked at them, Xiao Yujia couldn't help but think of the wheelchair girl who sold him the Mirabilis jalapa potted plants. To be honest, buying back a good quality and a medium quality potted plants for 3 million is not a rip-off, it's just a fair market price. But aren't both potted plants getting better and better? Let's not talk about the hollyhock that's growing taller and taller. Just talking about this Mirabilis jalapa, it's blooming, the flowering period is so long, the number of flowers is so large, and the smell is fragrant. The price it gets on the market now is definitely different from when Xiao Yujia bought it. The price must be at least a quarter higher. Although Xiao Yujia raised this Mirabilis jalapa himself and didn't plan to sell it, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that he seemed to have taken advantage of the wheelchair girl. After all, if he hadn't urged Lin Fei to do a quality test on the potted plants, and had seen that Lin Fei was obviously a novice in potted plants, he would have hurriedly negotiated with the other party for a repurchase, and when he saw the purple jalapa buds, he immediately decided to buy them. Who knows, these 2 potted plants could have stayed in Lin Wei's hands for a while. The little bit of guilt in his heart gradually grew. After scratching his head for a while, Xiao Yujia finally turned on the communicator, found Lin Wei's contact number, and sent her a red envelope. For Xiao Yujia, the way to reduce the guilt is old-fashioned and tacky, but usually very useful. Since he feels that he has taken advantage of the other party, he can use Xingyuan to make up for it. After sending the red envelope, Xiao Yujia felt much more comfortable. He raised his hand and gently touched the leaves of the purple jalapa, thinking that he would have to go to the Green Source headquarters in District 1 tomorrow to borrow instruments from Baiyi to measure the specific attribute bonuses of his two precious potted plants. It just so happened that he had heard from the previous communication that Baiyi was very interested in this purple jasmine, so he could take a look at it. Baby, I guess your 3+ must be the oxygen release, right? As he said this confidently, Xiao Yujia moved his nose and took a deep breath. The air rich in green oxygen rushed into his nasal cavity, and the cool feeling permeated his lungs. On this side, after Lin Wei sent a compliment, she did not receive any more messages from Xiao Yujia. She turned off the communicator and pushed the wheelchair to the bedroom to make the bed. Originally, Lin Wei wanted to take this opportunity to talk to Xiao Yujia about buying flower seeds, but then she thought that her new home had not been cleaned up yet. The new home does have a full range of home appliances, but there are still some personal items to buy, and the freezer is completely empty and needs to be restocked. Thinking of this, Lin Wei decided to buy flower seeds tomorrow and not rush at this moment. As it turned out, Lin Wei's decision couldn't be wiser. Because she hadn't even finished making her bed, she felt thirsty and went to the living room to drink water. When she turned around, she found that an expression pack on the terrace had changed. That was the status bubble expression pack of the iris seedling. Lin Wei slapped her forehead. She should have thought of it earlier. The second rose seedling and this iris seedling had undergone mutation selection one after another, and the time between the two was very short. Without even drinking water, Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair to the terrace and took a closer look at the status bubble expression pack of the iris seedling. Like the second rose seedling, the expression pack of the iris seedling also changed from a yellow round face to a white man. Lin Wei didn't see the earphones on the neck of the white man of the iris seedling, and she was relieved. She had just moved to a new home, and she didn't know whether the sound insulation of this new home was good. If the preferences of the iris seedling were the same as those of the rose seedling yesterday, she might be complained by neighbors for noise disturbance on the first day of moving to the new home. The white man of the iris seedling looked introverted and shy, standing with two thin legs in an H shape. It looked up at Lin Wei shyly from time to time, and then slowly stretched out its hand to Lin Wei. There were colorful and irregular things falling from the white man's hand to its feet. The white man squatted down and picked up those colored stones one by one. Then, he looked at Lin Wei with great embarrassment, and pointed at those colored stones with his non-existent fingers. Colored stones? Lin Wei pursed her dry lips. If it was still in her previous studio, pebbles, rainflower stones, glass beads. Colored stones. Not to mention she could find hundreds, dozens of them, she could still take them out in one go. But now, there is definitely no such thing in her new home. In fact, Lin Wei recalled that on the way from the guardhouse to her new home, she didn't see any colored stones, let alone a single stone. Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair to the optical computer, which was also prepared by the seller in advance. The communicator is indeed convenient, but it is too small after all. For someone like Lin Wei who is not flexible, a larger optical computer is more user-friendly and comfortable. Digital products are easy to use. Lin Wei quickly figured out how to use the optical computer, logged into the shopping app, and entered the keyword colored stones in the search bar. Lin Wei's eyes quickly swept across the search results page, and she kept reading the products she saw. Red crystal pendant, 9,000, too expensive. Yellow jade necklace, purple amber, 1,000, still expensive. The search results page kept sliding down, and Lin Wei's eyes finally fixed on a certain product display frame. She murmured, children's educational toys, piles of stones, synthetic stones that don't hurt your hands, colorful, 59 star yuan, it's you. Lin Wei re-entered the keywords, piles of stones, colorful, and then found a store closest to her new home and quickly bought 2 orders of children's educational toys, piles of stones. The waiting time is always long. Even if Lin Wei has chosen the store closest to her new home, it takes time to ship and dispatch the order. Lin Wei consulted the seller, and the other party said that it would take at least half an hour to deliver. While watching the time passing, Lin Wei went to the terrace from time to time to check on the iris seedlings. I don't know how long iris seedlings' demand for emojis will last. What will happen if it is never met? Will it die? Or will it skip the plant-like option and instead complete the animal-like transformation that is more likely to succeed? In addition, Lin Wei also realized a more important problem. From the 3 potted plant mutation options she had handled before, the mutation option status box existed for a very short time. What if Lin Wei didn't check it for a while, or happened to be asleep at that moment, wouldn't she miss it? She is not a robot, and it is impossible for her to stare at the status bubble of the potted plant 24 hours a day. Lin Fei sighed, feeling that there are still many details about the secrets of plant mutation in this world that she needs to explore and delve into. In half an hour, no more, no less, the colorful piles of stones were delivered. Lin Fei stacked the colorful piles of stones, with round tentacles around the iris seedlings. The white man in the iris seedling status bubble was seen half kneeling on the ground, cheering and throwing handfuls of colored stones into the sky. Seeing the joyful look of the white man, Lin Fei also forgot her anxiety and worry just now, and smiled with squinting eyes. Compared to the rose seedlings that love explosive music, if it weren't for the environment, the iris seedlings' demand for colored stones really wasn't a problem. At least it wouldn't strain the ears, right? The smile faded when it touched the first rose seedling. If the time when the emoji package changes is in the order of the mutation selection, then does the fact that the emoji package of the first rose seedling has not changed so far mean that its vegetative transformation has failed? Thinking of this, Lin Fei felt a little sad, because in her opinion, if the first rose seedling failed to transform, a large part of the reason was caused by her. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fei adjusted his mood. Not to mention that the first rose seedling is not dead yet. It is normal to have dead samples when breeding new varieties of potted plants. There is no use being sad. It is better to think of a way for this rose seedling while it still has life. Lin Fei tilted his head and pondered. The two rose seedlings come from the same bulb, and theoretically their preferences should not be much different. But it is obvious that the first rose seedling has no reaction to the explosive music. Not necessarily, maybe it is just because its own conditions do not allow it to react in time. Anyway, now we can only try our best. Thinking of this, Lin Fei came to the optical computer, turned on the music player on the optical computer, and took a wireless speaker connected to the optical computer to the side of the first rose seedling. Lin Fei picked a soothing light music, adjusted the volume to a moderate level, and played it melodiously next to the first rose seedling. When it was almost night, Lin Fei, who had roughly tidied up the new house, received a video call request from Xiao Xiao. At that time, Lin Fei was wearing an apron and making steamed eggs for herself in the kitchen without much skill. Duck eggs and other ingredients were bought by Lin Fei on the shopping website not long ago. The delivery was timely, so that Lin Fei finally didn't have to eat instant nutrition bars all day. As soon as the video call was answered, Xiao Xiao came over with a smile. "What are you doing?" Lin Fei saw that she was in a good mood, so he said, "I'm making dinner. It seems that the audition will go well." Xiao Xiao, who never hides good things, immediately held her face and said, Yes, it's going very smoothly. I have now confirmed that I will be the heroine of Lu Qingqing's new song music video." Lin Fei was surprised. The result came out so quickly. Xiao Xiao smiled silly and nodded. Yes. It wasn't supposed to come out so quickly, but the agent said Lu Qingqing directly chose me, saying that I perfectly met all her fantasies about the heroine of the new song music video. What should I do? It seems a bit shy to say it. Lin Fei couldn't help laughing when she saw her cute appearance. Xiao Xiao's eyes rolled around, as if she was observing the environment Lin Fei was in through the camera. Lin Fei held up her right wrist with her left hand so that Xiao Xiao could see her new home more completely. After the video tour of the new home, Xiao Xiao's smiling face turned into a helpless face. The music video should start shooting soon, and I will be busy when it officially starts. Lin Fei said, "Then you have to work hard to finish it quickly, so that I can see the music video with you as the heroine." Xiao Xiao was immediately inspired, clenched her fist, and made a gesture of hard work. At this time, the steamed egg was ready. While chatting with Xiao Xiao, Lin Fei ate dinner directly at the kitchen counter. The new home had a dining table and dining chairs, but unfortunately Lin Fei couldn't carry a bowl and push a wheelchair at the same time. On the first night of moving into the new home, Lin Fei fell asleep to the soothing light music and Xiao Xiao's laughter. Chapter 30. Located in District 1 of the capital, the Green Source Biotechnology Headquarters building has a unique appearance and soars into the sky. It is the only landmark building in District 1 that can be compared with the Star Federation government building. In the early morning, before the peak time for employees to clock in for work, in the lobby on the ground floor of the Green Source headquarters, some rookies, who have just joined the company and are still in the period of enthusiasm and progress, are already waiting for the elevator in 2s and 3s. While waiting for the elevator, two young female employees put their heads together and discuss something in a low voice. At this time, a dark, extremely tall figure stopped behind the two female employees. The presence was too strong. Even though the person did not make any special noise, The two female employees could not help but keep silent and turn their heads to look behind them. It should be a young man. Because of the mask on his face, his appearance could not be seen clearly, but the eyes he showed were sharp and his eyebrows were high. He had a very cold and indifferent aura. The two female employees only took a sneak peek and didn't dare to look any further, turning their heads back. They looked at each other and gave each other a tacit look. The elevator came, and the two female employees and the young man behind them entered the elevator one after another. After a short silence, at the moment the elevator door closed, a female employee cleared her throat and suddenly started a topic. That way Roy has posted a new planting video, have you seen it? Her companion looked surprised, not understanding why she brought up this. Didn't the look just now mean to take advantage of the closed environment of the elevator to talk to the high-quality man behind her, who could be seen at a glance? Although a little puzzled, the companion really liked Wei Rui, so he reacted a little bit slower and said, has it been sent? I forgot to set the push reminder. What did Wei Rui send this time? Have you tried her method of making nutrient soil by mixing eggshell powder and bone powder with sterile mud? The female staff said, I'm already saving eggshells and bones. The companion smiled and said, same as before. The female staff said, the content she sent this time is about seed processing. I think it's interesting. How about we watch it now? When the female staff made such a suggestion, she secretly glanced behind her. She didn't dare to strike up a conversation with her, because of the other person's aura of no strangers allowed. She was timid and didn't dare. All she could think of now was such a weird behavior as playing videos in public places, hoping to attract the other person's attention. The companion said, hey, just like that, it's not good, but the female staff had already played the holographic screen of her communicator, found Wei Rui's third video on the homepage of Finalizing, and played it. A soft female voice sounded in the car, hello everyone, I am Wei Rui. Today I want to share with you my personal experience on how to deal with the seeds I got. Bai Yi, who stood behind the two female employees and kept a certain distance, frowned slightly. He didn't quite understand what the female employee meant by playing the video in the car. Obviously, the other female employee was also wearing a communicator. If they really couldn't wait to watch the video, they could use their own communicators and watch their own videos. This, do you remember? Rose. But it is not a rose seed. I call it a bulb. You see, if you peel it like this, the ones inside are real rose seeds. This is an iris, and this is not an iris seed either. Before sowing, I will soak them in water for about 24 hours. Why? Because you see, the shell of the seeds is relatively hard, and it can be softened after soaking in water, so that the buds can come out more easily, right? The dissatisfaction in his heart gradually dissipated in the soft female voice. Bai Yi suddenly realized that he had listened to the soft female voice's words unconsciously, and even listened to them fascinatedly. The floor of the two female employees arrived, and before the elevator door opened, the female employee who was playing the video cut off the video in time. After exiting the elevator, before the elevator door closed again, the female staff member couldn't help but look back. She saw that the young man seemed to be in a trance, and didn't notice her gaze at all. When the elevator door closed again, the two female staff members came to their workstations and sat down. One of them suddenly uttered a single questioning voice, it seems that our secretarial department is already the top-level work department, right? Isn't it above? The other female staff member finally realized it, and widened her eyes. The general director's office. So, the young man who took the elevator with them just now was the legendary general chairman who rarely appeared at the headquarters once a year. It's no wonder that the two female staff members didn't recognize Bai Yi, the general chairman of Green Source Biotechnology. He stayed in the laboratory of Green Source Biotechnology Research Center all year round. The overall planning and decision-making of the company were almost entirely handed over to the super manager AI. If there had not been a meeting about the new red fruit seeds today, which he had to preside over, he would not have suddenly appeared at the headquarters. It was normal for new employees not to recognize Bai Yi. Even old employees, who had the honor of meeting Bai Yi, would not recognize him because they had met him less often, and Bai Yi did not take off his mask, traveled light, and did not bring any bodyguards with him. In the general director's office, Bai Yi, sitting on an office chair, listened to the summary report of the company's major and minor matters in recent times by the super manager AI. After the report was completed, there was a period of silence, and Bai Yi suddenly said, Skynet search. Finalizing. The super manager AI responded, okay, loading the Finalizing homepage for you. In a moment, the homepage of the social media platform Finalizing appeared on the holographic screen in front of Bai Yi, which was originally full of data reports. Super Manager AI kindly reminded, "It is detected that you do not have a file and account. Do you need to register for you?" Bai Yi refused almost instinctively, no need. He did not like this kind of entertainment platform. Most of the content in it was meaningless. It was just pure killing and wasting time. Bai Yi thought for a while and said, "Search for Wei Rui, planting video." Soon, the holographic screen in front of him began to play the video, but the content of the video was not the one he saw in the elevator. Bai Yi glanced at the title of the video, Homemade Nutrient Soil for Planting Flowers and Grasses. He remembered that the name of nutrient soil, which was unfamiliar to him, was mentioned by the two female employees in the conversation. After the nutrient soil video was played, it jumped to the next one, which was the seed video that Bai Yi had watched half of in the elevator before. After that, it jumped to the first unboxing video of Wei Rui intelligently. Bai Yi watched the three videos with an indifferent look on his face, and the general director's office fell silent. After a while, the Super Manager AI reminded, "There are still 10 minutes before the meeting starts." Bai Yi responded with a got up from the office chair, and straightened his clothes. Before leaving the office, Bai Yi suddenly said, "Register a file and account for me." Because he chatted with Xiao Qiao a little late last night, Lin Wei got up a little late that day. Through the curtains that were not drawn tightly, you can see that the sun outside is already high. Lin Wei yawned, lay flat on the bed, and slowly moved his right hand and right leg, which were still a little dull and numb after a night's rest. The effect of negative ion repair fluid is really magical. In the past 2 days, Lin Wei almost woke up every day and found that his right hand and right leg became more flexible compared to the day before. Moving the fingers of his right hand and the toes of his right foot, Lin Wei made sure that the perception was almost restored, and he pushed his hands hard and sat up from the bed. Yes, now Lin Wei can sit up by her own strength. No longer need to get in and out of the wheelchair, get in and out of bed, can only rely on the struggle of a dead fish. Slowly moving to the bedside, holding the wall at the head of the bed, Lin Wei trembled and got out of bed, and then sat steadily on the wheelchair beside the bed. Lin Wei curled her lips with satisfaction, and her joy every day started from getting up early in the morning by herself. But to be honest, what made Lin Wei the happiest and most relieved was that she could finally go to the bathroom independently. No longer needing someone to help her sit on the toilet. No longer having to worry about falling down like that time every time she went to the bathroom. After washing up, I opened the bedroom door and heard soothing and melodious music. Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair to the terrace. After a night, the music did not stop, but Rose seedling number 1 was still the same as before. There was only a little green, almost dry stems, and the same frustrated expression. Perhaps the only thing that made Lin Wei feel fortunate was that it was still alive. And as long as it was still alive, according to Lin Wei's understanding of the tenacious vitality of plants, miracles would always happen unexpectedly. Lin Wei looked at Rose seedling number 1 and thought, "Let's wait for a miracle together." Looking at Rose seedling number 2 and Iris seedling again, the status bubble expression made Lin Wei burst out laughing. There were only 2 white little people, both sitting cross-legged, one with a calm and carefree appearance of an immortal, and the other with a solemn appearance like Guanyin. Very good, Lin Wei thought. It seems that these two have really passed the tribulation and ascended to become immortals. After laughing, Lin Wei's expression became serious. To use the tribulation and ascension to compare the mutation and transformation process of these 2 potted plants, it is actually quite appropriate. Perhaps in places that her naked eyes cannot see, the 2 potted plants have indeed experienced many ups and downs and hardships, and at the last critical moment of the tribulation, they are stuck in a bottleneck. Only by obtaining the treasures that are crucial to them, the exciting music, and the colorful piles of stones, can they pass this tribulation and ascend to transformation. The more Lin Wei thought about it, the more she felt that it seemed to be so. And in Lin Wei's heart, she also had a bold guess about the 2% success rate. With such a low success rate, both Rose seedling number 2 and Iris seedling successfully transformed. Is her luck really that good, or does that 2% refer to the success rate of transformation of seedlings without the blessing of key items? In other words, as long as the seedlings are given the key items they need during the critical period of transformation, their success rate of transformation can reach 100%. This is just a guess in Lin Wei's mind. There are too few samples to infer the accuracy of this guess. Lin Wei is not in a hurry. She will plant more and more flowers and plants, and there will always be more and more samples. It is only a matter of time before she draws a conclusion. Lin Wei took out the nutrient spray bottle and sprayed Rose seedling number 1 symbolically. It was the turn of Rose seedling number 2. Its top bud had stretched out and grown into 3 leaves, and it seemed to have grown a bit taller. Although its expression did not show the need for nutrients, Lin Fei still sprayed it with a little more nutrients based on his experience. As for the iris seedling, it had just passed the catastrophe and ascended yesterday. Lin Fei pulled apart its yellow leaves and saw a little bit of new green leaves in the center. Instead of spraying nutrients on the green leaves, Lin Fei moved the useless pile of stones away and sprayed some nutrients around the outer circle. After taking care of the 3 seedlings, Lin Fei went to the kitchen to make breakfast to feed herself. 2 boiled duck eggs plus a yellow orange were Lin Fei's breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Fei held the last yellow orange, which was an orange, in his mouth and pushed his wheelchair to the optical computer. Xia Xiaoyu, who was waiting in front of the optical computer for the buyer to come, suddenly heard 3 system prompts. Clicking it, it turned out to be 3 transaction reminders. Buyer, Wei Rui. Xia Xiaoyu, who was originally listless because of getting up early, suddenly became energetic. She quickly opened Wei Rui's chat box and sent a message. Lin Fei originally wanted to go to another flower and grass seed store, Huajinkang, to buy flower seeds this time, but considering that it was her first time buying seeds in a flower and grass seed store, she had to verify her identity through video and sign various agreements. After that, she had to accept a relatively unfamiliar customer service visit, and the other party might not be as likable and easy to talk to as Xia Xiaoyu. To save trouble, Lin Fei still entered the store page of Subian Wako. After some selection, Lin Fei bought 2 bags of picking seeds and 1 bag of picking seeds as last time. Lin Fei did not dare to buy too many flower and grass seeds. One reason was to shoot a video. She would have to buy some fruit and vegetable seeds later. Another reason was that after the seeds germinated, the time when the mutation selection box would appear during the high incidence period of mutation was something Lin Fei could not predict for the time being. If she bought too many flower and grass seeds at once, she was afraid that she would not be able to take care of it. The message prompt sound made Lin Fei pause her finger after buying flowers and grass and preparing to exit the Subian Wako store page. Customer service Xiaoyu. Wei, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came to the store to buy flower seeds? Our boss said that you will get a 20% discount when you come to the store to buy flower seeds in the future. Lin Fei raised her eyebrows slightly when she saw this message. Wei, thank you, boss. Customer service Xiaoyu. I will refund you right away. Wei, okay. Customer service Xiaoyu was hesitant while operating the refund. She had a doubt in her heart, not knowing whether she should ask Wei and whether it would offend the other party. After thinking about it, seeing that the money was refunded, Wei was obviously going to say goodbye to her. Xiaoyu, who claimed to be a professional customer service, finally did something unprofessional. Customer service Xiaoyu. Wei, I have a question for you. Wei, what? Customer service Xiaoyu. It's the potted Mirabilis jalapa. How did you think of naming it Mirabilis jalapa? And then it just happened that it bloomed purple flowers. Xia Xiaoyu is not as thick-skinned as Xia Yujia. Looking at the purple flowers of Mirabilis jalapa and reciting the name that perfectly fits it, the doubts in her heart gradually gathered. She had wanted to ask Wei a long time ago, but there was no chance and no excuse. She and Wei are purely customer service and buyer relationships. If Wei doesn't come to their store to buy things, the return visit period for the flower and grass seeds she bought before has also passed. How can she, a professional customer service, disturb customers casually because of her inner doubts? Fortunately, the two of them didn't have a video this time, otherwise Xia Xiaoyu would have seen the sudden stiff expression on Lin Wei's face. Lin Fei smacked her lips in annoyance. What a mistake. When she named the seeds, she was indeed influenced by inertial thinking and did not think it through. Names like Rose and Iris, which do not reveal the characteristics of the plants themselves in advance, will naturally not attract the attention of others. But the name of Mirabilis jalapa carries the color of its flowers. In this world where most people do not have a complete understanding of plants, it is suspicious to bring it up in advance. But, if you remove the purple from the name of Mirabilis jalapa, it will represent another plant in Lin Wei's place. In the final analysis, Lin Fei is not innovative enough, otherwise she would not have copied all the flower names from the past world. But now that things have come to this, Lin Fei can only repeatedly warn herself to pay more attention to naming next time, and not make such low-level mistakes again. Wei Rui, you also think that the name I casually gave it fits the potted plant very well. I also forgot why I thought of giving it this name at that time, maybe it was intuition. Lin Fei tried her best to let her words reveal casualness and carelessness. There are too many coincidences in this world, and this one is not bad. However, the message said by Xia Xiaoyu immediately made Lin Fei stunned for a moment. Xia Xiaoyu. In fact, I have been thinking, Wei Rui, are you the kind of green plant apostle in the rumors? Green plant apostle. After finishing the information exchange with Xia Xiaoyu, Lin Wei leaned on the back of the wheelchair and repeated the completely unfamiliar word green plant apostle in her mouth. She had just searched the name of green plant apostle on Tianwang. There was no official annotation, and she could only find some mysterious statements on forums and social platforms. It is said that the name of green plant apostle was originally circulated only in the Heilanta Empire, and later spread to the Star Federation. The Heilanta Empire is a neighboring country of the Star Federation. There is a chamber of commerce called Beixiangjing. The members of the Chamber of Commerce are companies of all sizes in the Heilanta Empire that mainly engage in flower and potted plants. And this Beixiangjing Chamber of Commerce has a head who is highly respected in the entire Heilanta Empire. It is said that the potted plants grown by this head must be excellent and very powerful. It was this head who first mentioned the concept of green plant apostles at the most prestigious potted plant appreciation meeting in Heilanta. Lin Wei felt that this head might be thinking about others. He himself is a good potted plant grower, so he felt that he would never be the only one in the world. The so-called green plant apostles, the gossip Lin Wei saw on the forum said so, probably means that there is a kind of people in this world who are born with a magnetic field of plants and can perceive the needs and desires of plants by their intuition. Because of this, they are more likely to grow high-quality potted plants than ordinary people. Lin Wei recalled the gossip he just saw and thought that this other world is really getting more and more interesting. So her cheat in this world, at least in the eyes of some people, is not heresy, but talent? Heilanta Empire. By Xiangjing Chamber of Commerce. Lin Wei murmured, always feeling a familiar feeling, as if she had seen it somewhere. After a moment, Lin Wei gently exclaimed, she remembered that it was the pot of Phalaenopsis that was sold for 6.5 million, and its origin was marked as Heilanta and by Xiangjing. Lin Wei thought, when there is a chance in the future, she can go to this Heilanta Empire for a tour, maybe she can meet the rumored gifted leader. Lin Wei was so absorbed in her thoughts that she did not notice that in the uninterrupted melodious music, the dry stem of rose seedling number 1 twisted slightly again. Chapter 31. The sun was shining brightly, and Lin Wei was stirring and making nutrient soil on the dining table by the terrace. No matter how careful she was, the brown-gray soil still made a mess on the minimalist white dining table. Lin Wei didn't want to ruin the table like this, because she hadn't used it to eat yet, but her right waist and legs couldn't stand bending and squatting for a long time, so she had to do it this way now. Put the prepared nutrient soil into the flower pot, water it thoroughly, and then evenly sprinkle the cabbage seeds that had been wet and germinated in the freezer overnight into the flower pot. Finally, cover the white cabbage seeds with a thin layer of dry nutrient soil, and the cabbage planting is done. Oh, the cabbage in this world is called Baiqingqing. When Lin Wei saw this name, she felt that this name matched the yellow-orange quite well. It seemed that the person or group of people who named fruits and vegetables seemed to like to use the ABB format. Lin Wei bought the pak choi seeds yesterday after buying the flower and grass seeds. In addition to the pak choi seeds, Lin Wei also bought lettuce seeds, celery seeds and water spinach seeds. Lin Wei also found out that the third video she had scheduled to be released on the back end of Phylon had been released the day before when she logged on to Phylon yesterday to search for the green plant apostle. During this period, Lin Wei was busy with medical treatment and moving, and was so busy that she was confused. Now her third video has been released, but she has not even had time to shoot and collect the materials for the fourth fruit and vegetable planting video in the third video Easter egg preview. Lin Wei then hurriedly began to shoot the material for the fourth video. Although she was a little anxious because the video was out of stock, Lin Wei did not show any urgency during the material shooting process. All the steps of planting pak choi were carried out step by step, without haste. The new tracking camera given by Xia Yujia silently surrounded Lin Wei, recording every detail of Lin Wei's work. Lin Wei placed the slightly heavy flower pot with pak choi planted on his legs, then pushed the wheelchair to the shade of the terrace, placed the flower pot of pak choi there, and said in a warm voice, "Pak choi is very delicate when it just sprouts. My experience is that it is better to put them in a slightly shaded place during the period from the sprouting of pak choi to the growth of true leaves." After finishing the pak choi, Lin Wei planted the seeds of the other 3 vegetables he bought one by one. Anyway, the material still needs to be edited, so if he shoots more, the content of the next video can be more substantial. After all, it was a change from planting expensive and rare flower and grass seeds to planting relatively cheap fruit and vegetable seeds. According to Lin Wei's previous investigation on Phylon, There were relatively few original video producers who released flower and grass planting videos. So in addition to the quality of her first 3 videos, they became popular because of their scarcity. However, fruit and vegetable planting videos were different. There were already many videos of the same type on Finalizing. If Lin Fei wanted to break through the siege and maintain her previous popularity, she would naturally have to work harder. Placing the flower pots planted with vegetable seeds on the terrace one by one, sweat had already oozed out of Lin Fei's forehead. She wiped it off casually and smiled knowingly at the 4 vegetable pots lined up on the ground. Lin Fei didn't buy fruit seeds. She planned to buy them when she made the next video. After planting the vegetable seeds, Lin Fei turned off the tracking camera and pushed the wheelchair towards the freezer, humming a few lines to the light music coming from the wireless speaker. Something seemed to move slightly in the corner of her eyes. Lin Fei turned her head to check, but only saw that the rose seedling number 2 and the iris seedling were full of vitality and business, while the rose seedling number 1, which was shoulder to shoulder with the wireless speaker, was still the same old look of lingering. Lin Fei stared at the rose seedling number 1 for a while, then took a look at its frustrated expression, and then tilted her head with confusion. Did I see it wrong? Opening the freezer, seeing the only flower seed that was germinating in the plate inside, Lin Fei sighed softly. It was unknown whether she was too lucky last time or too unlucky this time. Lin Fei bought 2 bags of picking seeds, and 1 bag of collecting seeds just like the first time. But when the flower seeds arrived, she opened them, and saw that there was only 1 living seed. The bag of collecting seeds was a matter of luck. More than a dozen seeds were wiped out, and Lin Fei had nothing to say. But 2 bags of picking seeds worth 20,000 star yuan. Even if the boss gave a 20% discount, it would still be 8,000 star yuan per bag, and there was only 1 living seed. This is too much. 2 bags of picking seeds. 1 bag is a gardenia fruit ball, and the other bag is iris capsules that Lin Fei specially picked and bought. Lin Fei originally thought that according to the scarcity of plants in this world, the iris capsules in a store are mostly picked from the same wild iris plant. Seeds from the same iris plant will always have similar preferences and habits, so it will be easier for Lin Fei to take care of them. The result was good. When the iris capsule was opened, all the iris seeds were dead and had no vitality. The fruit ball of the gardenia was not much better. Lin Fei peeled off its semi-woody shell and rubbed the semi-dried flesh inside in clean water. There were quite a few brown-red gardenia seeds, about 20 or so, but there was only 1 living seed among them. Lin Fei was so angry that she laughed when she saw the dead seeds on the coffee table. What? Before she heard about the green plant apostle, Lin Fei was still worried about this and that, afraid that she would plant too many potted plants at once and attract the attention of someone with ulterior motives. But now you see, there is only 1 living seed for the flower seeds worth nearly 20,000 yuan. Lin Fei just wants to attract the attention of others. Does she have this opportunity? It would be great if she could pick some from the seed bank of any flower or grass. Lin Fei took the only gardenia seed out of the freezer, thinking so, or if she could pick the seeds herself, it would be even more perfect. She was still a little angry, but when she planted the gardenia seeds, she was very gentle and cherished them. Along the periphery of the gardenia seeds, she sprayed some nutrients on the soil. Lin Fei silently said to the gardenia seed in her heart, "You are worth 20,000 star yuan, and your value is more than a little higher than the 3 brothers and sisters next to you. Don't live up to your value, but you must grow up well for me." In the corner of her eyes, it seemed that something moved slightly again. Lin Fei hummed in confusion, and was about to check it out, but the communicator vibrated at this time. Lin Fei glanced at the 3 potted plants next to him, and they were still the same, without any abnormality. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment, and finally looked down at the communicator on her wrist. It was Xia Yujia who sent her the message. Lin Fei clicked on it, and saw the familiar red envelope. Red envelope, another red envelope, but Lin Fei clicked on it, and looked at the amount. This time it was a small red envelope of 888 star yuan. The last time Xia Yujia sent her a red envelope was because the Mirabilis jalapa bloomed, and his boss was happy. So this time. Could it be that the hollyhock also bloomed, but the difference in the amount was too big? Lin Fei couldn't help but feel sorry for the hollyhock. Even if its quality was not as good as the Mirabilis jalapa, it was obviously very beautiful when it bloomed. Just when Lin Fei's thoughts were scattered, Xia Yujia's message came again. "Xia Yujia, take the red envelope quickly, I need to consult you about something, hurry up, or you will die." Lin Fei saw the anxious message and subconsciously took the red envelope. She was about to say that human life was at stake. "It would be more reliable for you to report to the Law Enforcement Bureau. I am afraid I can't help." Xia Yujia sent messages much faster than her. Lin Wei had just received the red envelope when Xia Yujia sent 2 photos. Xia Yujia, check it out, is there any hope? How did it suddenly become like this? I saw it was fine yesterday. At this time, Xia Yujia was about to cry in the greenhouse, looking at the hollyhock whose upper half was withered and yellow. He got up early today, and wanted to take 2 precious potted plants to visit Bai Yi. But as a result, as soon as he stepped into the greenhouse, he saw the purple jalapa that was placed in the most conspicuous place in the greenhouse, and the flowers fell to the ground. Xia Yujia's heart skipped a beat at that moment. Fortunately, although he was a rough-headed person in the maintenance of potted plants, he had seen a lot of potted plants. He understood the current situation of the mirabilis jalapa. The green leaves and branches were fine, and new flower buds had already emerged. The fallen flowers on the ground should have just passed the flowering period, which was a normal phenomenon. Xia Yujia covered his chest and felt sorry for the mirabilis jalapa for a while, but soon recovered. When he saw the hollyhock in the corner, he was really shocked. The hollyhock was only 50 centimeters tall when it was bought, but after this period of growth, it has grown to a level comparable to Xia Yujia, who is 180 centimeters tall. Xia Yujia was worried before that the hollyhock was thin and long, and it grew so tall that his private car could not fit it at all. It would be no problem to put it horizontally, but Xia Yujia was afraid that if it was placed horizontally, the road from Zone 3 to Zone 1 was quite far, and the leaves of the hollyhock would be crushed. He had just thought about it, and was going to rent a large flying car with a spacious cargo space. Who would have thought that after just one night of not seeing it, the hollyhock would turn half yellow? Lin Wei looked at the photos sent by Xia Yujia, and knew what the problem with the hollyhock was at a glance. Apparently, when she sold the potted plant to Xia Yujia, she told him that he had not listened to her at all. Lin Wei sighed, and patiently sent him the instructions she had given him in a text message. Lin Wei, don't worry, the problem is not big. I told you before that if you want to keep this hollyhock well, it's better to plant it in the ground, otherwise you have to dwarf it every once in a while. Xia Yujia finally felt relieved when he saw Lin Wei's message saying that the problem was not big, but after reading the second half of Lin Wei's message, Xia Yujia scratched his head in embarrassment. After finalizing the price of the potted plants with Lin Wei that day, Lin Wei seemed to have told him a lot about the precautions and key points on how to maintain the 2 potted plants, but Xia Yujia was still in the excitement of getting 2 high-quality potted plants at that time, and he only listened to half of Lin Wei's words and missed half. Xia Yujia, ground planting, what does dwarfing mean? Lin Wei, ground planting means literally transplanting the hollyhock from the pot to the ground. Xia Yujia, do you mean that I should plant this hollyhock in the plantation? How can this be possible? It is a medium-quality one, but it is a potted plant. How can it be mixed with those ordinary vegetables and fruits? What will it look like? Xia Yujia in the flower room was puzzled by why Lin Wei asked him to plant the hollyhock in the plantation. Isn't that just like throwing a precious gem into a pile of raw ore? It's just a waste of natural resources. Lin Wei looked at Xia Yujia's reply and suddenly realized that it might be difficult to plant in the ground in this world. Of course, it was not because of Xia Yujia's absurd argument that potted plants are noble and can only be planted in pots and not in the ground, but from what Lin Wei saw in Districts 7 and 8 of the capital star, the ground was covered with a layer of bricks that looked like metal and stone, which were so tight that no soil or sand could be seen at all. Therefore, if you want to plant in the ground, the only ones who can really practice it are bosses like Xia Yujia who own plantations. Xia Yujia, must it be planted in the ground? What does dwarfing mean? Lin Wei felt that if the other party could not accept planting in the ground, dwarfing would probably be even more difficult to accept. But she still said Xia Yujia, the meaning of dwarfing as she said. Sure enough, this time the other party didn't reply for a long time. Xia Yujia stared at the message Lin Wei sent him about dwarfing, and he was stunned. This is definitely not a joke. He couldn't even bear to put the hollyhock horizontally into the flying car, and now Lin Wei actually asked him to cut off the withered upper half of the hollyhock and trim the roots of the hollyhock. This is going to kill him, for a long time. Xia Yujia, Is there no other way? Lin Wei saw the other party's message, and couldn't help but curl her lips. Although she couldn't see the expression on the other party's face at the moment, she thought that he should be a little disappointed. Lin Wei didn't think Xia Yujia was troublesome and annoying. She could feel that the other party really liked the pot of hollyhock, and it was because he liked it too much that the other party couldn't do this or that. Just like a new father who loves his child to the core, when the child is sick, he wants the child to get better quickly, but he can't bear to let the child suffer the pain of injection. Lin Wei then told Xia Yujia in detail about the current situation of the hollohawk. Lin Wei, it will appear that the upper half is withered and yellow. In my opinion, it is mainly because it grows too tall, and its root system is limited by the flower pot, resulting in its roots being unable to transport nutrients to its upper half. Xia Yujia looked at it very seriously this time, and he asked humbly, Xia Yujia, then I spray it with more nutrients? Lin Wei, no, its problem is that the root system is not developed enough, and nutrients cannot be transported up. Too many nutrients will not make its upper half better, but may cause problems in its lower half due to excessive nutrition, such as rotten leaves. Lin Wei, so, either plant it in the ground or dwarf it, these are the only two solutions I can think of. Xia Yujia, okay, I think about it again, thank you. If there are any more questions, I contact you again. Lin Wei, okay. After a pause, Lin Wei sent another message. Lin Wei, so, the 888 red envelope is the consultation fee this time? Xia Yujia, it's a little bit small, don't mind it. Lin Wei, no thank you boss. When I first added the contact number with Xia Yujia, Lin Wei misunderstood. Because at that time, Xia Yujia said that if there was any problem with the potted plants, I would contact you. Lin Wei thought at first that if there was a problem with the potted plants, the other party wanted to return the goods to her. She immediately refused, saying that potted plants would not be returned once sold. Xia Yujia said, it is a rule in the industry to buy potted plants and then leave them alone. I am not that unreasonable. After all, you are the one who raised them. You must know them better than me. If there is a problem with my raising them, it is better to ask you than others. Don't worry, I will pay for the consultation. Unexpectedly, he really paid for the consultation. Lin Wei was thinking about this when Xia Yujia's message came again. Xia Yujia, I have thought of a way to have the best of both worlds. Do you think this will work? I will customize a large flower pot for it. A super large one. Lin Wei, as long as it is large enough, it should be possible in theory. Xia Yujia, that's fine. After this message, Xia Yujia, who was obviously in a better mood, gave Lin Wei another 888 red envelope. Lin Wei was very happy to receive it. After solving Xia Yujia's hollohawk problem, Lin Wei stretched against the back of the wheelchair and looked at the time. It was almost time to make lunch. The only remaining frustrated emoji on the terrace, at this moment, without any warning, changed in front of Lin Wei's eyes. It was still the round yellow face emoji, but a cartoon lightning suddenly fell from the top of the emoji's head, hitting the top of the round yellow face, and half of its head was electrified and smoky. Looking at its face again, although it was struck by lightning and mosquito coils appeared in its eyes, after it spit out a puff of gray smoke from its mouth, the expression on its face did not look like pain at all. If Lin Wei had to describe that expression, it would probably be the look of being abused. And feeling happy. Being struck by lightning, having a scorched head, then spitting out smoke, and finally having a secretly happy face, the emoji was repeated over and over again in front of Lin Wei in a very magical way. Lin Wei was very confused. Why did the emoji of rose seedling number 1 change differently from the other two seedlings? Did the yellow face emoji not turn into a white man mean that the transformation of rose seedling number 1 was unsuccessful? Lin Wei couldn't figure it out and couldn't guess. But anyway, rose seedling number 1's expression package finally changed. It was no longer aggrieved, and it finally did not die in aggrievedness. It was expressing its needs to her, which should be a good start. Rose seedling number 1's need should be electricity. It wanted to be struck by lightning and wanted to be electrocuted. Although it was unbelievable, this was the only thing Lin Wei could think of when looking at the expression package. Thinking of this, Lin Wei looked up at the scorching sun in the sky near noon outside the French window. Waiting for a lightning strike is probably impossible in a short period of time, so he can only rely on tools to assist. Lin Wei lowered his eyes and thought, his brows furrowed more and more as he thought. It was nothing. Lin Wei just suddenly thought that although this world also uses electricity, it seems that this electricity is different from that electricity. For example, all the electrical appliances in Lin Wei's new home use a crystal stone in a box similar to a distribution box at the entrance. The name of the crystal stone is Energy Stone, and a palm-sized piece is enough for a capsule room like Lin Wei to use for a whole year. However, this energy stone is very safe when it is not connected to certain specific devices, which means that if you touch it directly with your hand, there is no danger of electrocution. When Lin Wei was still living in the dormitory, because of his inconvenience in his hands and feet, he accidentally stuck his finger into the electrical socket, and nothing happened. The electricity in this world is so safe that Lin Wei now only feels a headache. Obviously, it is not feasible to use the method of creating a line fault and short circuit to electrocute Rose seedling number 1. Lin Fei pushed the wheelchair to the optical computer, logged into the shopping app, thought for a while, and entered the keywords anti-wolf stun gun. In fact, the search results were predictable. The keywords Lin Fei entered were all vocabulary names that belonged to the previous world. In this world, there were no matching products. Lin Fei racked his brains and re-entered the word stun gun. This time, the search results page did show a product display window, but unfortunately, there was no product that met Lin Fei's needs. Lin Fei couldn't think of anything, and almost gave up and entered taser with song in the search box. A weapon related to electricity that had a name in an old science fiction novel. As a result, of course, there was no matching product. Lin Fei scratched her hair, thinking that her hair seemed too long and should be cut. She exhaled and sent a message to Xiao Xiao, who was really out of ideas. Lin Fei, I have something to ask you. Is it convenient to talk? The other party replied quickly. Xiao Xiao, it's just after class. It's convenient. Wait a minute, I find a quieter place. After the call was connected, Lin Fei didn't say anything. She had time, but was afraid that Rose seedling number 1 couldn't wait, so she went straight to the point and described what she wanted to Xiao Xiao in as much detail as possible. Xiao Xiao understood it after a few words, but her first reaction was to worry about Lin Fei. Are you in trouble? Is it that the neighbors are difficult to get along with, or do you find that there are strange people around your home? Otherwise, how could Lin Fei suddenly think of buying that kind of self-defense tool? Lin Fei heard her concern and felt relieved, but he couldn't tell Xiao Xiao the truth. Xiao Xiao probably wouldn't believe it, so he said, there's no trouble, and there's no strange people. Don't worry. I just want to take precautions. After all, my hands and feet are not very convenient, and I live alone. Xiao Xiao was relieved to hear that Lin Fei was not in danger, and said, it's good that you're fine. I haven't bought that kind of thing, but you should switch to the special page to buy it. Try searching for laser oscillator. It seems to be this name. When Xiao Xiao read out the name of laser oscillator, Lin Fei had already switched the shopping page to the special page and searched. After browsing the product details of the laser oscillator, Lin Fei was happy and said, yes, that's it. The thing is a bit expensive, costing 15,000 star yuan, but fortunately Lin Fei can afford it. It's not just for Rose seedling number 1. As Lin Fei just said to Xiao Xiao, she lives alone and will have to plant flowers and grass in the future, so it's reasonable to prepare some self-defense tools in advance. While waiting for the goods to be delivered, Lin Fei chatted with Xiao Xiao for a while. Xiao Xiao said, I was thinking of calling you later via video. I may have to leave tomorrow to shoot Lu Qingqing's music video. Lin Fei said, then you have to work hard. Xiao Xiao nodded in response, and whispered to Lin Fei, it is said that it is a real-life shooting. The crew spent a lot of money to rent a private Xingyu with a large plantation. When we get there, I will take pictures and send them to you. Lin Fei smiled and said, okay, I wait for you to send them to me so that I can broaden my horizons. Xiao Xiao could faintly hear the reminder sound of class, and hurriedly said, it's time for class. I hang up first. We talk later. Not long after hanging up the call with Xiao Xiao, the laser oscillator that Lin Fei bought was delivered. Chapter 32. At this moment, Lin Fei stared at the status bubble emoticon above Rose seedling number 1 with a dull face. The only thought in her heart was, what on earth is this thing? Just now, the laser oscillator arrived. But as a normal person with no special fetishes, Lin Fei still needs to do some psychological preparation when you ask her to use a tool that looks like an electric shock device to hit a living thing when she is not in distress. The main thing Lin Fei also considered was that although the product description of the laser oscillator is 80% similar to the electricity in her impression, if she made a mistake, she would hit it, and Rose seedling number 1's thin body would most likely be directly sent. Take a deep breath. Lin Fei pressed the switch of the laser oscillator, and instantly, the sound of the electric current rang in her ears, and occasionally there would be a flash of blue electric light in front of her eyes. Lin Fei swallowed his saliva, and at this moment, the status bubble emoticon of Rose seedling number 1 was briefly frozen in the confused and secretly happy state after it spit out a puff of gray smoke. After closing his eyes, Lin Fei finally stopped hesitating and stretched out his hand. The laser oscillator in his hand was directly against the slender branch of Rose seedling number 1. After just a light touch, Lin Fei immediately withdrew his hand and then probed to check the situation of Rose seedling number 1. The remaining high-frequency current still lingered around the branch of Rose seedling number 1, which was less than a finger long, and the branch was twitching like epilepsy. When the current dissipated, the twitching of the branch subsided, and it was still it, standing in the same place, with a little green in the withered yellow. Lin Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw it. Fortunately, it was not directly electrocuted into charcoal, which was a cause for celebration. Looking at the bubble emoji package of rose seedling number 1 after being shocked, the cartoon lighting is still falling, and the burnt yellow round face is still emitting gray smoke from mosquito coils, and the last face is secretly happy. Seeing this, Lin Fei couldn't help but smack his lips, which means, still want more? Not enough shock? After doing it once, it is much easier to do it a second time. In this way, Lin Fei, under the constant demand of the bubble emoji package of rose seedling number 1, used the laser oscillator to hit the stem 8 times again and again. After the 8th time, Lin Fei, who had formed a conditioned reflex, was about to hit the stem for the 9th time. In the corner of his eye, the magic cycle emoji package seemed to be stuck suddenly, and it was fixed on the last expression of secretly happy. Lin Fei immediately withdrew his hand, held his breath, stared at the emoji package without blinking, waiting for its follow-up. Time is pulled back to the present. The emoticon package did change. Just a few seconds ago, a white mist rose from the status bubble, just like a magic show, completely covering the secretly happy yellow face. When the white mist dissipated, the emoticon package that came into view made Lin Fei stunned, and even couldn't help cursing in his heart. The status bubble emoticon package of rose seedling number 1 did change, but it didn't change completely. The yellow face was still the same yellow face, and there was a lewd and greedy smile on the face. Under the yellow face, just like the white little man, white simple limbs appeared, but they were not standing in human form, but on all fours, like the 4 hooves of a dwarf horse in a child's simple drawing. So, the current status bubble emoticon package of rose seedling number 1 is a dwarf horse galloping in place, with a round yellow face, and twisted its neck to face Lin Fei, smiling with a lewd and flattering face. Lin Fei gasped, and came back to his senses. If it weren't for the fact that although the status bubble emoji of rose seedling number 1 had changed dramatically, its stem was still the same, standing quietly in the flower pot without any abnormal performance, Lin Fei would have been directly hit by the refrigerant and laser oscillator. Good guy, your friends have all ascended to become immortals, but you have gone astray and turned yourself into a monster? Lin Fei stared at the status bubble emoji of rose seedling number 1 for a while, and it was so irritating that he had to look away. However, Lin Fei secretly thought in his heart that if he only looked at this emoji, the yellow face should represent the state of the plant before mutation, and the white stick figure represents the plant metamorphosis, but the white stick figure of rose seedling number 1 and the white stick figure of the other 2 potted plants are far different in content. According to Lin Wei's own understanding, the 4 hooves of the dwarf horse obviously represent animality, which means that because rose seedling number 1 could not complete the plant metamorphosis, it jumped to the animal metamorphosis on its own, but the 4 hooves of the dwarf horse were in the form of white stick figures. So, it was a mixture of plant and animal metamorphosis. Lin Fei was already confused. There was a hint of vigilance in her eyes when she looked at rose seedling number 1. Since the key item for rose seedling number 1 to survive the tribulation was electric shock, the music could be turned off. When she was electrocuting rose seedling number 1 just now, Lin Fei was worried that the current would damage the wireless speaker, so she moved the speaker to a relatively far position. At this time, Lin Fei pushed the wheelchair to disconnect the wireless speaker from the optical computer. A musical note popped up at the right time above the head of the galloping yellow-faced pony. Lin Fei, Okay, it seems that electric shock is just a special hobby of its. Its normal hobby is the same as its brothers of the same species, music. Lin Fei moved the wireless speaker back to it, and slightly turned up the volume. Fortunately, although this guy's expression pack is a bit weird, he is not picky about the volume of music, unlike his brothers of the same species, who only like to listen to the explosive music. Lin Fei glanced at the galloping yellow-faced pony again, thinking that it was a pity that there was no Song the Man with a horse lasso in this world, otherwise it would be very appropriate to play it now. After all, he was still worried about the situation of rose seedling number 1. After a simple lunch, Lin Fei stayed on the terrace and watched. The next day, Lin Fei received a video communication request from customer service Xiaoyu for a return visit. Lin Fei connected the communicator with the tracking camera to facilitate customer service Xiaoyu to check. Good morning, Wei. Good morning. Because of all the speculations about Lin Wei's green plant apostle, Xiaoyu's face was full of expectations when she returned to visit. Under Lin Wei's control, the tracking camera's perspective turned to the terrace. The sight made Xiaoyu's eyes widen, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "So many? Could it be that all the seeds you bought this time have sprouted?" Lin Wei felt something was wrong when she heard this, and then looked at the tracking camera's perspective. Well, she was a novice, and it was inevitable that she would make mistakes, right? It turned out that Lin Wei had accidentally fixed the tracking camera's perspective on several flower pots planted with vegetable seeds. The plants in this world grow at multiple times the speed, and the growth cycle of vegetables is shorter than that of ordinary flowers and plants. If they grow at multiple times the speed, the growth will be different every day. The cabbage seeds that were planted yesterday, when Lin Wei got up today, the leaves have grown bigger than Lin Wei's thumbnail. The leaves of the Chinese cabbage have also grown narrow and long, and there are also celery with 3-petaled duckfoot-shaped leaves. Before Xia Xiuyo's video call request came in, Lin Wei was considering replanting them. For the water spinach with winding vines, Lin Wei thought that when they grow longer, he would break off some of their branches for hydroponics. It is worthy of being a seed that can be sold to the outside after multiple selections. The average price of the 4 vegetable seeds that Lin Wei bought is 1,000 star yuan per bag. Among them, the cabbage has the largest number of seeds, and the seed packaging bag says there are 100 seeds. After Lin Wei opened the bag, she carefully looked at it, and found that the survival rate was about 60%. After removing some deaths due to unknown reasons, before sowing, Lin Wei roughly estimated that the final germination rate of this package of Chinese cabbage seeds was about 40% to 50%. Knowing that the price of Chinese cabbage in ordinary vegetable stalls is 500 star yuan for 10 cabbages, even if Lin Wei calculated it based on the lowest germination rate, 1,000 star yuan for 40 Chinese cabbages, she still made money. The number of seeds of the other 3 vegetables is much smaller, such as cabbage seeds, which are only 20 in a bag, and the survival rate is even lower than that of Chinese cabbage, while celery and water spinach seeds are 50 in a bag each, and the survival rate is less than 50%. But even so, Lin Wei roughly calculated that it is still much cheaper to grow vegetables by yourself than to buy vegetables at vegetable stalls. Looking at the 4 pots of vegetable seedlings growing well, Lin Wei felt that he was not far from vegetable freedom. Come back to his senses, Lin Wei explained to Xia Xiaoyu, who was amazed. I made a mistake. These are the vegetables I planted, not potted flowers and plants. Xia Xiaoyu couldn't help but open her mouth and sighed in disappointment, but soon the disappointed expression disappeared. She praised sincerely. You are also good at growing vegetables, Wei Wei, they are growing so well, especially the one on the far left, which is green and tender, and is not bad compared to potted plants. Lin Wei took the opportunity to look at the flower pot on the far left of Xia Xiuyo's mouth, which was the flower pot planted with pak choi. As Xia Xiaoyu said, Lin Wei used a medium-sized flower pot to grow pak choi. At present, more than 40 pak choi plants were crowded in the pot, stretching their leaves, and there was a tendency to burst the pot. The leaves of the Chinese cabbage are also really green. Because of their vigorous vitality, the leaves are so green that they almost reflect light in the sun. Looking at it this way, it is indeed no worse than some potted flowers and plants. Retracting his sight, Lin Wei adjusted the angle of view of the tracking camera to the correct position. The gardenia seedlings have also sprouted, but they cannot be compared with the strong growth of the vegetable seedlings. It is still just a small bud baby, with 2 round cotyledons sticking out from the gray-black soil, looking tender and cute. This time, Lin Wei adjusted his angle of view just right, facing the flower pot of the gardenia seedlings, and therefore, what fell into Xia Xiuyo's eyes was only the only seedling. 1. Is there only 1 flower seed that sprouted? Xia Xiaoyu asked with disbelief on her face. It was really that the visual impact of the vegetable flower pot just now was too great. Now looking at the lonely small seedling in the huge flower pot, the sense of difference is really strong. Lin Wei did not miss the change in Xia Xiuyo's expression in the video. It was as if she was saying, sure enough, it was not so easy for her to come across a rare green plant apostle. Lin Wei said helplessly, well, for now, only this seed has sprouted. She really wanted to complain to Xia Xiaoyu. It's not that her level of planting flowers and plants is not good enough. The survival rate of the flower and grass seeds in your store is so low that even if she replaced them with 10 green plant apostles, the results would not be any different. Xia Xiaoyu cleared her throat, restored her professional customer service attitude, and gently reminded Lin Wei, after the seeds germinate, they will enter the peak period of mutation. You should pay more attention to them in the next 10 days. If you find any abnormalities, don't hesitate. The door behind her was ruthlessly pushed open at this time. Xia Yujia, who looked like he had just woken up, leaned against the door frame and said, I was wondering why I couldn't get through to your video call. It turned out that Xiaoyu was visiting me. Have you completed the process of visiting me? Xia Xiaoyu rolled her eyes at him, and said coldly, it's almost over. What are you going to do? Xia Yujie said lazily. The flower pot I customized for Hollyhock has arrived. Let Wei see if it works. When Xia Xiaoyu heard that it was about Hollyhock, she didn't say anything more. She saw the pitiful appearance of the Hollyhock pot. She didn't know what happened. A large part of it was withered, which looked miserable. Lin Wei hung up the video call with Xia Xiaoyu, and sure enough, she saw the video call record that Xia Yujie had called her before in the missed notification column. Perhaps she was busy adjusting the angle of the tracking camera just now, so she didn't notice it for a while. After connecting the video call with Xia Yujie, Lin Wei followed Xia Yujie's footsteps to appreciate the boss's mansion, courtyard and greenhouse. It is really big, but it is also true that there is nothing to see. After all, the courtyard is full of fake green projections, and other than that, there are dry and unaesthetic crystal sculptures. The only highlight of the entire courtyard is a fairly beautiful fountain. Xia Yujie's flower room, although it is called a flower room, actually does not have many decent potted plants in it. Apart from the purple jalapa and hollyhock that Lin Wei sold him, there is only a pot of duckweed that is growing well, and a large pot of bright red coxcomb. If coxcomb can barely be regarded as a potted plant, then duckweed can only be regarded as a weed in Lin Wei's place. It only has smooth and beautiful leaves, and is slightly beautiful when it blooms, but its essence is still a roadside weed. Xia Yujie probably noticed Lin Wei's gaze, so he casually said, "They are all unsophisticated potted plants, just for fun." Lin Wei nodded slightly and asked, "Didn't you want to show me your customized flower pot?" "Where is it?" Xia Yujie said, "It was just delivered to the door, and is being moved in." Wait a moment. Less than 3 minutes later, Lin Wei saw the customized flower pot that Xia Yujie mentioned. It was carried by 4 robots. It is easy to imagine how huge and heavy the flower pot is that it needs 4 robots to carry it. Lin Wei felt that calling it a flower pot was unfair to it, and even calling it a flower pot was too small. According to Lin Wei's visual estimation, the diameter of the flower pot customized by Xia Yujie is probably more than 2 meters, and the depth is about 1 meter and 2 meters. It is a large flower pot in every sense. Xia Yujie crossed his arms and looked at the customized flower pot that the 4 robots brought into the greenhouse with a scrutinizing look and asked, "How is it? Is this size okay?" Lin Wei exhaled and said, "That's great. Now that we have the custom pots, it's time to replant the hollyhocks." 4 robots poured sterile soil into the custom pots one bag after another. At the same time, Xia Yujie, a complete novice in planting, took the hollyhocks out of the original pots under the verbal guidance of Lin Wei. Facing the thin and long hollyhocks, Xia Yujie went from being full of confidence at first to being flustered, and then scratching his head. Finally, he almost collapsed and asked Lin Wei for help, "Otherwise I will pick you up. Replanting is too difficult. You should do it." "I really can't do it." Lin Wei calmly reminded him, "You live in District 3, I live in District 8 now, it's too far away. Besides, my hands and feet are not convenient. Even if I go over, I can't help you, you still have to do it yourself." Xia Yujie had no choice but to call Xia Xiaoyu out for help. It's not that Xia Yujie is a waste. Hollyhocks are suitable for ground planting. They are long and thin. Even experienced planters find it difficult to replant them without any damage. And Xia Yujie is a silly father who can't bear to see the hollyhocks get hurt. You can imagine how difficult it is to replant them. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of Xia Yujie and Xia Xiaoyu, the hollyhocks were perfectly separated from their original pots. Next, it's just a matter of replanting the hollyhocks in a new custom pot. It's not difficult. Xia Yujie held the thin branches of the hollyhocks with one hand, and the roots of the hollyhocks tightly entangled with the soil with the other hand, and slowly transferred them to the new custom pot. His fingers were pricked by something, and Xia Yujie tilted his head to look. From the gaps between the fingers of the hand holding the roots of the hollyhocks, soil fell from time to time, and in the falling soil, Xia Yujie saw some small white fragments. "What is that?" he asked Lin Wei with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Wei explained, "Those are eggshells and bones that have been broken into pieces." Xia Yujie's face was even more puzzled when he heard this. Eggshells? Bones? How could they appear in the flower pot? Adhering to the principle of teaching without discrimination, Lin Wei explained in detail, "If the sterile mud is watered too many times, it will become hardened. You should have noticed this, right?" Xia Yujie thought about it, then nodded. Lin Wei continued, "Adding bone powder and eggshell powder to the sterile mud can make the potted plants grow better. And these eggshells and bones that have not been thoroughly ground can keep the sterile mud relatively loose, making it easier for the plant roots to breathe." At the end, Lin Wei did not forget to add, of course, this is just some of my personal planting experience. The implication is that you can believe it or not. After hearing this, Xia Yujia looked thoughtful and asked, wouldn't it be better to add some eggshells and bones to this custom flower pot? Lin Wei was stunned for a moment and said, in theory, but your flower pot is so big that you need a lot of eggshells and bones. If you don't prepare them in advance. Xia Yujia interrupted her and said, how to do it? You tell me, I let them do it. It's quick. The they in Xia Yujia's mouth naturally refers to the 4 robots that just moved the flower pot. Lin Wei looked at the 4 robots with a flash of envy in her eyes, and she missed Misha more and more in her heart. She taught her all the elements of dealing with bones and eggshells. Thinking that Xia Yujia was the owner of a plantation, she also told him how to use fruit peels and rotten vegetable leaves to make compost. Seeing that Xia Yujia looked confused, but he seemed to have listened to what he said, Lin Wei nodded in satisfaction. After all, which teacher doesn't like studious students? After a lot of effort, the hollyhocks were finally replanted. Xia Yujia looked at the hollyhock standing upright in the new pots, breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Lin Wei, thank you today. Not only replanting hollyhocks, but also the planting experience that Professor Lin Wei gave him. It's true that he is a novice in planting, but he knows much more about potted plants than Lin Wei. It is precisely because of this understanding that Xia Yujia knows more about the precious planting experience of Professor Lin Wei. They may not be completely correct, and there may be no relevant scientific basis, but they are summarized by Lin Wei bit by bit during the planting process, and they are effective. Those cunning planting veterans will never easily pass on their planting experience casually, because that is all money, and that is all star yuan that can bring people wealth. Lin Wei had no idea that she had become a foolish person who was spending money ignorantly in Xia Yujia's eyes. Of course, even if she knew, Lin Wei would at most smile and let Xia Yujia go to Finland to search for Wei Rui. She told Xia Yujia clearly that she had spent money more than once and enjoyed it. Lin Wei, who had already sold 2 potted plants at a high price, was not stupid. Didn't she know how valuable her planting experience was? She knew. Lin Wei knew it clearly. But she was still making planting videos and posting her planting experience to Skynet to make it known. Lin Wei was mainly influenced by the previous system. The guy who kept shouting in her head that everyone was responsible for protecting the ecology subtly made Lin Wei develop a good habit of paying attention to ecological protection and greening. Green ecology cannot be improved by one person's power. This was the case in the previous world, and it is even more so in the current world. The ecological environment in this world is too bad. Lin Wei alone may not be able to beautify even one district of the capital star. Only by letting more people learn to plant and fall in love with planting can a true green ecology be achieved. However, it is too early to think about these things now. Lin Wei slightly curled her lips. The experience she taught now is the most superficial. These experiences can only deal with fruits and vegetables at most. For the strange potted plants in this world, the effect is really not great. After all, even Lin Wei, who has a plug-in, is still in the exploratory stage when facing those strange potted plants. On this side, Lin Wei stared at the new hollyhock flower pot and asked Xia Yujia, where did you order this flower pot? Do they accept orders for other styles of flower pots? Xia Yujia did not answer but asked, what kind of flower pot do you want to order? Lin Wei thought for a while and said, I want to order a long strip of flower trough for growing vegetables. She had searched for the style she wanted on the shopping site before, but could not find it. Xia Yujia said straightforwardly, I don't know what the flower trough you are talking about looks like. Please describe its appearance in more detail. Write down how many you want. Then send me a message and I will ask if it can be made for you. If it can be made, I will send it to you after it is done. It will be used as today's consultation fee. I don't need your money. Lin Wei smiled and said okay, paused, and then said, don't worry, my hands and feet are not very flexible. Let's wait for a while. She can't move the long flower trough now. Hearing this, Xia Yujia carefully looked at the wheelchair girl in the video. The transaction of potted plants and the 2 hollyhocks incidents gave Xia Yujia a very good impression of Lin Wei, and he inevitably became curious and concerned about Lin Wei's physical condition. How did you do this? Lin Wei raised his slightly unnatural right hand and waved it towards Xia Yujia, lowered his eyelashes, and said lightly, I was poisoned and my brain nerves were damaged. Speaking of which, I have to thank you for the timely arrival of the 3 million potted plant money. I am now in the recovery period. When Xia Yujia heard about the poisoning, his brows twisted up. Do you know who did it? Lin Wei responded with a hum and smiled bitterly. It's a pity that there is no evidence. Xiao Yujie glanced at Lin Wei's obviously slow right hand and asked in a deep voice, "How sure are you about the identity of the poisoner?" Lin Wei said firmly, 100%. Xiao Yujie hesitated for a while and finally said, "Then have you heard of?" Without waiting for Xiao Yujie to finish his words, Lin Wei raised his eyes and looked at the camera with a clear gaze. "Are you going to say the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau?" Chapter 33. Lin Wei had always kept a distance from her original body's family at first, and had little involvement with them. She clearly distinguished herself from her original body. The original body was Lin Wei, and she was Lin Wei. They were completely different individuals. So, even if the original body's adoptive mother and brother came to her bedside to make trouble that day, and even if she knew that it was her brother Lin Fei who poisoned the original body, Lin Wei might have had the idea of making Lin Fei pay for his actions, but she was more likely to watch the fire from the other side of the river, and watch the ups and downs of the drama from an outsider's perspective. Of course, Lin Wei wanted to bring the vicious Lin Fei to justice, but the original body did not leave any useful evidence for her, and her feelings towards Lin Fei were at most a sense of justice, and she could not say that she hated him at all. He was just a stranger who did a disgusting thing. Lin Wei had no intention of avenging the original body. According to her understanding of the original body, the other party probably didn't need her to uphold justice for her. Even if Lin Wei really sent Lin Fei to the police station, the other party might blame Lin Wei for meddling in other people's business. In summary, Lin Wei didn't dwell too much on Lin Fei's affairs. Since there was no evidence, she would just leave it alone. When she had established a foothold in this alien world, she would always have a way to deal with this person. Until that day, Lin Wei accidentally fell in the bathroom and cried out to the sky and the earth for no response. She suddenly realized. Yes, Lin Fei poisoned the original body, and it was the original body that was poisoned to death, but in the end it was she who suffered alive. After that day, Lin Wei's thoughts changed. No matter what, she had to let Lin Fei receive the punishment he deserved, not to avenge the original body, but for herself, for the sin she had suffered during this period of hemiplegia. Lin Wei searched on Skynet. She thought that since this alien world was so different, the law might be different from the world she lived in before. In a vicious poisoning case, the murderer did not leave any substantial key evidence, so does the victim still have a chance to be vindicated? Lin Wei posted this question anonymously to many forums that seemed to be fairly formal, and had a bit of legal consultation. In the end, the answers she got were varied, but most of them were unreliable, and could be seen at a glance. The only answer that Lin Wei cared about, and found useful, was the Bureau of Undocumented Case Investigation. The Bureau of Undocumented Case Investigation, as the name suggests, is a department that can open a case investigation without evidence. Lin Wei followed the name of this investigation bureau, and searched for relevant information on Skynet. Then she found that this Bureau of Undocumented Case Investigation seemed to be a very special and secretive existence in the Star Federation. Skynet's official explanation of it was that it was not fictional, but really existed, and was still operating normally. Lin Wei looked at the overly concise explanation of the Undocumented Investigation Bureau by Skynet officials, and couldn't help but think of a popular science passage about the Undocumented Investigation Bureau that she had read on a forum. It is said that the Undocumented Investigation Bureau was abolished several times when it was first established because it involved human rights issues. But in the end, it was preserved under the referendum of the Star citizens at that time. However, the Star federal government has always maintained a secretive attitude towards this department. Over time, this department has become what it is now, with few people knowing about it even though it exists. Even if you search for the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau on the internet, there will be no direct link to the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau's online office in the search results. Lin Wei searched through several forums before she found the real and usable homepage link of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau's online office. However, when she clicked in, what she saw was a very simple page, which looked less professional and formal than the Planting Experience Exchange forum that Lin Wei usually visited. Fortunately, Lin Wei found the online consultation desk on this simple page, and although the staff at the online consultation desk responded very slowly, they at least responded to every question Lin Wei asked. Back to the present, when Lin Wei mentioned the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau, Xiao Yujie couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, with surprise in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to know this department?" Lin Wei knew very well why Xiao Yujie was surprised that she knew about the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. Lin Wei once talked to Xiao Qiao about the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. She still remembered that Xiao Qiao's first reaction at that time was, "Huh? Does it really exist?" Lin Wei then pondered secretly and figured out the trick. The Undocumented Investigation Bureau in this world is a mysterious existence to ordinary people. Discussions about the Undocumented Investigation Bureau on the forum are all in the direction of supernatural and magic. It is said that the investigators in this bureau have the ability to read minds and can see through the murderer's lies at a glance. There are also instruments that can read memories and can display people's memories over a period of time in text. In short, it doesn't seem real at first glance. Lin Wei feels that this Undocumented Investigation Bureau cannot even be compared to the CIA and the National Security Bureau in her past world. Instead, it should be compared to departments such as S.H.I.E.L.D., the Monster Bureau, and the Institute of Paranormal Events that seem to only exist in movies, TV, and novels. But if you really check, you may find that some of these departments really existed. Because they are too far away from the lives of ordinary people, even if they really exist, few people will believe it. On the contrary, powerful upper-class people have a broader vision and can know more things that ordinary people cannot touch. For example, Xiao Yujie, after hearing about Lin Wei being poisoned, he immediately thought of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. Lin Wei said to Xiao Yujie frankly, "I found it by chance on the internet." Xiao Yujie nodded slightly and asked, "What are your plans?" "I heard that the requirements for the investigation of cases by the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau are very strict. I have a few friends who are professional in star law. If you need relevant consultation, I can give you their contact numbers." "Thank you, but it should not be used." Lin Wei curled her lips and said, "I have consulted the online consultation desk of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau, filled out their case investigation application form, and has passed the review." Xiao Yujie's surprise was even greater, as if he did not expect that Lin Wei, a girl who looked weak, would be so active in doing things. "Their review is very strict, right?" Lin Wei recalled and nodded. The Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau's review of the case investigation application form is indeed very strict. To be more precise, it should be the content that needs to be filled in the application form, which is very demanding for applicants. First, the applicant must be a direct victim of the case or a direct family member of the victim. Second, the victim's medical records and all medical records must be submitted to prove that the physical and mental injuries suffered by the victim have reached a level of death or near death and left difficult-to-heal disability. Finally, the applicant must have a very clear understanding of the suspect in the case and explain why he or she believes that the suspect is the murderer. The details can be vague, but the logical chain must be clear. Since the review is passed, what are you doing now? Before Xiao Yujie finished asking, Lin Wei answered directly, "I'm short of money." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yujie suddenly realized, "What? Human rights guarantee?" Lin Wei nodded, and when she thought of this so-called human rights guarantee, she showed a little helplessness on her face. It is obvious that the suspect's personal rights will be violated if the suspect is brought to trial without evidence. Therefore, the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau requires applicants for case investigation to pay a human rights guarantee of 10 million star yuan in advance, plus an investigation commission of 800,000 star yuan. There is no need to elaborate on the investigation commission. Regardless of the final investigation result of the case, this money will not be returned to the applicant. This is the applicant's salary for the investigator, which is a hard work fee. The 10 million star yuan Human Rights Guarantee Fund is different. During the investigation of the case, it will be held in the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau. If the final investigation result proves that the suspect is indeed the murderer, the money will be returned to the applicant without a penny missing. On the contrary, the money will be used as compensation to compensate the innocent suspect who was forced to accept the investigation. 10 million star yuan. Lin Wei saw someone say on the forum that this amount was voted by hundreds of millions of star citizens and was recognized as the price of a person's human rights. Indeed, everyone's human rights should be priceless, but in such a different world with extremely advanced medical technology, who would be stupid enough to take out 10 million star yuan to frame others at will unless they were really hurt and wronged? 10 million star yuan is the threshold of the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau, and it is also the determination of a victim to bring the murderer to justice. After hanging up the video call with Xiao Yujie, Lin Wei leaned on the back of the wheelchair, raised his head, and let out a long sigh. After calming down, Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair to the edge of the terrace. After a night, the expression package of Rose Seedling number 1 was still the yellow-faced short-legged horse, listening to the melodious music and running in the same place. Lin Wei quickly skipped the eye-catching expression package and turned to look at the stem of rose seedling number 1. It had turned green, just like rose seedling number 2 at that time, and the top buds had grown. It looked like everything was normal. Then hesitantly looked at rose seedling number 2 and iris seedling. Their white little man expression packages were synchronized. They were no longer the appearance of the immortals with their legs crossed, but fell into the mortal world and became poor people who knelt and knocked on the bowl to beg for food. Lin Wei was amused by the pitiful knocking of the bowl by the 2 white men. He took the nutrient solution from the table next to him and sprayed the 2 seedlings one by one. It was not until the 2 white men burped as if they were full that Lin Wei stopped. After the transformation, the growth rate of rose seedling number 2 and iris seedlings returned to the fast-forward speed of plants in this world. The main stem of rose seedling number 2 has obviously become woody, and 2 or 3 branches have grown. The slightly red leaves are not lush, but they are all like a layer of oil, full of vitality. The yellow leaves of the iris seedling have been dealt with by Lin Wei. Now the new green leaves have grown 3 fingers wide, like a small fan inserted in a flower pot. His sight fell on the newly sprouted gardenia seedlings. The gardenia seedlings have not shown any signs of mutation yet. The status bubble emoticon above is naturally the familiar yellow round face of Lin Wei, who is smiling brightly at Lin Wei at this moment. Retracting her gaze, Lin Wei thought to herself that she only had 2 potted roses, 1 iris, and 1 gardenia. The gardenia had just sprouted, and Lin Wei could not yet know whether it would mutate or whether it could successfully complete the plant mutation. There were too many uncertain factors. As for the 2 potted roses, not to mention the special situation of rose seedling number 1, even if the special nature of rose seedling number 1 was ignored, both potted roses were seedlings that germinated from seeds. According to Lin Wei's understanding of roses in the past world, the growth rate of seedling roses is far slower than that of cuttings, and it takes at least 2 or 3 years from germination to flowering. Even if the growth rate of rose seedlings in this world doubled, Lin Wei did not think that the 2 potted roses could bloom in a short time. After the potted plant transaction with Xia Yujia, and observing Xia Yujia's attitude towards the flowering of Mirabilis jalapa, Lin Wei had a general understanding of the definition of the value of potted plants in this world. The quality of potted plants is indeed important, and the shape of flowers, leaves, and even the overall shape of potted plants are also plus points. Especially flowers. Beautiful flowers should add a lot of points. So Lin Wei thought that if she sold potted plants again, she would have to wait until the flowers bloomed. Since they were all going to be sold, she would naturally sell as much as possible. However, at the moment, the reality was in front of her. Except for a pot of herbaceous iris, Lin Wei estimated that at its current growth rate, it should be possible to see its flower soared in about a week. Lin Wei did not have other potted plants that could be quickly converted into cash. Thinking of this, Lin Wei's nerves inexplicably tensed up. Probably because she had just talked with Xia Yujia about the Undocumented Case Investigation Bureau, Lin Wei couldn't help but think that there was a criminal waiting for her to be brought to justice in the distant Luochen star. In addition, Xia Yujia's 4 robots were constantly reminding Lin Wei that Misha was still waiting for her to take it home at the medical station of Yuan Media. All these things were lined up in front of Lin Wei. In the final analysis, Lin Wei was still short of money. Instead of editing and producing the 4th video as originally planned, Lin Wei pushed her wheelchair to the optical computer, logged into the shopping app, and clicked on random flowers and plants. What to do if there are too few potted plants that can be quickly converted into cash? What else can be done? Of course, buy more flower and plant seeds and plant them. This time, Lin Wei did not buy the picking seeds that required luck, but directly bought 3 bags of picking seeds. She was not too hypocritical. Xia Xiaoyu had told her before that if she bought seeds, she would find her first and the boss would give her a discount. Lin Wei poked the customer service Xiaoyu before paying. Wei Rui, Product 1. Product 2. Product 3, is there still a discount? Xia Xiaoyu was undoubtedly surprised when she received Lin Wei's message. Customer service Xiaoyu, are you here to buy seeds again so soon? Wei Rui, yes. You also saw that only one of the seeds I bought last time sprouted. Customer service Xiaoyu, it's only been 2 days, maybe some will sprout later. The price has been changed, and it's still 20% off. As a professional customer service, Xia Xiaoyu comforted Lin Wei, but she couldn't really drive her away and stop her from buying. The flower and grass seeds Lin Wei bought were delivered in less than 3 hours, which made Lin Wei puzzled. I still remember that the first 2 times she bought seeds from Subian Wako, the delivery speed was also very timely. She didn't think much about it at the time, or didn't react, and ignored this problem. Realizing it at this moment, Lin Wei couldn't help but feel a little curious. Lin Wei put the 3 bags of seeds on the coffee table, and used the communicator to log onto Skynet for a simple query. It turns out that some high-end freight companies in the capital, such as the Jetta Freight that delivers to Subianwako, have built a rapid transfer channel underground in the capital. The speed of shipping and transporting goods can almost be described as lightning fast. Even if the goods are delivered across several districts, the arrival speed is only slightly slower than that of the same district. Lin Wei read it quickly and nodded, saying, "Okay, I understand." Another useless knowledge point has been added. After turning off the holographic screen of the communicator, Lin Wei concentrated on unpacking 3 bags of flower seeds. The 3 bags of flower seeds she bought this time were irises, sunflowers, and morning glory. They were all herbal flowers with relatively fast growth rates that Lin Wei carefully selected based on the product pictures given by random flowers and plants. Lin Wei peeled the capsules of irises and morning glory in turn. Her luck was pretty good. Lin Wei got 2 live seeds from the capsules of irises. The capsules of morning glory were small, but the seeds inside were not small, but the number of seeds was much less than that of irises. There were only 4 seeds in total, and only one of them was a live seed. After Lin Wei opened the bag of sunflowers, she found that it was directly filled with 10 sunflower seeds. Like morning glory, only one was a live seed. So, this time, Lin Wei purchased 2 iris seeds, 1 morning glory seed, and 1 sunflower seed. Not bad, at least it was much better than the previous time when there was only 1 live seed. After soaking all 4 seeds in water and putting them in the freezer, Lin Wei returned to the terrace and began editing the 4th video, looking up at the potted plants and vegetables on the terrace from time to time. Towards evening, Xiao called with a video call, excitedly telling Lin Wei that she had arrived at the private Xingyu Island that the crew had spent a huge amount of money to rent. This Xingyu Island is called Green Branch Xingyu Island. I feel that this name really fits it well. Xiao excitedly shared what she saw and heard with Lin Wei. Wait a minute. I find you the photos I took on the spacecraft before landing and looking down from high altitude. The scenery here is really beautiful. Lin Wei soon received the photos sent to her by Xiao. How to say it, Lin Wei didn't think she would be amazed. After all, she had seen too many beautiful scenery before, but she didn't expect it to be a little bit worse than she expected. The photo was taken from a bird's eye view, and large tracts of green can be vaguely seen, but they are covered by layers of transparent covers. Xiao took the photo through the window of the spacecraft, and the green plants below were covered by transparent greenhouses. Between the transparent greenhouses, bricks that Lin Wei was familiar with, which were neither gold nor stone, were laid. For Lin Wei, the whole picture really did not have any special beauty, just like the planting base in the world she lived in before. Undoubtedly, Xiao's photos gave Lin Wei a more comprehensive understanding of the poor ecological environment in this world. Lin Wei did not want to spoil the fun, and praised the photos against her will. For the natives of this world, perhaps the pictures shown in these photos are indeed beautiful. I take you to visit the plantation. I asked the director, and he said that before filming, we can visit the plantation at will, as long as we don't damage the fruits and vegetables inside. Xiao said, as she slowly walked towards the plantation. When the music video starts filming, I can't chat with you like this on video anymore. The director seems to be worried that the footage will be leaked. Lin Wei listened to Xiao's mumbling and said, then we can make voice calls and send messages. That should be fine. Xiao nodded happily. Okay. In a blink of an eye, 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Lin Wei received another video call from Xiaoyu. The two were already familiar with each other, and they simply went through the return visit process. The entire video call ended with the professional customer service Xiaoyu's instructions that seemed to be copied and pasted. Of course, Xiaoyu did not show any exaggerated surprise about Lin Wei's germination of 4 seeds this time, but was calm as it should be. As expected, she said, Lin Wei must be the green plant apostle. This was Xiaoyu's firm voice at that moment. Lin Wei could roughly guess what she was thinking just by looking at the changes in Xiaoyu's expression. This young lady was too happy, and her thoughts were basically written on her face, even worse than Xiao who couldn't hide big things in her heart. In 3 days, Rose seedling number 2 grew taller, and had more branches. The iris seedling now had 2 brothers of the same species, so Lin Wei followed the way of naming rose seedlings, and named them iris seedling number 1, number 2, and number 3 respectively. But in fact, iris seedling number 1 can no longer be called a seedling. With 8 long leaves, it can be regarded as a relatively mature iris potted plant in Lin Wei's opinion. Lin Wei touched the leaf sheath of iris number 1 every day these 2 days. She felt that she had underestimated the growth rate of plants in this world. With the current growth of iris number 1, Lin Wei felt that it would not be strange to touch the hard flower stalk in the leaf sheath of iris number 1 any day in the future. Lin Wei did not need to worry about the growth of iris number 1, but when she thought of the quality test results of iris number 1, she frowned unconsciously. According to what Lin Wei wrote in the electronic record book, the plant option data of iris number 1 is oxygen release plus 10%, harmful gas absorption plus 15%, humidity increase plus 20%. Lin Wei now no longer bothers about why the third plant option of rose is the beauty of flower shape, while the iris is the same as the pot phalaenopsis, which is humidity increase. According to Xiaoyu Jie, the potted plant attribute tester can actually measure a lot of data, but generally only 3 items will be displayed. The first 2 items, oxygen release and harmful gas absorption, are fixed items, and the remaining one will mostly display higher data attributes. Lin Wei thought, maybe her plugin has adapted to the local conditions after coming to this different world. The quality test result of iris number 1 is good. In fact, it is not bad, but Lin Wei looked at the 3 red bars on the test strip and felt unwilling. It is not that Lin Wei is greedy. She watched iris number 1 sprout from seeds and grow leaves and experience mutations. She made the choice of plant metamorphosis for it, and hurriedly bought the key item of tribulation, the colorful pile of stones. Lin Wei just felt that iris number 1 should not stop there. Lin Wei threw away the test strip with 3 red bars. She reached out and gently touched the base leaf sheath of iris number 1, and silently made the next decision in her heart. When iris number 1 grows flower swords, she will test it again. Chapter 34. In the middle of the night, a rapid alarm sounded, waking up the sleeping girl on the bed. Lin Wei struggled to open her eyes, yawned, and turned her head sleepily to look at the bedside table next to her. She saw her communicator neatly placed on the bedside table, which remained turned on. The holographic screen of the communicator was adjusted to the maximum, like a 14-inch laptop screen, emitting a faint cold light. You can see that the holographic screen is showing a picture of a corner of the terrace, and the 5 neatly arranged flower pots are obviously the protagonists of this picture. Lin Wei barely propped up her sore eyelids and carefully looked at the 5 flower pots in the picture one by one. After confirming that the newly born seedlings in the flower pots were normal, she breathed a sigh of relief, slammed her head back on the soft pillow, closed her eyes, and continued to sleep. However, after only 2 hours, the sharp alarm sounded again. Lin Wei, who was woken up, was like a robot with a set program, repeating what she did the last time she was woken up. She opened her eyes and looked at the seedlings in the 5 flower pots on the holographic screen, making sure they were safe, and then continued to sleep. 2 hours later, the alarm sounded again. This is the difficult daily life of Lin Wei, who has been unable to sleep peacefully these days. Before, she didn't know that plant mutation has a selection link. As long as she made a choice for them in time, she could roughly save their lives. Now that she knows, Lin Wei has been worried since the germination of the gardenia seeds, and the subsequent iris seedlings number 2 and number 3, sunflower seedlings, and morning glory seedlings. In the first 2 days, Lin Wei even slept directly on the terrace, leaning on the back of the wheelchair. I was afraid that if I didn't check it for a while, I would miss the choice of the seedlings mutation and kill them. But it was obvious that Lin Wei overestimated her current physical condition. After sleeping on the back of the wheelchair for 2 days, Lin Wei felt that her right waist muscle was sore. After all, her body was still in the recovery period, and she couldn't waste it so wantonly. The seedlings were important, but her body was equally important. Lin Wei then thought of the method she was using now. She still watched on the terrace during the day, and went back to the bedroom to lie down and sleep at night. She connected the tracking camera to the communicator, and pointed the tracking camera lens at the flower pots of the 5 seedlings for monitoring. In this way, even if Lin Wei was lying in the bedroom, she could always pay attention to the general situation of the seedlings. Of course, through the camera, across the screen, Lin Wei couldn't see the status bubble expression packs of the seedlings, but fortunately, when the seedlings showed signs of mutation, relatively obvious black spots would appear on their bodies. Not being able to see the status bubble emoticon package means that Lin Wei cannot meet the frequent needs of Miao Miao before the signs of mutation appear, and the 2-hour alarm interval also makes the survival time of the mutation selection status bubble longer than a little bit. But Lin Wei has no choice. After all, she is just a flesh and blood body, and a sick body. What she is doing now is the best effort she can make for Miao Miao. At 8 o'clock in the morning, facing the sunlight coming in through the gap of the curtains, Lin Wei covered her swollen forehead and sat up from the bed with a pale face. Lack of sleep for several days made Lin Wei feel a little dizzy. After sitting on the bed for a while, Lin Wei got out of bed, sat in a wheelchair, washed up and had breakfast. After breakfast, Lin Wei, who was yawning all the time, went to the terrace as usual to watch. Although she was tired, she couldn't help but feel better when she saw the thriving scene on the terrace. The flower pots where the Chinese cabbage was planted had already burst 2 days ago. In order to prevent the Chinese cabbage from being too crowded and affecting its growth, Lin Wei did some seedling thinning for the Chinese cabbage. Thinning is also called thinning, which means that when the seedlings grow too densely, some are pulled out so that the remaining seedlings have more room to grow, and can also make them grow bigger and better. Lin Wei planted part of the Chinese cabbage in another flower pot, and picked the leaves of the rest, washed them, and then fried them and ate them. I have to say that the cabbage she planted herself is indeed delicious. It tastes sweet, crisp and tender even after being stir-fried. Lin Wei got a total of 7 cabbage seedlings. They are growing so well that she had to replant and pot them early. Now, each of the 7 cabbage seedlings is in a medium-sized pot, placed next to the terrace. Because of the replanting, the nutrition and growth space have become more abundant, and they are growing better and better. The snow-white stems and green leaves can still be seen on the leaves in the sun. A layer of fine fluff can be seen on the leaves. The leaf core has not yet begun to curl up, and the new leaves are stacked layer by layer. In Xia Xiuyo's words, the appearance of these 7 pots of Chinese cabbage is no worse than potted plants. If Lin Wei hadn't made it clear that they were vegetables and potted plants, Xia Xiuyo would have believed it. If the price was not so expensive, Xia Xiuyo would have said that she really wanted to buy one. Lin Wei saw that Xia Xiuyo really liked it, so he agreed to sell her 1 pot for 2,000 star dollars. The price of finished Chinese cabbage sold in the vegetable stalls is about 1,800 to 2,000 star yuan. Xia Xiuyo felt that Lin Wei was selling it cheaply. How could fresh potted Chinese cabbage be compared with those processed vegetable cabbages that can only be eaten? Lin Wei was helpless, smiled and shook his head, and insisted on 2,000 star yuan without raising the price. Vegetables are vegetables after all. No matter how well they are raised, they can hardly be potted. After all, most potted plants are perennial plants, and vegetables will die after the growth period. According to Lin Wei's understanding, the vegetable seeds in this world seem to have been specially treated. The vegetables grown may bloom, but basically they will not produce seeds. The site shifted from the Chinese cabbage that grew horizontally to the celery that grew vertically. There were more than 10 celery sprouts in total. Like the Chinese cabbage, Lin Wei also divided the celery into pots and replanted it. However, they were not treated like Chinese cabbage, so Lin Wei chose small pots for them, 2 plants in 1 pot. Now, they have grown as tall as Lin Wei's palm, with thin, clustered leaf stems, with vertical diamond patterns, and green almost thick. The leaves on the leaf stems are no longer just 3 petals, but are feather-shaped in patches. Lin Wei looked at the appearance of these celery, and then smelled the increasingly strong fragrance emanating from them, and was sure that their species should be celery, also known as medicinal celery. Water spinach is also called vine vegetable, and the name alone can tell that it is a creeping plant. Lin Wei also replanted more than 10 water spinach plants in different pots, and also bought a display stand shaped like a cat climbing frame for them. The display stand has 5 protruding platforms, and Lin Wei placed a pot of replanted water spinach on each platform. At present, the vines of water spinach have only slightly spread out of the flower pot. Lin Wei is very satisfied with the display stand she bought. It is conceivable that it will not take long before the vines of water spinach grow longer and more luxuriantly, and she will definitely harvest a small waterfall full of greenery. Of course, it is still edible, a delicious small waterfall. The sun is just right, shining warmly on Lin Wei's eyelids, making Lin Wei, who is already sleep-deprived, almost unable to open her eyes after looking at the vegetables. Half asleep and half awake, Lin Wei was awakened by the vibration of the communicator on her wrist. It was a video call request from Xia Xiuyo. Lin Wei frowned and answered it. Seeing Lin Wei, who was obviously in a bad mood, with a pale face and dark circles under his eyes, Xia Xiuyo couldn't help but ask curiously, "What did you do last night? With your current state, I wouldn't be surprised if you fell down in the next second." Lin Wei tapped the armrest of the wheelchair and said unhappily, "I'm sitting in a wheelchair, I can't fall down, don't worry. What do you want from me?" Although Xia Xiuyo was a bit thick-skinned and had a bad mouth, he was not a bad person. Seeing Lin Wei's sickly appearance, he said, "You still know that you are sitting in a wheelchair. The wheelchair is yours, but your body is yours. If you feel uncomfortable, please seek medical attention immediately." Lin Wei heard the concern in the other person's tone, and nodded to explain. I just didn't sleep well, nothing serious. Hearing this, Xia Yujia didn't say anything more, and got to the point. I heard from Xiaoyu that you revived the 3 potted plants that died before, and they are growing very well. Let me see them. If others don't visit the temple for no reason, then Xia Yujia obviously won't make a video call with Lin Wei without potted plants. Lin Wei did not deliberately hide the 3 potted plants that had completed their transformation. The last time, it was because of the angle of the tracking camera that the 3 potted plants were not recorded. This time, because Xia Xiaoyu wanted to see the vegetables, Lin Wei directly adjusted the camera to a wide angle, and naturally the 3 potted plants also appeared in the video. I still remember the extremely shocked expression on Xia Xiaoyu's face when she heard Lin Wei say that the 3 potted plants were the 3 that she thought were dead before. You actually planted them alive again. This is resurrection. The green plant apostle can actually bring potted plants back to life. Is it so powerful? Xia Xiaoyu was so excited that she was incoherent. That's why, when she saw Lin Wei plant and germinate 4 more seeds later, she acted so calm and indifferent. Because in Xia Xiaoyu's view, Lin Wei must be the green plant apostle. The green plant apostle could resurrect dead potted plants, so what was the point of just 4 seeds sprouting? Even if Lin Wei had sprouted all the seeds she bought, Xia Xiaoyu would not be surprised. Lin Wei had actually explained to Xia Xiaoyu that it was not a resurrection, she was not that powerful, and it was really not a resurrection of the dead. Those 3 potted plants had never died, they just looked bad, they were just sick. However, Xia Xiaoyu had her own way of understanding. In her opinion, even if those 3 potted plants were not dead, they would definitely be dead if they were replaced by someone else, and it would never be possible for them to grow as well as they are now. So, it was a resurrection. Xia Xiaoyu did not feel that she was exaggerating at all, and that was exactly what she said to Xia Yujia. Therefore, Lin Wei could only hold his forehead and patiently explain to Xia Yujia again, they are really not dead, they are just not in a good state at that time. I really don't have the ability to bring potted plants back to life. Xia Yujia in the video screen looked right. Everything you say is right, so let me see. Lin Wei sighed, okay. Since the tracking camera and the communicator are still connected, Lin Wei only needs to simply adjust the angle of view, and the 3 potted plants that are said to be resurrected will appear in Xia Yujia's video screen. The one on the far left looks a little cough. Lin Wei followed Xia Yujia's words and looked over. The one on the far left in Xia Yujia's mouth, the potted plant he described with a polite cough, was rose seedling number 1. It had clearly grown a terminal bud like rose seedling number 2 before, but it did not develop horizontally like rose seedling number 2. Number 1 chose to grow vertically, and only grew 3 leaves on the top. As its main stem grew longer and longer, Lin Wei saw obvious characteristics of a climbing plant. In other words, number 1 directly transformed itself from a woody rose into a climbing rose. Lin Wei originally thought, let it be a vine, although climbing roses have various inconveniences when planted indoors. At most you can just set up a cat climbing frame. After all, climbing roses are well grown, and it is also a great beauty. However, Lin Wei still underestimated the peculiarity of number 1. After a few days of growth, Lin Wei only saw this guy desperately growing branches, and the branches were full of dense thorns. Except for the 3 leaves on the top, this guy did not grow another leaf. It's no wonder that Xia Yujia wanted to cough after seeing it. Number 1 now looks like a long whip winding in the flower pot, covered with barbs, and with a small spike on the top. There is no beauty that a potted plant should have. Lin Wei glanced at the eye-catching yellow-faced dwarf horse expression pack of rose seedling number 1, and said with a wooden face, this one is probably too sick, and the roots are damaged, so it can't grow well. Xia Yujia said oh twice, and his eyes were already attracted by the other 2 normal potted plants next to number 1. Especially the potted plant with smooth and beautiful leaves and fan-shaped. The shape is so beautiful. He couldn't wait to ask Lin Wei, have you done quality tests on them? What quality? Lin Wei lowered his eyes and looked at iris number 1, shook his head and said, not yet. Lin Wei really didn't test the 2 rose seedlings. After all, they couldn't be sold in a short time, and rose seedling number 1 only had 3 leaves in total. If you want to do the test, you must pull off at least 1 leaf. Lin Wei is afraid that it will be bald by then. Lin Wei did test iris number 1, but she was not satisfied with the result, so she wanted to test it again, so she did not recognize the previous test results. Then test it? Xia Yujia rubbed his hands, looking eager to try. Lin Wei thought for a while and said, not for the time being. Xia Yujia was puzzled. Why not test it? Aren't you very short of money? Don't you still want to catch the poison murderer? Lin Wei glanced at Xiao Yujia and said, even if I test it, I won't sell it for the time being. Xiao Yujia uttered a puzzled ah, and his face was full of why. Lin Wei said, I will wait until they grow buds before selling them. Xiao Yujia looked suddenly enlightened, then clicked his tongue, and said with emotion, you have learned a lot. Lin Wei raised her eyebrows provocatively at him, and said casually, swindler. Xiao Yujia laughed dryly twice, scratched his head indifferently, and persuaded again, if you don't want to sell it, I can't force you to sell it, but it's better to test the quality early so that you can have a bottom line in your heart. Lin Wei remained silent. She pushed the wheelchair to the flower pot of iris number 1 and leaned over to touch the base of iris number 1. She hadn't touched it since she got up today. Her fingertips gently stroked the base of iris number 1, and Lin Wei tilted her head slightly, with a little uncertainty in her expression. She touched it again. Sure enough, when the fingertips pressed lightly on the middle of the base, 2 bulges that were not even the size of millet grains could be felt. Yes, 2. Lin Wei didn't show it on her face, but she was ecstatic in her heart. The 2 small bumps mean that iris number 1 is very likely to have 2 flower spurs in the near future. 2 flower spurs can at least produce 2 irises. Lin Wei is happy. 1 flower will inevitably look lonely. It is better to have 2 flowers. Since the flower spurs have begun to grow, Lin Wei has not forgotten the decision he made before. Xiao Yujia on the other end of the video call did not understand what Lin Wei was groping at the root of the potted plant just now. Was he checking the growth of the root of the potted plant? When he saw Lin Wei pushing the wheelchair back with the test paper in his hand, Xiao Yujia was instantly refreshed, thinking that his words just now convinced Lin Wei. He said, that's right. What's wrong with testing early and knowing the quality of the potted plant early? Lin Wei ignored him and carefully used scissors to cut off a little leaf along the sword-shaped outline of the iris leaf. In order to avoid damaging the appearance of the iris as much as possible, Lin Wei cut the head of the long leaf growing on the outermost circle of the iris. In addition, for symmetry considerations, Lin Wei also cut off part of the head of the long leaf on the other side that was symmetrical with it. In this way, when the cut marks are closed, basically nothing can be seen. The leaves of the iris have low water content, so Lin Wei can only use the cut leaves to vigorously smear the test strip. After smearing for a while, Lin Wei stopped, and almost at the same time, the 2 people on this and that end of the video communication held their breath and waited. Soon a green bar appeared on the test strip, and then the color of the green bar became darker and darker, gradually turning into yellow. When the second bar appeared below it, their colors turned into bright orange together. The colors of the 2 bars were still changing. Lin Wei, who already knew that iris number 1 was at least a good product, looked calm. Xiao Yujia, who was communicating with her via video, was different. He murmured good product in his mouth. His expression was extremely excited. Obviously, for Xiao Yujia, or for most people in this world, it is amazing that a potted plant can reach the good quality. Good quality. When the 3rd bar clearly appeared on the test paper, and the 3 bars turned bright red at the same time, Xiao Yujia couldn't help but exclaimed in amazement. Lin Wei's expression became serious at this time. She stared at the test paper almost without blinking, waiting. Xiao Yujia thought that the good quality was the final result. He wanted to congratulate Lin Wei and talk to her about the repurchase of this potted plant. Facing Lin Wei's solemn expression, Xiao Yujia stopped talking for a while. He looked at the test paper with 3 red lines, and then at Lin Wei, who was still staring at the test paper. Xiao Yujia shook his head, thinking that Lin Wei was too naive. It's not so easy to get a high-quality potted plant. Just as Xiao Yujia was about to speak and tell Lin Wei that the 3 red lines were the final result. But at this moment, Xiao Yujia's breathing suddenly stagnated, and his eyes opened unconsciously, as if he had seen a monster. I saw that on the test paper with 3 red lines, another line appeared faintly. It was just a blink of an eye, and the 3 lines turned directly into 4 lines, 4 lines of deep purple. Xiao Yujia blinked, and blinked again, fearing that what he saw was an illusion. It was not until this time that Lin Wei exhaled a long breath of turbid air that had accumulated in her chest. She smiled and looked up at Xiao Yujia in the video. Even though her face was still very bad, the smile went straight to the bottom of her eyes, a kind of joy that could infect others. She held the test paper with 4 bars between her fingers and shook it proudly at the camera. It's a high-quality product, not included in the priority repurchase clause. The purchase agreement she signed clearly stated that although the store has the right to repurchase potted plants first, high-quality potted plants are not included. Xiao Yujia smiled bitterly. Yes, high-quality products, Even if you want to sell them to me, I can't afford them. Lin Wei, who was in a good mood, flattered, Boss, you are modest. Based on Lin Wei's understanding of Xia Yujia during this period, this boss should have no problem buying a high-quality product. If he doesn't buy it, it's probably because he thinks it's not worth it. Of course, this not worth it does not mean that high-quality potted plants are not worth a high price. But for Xia Yujia personally, there is no need to spend a high price to buy high-quality products. His interest or demand for potted plants is not that great, which can be seen from his empty greenhouse. Xia Yujia looked at Lin Wei's smiling face, and felt a little emotional. He never thought that he would have the opportunity to witness the birth of a high-quality potted plant in his lifetime. He looked at the other two potted plants, thinking, could these two also be high quality? Xia Yujia once again urged Lin Wei to test the quality of the other two potted plants, but this time, Lin Wei was as firm as a rock, and no matter how he persuaded her, she remained unmoved. Xia Yujia had to change the subject and asked, since it is a high-quality product, you should be ready to auction this potted plant, right? Lin Wei said non-committally, wait until it grows flower buds. Xia Yujia saw her calm face and threw cold water on her. Are you so sure it will grow flower buds? I think its leaves are beautiful. Maybe it is just like my friend's pot of Philadelphus, a pure foliage plant without flowers. Lin Wei remained silent, but the expression on her face clearly said, wait and see. Xia Yujia stopped teasing her, and he couldn't tease her anymore, so he changed his tone and said, if you don't want to auction it, or want to sell it one-on-one, I can help you ask my friends and see. See if anyone wants to buy it. After a pause, Xia Yujia said bluntly, but the price is definitely not as high as the auction price. But think about it, if it is auctioned, you will also have to give the auction house a commission, and the money you get will definitely not be equal to the auction price. Lin Wei heard that he was sincere in his words, so he responded seriously, then ask your friends for me, if they want to buy, the price can be negotiated. I should still contact the auction house, anyway, there is no conflict between the two sides. Xia Yujia responded, and was about to speak again, but saw Lin Wei suddenly reach out and take the nutrient spray bottle on the table next to him, and spray a few times on a flower pot with a young seedling. Then, she replaced the nutrient spray bottle with a watering can and sprayed the flower pot a few times. When Lin Wei picked up the nutrient spray bottle again and prepared to spray the seedlings in the flower pot, Xia Yujia couldn't help but remind her, didn't you say that it's enough to spray the nutrient once a day? You've already sprayed it twice. Lin Wei seemed to realize that she was still communicating with Xia Yujia via video, and her expression was mixed with a hint of tension that others could not detect. Lin Wei said very quickly, I feel a little unwell, I hang up first. Before Xia Yujia on the other side asked, the video call was hung up neatly. Chapter 35. After giving the gardenia seedlings the nutrients they needed, the status bubble expression package above the gardenia seedlings in Lin Wei's eyes stopped changing and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Although he was relatively familiar with the process of plant mutation, Lin Wei still did not dare to be careless, and his eyes were fixed on the small gardenia seedlings in the center of the flower pot. Soon, the ominous black spots representing mutation appeared from the roots of the gardenia seedlings and spread to each of its leaves at a very fast speed. Watching this scene, Lin Wei felt fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, she immediately hung up the video call with Xia Yujia. The branches of the newly born gardenia seedlings looked like they were painted with a layer of green paint, and the leaves looked like they were waxed, and the green was particularly bright. This also made the spreading black spots look more abrupt and eye-catching. If the video call with Xia Yujia was still connected, the other party would definitely notice the clues even if he was thick-skinned. When the black spot occupied the entire gardenia seedling, a long status bubble option box slowly appeared in front of Lin Wei. The animal and plant options remained unchanged. Lin Wei, who had already made 3 choices, focused on the plant option. Before the countdown of the status bubble option box ended, she made the choice for the gardenia seedling without any suspense. Lin Wei twisted her stiff neck, relaxed her shoulders and neck, and leaned back in the wheelchair with a sigh of relief. Like the 3 seedlings that showed signs of mutation, the status bubble emoticon package above the gardenia seedling soon reappeared, and it was the frustrated face that Lin Wei was already very familiar with. Lin Wei curled her lips at the frustrated emoticon package. According to her previous experience, this frustrated state of the gardenia seedling would last for many days. Her eyes swept across the 4 flower pots next to the gardenia seedlings. So now, her surveillance mission is left. For plants. For plants, under the premise that it is impossible to determine whether they will mutate or when, according to the general mutation observation period of potted plants in this world, Lin Wei will probably have to sleep well for at least a whole week. Thinking of this, Lin Wei's raised mouth corners flattened again. She could only comfort herself in her heart. In the world where she lived in the past, it is said that some widowed mothers who raise children in a widowed way may have to live for several months in order to feed their children and take better care of their children. It is difficult to sleep through the night. Just treat these 4 seedlings as your own children, and treat yourself as the widowed mother. Just 1 week, close your eyes, grit your teeth, and it will be over. Lin Wei sighed at the 4 fresh seedlings, and when she looked up, she was dazzled by the overly bright sunlight outside the floor-to-ceiling window. It seemed that a flash of inspiration came to her mind, but Lin Wei didn't check it for a while, and failed to catch it in time. After checking the time displayed on the communicator, Lin Wei realized that it was almost noon, and it was time to make lunch for herself. Lin Wei was pushing the wheelchair, and was about to go to the kitchen when her hand suddenly stopped. Wait, noon? If she remembered correctly, the time nodes when the 3 potted plants showed signs of mutation seemed to be at noon or near noon. The light in her mind burst out again, and this time, Lin Wei caught it. She slapped the armrest of the wheelchair in annoyance, wondering why she was so stupid. She didn't realize such an obvious pattern until now. She could think that the frequent demands of the seedlings before the signs of mutation were in order to accumulate enough nutrients to cope with the mutation, but she didn't think that for most plants, sunlight and photosynthesis are the key to promoting their growth. At night, the seedlings stop photosynthesis, so even if they demand more nutrients and water, they can't decompose and absorb them. Maybe plants don't have brains, and don't have wisdom like humans, but they have instincts, and their instincts must seek benefits and avoid harm. The same is true for mutations. No matter how bad the nature of the mutation is, the ultimate goal of mutation will never be to kill the mutant plants. In short, a plant that is photosynthesizing, decomposing and absorbing nutrients in large quantities, and is full of vitality, and a plant that is in a semi-dormant state at night, according to the principle of seeking benefits and avoiding harm of plants, the former is bound to have a much higher probability of showing signs of mutation than the latter. In other words, Lin Wei set the alarm clock in the middle of the night 2 days ago in vain, and couldn't sleep well. The lack of sleep was also her brain's poor thinking. She was stupid and deserved it. Lin Wei, who had figured it out, couldn't help but laugh at herself. Fortunately, she was smart not too late, otherwise she would have gone crazy if she hadn't figured it out after the next 7 days. Originally, due to lack of sleep and less exercise and consumption in a wheelchair, Lin Wei had no appetite, but when she thought that she could finally have a good night's sleep, her mood improved, and naturally her appetite improved. After a full meal, the afternoon sun made Lin Wei drowsy. But it was daytime, and it was still the peak time for the seedlings to show signs of mutation, which she guessed. Lin Wei guessed that the peak time for the seedlings to show signs of mutation should be from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. This period of time is undoubtedly the best sunlight in the day and the strongest photosynthesis of the seedlings. So even if she was sleepy, Lin Wei couldn't sleep now. In order to prevent herself from falling asleep accidentally, Lin Wei propped up her side face and thought about it, and decided to find something to do. With the communicator on her wrist, Lin Wei boarded Finalizing. She first checked her Finalizing account. She hadn't touched the money in it yet, and now she had saved nearly 200,000 yuan without realizing it. Lin Wei was satisfied with this amount. After counting the tens of millions of deposits in her account out of boredom, she went to her Finalizing backstage to take a look. The 4th video has been edited and produced. Lin Wei uploaded it to the Finalizing backstage the day before, and selected the scheduled release time for it. This 4th video will be released on time at 8 o'clock tonight. Lin Wei carefully checked the timing of the 4th video, and after confirming that the time was correct, she left. Afterwards, Lin Wei searched for the auction flyer she saw when she first boarded Finalizing using the communicator on Finalizing. On the title page of the auction flyer, I found the auction house that held this online auction Jaya Fuel. Lin Wei followed the name Jaya Fuel to find the homepage of the auction house. Just as Lin Wei had just said to Xiao Yujia, she would try to contact the auction house to test the waters. So Lin Wei thought that since she was so idle that she just wanted to take a nap, she might as well contact it in advance. In the world where Lin Wei lived in the past, although she was a big internet celebrity in the field of gardening and flower art, potted plants in that world were far less valuable than those in this world. Of course, there were also relatively valuable potted plants in that world, but there were not many that could be auctioned. Lin Wei had only participated in some small charity auctions before, and she usually attended as a guest or bidder. She had never commissioned an auction house to auction items. Therefore, Lin Wei had no idea what procedures and processes needed to be completed before the auction, let alone the other world at hand. Lin Wei did not dare to be arrogant, and honestly clicked on Jiafel's online consultation desk. Wei Rui, hello. After waiting for a while, there was a reply from the other side. Customer service Mei Mei, hello, is there anything I can help you with? Lin Wei's fingers tapping the virtual keyboard paused slightly, and she considered the wording. Wei Rui, I have a potted plant, and I want to entrust your auction house to auction it, so I want to know the relevant potted plant auction process in advance. After sending this message, Lin Wei quietly waited for the other party's reply. What Lin Wei didn't know was that Jiafel's online consultation system and the shopping communication system of My were integrated, and the customer service Mei could see her shopping level. Although Lin Wei's shopping frequency and spending amount on My were quite high recently, she was dragged down by her original body, which caused her shopping level to remain at a level that was neither high nor low. Lin Wei's current shopping level was far from the shopping level of the customers that the customer service Mei usually came into contact with, so it was not difficult to understand why she was negligent in responding to Lin Wei's consultation. After all, in the eyes of the customer service Mei, with Lin Wei's shopping level, even if she really had a potted plant in her hand, it would probably not meet the auction standards of their auction house. Lin Wei waited for a long time, but didn't get a reply from the other party. After thinking about it, she sent the message to the other party again. After a long while, the other party responded. Customer service Mimi, our company only accepts auction commissions of potted plants of good quality or above. Lin Wei frowned slightly at the reply. The slow reply may be a system problem, or there may be more than one person asking for advice. Lin Wei can understand that, but after letting the inquirer wait for a long time, the answer is irrelevant, and the words reveal a bit of arrogance and the meaning of the store suppressing customers. This is obviously unprofessional customer service. Lin Wei did not say much, and directly took a photo of the test paper with 4 dark purple bars on it with the communicator and sent it. And copied and pasted the previous message and sent it again. Next, Lin Wei's consultation was much smoother. Customer service Mimi responded to any of her questions within 3 seconds, and the words were full of enthusiasm. Lin Wei did not comment on this. People like customer service Mimi are not uncommon, whether in this different world or the world she lived in the past. Lin Wei was too lazy to argue with her. After all, the purpose of her consultation was to understand the process of the potted plant auction. After receiving the client's instructions, Lin Wei refused the customer service Mimi's kindness to explain it to her in detail. She closed the chat interface of the consultation desk and immersed herself in studying. On the other side, Xia Yujia, who was hastily hung up by Lin Wei on the video call, was a little worried about Lin Wei's situation. But he thought carefully about the way Lin Wei looked before hanging up the video call. It didn't seem like she was feeling unwell, but it seemed that there was something urgent. Something urgent that was not convenient for him to know. Xia Yujia was indeed a little thick-skinned, but he still had the necessary eyes. He and Lin Wei were at most ordinary friends, with some interests involved. Excessive concern and inquiries were over the line and inappropriate. Thinking of this, Xia Yujia did not bother about it anymore. Just at this time, his friend sent him a message. Xia Yujia clicked it, and glanced at it casually. It was a friend's birthday party, asking him if he wanted to go. Seeing that the address was set in District 1, it seemed to be quite close to the research center of green source biology. Xia Yujia moved his fingers and replied, "Go." The next day, Xia Yujia got up early for a rare time, picked up his baby Mirabilis, had a few words with Xia Xiaoyu who sent him out, and then got into his bright green private car and drove towards District 1. Before noon, Xia Yujia arrived at the Green Source Biology Research Center. Holding the potted Mirabilis jalapa, Xia Yujia got off the car and strode towards Bai Ye's exclusive laboratory. Obviously, Xia Yujia's trip to Area 1 was just a side trip to attend a friend's birthday party. He mainly came to see his friend Bai Yi, and to do an attribute bonus test for the Mirabilis jalapa potted plant. As for the holahawk potted plant, Xia Yujia certainly wanted to do an attribute bonus test on it. However, the holahawk, which was very difficult to move before the flower pot was changed, was moved to Area 1 after it was changed to a new flower pot customized by Xia Yujia. It was no longer something Xia Yujia could do by renting a large capacity cargo vehicle. He would have to rent a private spaceship, which was too much trouble. Thinking that the holahawk was a medium quality product anyway, he had no intention of selling it, so it didn't matter if it didn't test it. Moreover, after finally changing the flower pot, the holahawk's upper half had just grown new leaves, and Xia Yujia was afraid that after a long journey, it would cause new problems for it. So he gave up. At this time, Xia Yujia, who was holding a potted Mirabilis jalapa and walking proudly in the Green Source Biological Research Center, naturally attracted the attention of people along the way. When he entered the elevator, several researchers who were riding with him greeted him, asked about the potted plant in his arms, and kept praising him. Xiao Yujia often came to the research center, and he was familiar with these researchers. He greeted them happily, answered their questions about Mirabilis jalapa, and accepted their praise for Mirabilis jalapa with pride. "Can I touch it? It's really beautiful," a female researcher said sincerely. Xiao Yujia didn't care much, touch it. But he didn't expect that the female researcher had just started, and a flower bud fell off under her gentle touch. The female researcher quickly reached out to catch the flower bud, and apologized with a look of shock. I didn't mean it." Xiao Yujia smiled at the panicked female researcher, picked up the flower bud held in her palm, and took a look. At this time, the elevator stopped and Xiao Yujia's floor arrived. "It's okay, I take you there." Before leaving the elevator, Xiao Yujia put the flower bud back into the female researcher's palm, smiled and winked at her. The female researcher stared blankly at Xiao Yujia's back as he walked away, holding the flower bud in her hands, her face flushed. An older researcher next to her coughed and warned, "Don't think too much, he is the son of the former general chairman of Xiao Mining, a well-known playboy." Another researcher gossiped, "The current general chairman of Xiao Mining seems to be his uncle, but I heard that he has a bad relationship with his uncle. He was expelled from the core management of Xiao Mining 2 years ago. Now he only receives equity dividends every year. It seems that he has opened a flower and grass seed store. What you said is that Xiao Mining, even if we can only receive dividends, we researchers who are busy all day long can't compare." Xiao Yujia, who had already walked away, naturally couldn't hear these random discussions. Even if he heard them, he would probably just ignore them. Walking to the door of Baiye's exclusive laboratory, Xiao Yujia didn't knock on the door. Instead, after verifying the fingerprint, he gently pushed the door open a crack and looked inside. The laboratory was empty. Xiao Yujia glanced at the time displayed on the communicator. It should still be Baiye's working hours. Did he go to lunch early? Xiao Yujia walked into the laboratory and looked around. From the corner of his eye, he saw that there seemed to be someone in the lounge connected to the laboratory. The door of the lounge was not closed tightly. Xiao Yujia walked over and looked over. He saw Baiye leaning against the recliner, with a rare relaxed and leisurely posture, looking at the holographic screen of the communicator, looking very absorbed, and no one knew what he was looking at. At this time, the video that Wei Rui had just updated the night before was playing on Baiye's holographic screen. The name of the video was cute and childish, called Starting Today, Grow Your Own Vegetables and Eat Themselves. Baiye was too busy the night before to watch the update, but now that he was finally done with his work, he took a rare break to watch it during work hours. Bai Qingqing, Yuan Bai Bai, Green Feather and Leaf Manting, these are the vegetables I will plant next. As an aside, Green Feather and Leaf Manting are really nice names, with 2 gala fruits. I guess these 2 names were definitely not chosen by the same person or group of people as the first 2. Baiye looked at the girl in the video with a confident look on her face, thinking that he guessed wrong, it was me who took it. At this time, countless comments were drawn above the video, all of which followed the girl's words, and bet on the same guess as her. It was obviously a meaningless guess, and there was not even a real prize, but there were so many people who were very interested. Baiye was puzzled, but he also had the urge to move his fingers and send comments. Xiao Yujia suddenly pushed the door open and walked quickly to Baiye's side, wanting to see what made the other party so fascinated. Unfortunately, Baiye's reaction speed was much faster than he expected. Before he got to the place, Baiye had already turned off the holographic screen of the communicator in front of him. Don't turn it off, let me see it too. What are you looking at? Xiao Yujia asked curiously, trying to see something from Baiye's face, but he got nothing except a blank expression. Baiye answered truthfully, planting video. Knowing Baiye's character, he knew that if he didn't want to answer, he wouldn't answer, and he would never lie to him. Xiao Yujia thought that the planting video Baiye mentioned was the planting record of a formal experiment, and he immediately lost interest. It's understandable, what else could make the workaholic Baiye so engrossed in it except the experimental record? Here, look at my precious potted Mirabilis jalapa. Xiao Yujia put the potted plant in his arms on the table beside him, and said with regret, the time is not right. If I had known, I would have come later, and could have shown you how it blooms. Baiye glanced at the Mirabilis jalapa lightly and asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Yujia gently touched the leaves of the Mirabilis jalapa. Let's do a property bonus test on it. After a pause, he mentioned casually, They organized a birthday party, and they should have sent you a message. What do you think? We are all old friends and alumni. Do you want to go? I just happened to bring my precious potted plants with me to show them some attention. I didn't see it. This is a reply to the message. No, I have something else to do. This is a reply to whether to go or not. Don't bring it to that messy, smoky place. This is talking about the purple jalapa. The answer was expected. Xiao Yujie shrugged indifferently and said, I knew I couldn't invite you. It's either a place like Ming City or a newly opened club for eating and chatting. I heard that the decoration is very unique. Forget it, you get bored if I talk too much, so I go by myself. As if he remembered something, Xiao Yujie said, by the way, the girl who planted this pot of purple jasmine has recently planted another excellent potted plant. Are you interested? Speaking of which, that girl is also amazing. Don't you know that Xiao Yu is almost fascinated by her? She keeps telling me that the girl must be a green plant apostle. As soon as he said this, Xiao Yujie realized that he had spoken out of turn. Bai Yi, who advocates mechanized planting, has always disliked the mysterious term green plant apostle. He looked up at Bai Ye's face and didn't see anything unusual. He thought to himself that he was right. He just said it casually. Even if Bai Yi hated it, he wouldn't turn against him because of it. In the end, it was Bai Ye's aura as a patriarch that always made him feel insecure for no reason. He was just afraid. Bai Yi, who had no idea of Xiao Yujie's mental activities, said lightly, I'm not interested. The property addition test was done on the purple jalapa potted plant, and the result was as Xiao Yujie expected, 3 added oxygen release. After learning the test results, Xiao Yujie looked at the potted purple jasmine with a look of tenderness. My baby, you are really my baby. Holding his baby, Xiao Yujie waved to Bai Yi and went to the appointment alone. The lights of the Dream Death Land at night were gorgeous and eye-catching. In the high-rise box, a group of young people were drinking without restraint, and the scene of drunkenness and dreaming was justified by the name of the Dream Death Land. Someone was drunk and poked Lu Qingqing beside him, and asked, I heard that someone invited Xiao Yujie to the birthday party. He has already arrived in Area 1. Why didn't he come to see you? Lu Qingqing took a sip of Huandua and laughed at herself. It's been a long time since I broke up with him. Don't you know? Why did you come to see me? Why did you come to see me? Another person touched Lu Qingqing's cup and laughed to smooth things over. Come on, let's drink. Don't think about those unhappy things. We came to Ming City to have fun. Lu Qingqing drank a glass of Huandua and felt dizzy. She thought she must be drunk, otherwise why would her mind be full of thoughts about the past? At that time, it was Xiao Yujie who helped her become a singer and supported her all the way. Later, his family had an accident, and he sank in Ming City. She accompanied him. But in the end, he was pulled out of the quagmire by someone, but she was left here. Lu Qingqing took 2 more gulps of the drug, and felt the pain in her chest getting worse. The person sitting next to her saw her holding her chest in pain, and immediately took out a spray bottle from her bag. Putting the spray nozzle to Lu Qingqing's nose, the person said, Come on, take 2 puffs and you be fine. Lu Qingqing closed her eyes, and took 2 deep breaths. Soon, the pain in her chest disappeared, leaving only endless joy. After reading the client's instructions, Lin Fei got busy. According to the client's instructions, the client needs to provide the auction house with proof of ownership of the auction item. In addition, although the quality results measured by the green source quality test paper also have a certain identification effect, if the potted plant wants to get a better hammer price at the auction, the client is better off providing the auction house with a more detailed potted plant attribute bonus identification certificate. Proof of ownership is relatively simple and can be done online. Contact the relevant agency and connect with its online staff via video. Lin Fei only needs to provide his fingerprints and irises, and then put iris number 1 in front of the camera and let the staff do a 3D scan. The only thing that is difficult for Lin Fei is that on the electronic ownership certificate, right below the 3D image of iris number 1, Lin Fei needs to fill in his own name and the name of iris number 1. Of course, it was impossible to fill in iris number 1 directly, so Lin Fei, who was not good at naming, was in a dilemma. Lin Fei thought for a long time, and almost dared not look at the face of the staff waiting for her on the other side, and then filled in the name she finally thought of. Feather kite. To be honest, Lin Fei actually thought of blue kite at first, but irises have more than one color. It is true that blue-purple irises are the most common, but if her irises finally bloom yellow or variegated, then the name will not be right. Thinking that irises are delicate and weak, just like light feathers, Lin Fei changed blue to feather. As for the name blue kite, It can be given to the iris seedlings number 2 or number 3 at the back. There should always be one that will bloom blue and purple, so it will not be wasted. Just after completing the ownership certification with iris number 1, Lin Wei received a voice call from Xiao Xiao. I could have come back today. I've asked my agent for leave. I go visit you tomorrow, Lin Wei listened to Xiao Xiao's regrets and complaints in the voice call. The original shooting period of the music video shot by Xiao Xiao was 7 days. As a result, the director sent the sample film to Lu Qingqing's agent, who said that Lu Qingqing was not satisfied with the music video and hoped to add some more plot segments. Xiao Xiao couldn't tell Lin Wei more details. Anyway, because of the singer's dissatisfaction, the shooting period of the music video was extended by another 3 days. Whether the shooting period will be extended further depends on the singer's intention. Lin Wei listened to Xiao Xiao's tone and said, "But I feel that although you complain, you are actually quite happy in your heart." Xiao Xiao seemed to be incredulous and whispered, "You heard all this?" Hee. Xiao Xiao smiled slyly, "I am very happy. The design of music videos is generally very simple, and does not reflect the acting skills of the actors in them. Now Lu Qingqing asked to add more plot segments, which seems to have emotional conflicts. Anyway, I feel that this is my chance." Lin Wei listened to her and encouraged her, "Then you have to work hard and try to let everyone see your superb acting skills." Xiao Xiao said embarrassedly, "It's not superb, and I'm still a newcomer, but I strive to be the most hardworking newcomer." Chapter 36. The doorbell rang melodiously. Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair to the entrance and took a look at the display screen of the video doorbell. There was a round robot standing outside the door, with a very conspicuous logo of a certain appraisal agency on its chest. It was the field robot of a certain appraisal agency that she had made an appointment with. After confirming the identity of the robot outside the door, Lin Wei opened the door for it. Compared with the ownership certification that can be easily done online, it is much more difficult to get Yu Yuan's potted plant attribute bonus appraisal certificate. Xia Yujia had not completely fooled Lin Wei before. There were indeed few machines that could test the attribute bonus of potted plants in the entire Star Federation, and there were even fewer appraisal agencies that were qualified to issue potted plant attribute bonus appraisal certificates. Lin Wei carefully searched on the Skynet, and found that Green Source Biotechnology Company was one of the qualified agencies with machines. Unfortunately, it was located in District 1, which was very far from District 8 where Lin Wei was. In addition, Green Source Biotechnology Company's main business is not qualification appraisal, so their testing machines are open to the public for testing for a very limited time every day. In addition to Green Source Biotechnology Company, Lin Wei also found 3 qualified appraisal agencies. The good news is that these 3 appraisal agencies are all located in the capital star, at least on the same planet as Lin Wei. The bad news is that 2 of them are in District 2 and 1 is in District 3, which are not close to Lin Wei. Lin Wei first ruled out Green Source Biotechnology Company. After all, it is a large company, and appraisal is not its main business. It is impossible for them to be convenient for her and accommodate her. Lin Wei contacted all 3 appraisal agencies, and asked if they had any business of doing on-site potted plant attribute bonus testing. She still has 4 seedlings to watch over, and it's hard to feel at ease as she goes far away. Besides, it doesn't feel safe for her to go out with Yu Yuan to do the test alone. She has to hire a tall and fat guard-type cargo robot that she saw from Xia Yujia. To be honest, Lin Wei is still lucky. Originally, the 3 appraisal agencies did not have the business of door-to-door service. It's not that they don't want to, but the potted plant attribute addition tester does not have the function of remote testing. Lin Wei was lucky. An appraisal agency in District 2 had just completed the equipment update. Its potted plant attribute addition tester is the latest model. The tester and data analysis table can be used separately. In short, they can provide door-to-door service for Lin Wei, but they have to pay extra. Normal potted plant attribute addition testing is not cheap. Lin Wei has learned about the price. Except for Liyuan, which is relatively cheap, the other 3 appraisal agencies basically have a unified price of 20,000 star yuan per pot. Lin Wei wanted door-to-door service, and the other appraisal agency's quotation was directly raised to 30,000 star yuan per pot. It was really expensive, but what could she do? There was only one in the entire Star Federation, and Lin Wei had no choice. She could only grit her teeth and pay the money, and comfort herself in her heart that her Yu Yuan would earn her back 100 times 1,000 times. The robot reported its work number with the electronic sound of the tablet, and then followed Lin Wei into the door. Because it was an appointment for door-to-door service, Lin Wei made preparations early, and Yu Yuan was now placed neatly on the coffee table. However, in 2 days, the 2 millet grains that Lin Fei originally needed to feel with her fingertips to feel carefully, now not only poked their heads out of the base leaf sheath, but also grew nearly 20 centimeters tall. 2 thin flower stems, with smooth epidermis, 2 lovely bracts growing on the bottom, and the top like a spear, with a small section slightly swollen and then gradually pointed. Obviously, the swollen spear tip is the flower bud of Yuan in the growing period. The flower stems are still very tender, and it seems that they can't bear the increasingly full flower buds. They are bent down, like the 2 antennae of a butterfly, but the breeze brought by Lin Fei's walking can make them tremble. Plants blooming is beautiful, but for the plants themselves, it should be considered a very hard work. Because flowering consumes a lot of nutrients, some plants will even have yellow leaves after flowering. So at this time, we have to give the plants appropriate top dressing. Watching the robot take out the instrument from the storage box on its chest to test Yuan, Lin Fei secretly thought about giving Yuan top dressing in his heart. The nutrients in this world are indeed useful, but Lin Fei is a stubborn old-fashioned person. She still prefers her own folk method. Needless to say, bone meal and eggshell powder are always available. In addition, Lin Fei did not throw away the yellow leaves before the transformation of Yuan. She buried them in a deep flower pot with the small cabbage leaves she picked, and the fruit peels and kitchen scraps left over from her 3 meals. Lin Fei also stored some of her own urine in a large sealable bottle, waiting for it to ferment, and use it as urea fertilizer. Although urea fertilizer seems indecent, it is indeed useful. The only disadvantage is that it takes a long time to wait for urine to ferment, at least 3 months. Urine has a smell, so when storing it, for the sake of your living environment, try to put it in a ventilated place. Lin Fei placed the bottle for storing urine in the bathroom, next to the ventilation port of the air filter. It is worth mentioning that putting a few pieces of orange peel in the urine can slightly remove some of the unpleasant smell of urine. In addition, urea is only suitable for top dressing plants in the leaf growth period, and is not very helpful for plants that are about to bloom. Paula. A strange and subtle sound pulled Lin Fei's thoughts back from various homemade fertilizers. Lin Fei first glanced at the robot next to him, who was still carefully testing and scanning Yuan. The sound was obviously not made by the other party. The distance and direction of the sound source were wrong. Looking around, Lin Fei finally fixed his eyes on the terrace bathed in sunlight. The rose seedling number 1, which was originally entangled in the flower pot, had some branches fall out of the flower pot for some reason. The subtle sound that Lin Fei heard just now should be the sound of the thorny branches falling to the ground. Lin Fei thought that the branches of rose seedling number 1 grew too fast and too long, and overflowed from the flower pot, so she didn't think much about it. Although she was still somewhat wary of rose seedling number 1, after so many days, this guy seemed to be nothing unusual except for his ugly appearance. The status bubble emoticon package still showed the galloping yellow-faced short-legged horse, who loved listening to music. Occasionally, when he stopped to rest, he would ask Lin Fei for food and water with a flattering face. Lin Fei's vigilance was slowly lowered. At this time, Lin Fei glanced at the sharp thorn vine that fell out of the flower pot, and thought it really looked like a caterpillar. In the corner of her eye, the 3 leaves on the top of the sharp thorn vine moved without wind. Lin Fei turned her head, and looked at it carefully. The 3 leaves were clearly there, motionless. Could it be that she was blinded by the sunlight, and saw it wrong? The field robot beside her suddenly said, "Dear customer, your potted plant has been tested. The agency will send you all the test data and identification certificates within 2 to 4 hours. Please wait patiently." Hearing this, Lin Fei retracted her gaze from the sharp thorn vine of rose seedling number 1 and replied, "Okay." She smiled and thanked the field robot. At the same time that Lin Fei retracted her gaze, the part of rose seedling number 1 that fell on the ground, with its head with 3 leaves on top, suddenly raised up. It seemed that the 3 leaves that exploded were facing the direction of the field robot. It was like it was on guard against the field robot, an uninvited guest, like a young snake waiting for an opportunity to move. After sending away the field robot of the identification agency, Lin Fei always felt that something was wrong. She put the feather kite back on the terrace and her eyes fell on rose seedling number 1 again. At this time, rose seedling number 1 has restored its plant appearance, as quiet as a virgin, motionless. Lin Fei stared at it for a long time, but didn't see anything. After thinking for a while, she pushed the wheelchair to the kitchen to get eggshell bone meal. She used a small shovel to carefully dig a deep groove along the periphery of the base of the kite, then filled it with eggshell bone meal, and then covered it with the excavated soil. Afterwards, Lin Fei dug another groove on the periphery, and filled it with some black fertilizer made from fermented vegetable leaves and fruit peels mixed with sterile soil. The time for making black fertilizer is still short, and Lin Fei is worried that the fermentation time is not enough, so she only filled it in a little bit and stopped. After finishing the top dressing for Yu Yuan, Lin Fei suddenly snorted inexplicably. It turned out that Lin Fei seemed to be busy for Yu Yuan, but in fact, she had been paying attention to the movements of Rose Seedling No. 1 from the corner of her eyes. Now, she caught him. Lin Fei turned her head calmly and looked at Rose Seedling No. 1. Rose Seedling No. 1 had just been quietly nodding his head to the music while she was digging the gully with his head down, but now he pretended to be honest and did not move. Retracting her gaze again, Lin Fei continued to pretend that she had not noticed anything and pushed the wheelchair to put away the tools used for top dressing. Then, she returned to the terrace, and this time, her eyes were fixed on Rose Seedling No. 1. For a moment, Lin Fei felt that the status bubble emoticon above Rose Seedling No. 1 seemed to be stuck. Is this alert? Lin Wei's eyes wandered over the branches of Rose Seedling No. 1 that were covered with sharp thorns. So, are you a plant or an animal? What on earth are you? Take out a metal stick. Lin Fei leaned over and used the metal stick to pick up the section of sharp thorn vine that fell out of the flower pot and put it back into the flower pot. She turned off the wireless speaker next to the flower pot and moved it away. Lin Fei used the metal stick to poke the sharp thorn vine in the flower pot, and the sharp thorn vine was just like an ordinary plant, and she fiddled with it at will without any movement. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes just now, Lin Fei might have been fooled by its ordinary plant appearance. Why aren't you moving? Aren't you supposed to move? Lin Fei whispered. I saw it all just now. Rose Seedling No. 1. ... Can you understand what I'm saying? Lin Fei, who asked this question, felt that she was too fanciful. Plants are plants after all. No matter how much they mutate, they don't have ears. How can they understand her? Even if Rose Seedling No. 1 can hear Lin Wei's voice with some organs or methods that Lin Fei doesn't know, he still can't understand it. It's impossible that this guy can also transform the language system of humans in this alien world when he transforms. Lin Fei pondered for a while, and thought that pets usually can't understand human language, but they can feel the changes in their owner's emotions from their owner's words. So, can Rose Seedling No. 1 also? Lin Fei took 2 breaths to relax her slightly tense mood. She took back the metal stick, and didn't care about Rose Seedling No. 1 anymore. She raised her hand, and turned on the wireless speaker. Lin Fei seemed to be humming along with the melodious music. She turned on the communicator on her wrist again, as if she was going to start her video editing work. Rose Seedling No. 1. ... Lin Fei patiently waited for the opportunity, but she didn't believe that this guy could still pretend to be dead. From the scorching sun in the sky to the scorching sun in the sunset. Just when Lin Fei seemed to be really immersed in his video editing work, a guy who had been pretending to be dead for a long time finally couldn't stand the loneliness. First, 3 leaves swayed slightly with the music. Probably seeing that Lin Fei had no reaction, the top of the sharp thorn vine twisted and beat the rhythm. At that time, a metal stick pierced into the soil of the flower pot next to the top of the twisting sharp thorn vine, with a puff, almost brushing against one of its leaves. Due to the swift movement, it even brought up a few grains of broken soil. Lin Wei's sudden attack without warning obviously frightened Rose Seedling No. 1, and it even forgot to play dead. The sharp thorn vine froze first, and the 3 leaves on the top exploded directly, as if it was instinctively going to attack the metal skewer, but it shrank back halfway, trembling and retreating, as if it wanted to stay as far away from the metal skewer as possible. The status bubble emoticon above it also changed. It was no longer running happily, but hugged its weak self tightly with 4 hooves, and its yellow round face was full of panic fear. Lin Fei saw all this, sighed, and finally loosened the refrigerant bottle tightly in her hand. I don't know if she will follow the footsteps of Mr. So-and-so and Miss So-and-so in the end, but looking at Rose Seedling No. 1 now, although it seems to be pretending to be pitiful, she just has to fall for it. Anyway, no matter what Rose Seedling No. 1 is, she can't bring herself to eradicate it now. Time passed silently. Lin Fei looked at Rose Seedling No. 1 huddled in the flower pot, and Rose Seedling No. 1 also looked at Lin Fei, who looked relieved and calm. Quietly, Rose Seedling No. 1 moved towards Lin Fei. When Lin Fei glanced over, it drooped its head, and did not move again. When Lin Wei's sight moved away slightly, it moved cautiously again. This went on, and Lin Fei felt tired for it. Forget it, satisfy it. Lin Fei leaned down, and gently smoothed the 3 leaves of Rose Seedling No. 1 with 1 finger. If Rose Seedling No. 1, whose leaves were touched, could bloom, it would probably give Lin Fei a live version of a heart-blooming scene. After all, its current status bubble emoji is a scene of flowers, and its yellow round face is shamelessly rubbing against an invisible air wall. There are only 3 leaves, and there is nothing to touch. Lin Wei retracted his hand and shook the bottle of refrigerant at Rose Seedling number 1. Regardless of whether Rose Seedling number 1 could understand, Lin Wei warned, "If you make me feel dangerous, then I can only use it to deal with you. You should still remember it. It can freeze you into ice chips." After that, without looking at Rose Seedling number 1's reaction, Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair away from the terrace and went to make dinner. After that, Rose Seedling number 1 seemed to be unsealed. It no longer pretended to be an ordinary plant when Lin Wei looked at it, but directly shook its head and tail to the music in front of Lin Wei. Lin Wei disliked it because it looked like a twisting caterpillar, but at the same time, she thought it was nice to have such a lively half-animal, half-plant thing at home. It would be even better if it didn't make the soil in the flower pot all over the place. The ownership certification and potted plant attribute bonus identification certificate of Yu Yuan were all completed, and the 2 flower buds had grown to the size of Lin Wei's little finger. It seemed that the flowers were about to bloom. Iris are delicate and have a short flowering period. Generally, it takes only 1 week for an iris to bloom in fall. Even if it is well cared for and well nourished, it is difficult to exceed 10 days. Of course, after a flower falls, irises will generally pull out new flower stalks and bloom new flowers. However, potted plants are different from ground-planted plants. If it is a ground-planted iris, it can bloom at least 5 or 6 batches of flowers, and it is not uncommon to have more than 10 batches. For potted plants, 5 blooms and falls is the maximum, and generally speaking, the flower shapes are not as good as each other. Lin Wei wanted to auction off the Yuyuan before it fell for the first time, taking advantage of its most beautiful moment. So, she once again went to the Tianwang homepage of Jiafu Auction House, and found the information desk to inquire about the relevant procedures for potted plant auctions. The customer service, who received Lin Wei, was still Mimi. Compared with the previous time, Mimi obviously remembered Lin Wei this time, or the 4 dark purple bars, and her attitude towards Lin Wei was quite enthusiastic from beginning to end. "Wei Rui, I want to auction anonymously, and not disclose my personal information. Is that okay?" Customer service Mimi. "Yes, we at Jiafu have very strict customer personal information confidentiality measures. We at Jiafu also have more experience than our peers in the transportation and protection of high-quality potted plants before the auction. It is absolutely right for you to choose Jiafu to auction potted plants for you, and our company will definitely live up to your trust." Customer service Mimi's words are not exaggerated false advertising. Lin Wei is not only targeting the auction house of Jiafu, she also searched in detail on Tianwang and learned about other auction houses. As the customer service Mimi said, Jiafu may not be the most experienced among all auction houses, but it is indeed more experienced in potted plant auctions than other auction houses. Customer service Mimi. "Dear customer, our manager wants to talk to you in person about the potted plant auction. I wonder if you can leave your contact number. You can rest assured that our company will never disclose any of your information to the outside without your permission." Since Jiafu had been chosen, Lin Wei did not hesitate and directly sent his contact number to the customer service Mimi. Not long after, the person in charge of Jiafu auction house called Lin Wei. He sounded like a middle-aged man with a deep voice, giving people a sense of stability. The other party explained the auction process of potted plants to Lin Wei in detail, and confirmed with Lin Wei the date of the potted plant auction, and the time when the other party would send a security cargo robot to pick up the potted plants. Of course, the commission, and various miscellaneous expenses such as transportation fees and storage fees were also the focus of Lin Wei's voice communication with the other party. After all matters concerning the potted plant auction were negotiated and finalized, the person in charge of Jiafu and Lin Wei exchanged a few polite words, and then hung up the voice communication. Lin Wei leaned against the back of the wheelchair and let out a long sigh. While moving her right hand, she thought to herself that compared to selling potted plants one-on-one, it was really troublesome to sell potted plants at auction. Just when Lin Wei was busy with the potted plant auction, Xia Yujia sent her a message. "Xia Yujia, I have asked my friends one by one. Unfortunately, they are all like me and can't afford your high-quality potted plants." When Lin Wei saw this message, she was surprised. Xia Yujia said that he would ask her friends that day. She just thought he was just saying it casually, and didn't take it seriously. Unexpectedly, he really asked her friends one by one. "Lin Wei, it doesn't matter. I have already negotiated with the auction house, but thank you." "Xia Yujia, you are too efficient." "Which auction house? Can you tell me?" Lin Wei raised her eyebrows. What can't be revealed? Xia Yujia has seen Yu Yuan. Once the auction house's brochures are posted on Tianwang, even if Lin Wei doesn't say it, the other party will definitely recognize Yu Yuan when he sees her. Lin Wei, Jia Fuel. Xia Yujia. Oh, this one is okay. When will the auction be held? Has the date been set? Lin Wei, 2 days later. Xia Yujia. That's perfect. I'm in District 1 recently. I can bring my friends to Jia Fuel's offline venue to support your potted plants. Lin Wei, you can help me raise the price. Xia Yujia, okay. After finishing the message with Xia Yujia, Lin Wei turned her eyes away from the message interface, thinking that although Xia Yujia didn't leave a good impression on her at first, with a sharp tongue and a carefree attitude like an arrogant second-generation rich man, after really getting to know him, she felt that he was a good person. That night, Jia Fuel released a flyer for the auction 2 days later on major social media platforms. Just like a thunderclap in the plane, the entire Skynet exploded. On the Finalizing platform, which has a particularly strong flow, the number of comments from netizens below exceeded 1 million within less than 10 minutes after the auction flyer Jiaofel was sent out, and it is still growing rapidly by the second. Fuck. Fuck. What did I see? A premium potted plant? Can someone tell me when the last premium potted plant was auctioned? It releases 4+ oxygen. It's a real premium plant. Back to the person above. A month ago, the Duolong auction house next door auctioned a premium potted plant, but it was a fake premium plant. I worship premium plants. I hope I can breathe a breath of premium green oxygen in my lifetime. I just want to say, this premium plant is so beautiful. Yu Yuan, the name is beautiful, the leaves are beautiful, the flowers are beautiful. Ah, it looks so good, I want it, but I can't afford it. Am I the only one who is paying attention to the third bonus of this premium plant? This humidity bonus. This is the first time I've seen a humidity bonus of 4. I'm also shocked by this humidity bonus. I wonder if I need to use an umbrella to grow this potted plant, haha. I know this question. 3 or 4 years ago, there was a potted plant auctioned over there that had a humidity of 4. Plus, according to the rich lady who took the photo of the potted plant, you can save a lot of money on water mask. Does it mean that you don't need to apply water mask to moisturize your skin after growing it? I'm so jealous. I just found out that this excellent plant is produced in our Star Federation. Wow! Is the potted plant cultivation in our Star Federation finally going to rise? Chapter 37. Lin Wei received a message from the person in charge of Jiaofel Auction House and learned that the flyer had been released, so she thought about going to Finalizing to see the response. Originally, 8 to 10 p.m. is the peak traffic period of Finalizing. Jiaofel chose to release the auction flyer at 9 p.m., undoubtedly to catch up with the peak of this peak traffic period. Throwing out heavy news at the peak of traffic is also a long-lasting marketing method. Before logging into Finalizing, Lin Wei was already prepared, but she was still shocked. It was nothing. She actually felt a significant lag when loading the Finalizing page. At that time, Lin Wei was on a voice call with Xiao Xiao, and she told Xiao Xiao the news that Yu Yuan was about to go to the auction. Xiao Xiao was happy for her. Although the two were in 2 different places, they were logging into Finalizing at the same time at that moment. So when Lin Wei said doubtfully, "I seem to be stuck," Xiao Xiao's same words echoed in her ears. "I seem to be stuck too." Not to mention that with the development of the network speed in this world, the problem of lag is almost extinct. If 2 people in different places are stuck at the same time, it is definitely not a simple network problem. When the Finalizing homepage finally loaded, both of them were stunned by the scene in front of them. There is no need to search deliberately. The first popular item on the Finalizing homepage is the auction flyer released by Jiaofel. How terrible. It has been less than half an hour since it was released, and the comments have exceeded 10 million. Xiao Xiao's voice came from the voice communication, as if she was dreaming. Lin Wei looked at the amazing data under the auction flyer, and her throat was dry. Now, she and Xiao Xiao finally understood why there was a noticeable lag when they logged into Finalizing just now. There were too many people paying attention to this auction flyer at the same time, and even Finalizing, which had an amazing back-end capacity, could not digest the excess traffic. Xiao Xiao said hesitantly, even last year, the veteran movie star and the popular top-tier actress suddenly announced their marriage, which was not so exaggerated. Lin Wei swallowed dryly. She was once a big internet celebrity, and had witnessed many traffic miracle moments. After the initial shock, she had calmed down. But to be honest, Lin Wei was really jealous of the huge traffic in front of her. Just click on the comments under the auction flyer, and take a casual glance, And you can know that the focus of this wave of traffic is Lin Wei's Yuan. If Lin Wei did not choose to auction anonymously, but signed with the file and account Wei Rui, it is not difficult to imagine that after this night's traffic baptism, Lin Wei would definitely become an overnight sensation, not to mention becoming a big internet celebrity in this other world, at least one of the top internet celebrities in the Star Federation. What a pity. Lin Wei sighed in her heart. For this alien world, whether it was the Star Federation or the aquamarine, potted plants or fruits and vegetables, she was still in the exploratory stage. If she took too big a step at once, she was afraid that there would be some problems that she couldn't handle now. Even if she took a step back, her body belonged to Lin Wei, and she was also carrying Lin Wei's relatives, the 3 members of the Lin family, who were quite troublesome. When she thought of her original family, Lin Wei couldn't help but frown. Lin Wei had checked a lot on the Skynet about how to completely sever kinship. In fact, this alien world didn't attach as much importance to the kinship between parents and children as the world where Lin Wei lived in the past. Children and parents can completely sever their relationship and never have any contact with each other again by signing a pledge. When Lin Wei found out about the pledge, she was quite happy. But the original body's situation is not applicable to the pledge, or more accurately, it is not completely applicable to the pledge. If there is a disagreement between ordinary biological children and parents, both the children and parents can apply for a pledge to the Parent Management Office. As an adopted daughter, the original body cannot do so. Unless her adoptive parents want to sever their relationship with her and apply for it, she has no right to take the initiative to apply. Because you are the adopted daughter of the Lin family, and have received the favor of the Lin family. This is the online consultation desk of the Parent Management Office. In response to Lin Wei's question of why I cannot apply for a pledge, it gives the answer. In the general sense, orphans who are adopted and raised well are indeed receiving great favors from their adoptive parents. This is not difficult to understand. But the original body was at most adopted and grew up. As for being well raised, Lin Wei didn't see it at all. What if I was treated unfairly, or even abused during my adoption? Lin Wei continued to ask. For example, the adoptive parents were seriously biased towards their biological children, and didn't even give me 3 meals a day? The staff at the online consultation desk of the Parent Management Office answered like this. During your adoption, the adoption center where your adoptive family belongs should have visited you and your adoptive parents many times and conducted investigations. If it is true, as you said, that your adoptive parents were biased and unfair to you or even abused you, then the adoption center should have kept relevant records. You can find these records at the adoption center and submit them to us. But with all due respect, the adoption center should immediately terminate your adoption relationship with your adoptive parents when they find out that you are being abused. When Lin Wei saw the last sentence from the staff of the Parent Child Care Center, she knew that there was little hope, but she still tried to contact Luo Qingqing's adoption center. From Luo Qingqing's adoption center, Lin Wei got the original body's adoption follow-up video and investigation records. After watching all the follow-up videos and investigation records, Lin Wei could only sigh helplessly that the original body really left her a big hole. Although the original body's memories are mostly blurred to Lin Wei, when she saw those follow-up videos and investigation records, Lin Wei could vaguely know that the original body had actually had a very bad life at that time. But the little Lin Wei in the video, facing the staff's questions, never said a word. The adoptive parents are bad. She said that she lived a good life, her adoptive parents treated her well, and she was very happy. What is happiness? What is happiness? Lin Wei was almost angry at the time. Zhang Shuwan only gave her a convenient nutrition bar the day before, right? Lin Wei could not understand the original body's behavior of sacrificing all her interests in order to have a family. Lin Wei is also an orphan and was adopted. To say that she and the original body are quite similar in some situations. The original body is like a parallel time and space, who made different choices. Lin Wei's adoptive parents also had their own children after adopting her, so Lin Wei was treated unfairly like the original body. But Lin Wei is different from her original self. She did not give in and endure. She chose to take the initiative to snatch it. So in the end, she was abandoned. But so what? Without a so-called family, she grew up well in the orphanage alone. Life was hard, but it seemed no worse than her original self, who worked like a slave in the Lin family for many years, and was eventually poisoned to death. Lin Wei. Hello? Are you still there? In the voice communication, Qiao Qiao's questioning voice pulled Lin Wei's thoughts back from the original self's difficult-to-break kinship issue. I'm here. Lin Wei responded and refocused his attention on the auction flyer on the holographic screen in front of him. Qiao Qiao praised, Yu Yuan is really beautiful. After a pause, she muttered, "Its leaf shape looks familiar." Lin Wei was clicking on the 3D projection of Yu Yuan on the flyer at this time, and smiled when she heard it. "You have indeed seen it a long time ago, it is Iris." Qiao uttered an ah, as if she couldn't react, and said after a while, "Iris? Is it Iris?" "Iris is not dead." Before Lin Wei could speak, Qiao immediately said, "So it is really just sick, now you have cured its illness, it has grown up well." The tone was as if she was saying that she was very pleased to see a child grow up with her own eyes. Lin Wei responded with a "It has grown up well." Her fingers were stroking the 3D projection of Yu Yuan in the air. The real owner was placed on the terrace not far from her, but Lin Wei was actually beginning to feel reluctant to let it go. The three-dimensional photo of the kite on the auction flyer was taken by Lin Wei herself in the afternoon, and it just captured the moment when the blue-purple flowers of the kite slowly bloomed in the sunset. It was like a blue-purple kite flying by in the sunset, leaving behind the most beautiful two-tail feathers. "Lin Wei, please read the comments." Someone asked you, with the humidity bonus of 4, do you need to use an umbrella to raise a kite? Qiao read the comments with great interest and asked, "So, do you need to use an umbrella? The humidity bonus of 4 is really exaggerated. Is it really like making a water film to stay close to a kite? I am also very curious." This question really stumped Lin Wei. Maybe because it was placed on the terrace, the light was relatively sufficient, causing the water to evaporate quickly. Lin Wei really didn't feel much about the humidity bonus of the kite. Lin Wei said casually, "It's not necessary to use an umbrella, but it should be possible to use a water film." Qiao's envious exclamation came from the other end, and Lin Wei set his sights on the attribute bonus of the kite amid Qiao's exclamation. Through this test of Yu Yuan's attribute addition, Lin Wei has a preliminary concept of the correlation between the data displayed in the plant metamorphosis option box and the attribute addition. The data in the plant metamorphosis option box of Yu Yuan was oxygen release plus 10%, harmful gas absorption plus 15%, humidity increase plus 20%, and its attribute addition test results were oxygen release 4+, harmful gas absorption 3+, humidity increase 4+. When the quality test paper of Green Source was used to test Yu Yuan as a good product, the reason why Lin Wei thought that Yu Yuan was more than that was mainly because of the upward sign after its oxygen release plus 10%. Lin Wei felt that this sign was not simple. In the popular sense, this sign should represent a possibility of growth. Harmful gas absorption plus 15% corresponds to harmful gas absorption plus, humidity increase plus 20% corresponds to humidity increase plus. Based on this, Lin Wei speculated that 10% to 14% represents 2+, 15% to 19% represents 3+, and 20% or more represents 4+. The initial test result of Yu Yuan was a good product, most likely because it was still in the growth period at that time, and the oxygen release bonus had not reached more than 20%. Later, the flower sort grew out, the growth tended to be stable, and the oxygen release bonus was further improved. If it is indeed as Lin Wei thought, then look at the data in the plant selection box of rows number 1 and number 2. Number 1 is an exception, let's not talk about it. If there is no accident, the data of number 2, oxygen release plus 16%, harmful gas absorption plus 10%, flower shape beauty plus 30%, is also a good product. It's just as the auction leaflet comments said, it's a fake premium product with 4+ harmful gas absorption. However, no matter number 1 or number 2, their flower shape beauty has reached 30%+. According to Lin Wei's previous speculation on the data addition, this should be 5+? Or, as long as it exceeds 20%, no matter how much it exceeds, the cap is only 4+? Oh, in addition to rose seedlings number 1 and number 2, Lin Wei also has a gardenia that is still in the process of transformation. The data of its plant selection box, oxygen release plus 12%, harmful gas absorption plus 9%, fragrance plus 30%, 2 upward signs. Lin Wei feels that as long as the key items required for the transformation are not too weird, it will most likely grow into a premium product after the successful transformation. Thinking of this, Lin Wei turned his head and looked at his own terrace again, skipping caterpillar number 1. This guy definitely couldn't be sold to Lin Wei to make money. Lin Wei now had 3 Yu Yuan, rose number 2 and gardenia potted plants that were roughly targeted at the best products. It doesn't look like much, but if you convert them into star yuan, Lin Wei thought, it depends on how high the price of Yu Yuan auction is this time. At the same time, it was not only the netizens of the Star Federation who were shocked by Jiaofel's auction flyer. Although there is a barrier between the Star Federation and Helantu on the Skynet, the powerful netizens have never been afraid of difficulties and obstacles in order to eat the freshest melons and get the first-hand information. So, when the netizens of the Star Federation were celebrating the excellent Yuyuan, the netizens of Heilantu had already seen the hot screenshots. The origin is actually the Star Federation. Don't they only grow vegetables and fruits? Can they actually grow high-quality potted plants? It feels a little bit better than the high-quality products we produced last month. No need to feel, it's not just a little bit, it's really that the high-quality potted plants from the Star Federation are better. Right, it's not shameful to admit the advantages of the Star Federation potted plants. Our Heilantu Baixiangjing has produced so many high-quality products, and the Star Federation has produced such a pot for so many years. It's better to encourage them. I declare that the Star Federation high-quality potted plants have won a point. Now, please invite Heilantu Baixiangjing to compete. Heilantu Baixiangjing headquarters. The discussion on the internet is not too loud. After all, this is Heilantu, not the Star Federation, but there are too many netizens who mention Baixiangjing, resulting in rumors coming from the Baixiangjing headquarters even if they don't deliberately understand. It's an anonymous auction. The auction house has completely blocked the personal information of the customers. There is no way to find out the specific identity of the owner for the time being. A subordinate reported this. In front of him stood an old man half hidden in the dark. The old man held a watering can in his hand and was leisurely spraying water on an elegant potted plant at hand. Since we can't find it, let's not check it for now. The old man said lightly, if he really has some skills, he can't hide it after all, so let him go. There was a firmness and confidence in his tone, as if he had expected that the other party would eventually come to him. Capital Star District 1. These days, Xia Yujia, who had been idle in District 1, was now nestling in Baiye's capsule apartment, sitting on Baiye's sofa, staring at the auction flyer displayed on the holographic screen of the communicator. Hearing the noise coming from the entrance, Xia Yujia thought that Baiye had finished work and came back. He directly connected his communicator to the projector and projected the auction flyer on the holographic screen onto the white wall in front of him. Hey, you're finally back. After doing all this, Xia Yujia raised his voice and greeted Baiye, who happened to walk into the living room. Seeing Xia Yujia curled up on the sofa, Baiye's expression was wooden, but there was clearly disgust in his eyes. Why are you still here? Xia Yujia pretended not to understand Baiye's order to leave, raised his chin to Baiye, and asked him to look at the projection. This is the high-quality potted plant I told you about before. TSK, when I saw it before, it hadn't bloomed yet, and I thought it was a non-flowering foliage potted plant. I didn't expect the flowers to be so beautiful. Baiye couldn't bear to listen to Xia Yujia's chatter, so he glanced at the projection and paused for a second before moving away. Xia Yujia knew him very well. From the pause of his gaze for a second, he could tell that Baiye was also amazed by the potted plant called Yuyuan. Isn't it beautiful? I regretted a little. If I had known it was so beautiful, I shouldn't have been polite to her at that time, Xia Yujia murmured. The main thing is that I have already taken advantage of her 2 potted plants. If I take more, I will feel bad. Baiye seemed to be touched by something and suddenly asked, the seller you mentioned, has she planted 3 potted plants recently? Xia Yujia shook his finger at Baiye, with a mysterious look on his face that you would never expect, and said, not only these 3, she has 2 finished potted plants in her hand, one of which is not very good, and one is okay. In addition, it seems that there are several that have sprouted not long ago and are still in the peak period of mutation. After a pause, he said proudly, it's not unreasonable that Xiaoyu is fascinated by her. How about it, amazing, right? Baiye didn't say anything, just nodded slightly, and his eyes fell on the potted Yuyuan that was magnified by the projection. Xia Yujia thought about it and finally said, I'm afraid you don't like to hear this, but Xiaoyu and I feel the same way. I think the girl does have some talents in planting that are different from ordinary people. Seeing that Baiye didn't react, he suggested, otherwise, I will try to help you get her into Green Source. Maybe she can help you. I think she grows vegetables very well. At this point, Xia Yujia nudged Baiye with his elbow and said seriously, I'm serious. That girl is really good. She taught me to use bones and eggshells to improve the hardening of sterile soil after watering. It is really useful. I feel like she does have a set of planting methods that she has figured out, and they are effective. Have you watched Wei Rui's planting video? When Xia Yujia mentioned using bones and eggshells to improve sterile soil, Baiye whispered. But because he said this in a low voice, Xia Yujia didn't hear it clearly for a while, and looked at him in confusion. What did you say? Baiye coughed dryly, nothing. Xia Yujia didn't dwell on it. He still didn't give up on his proposal. I'm not saying that, with that person's talent, when she grows a few more good potted plants, when she sells them, she will definitely be targeted by Xiangjing. Think about it. Over the years, anyone in our Star Federation who has a little talent for potted plant cultivation has basically been won over by Xiangjing within 2 days. Bai Ye's eyes became dim at this moment. He indeed advocated mechanized planting, but he would not absolutely deny the existence of the so-called green plant apostle. What really disgusted him was the person who proposed the green plant apostle. Like Wei Rui, in her planting video, there were vague concepts such as appropriate watering, appropriate amount of nutrients, approximately, and about this temperature, which were completely inconsistent with all numerical standardization of mechanized planting. Bai Yi would not have any dislike or desire to correct it after watching and listening. Because he knew very well that ordinary people's planting was like this, they could not be as precise as mechanized planting, and they could not do it at all. Bai Yi hated those who were deliberately mysterious in planting, exaggerated and deified potted planting, and put potted plants on the altar for their own interests. Putting away the thoughts overflowing to the past, Bai Yi said lightly, "If she has this intention, Lu Yuan welcomes her arrival." While saying this, Bai Ye's heart moved slightly. Xia Yujia's suggestion gave him inspiration. Maybe he could ask Wei Rui if she was interested in working at Liyuan, or, if she didn't want to work full-time at Liyuan, she could be a part-time consultant at Liyuan. If Xia Yujia knew what Bai Yi was thinking, he would definitely scream, "What are you thinking? This is Liyuan. Liyuan Biotechnology, the largest company in the Star Federation. How many people in the entire Star Federation don't want to work at Liyuan?" But at this moment, with a positive answer from his friend, Xia Yujia didn't care what Bai Yi was thinking. Even if he wanted to know, he wouldn't tell him. On this side, the night was getting darker. After the excitement, Lin Wei and Qiao Qiao were a little sleepy. Lin Wei thought of Qiao Qiao's shooting cycle and asked, "How long will it take to finish?" Qiao Qiao didn't expect that the original 7-day shooting cycle was extended by 3 days, because the singer had to add a plot. As a result, 3 days and 3 days, it seemed like it would never be finished. The crew originally rented the Green Branch Star Island for 10 days, so after 7 days of filming, the singer said he wanted to add a plot, and the director and the crew didn't say anything. Anyway, there were still 3 days of rental period, so it wouldn't be a waste. Who would have thought that after 3 days, Lu Qingqing was still not satisfied with the sample film and wanted to add a plot. But the lease of Green Branch Star Island has expired. Lu Qingqing's agent was tough, and the director and the crew had no choice but to find the owner of Green Branch Star Island to renew the lease. Because of this, Qiao Qiao also had the honor to meet the owner of Green Branch Star Island. She described Lin Wei as an old man who is very difficult to talk to and has a bad temper. "I heard from the director that we should rush to work tomorrow and try to finish the filming at noon the day after tomorrow. There may be a wrap-up banquet or something like that, and then we can leave." Qiao Qiao muttered, "The auction will start at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow? I should be able to catch it, right? Anyway, if I have time, I will call you at that time, and we will watch the auction together like today." Lin Wei was about to fall asleep, and responded lightly, "Okay." Chapter 38. Early the next morning, the Jiafuer auction house sent a freight robot to pick up Yuan. The tall and big security freight robot was accompanied by 2 sparring robots that were like bodyguards. They were not big, but their limbs were obviously more flexible and powerful. Lin Wei saw what looked like firepower weapons on the 2 sparring robots. Obviously, Jiafuer auction house attached great importance to Yuan, and the security work during Yuan's transportation was also very well prepared. Lin Wei carefully put Yuan into the chest of the freight robot. When the robot confirmed that there was no problem with the goods, and that they had been properly placed, and was about to close the chest, Lin Wei suddenly called out, "Wait!" She pushed the wheelchair to the terrace, and when she returned, she had an unopened bag of children's educational toys, colored piles of stones. Some colored piles of stones were placed in Yuan's flower pot, which was a sudden demand in the status bubble emoticon package when it was about to bloom. Actually, it is not accurate to say that it is a demand. The white man did not make any request to Lin Wei. It just sat there solemnly, and a few colorful stones appeared around it. Lin Wei felt that it was not Yuan who was asking for it. It was probably like when a person encounters certain difficulties, he will feel more confident when he holds a lucky item in his hand. The same is true for Yuan. The colorful piles of stones are its lucky items, which can make its flowers bloom more beautifully and brightly. Lin Wei put the unopened bag of colorful piles of stones next to Yuan's flower pot, and then said to the freight robot, "Okay, close it." After watching the freight robot and its 2 bodyguards leave, Lin Fei closed the door and came to the optical computer. Opening a newly installed small program on the optical computer, Yu Yuan reappeared in front of Lin Fei. From Area 1 to Area 8, there is a long distance. In order to observe Yu Yuan's condition in real time and avoid unnecessary damage, Jiaofel Auction House installed a panoramic camera in the storage box of the freight robot. The entire transportation of Yu Yuan will be closely monitored. Not only can Lin Fei, the owner, know its situation at any time, but Jiaofel Auction House can also make adjustments and remedies immediately in case of accidents. After watching for a while, Lin Fei reduced the monitoring screen and went shopping. Lin Fei has eaten 2 rounds of potted vegetables on the terrace in the past few days. Especially the fastest growing cabbage, which has been eaten by Lin Fei until only 2 are left. Lin Fei deliberately spared these 2, wanting to keep them after they bloom to see if they really don't produce seeds. Anyway, the flowering of Chinese cabbage is also very beautiful. A bunch of golden cauliflowers are not only pleasing to the eye, but the petals can also be plucked off and mixed with rice and vegetables, which are fragrant and slightly sweet. The Chinese cabbage has already become firm and curled. In addition to selling 1 to Xia Xiaoyu, Lin Fei ate 2 himself, leaving 4. Lin Fei thought that when Xiao Xiao came back after shooting the music video, he could give her 2. The crisp Chinese cabbage, with plump and tender leaves and sweet stems, tastes great whether it is eaten raw or stir-fried and cooked in soup. Lin Fei ate 2 pots of celery, and now the pots are empty. Compared with the above 3 vegetables that can only be eaten once and need to be replaced, the water spinach that grows after eating 1 crop is much more economical. Lin Fei deeply suspected that when those planting bases harvested water spinach, they did not follow the sustainable development approach of only harvesting the head stems and leaves, but directly uprooted them all at once. Otherwise, Lin Fei really couldn't imagine why water spinach, which could grow to burst the pot when 1 or 2 plants could grow to burst the pot, and Lin Fei couldn't finish 5 pots by herself, and could only be used as ornamental vegetables, would be sold at the same price as small cabbage at the vegetable stall. Lin Fei glanced at the cat climbing frame on the terrace. From some angles, water spinach actually looks a bit like green radish. Lin Fei's 5 pots of water spinach, because of their vigorous growth, the green stems and leaves overflowed from the flower pots. Lin Fei, who was originally thinking about hydroponics of water spinach, temporarily stopped thinking about it. After all, if it is hydroponics, it will definitely not be just 1 water spinach, and with the rapid growth of water spinach, Lin Fei is afraid that his whole house will be full of water spinach. Lin Fei's shopping on the internet this time was mainly to buy some Chinese cabbage and celery seeds, and another bag of lettuce seeds. In addition, Lin Fei also had to start stockpiling materials for the fruit planting video she would make later. So, she had to buy some more fruit seeds. In order to make the video more enjoyable, Lin Fei mainly focused on shrub fruits when choosing and buying fruit seeds. Woody fruits, such as gala, yellow pomelo and orange, take at least several years from the seedlings that are sown and germinated to the state of being able to bear fruit, so Lin Fei decisively gave up. In addition to wanting to see the planting process, the audience must want to see the scene of the fruitful harvest in the end. Lin Fei bought seed buckthorn and raspberry seeds. The types of fruit seeds are much fewer than those of vegetable seeds, and Lin Fei has no choice at all. While waiting for the seeds to arrive, Lin Fei was not idle. She cleaned the flower pots and filled them with fertilizer and soil. When Xia Yujia called Lin Fei, she had just picked out all the dead seeds and put the live seeds into the freezer to moisten and germinate. Before she could rest for a while, iris seedling number 2 and sunflower seedlings appeared frequently asking for more. Lin Fei, holding a nutrient spray bottle in one hand and a watering can in the other, was busy, but she did not forget to sigh in her heart that the probability of potted plants in this world mutating is really high. No wonder few people dare to try to grow potted plants. The expensive seeds of flowers and plants are only one of the reasons. The low survival rate and high mutation rate are the real key to discourage people. Unlike Lin Fei, who has a plugin that can see the mutation option box, those potted plants that show signs of mutation will have no way out. No wonder the finished potted plants are so expensive. Lin Fei took the time to answer Xia Yujia's voice call, thinking of a quick decision, otherwise the mutation option box of the 2 potted plants would appear, and she would not be able to distract herself and continue chatting with the other party. Xia Yujia had obviously just woken up, and his voice was still hoarse with sleep. Your potted Yuyuan was a big hit last night, and the traffic, TSK. Lin Fei didn't have time to chat with him, and asked directly, is there something you want to talk to me about? I'm a little busy now, just tell me the business. Perhaps hearing the haste in Lin Wei's tone, Xia Yujia also got straight to the point. I just want to ask you if you are willing to work at Green Source Biotechnology Company. Lin Wei thought she had heard it wrong, and made a puzzled him, paused, and then asked, are you going to introduce me to a job? Green Source Biotechnology Company, this well-known name, Lin Wei has heard of it, and even went to learn about it. But, work there? Lin Wei thought that she could go to see this company if she had the chance, but she had never thought about working in this company. Xia Yujia yawned and said, I guess so, so are you interested? While paying attention to the two potted plants, Lin Wei asked in detail, what kind of work is it? This obviously stumped Xia Yujia, a second-generation ancestor with no work experience. He got up from the bed, opened the curtains, and faced the sunlight near noon. He pondered for a while before saying, it's similar to what you are doing now, growing vegetables and fruits. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Wei said quickly, let me think about it, that's it for now, I'm hanging up. Xia Yujia was stunned for a while, before he realized that he was hung up by Lin Wei again. He scratched his messy hair, smiled, and shook his head indifferently. The communicator on his wrist vibrated, and Xia Yujia thought someone had a change of heart and called him back. He glanced at the contact person displayed, and saw that it was Lu Qingqing, and the smile on his face faded. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Xia Yujia did not answer the video call, but chose to hang up directly. Since he arrived in Area 1, Lu Qingqing has been trying to contact him, with messages and communications, nothing more than asking him to go to Mingxi Land to have fun together. They have broken up for a long time, and now they are no longer on the same path. It seems that there is no need to be involved. Thinking of this, Xia Yujia moved his fingers, and removed the contact named Lu Qingqing from the communication list and blocked it. Time flies, and it is the day of the auction. Lin Wei got up early that day, and planted the germinated vegetable and fruit seeds in the freezer into flower pots one by one. Yesterday, Lin Wei had already made mutation selections for Iris seedling number 2 and sunflower seedling. Now, the two seedlings are like their predecessors, gardenia seedlings, with red and frustrated faces in their status bubbles. Through the monitoring screen on the optical computer, Lin Wei learned the news that Yu Yuan had arrived at the headquarters of Jiaoful Auction House in District 1 at the first time. Yu Yuan is fine. Under the strict security measures, even its most delicate petals have not been damaged after a long transportation process. You can spray some water on Yu Yuan's petals, Lin Wei said to the built-in microphone of the optical computer. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, a staff member holding a watering can appeared on the monitoring screen. After spraying water on the petals of the Yu Yuan, the staff stopped and looked at the surveillance camera, waiting for Lin Wei's next instruction. Rigorousness is a good thing, but the staff's meticulous and cautiousness still made Lin Wei feel a little uncomfortable. What Lin Wei didn't know was that the staff had squeezed out countless competitors to finally get this opportunity, to get close to the soft and beautiful Yu Yuan potted plant, and take care of it personally. When spraying water on the petals of the Yu Yuan, looking at the beautiful, delicate blue-purple petals, the staff even breathed lightly, fearing that they would accidentally destroy this perfection. Knowing that the staff also cherished Yu Yuan, Lin Wei spoke again and said patiently, just spray water twice more. The staff sprayed water twice as instructed, and then quietly exited the surveillance screen. Lin Wei looked at the feather kite with water droplets on its petals in the surveillance screen, and couldn't help thinking of its humidity bonus that shocked netizens. When Xiao Xiao read the comments and asked her before, Lin Wei really didn't have any real physical feeling. But after the feather kite was taken away by the auction house's freight robot, Lin Wei went to the terrace again, and vaguely felt the difference. The air became drier, but because Lin Wei's terrace was planted with other potted plants and vegetables, the difference was not very obvious. Near noon, Xiao Xiao called a voice communication. There's only one scene left. Xiao Xiao's voice was full of joy. The director said that after the filming, we can have a simple meal together as a wrap-up party, and then we can go home. As she spoke, her voice lowered again, as if she was a little unhappy, and she complained to Lin Wei in a low voice. I really want to take a spaceship to District 8 after the filming is over, but unfortunately the crew only rented one spaceship, and I have to go back with the other crew members. I have to accommodate them, and go to District 1 first, and then I have to transfer to a flying car. Lin Wei comforted her and said, it's okay, we can still talk when you are in the car. Paused. By the way, the offline venue of the auction is in Area 1. I have a free electronic ticket. If you are in Area 1 and the time is right, you can go directly to the auction site. Really? Then I must go to the site to see it. If it starts at 8 o'clock in the evening, I will definitely be able to catch it. There was a noise in the distance, and the voice seemed to be mixed with Xiao Xiao's name. Then Xiao Xiao said, "It seems that they are calling me. The auction should start. I have to go and get busy first." As he spoke, the voice call was hastily hung up. Lin Fei didn't care much and continued to edit the video. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao ran back to the shooting location and found out that the last scene was indeed about to start shooting. But the noise just now was not because of this, but because the singer Lu Qingqing came to visit the crew. Xiao Xiao, who ran back, didn't see Lu Qingqing, but only heard a few staff members talking there. It seems that they are going to hold a wrap-up party. Lu Qingqing funded it, and said that the crew should not rush to leave after the filming is finished. Where is Lu Qingqing? She went to find the owner of Xingyu with her agent. I heard that they are planning to rent a planting shed and let us eat the vegetables and fruits in it. Wow! Such a big deal, worthy of being a popular singer. Xiao Xiao frowned after hearing this. What you fear will come true. According to the staff, this wrap-up party doesn't know when it will start, but if it really starts, it will definitely not end for a while. How can she go to the offline auction then? Really, because she was discontented, and this last scene required Xiao Xiao to express her emotions. As you can imagine, Xiao Xiao, who had difficulty getting into the role, did not shoot smoothly. This is a scene where the hero and the heroine are running in the wilderness. After the hero, whose family has fallen into poverty, wandered with the heroine for a while, his friends came to find him. The heroine knew that the hero was about to leave her, and this would be the last time they could run freely in the wilderness. Xiao Xiao needed to implicitly express her reluctance, sadness, and a sense of fate that was difficult to escape while running and laughing with the hero. In order to save time and trouble, the director chose to shoot this scene directly outside the plantation, in the undeveloped wasteland of Xingyu. Although the wasteland has been basically processed, there are only no terrible alien plants. Running without a mask in a wild environment without an air filter is undoubtedly a very dangerous thing. The male actor is just a background board. He ran once and didn't need to run again when there was a camera. However, Xiao Xiao ran again and again because her facial expression was not up to standard and did not show the emotions the director wanted. Xiao Xiao, shoot one last time, forget it if it doesn't work, the director shouted. It is indeed important to shoot the desired emotional level and texture, but you can't joke with the life of a young actor casually, right? Xiao Xiao covered her chest and took a breath, nodded, and then she closed her eyes and seriously felt and experienced the heroine's thoughts. Finally, in this last take, the director got the scene he wanted, clapped his hands and stood up from the chair, happily announcing to everyone that the crew had finished filming. Amid the laughter of everyone, Xiao Xiao quickly walked towards the nearest planting shed. Only when she entered the planting shed did Xiao Xiao dare to breathe heavily. After running for a long time and inhaling a lot of harmful gases, her lungs hurt as if they were torn apart. Are you okay? A hand gently rested on Xiao Xiao's shoulder and patted it as if to comfort her. Xiao Xiao turned her head and saw the person coming and was slightly startled. The person coming was undoubtedly Lu Qingqing, but she was very different from what Xiao Xiao usually saw on the screen. The Lu Qingqing in front of her, even with heavy makeup, looked haggard, as if she was terminally ill, and even her eyes were dim. Xiao Xiao panted and raised her lips, saying, "It's okay." Lu Qingqing took out a nebulizer bottle from her pocket and handed it to Xiao Xiao. "You've been running for so long, your lungs must be hurting. Come, take a sip of this, and you'll be fine soon." Xiao Xiao glanced at the unmarked nebulizer bottle in Lu Qingqing's hand, and subconsciously waved her hand to refuse. "No, I'll be fine in a while." Lu Qingqing stubbornly stretched out her hand and said softly, "I saw the sample film, you acted very well." Xiao Xiao always felt that Lu Qingqing looked a little bit wrong, thank you. Lu Qingqing asked again, "What do you think of this story?" Xiao Xiao thought about it, and said in general, "It's pretty good." "Really?" Lu Qingqing tilted her head, and looked at Xiao Xiao. Her eyes seemed to be withered, without any light. Xiao Xiao felt uneasy instinctively. At this moment, Lu Qingqing's breathing suddenly became rapid. When Xiao Xiao looked at her worriedly, Lu Qingqing had already pointed the atomizer mouth of the atomizer bottle at her nasal cavity, and took a deep breath. Xiao Xiao watched Lu Qingqing's expression change from pain to dreamlike comfort. Once again, Lu Qingqing handed the white atomizer bottle to Xiao Xiao, and said in a bewitching voice, "Take a breath, it's really comfortable." Lin Fei finished editing and producing the 5th planting video, and uploaded it to the Finalizing backstage for scheduled release. When cleaning up the private messages on her Finalizing homepage, Lin Fei saw a private message that surprised her. The other party was the same as Xia Yujia, asking her if she was willing to work at Green Source Biotechnology Company. Unlike Xia Yujia, The other party gave a clear position: part-time or full-time planting consultant. The work content of this planting consultant is probably to provide the company with some clever ideas and suggestions on vegetable and fruit planting. In short, the work content is easy, and Lin Fei can fully take care of what she is doing now. In addition, the other party also stated the salary and benefits of Lin Fei after joining the company. If it is full-time, it will be 100,000 star yuan per month and provide employees with capsule apartments, flying car subsidies, etc., and part-time is less, 50,000 star yuan per month, and can work purely online. After reading this private message, Lin Fei, to be honest, was a little tempted. With such generous conditions, who wouldn't be tempted? But because the conditions were too generous, Lin Fei became a little wary in her heart. Could there be a pit waiting for her? Like the reply to Xia Yujia, Lin Wei's reply to the private message was, "I will think about it again." After closing filing, Lin Fei remembered that she had not sent the electronic ticket for the auction to Xiao Qiao, so she sent it to Xiao Qiao. After a while, Xiao Qiao replied. She said that because the singer suddenly came to visit the crew and held a rap party for their crew, she didn't know if she could catch up to the auction. Lin Fei comforted her, and told her to have fun at the rap party, and watch the auction online. Near 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Fei went to the online live broadcast room of the Jiafure auction house. At this time, both the live broadcast room and the offline venue in the live broadcast screen were already crowded. Lin Fei glanced at the real-time online number of people in the live broadcast room, which was very amazing. It had exceeded 9 digits, and was still growing rapidly. Who can tell me whether the auction order of the auction items has been announced, and which one is the best potted plant? Do you even need to ask? It must be the last one. The last one? Then won't it take a long time? The best is saved for last. That's the old rule of Jiafuel, okay. Lin Fei looked at the bullet screen that passed by her eyes, and glanced at the vibrating communicator on her wrist. Xia Yujia sent her a message. Lin Fei clicked it, and saw that the other party sent her a selfie, as if waiting to enter the venue. Xia Yujia was squeezed in the crowd, with a look of despair on his face. Lin Fei replied to him with 2 words, "Take care." Xiao Qiao was definitely not going to make it to the auction site. When it was close to the evening, their crew's rap party had just begun. Xiao Qiao sent a message to Lin Fei to complain, but there was nothing she could do. At 8 o'clock, Jiafuel's auction started on time. Accompanied by the auctioneer's detailed introduction of each item on the stage, bidders competed to bid, both online and offline. Before the finale of the yuan, Lin Fei counted silently in his mind that there were 29 lots in total, and there were exactly 30 lots including the yuan. Among these 29 lots, except for 2 that failed to be sold due to the high initial price, the rest were all sold. Among them, a pure green Ming stone bracelet had the highest hammer price of 4.2 million. This green Ming stone bracelet was also the most talked about of the 29 lots, not only because of its final hammer price, but also because the person who bought the bracelet was an anonymous online user, and the most noticeable thing was that the anonymous user's place of origin in the live broadcast room was Luochen Star. Luochen Star? I didn't expect that the poorest third-tier star would have a rich man. There are rich people everywhere. What's wrong with Luchengxing? Are people from Luchengxing unworthy of participating in the auction? That's right, there are many rich people on Luchengxing. Don't always discriminate against each other. Lin Fei looked at the place named Luchengxing and reacted for a while, before she suddenly remembered that it was the hometown of her current body. The star war in the barrage did not subside until the auctioneer mentioned the last item that was about to appear in a mysterious way. Looking forward to it. Yuan, Yuan, Yuan. Yuan, 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 Yuan. I've almost fallen asleep waiting. Is that high-quality potted plant finally going to appear? Hurry up, hurry up. Tomorrow is not the weekend, and office workers have to get up early for work. After a speech of praise without repetition, the auctioneer blinked at the camera in a somewhat greasy way, and announced in an unusually loud voice, "Then now let's welcome our last item of the day, Yuan." In front of the optical brain holographic screen, Lin Fei watched the live broadcast screen, where a robot with live ammunition placed the potted Yuan safely on the stand. A beam of extremely dazzling white light, from top to bottom, just hit Yuan's body, illuminating Yuan's fan-shaped emerald green leaves in every detail, and Lin Fei could even see the delicate veins on Yuan's leaves. Because they had just been sprayed with water, the 2 blue-purple irises were still stained with tiny water droplets. When illuminated by the white light, the crystal clearness of the 2 colorful flowers made them even more breathtakingly beautiful. So beautiful, so beautiful. I am short of words, and I can't think of any other words to describe Yu Yuan except beautiful. Aw, why am I so poor? I really want to participate in the bidding and buy Yu Yuan. This flower and this leaf are simply amazing. This is the most beautiful potted plant I have ever seen in my life, and it is a high-quality product. The overly beautiful Yu Yuan made me lose my mind. After seeing the starting price, my wandering brain returned home. The starting price of 10 million is terrible. Don't talk about the starting price. Even the minimum bid of 200,000 is not something a poor person like me can afford. Lin Fei looked at Yu Yuan and the barrage, and curled her lips. Not to mention that netizens were amazed by Yu Yuan's beauty. Even she, the seller who raised Yu Yuan, could hardly not be moved by Yu Yuan's beauty. With the words of the auctioneer, the bidding begins. Lin Fei's breathing stagnated slightly. The starting price of 10 million and the minimum bid of 200,000 were determined after Lin Fei and the person in charge of Jiafure auction house discussed. Lin Fei was not worried that Yu Yuan would fail to sell due to the high starting price. She was just curious about what price Yu Yuan would get in the end, and she felt a little nervous. 10.2 million. 10.4 million. 10.8 million. At the beginning, the bidders' bids were relatively conservative, both online and offline. Until a bidder at the offline venue raised a sign and shouted, 15 million. The camera scanned the face of the bidder, who waved at the camera with a smile, and the group of young people around him were completely different from the bidders, who were dressed neatly and sitting upright. They all imitated the bidder and greeted the camera without any formality. Seeing this, Lin Fei in front of the light brain smacked his lips in annoyance. This Xiao Yujia is really daring. Isn't he afraid that the price will be too high and no one will bid against him? She asked the other party to help raise the price, but she didn't let him raise it so much. Fortunately, Lin Wei's worry did not last long. When the auctioneer just shouted 15 million twice, an anonymous online bidder raised the price. 15.2 million. 15.8 million. 16 million. The bidding price gradually increased. Lin Fei thought about it and sent a message to Xiao Yujia, thanking him for raising the price and telling him that he didn't need to help raise the price anymore. When the bid reached 20 million, the barrage was already exploding. I thought 15 million was high enough, but I didn't expect it to be 20 million. It's really a good product, with good leaf shape, beautiful flower shape, and high humidity. This price is not surprising. It should be about the same. If it exceeds 25 million, I will live broadcast eating yellow pomegranates in a while. If you want to live broadcast eating yellow pomegranates, it should be the seller's live broadcast. What do you have to do with the upstairs? At this time, the bidding price has reached 22 million. Not to mention netizens. Even the seller Lin Fei thinks that this price is almost capped. The auctioneer holds the auction hammer, 22 million once. Is there anyone who wants to bid? 22 million twice, 22 million three. 23 million. At the venue, a beautiful woman in a red dress suddenly raised a sign, looking at the potted Yu Yuan on the booth with a look of determination. Finally, the auctioneer hammered down the price. Congratulations to the lady who bid 23 million and took our beautiful and high-quality potted plant Yu Yuan home. Lin Fei didn't realize that her hands were unconsciously clenched together until the auction hammer fell and everything was settled. She didn't feel nervous, but she was unconsciously infected by the atmosphere of the auction site and the barrage. The auction was over, but the audience who watched the auction online and offline were still immersed in the carnival of the sky-high price of 23 million. Opening Finalizing, the homepage was almost full of discussions about the sky-high price potted plants sold at the Jiafule auction. Lin Fei did 2 breathing exercises to calm down. When she saw that it was almost 11 o'clock, she turned off the light brain and prepared to wash and go to bed. But how could she sleep? Lin Fei sent a message to Qiao Qiao to share her joy with her. However, she didn't receive a reply from the other party for a long time. Could it be that the wrap-up party hasn't ended yet? Lin Fei checked the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. After thinking about it, it seems that people in the entertainment industry usually drink alcohol at wrap-up parties. There is no alcohol in this world, but there is something similar to alcohol, called huandua. Qiao Qiao had no experience of drinking huandua. Did she fall asleep drunk? Chapter 39. The excitement of Yu Yuan's high price, coupled with the worry about Qiao Qiao, who had been out of touch for a long time, made Lin Fei sleep uneasy that night. The next morning, Lin Fei opened her eyes and touched the communicator to check. Qiao Qiao still didn't reply to her. This was obviously abnormal. Lin Fei buckled the communicator on her wrist, shook her head, which was a little dazed because of not sleeping well, and moved from the bed to the wheelchair. While washing up, Lin Fei comforted herself in her heart that the entertainment industry in this world is relatively clean, just from their high standards for actors. Of course, there is no shortage of unspoken rules in any industry, and it cannot be said that it will never happen, but from what Xiao Qiao told her about the people and things in their music short film crew during this period, everyone seemed to be purely working without so many tricks. Thinking of this, Lin Wei felt a little relieved. It was still early, Lin Wei thought. Maybe Xiao Qiao really got drunk at the wrap party and was still asleep. Pushing the wheelchair to the terrace for a while, Lin Wei made herself a simple breakfast, boiled duck eggs, and a plate of cold water spinach. While peeling the duck eggs, the communicator on her wrist vibrated. Thinking it was Xiao Qiao, Lin Wei felt relieved, wiped her hands, and saw that it was the person in charge of Jiafu Auction House who called her. The content of the voice call from the auction house manager was very simple, mainly about Yu Yuan's sky-high auction price of 23 million. According to the auction commission agreement signed by Lin Wei and Jiafu Auction House, Lin Wei needs to pay Jiafu Auction House 10% of the hammer price of the auction item as a commission, and 3% of the hammer price of the auction item as a commission, which is a total of 2.99 million star yuan. According to the commission agreement, Lin Wei still needed to pay some miscellaneous fees, such as storage and transportation fees. The auction house owner was also a straightforward person. Perhaps thinking that their auction house had become famous this time with Yu Yuan, he said that he would round up the amount for Lin Wei and only charge Lin Wei 10,000 star yuan for those miscellaneous fees. Lin Wei felt her heart beating a little faster. Last night, watching the auction through the screen, Yu Yuan's auction price of 23 million star yuan caused a lot of netizens to exclaim. The sky-high price was indeed a sky-high price, but Lin Wei had a very unreal feeling. At least before this, the 23 million was just a string of numbers with many zeros for Lin Wei. Until now, listening to the auction house owner telling her in detail about various expenses and remittance time in the voice communication, Lin Wei really felt in her heart that, oh, I really sold a pot of flowers for 20 million star yuan. About 2 hours later, 5 million star dollars will be transferred to your personal account. In the voice communication, the auction house manager said, the remaining 15 million star dollars will be transferred to you in 2 installments within a week. Please check it. After all, she was once a big internet celebrity who had seen the world. Lin Wei quickly calmed down from the huge sum of 20 million star dollars and replied in a deep voice, okay. The auction house manager did not forget to attract business for himself. If you have potted plants or other items to auction in the future, you are welcome to choose us Jiafu again. At the end, as if he couldn't help it, the auction house manager muttered, originally, with the popularity of Yu Yuan last night, the relevant discussion on Tianwan could last at least a week. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen in the middle of the night? Lin Wei was puzzled and curious, so he asked casually what happened. The auctioneer sighed and said, alas, it's the popular female singer Lu Qingqing. She's so young, it's a pity. You know when you go to Finalizing. Lu Qingqing? Lin Wei couldn't help but frown when he heard the name. Isn't this the female singer in the music video that Xiao Qiao just finished shooting? After hanging up the voice communication with the auctioneer, Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair to the optical computer and quickly went to Finalizing. At a glance, there was no Yu Yuan's name on the popular entries, and almost all the top entries were named Lu Qingqing. Popular female singer Lu Qingqing died of acute hypoxia. Lu Qingqing's death is suspected to be caused by overdose of addictive drugs containing green oxygen. Lu Qingqing's new song music video crew is suspected to have used addictive drugs in a group. All members of Lu Qingqing's new song music video crew were detained by the District 1 Law Enforcement Bureau for investigation. Lin Wei couldn't sit still after just a cursory glance at the popular entries. She never expected that the accident that happened to Xiao Qiao was far more serious than the unspoken rules she had worried about before. What should I do now? Lin Wei forced herself to calm down first. It was useless for her to worry here. She had to think of a way to find out about Xiao Qiao's current situation as soon as possible. However, she was in District 8. Even if she took the express train to District 1 now, it would take at least 1 day. Lin Wei bit her lower lip and turned on the communicator to find Xia Yujia's contact number. This guy watched the auction so late last night. He should still be in Area 1 now, right? Lin Wei can only try desperately. Her original body's social network was closed, and she didn't make friends and expand her social circle after she came here, which resulted in her having no connections to help her find out about Xiao Qiao. The call to Xia Yujia was not connected. I don't know if he was still sleeping or busy. Lin Wei thought about it, and called Zhao Tianming, the director of Yueran's trainee department. The call was connected, but Zhao Tianming was also trying to find out about Xiao Qiao's situation. The incident happened suddenly, and he was caught off guard. Including Xiao Qiao's agent, he had no way of knowing Xiao Qiao's current situation for the time being, because the Law Enforcement Bureau of District 1 had completely blocked all the information. Lin Fei felt depressed when she heard this. After ending the call with Zhao Tianming, she refreshed the file and page and found that most of the popular entries about Lu Qingqing were missing. Obviously, even the news on the Skynet was blocked. Lin Fei could only call Xia Yujia again, but it was always busy and the other party never picked up. She didn't want to guess what the other party was doing anymore, so she called Xia Yujia again and again. When she called for the 5th time, Lin Fei thought of Xia Xiaoyu. She quickly entered the flower and plant shop and sent a message to Xia Xiaoyu through the consultation system. It was because Lin Fei didn't care before that she never added a private contact number to Xia Xiaoyu. Xia Xiaoyu claimed to be a professional customer service, so she would not ask for the customer's private contact information at will. At this time, Xia Xiaoyu, sitting in front of the light computer, was numb. Just now, she was bored, so she clicked on filing casually. She originally wanted to see those netizens praising Lin Wei's Yuyuan potted plant. As a result, she was caught off guard and saw various popular entries about Lu Qingqing. It is true that she doesn't like Lu Qingqing. Before Lu Qingqing became famous, before Lu Qingqing was still selling songs and singing for a living, she didn't like her very much. She always felt that this girl had bad intentions and was not pure. That is, their boss, who was still a naive and unruly person at the time, could not bear to see Lu Qingqing singing and songwriting talent buried in those dirty places, so he helped her and helped her gain a foothold in the music industry. But that was all. Their boss was just cherishing talent at the time, and it was just a whim. Later, something happened to the boss's family. The boss's parents died one after another, and he was expelled from the Xia mining company that his parents had worked hard to run by his own uncle. He was hit too hard and lingered in places like Min City. Lu Qingqing did not forget the boss's kindness, and went to Min City to find the boss when he was down and out. She really deserved to be called a person of affection and righteousness. So at that time, Lu Qingqing and the boss suddenly became boyfriend and girlfriend, and Xia Xiaoyu did not find it strange. After all, when people are vulnerable, they always hope that there is someone who will accompany them unconditionally. But the problem is that the dream death place is not a good place. If you really want to do it for the boss, you should persuade the boss to leave early, instead of being like Lu Qingqing, accompanying the boss to sink into the mud. Even when Mr. Baiyi beat the boss to make him wake up and decide to return to the right path, Lu Qingqing was not happy for the boss's change of evil, but cried and said that the boss was going to abandon her. Xia Xiaoyu couldn't understand Lu Qingqing's thoughts. She just hoped that their boss would be fine. But Xia Xiaoyu never wanted Lu Qingqing to come to their boss again. She never had a bad expectation that this person would die, or die in such an ignominious way as suspected of overdose of addictive drugs. The system prompt sound interrupted Xia Xiaoyu's thoughts. When she opened it, it was Wei Rui who asked her for a private contact number. Xia Xiaoyu, who was still numb, didn't think too much, and directly typed her contact number in the input box and sent it. In a moment, her communicator vibrated. "You are looking for the boss? He is still in District 1. After a pause, Xia Xiaoyu thought of Lu Qingqing's matter, and said, "He should be very busy now, and maybe he is not in a good mood. Is there anything urgent for you to find him?" "If it is not urgent." On this side, Lin Fei immediately said, "It's urgent." Xia Xiaoyu heard the urgency in her tone, and said, "Then I will try to contact him for you." After getting Xia Xiaoyu's approval, Lin Fei hung up the call, and leaned against the back of the wheelchair, and let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Qiao Qiao, who was sitting in the waiting room of the Law Enforcement Bureau in District 1, had not slept all night. Her face was pale, and her eyes were also dark blue. Lu Qingqing died after failed rescue. This was what she heard from the 2 law enforcement officers passing by the door, because the door of the waiting room was not closed tightly before. Qiao Qiao still remembers that when she heard this, her back felt cold, and her hands and feet felt as if they were frozen, cold and stiff. At the wrap-up party last night, the whole crew was very happy because Lu Qingqing generously booked a planting shed, so that they could eat as much fruit and vegetables as they wanted. Qiao Qiao was probably the only one who was unhappy because she couldn't go to the auction site, but she had to smile on her face, so as not to spoil everyone's fun. Lu Qingqing wore a beautiful evening dress, holding a tall crystal cup in one hand, and clinked glasses with everyone in the crew without any airs. As Lin Fei expected, Qiao Qiao had never drunk Huan Duo, and she didn't like the taste of Huan Duo, but Lu Qingqing raised her glass to her, so she could only raise her glass and clink it with hers, and then watched Lu Qingqing raise her head and drink up the Huan Duo in the glass. Xiao was hesitating whether to respond to Lu Qingqing, toast like her, or take a sip of wine to show her respect. Lu Qingqing, who was standing in front of her, covered her chest without warning and collapsed. She heard the screams of Lu Qingqing's agent and the exclamations of many people. But those exclamations were not all because of Lu Qingqing, who fell to the ground. A team of law enforcement officers suddenly appeared from nowhere and surrounded them. They came to arrest Lu Qingqing because they found that Lu Qingqing violated the star law and used a new type of addictive drug. Xiao looked at the law enforcement officers, who were getting closer and closer, and then looked at Lu Qingqing, who was lying at her feet, breathing rapidly and looking painful. At that moment, she was completely confused. When she woke up, she had been taken to the Enforcement Bureau of District 1 and sat in the waiting room. This sitting lasted a whole night. Everyone in the entire crew had been interrogated once, and all of them were taken to do addictive drug tests. Except for the male lead of the music video, the drug test results of other people, including Xiao, were negative, no problem. However, the Enforcement Bureau still detained them and refused to let them go easily. What Xiao didn't know was that the Enforcement Bureau of District 1 had noticed this new drug many days ago and had been secretly investigating it, vowing to find the source and completely eradicate it. They knew that Lu Qingqing used drug 2 days ago, but they kept silent because they were afraid of alerting the enemy because of Lu Qingqing's status as a popular singer. In other words, the Enforcement Bureau of District 1 deliberately waited for Lu Qingqing to arrive at the private Qingyu Island, which was relatively isolated from the outside world, before arresting her, in order to prevent the news from leaking out in advance. Who would have thought that Lu Qingqing would suddenly suffer from acute hypoxia just before they arrested her, and she was not rescued in the end? The staff of the music video crew are indeed people in the entertainment industry. The law enforcement officers confiscated their communicators without hesitation, but the news about Lu Qingqing's death and new addictive drugs was still released. The director of the District 1 Law Enforcement Bureau saw the news that was spreading on Skynet and was furious. Xiao, who didn't know there was such a reason, was looking at her empty wrist at this time. The communicator was confiscated early, and there was no way to contact the outside world. Xiao was very glad that she didn't talk too much about the music video with her parents and brother recently. She originally wanted to give them a surprise after the music video was broadcast. Fortunately, she didn't tell them that she was shooting Lu Qingqing's music video, so even if they saw the news about Lu Qingqing's accident, they wouldn't be too worried. But Lin Fei knew. She knew everything, so she must be very worried about herself now. I don't know what the auction result of Yu Yuan will be. It must be a sky-high price. Yu Yuan is so beautiful. Xiao twisted her fingers and thought randomly. Xiao. The door of the waiting room was suddenly pushed open. Hearing her name, Xiao subconsciously looked up. There was a law enforcement officer and a tall man in a black suit at the door. Who is Xiao? The law enforcement officer called again, and Xiao stood up immediately. Because she had been sitting for a long time, she stood up too quickly and too hard, and her whole body swayed uncontrollably. I am. Her dry lips stung when she spoke. The law enforcement officer said, "Someone has guaranteed you can leave now." Xiao was still a little slow to react. The crew members around her pulled her hands one by one, asking her to help them contact someone or do something after she got out. But to Xiao at the moment, all these were vague buzzing sounds. She was just an ordinary girl. She had never been to the Law Enforcement Bureau since she was a child, and she had never thought that she would encounter such a thing. She was led out of the Law Enforcement Bureau in a daze. The scorching sun outside made Xiao close her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, looking at the unfamiliar streets in front of her, the pedestrians and cars passing by in a hurry, Xiao felt it was real. She came out. As if she finally remembered something, Xiao turned her head and looked at the tall man wearing a mask next to her. "Who are you?" Before Xiao finished her question, a young man who looked a little dejected came towards her. The other party seemed to be on voice communication, and Xiao heard him talking to himself. "It's out." "Oh, what's going on?" "It's all happening at the same time." Xiao walked up to Xiao and played his communicator holographic screen. Seeing Lin Fei on the holographic screen video, Xiao couldn't hold back the tears she had been holding back all night. Lin Fei on the other end of the video saw Xiao crying and felt so distressed that she kept comforting her. Don't cry, it's okay, it's okay." She couldn't help but tear up. Xiao looked at the two girls' sisterly love, and then glanced at his friend, who seemed to be in a daze. To be honest, he was in a complicated mood and even wanted to cry. When Lin Wei was persistently calling Xia Yujia was still in the medical center of District 1. In the early morning, he was awakened by the communication from the Law Enforcement Bureau. It turned out that Lu Qingqing was already on her deathbed, and her last wish was to see him again. At first, Xia Yujia, who was half asleep, thought it was a prank when he heard the words of the law enforcement officer on the other end of the communication. Or maybe Lu Qingqing found out that she was blocked by him, so she did this. After all, when he and Lu Qingqing were drifting apart, the other party did a lot of stupid things like this. However, the exclusive contact number of the Law Enforcement Bureau could not be faked. Realizing that it might be true, Xia Yujia washed his face with cold water and hurried to the medical center. Unfortunately, he was still too late. Lu Qingqing's acute hypoxia recurred, and her lungs had been completely eroded by the new addictive drug, and she was ultimately unable to be rescued. Xia Yujia only saw Lu Qingqing's body. At that moment, he didn't know how to describe his feelings. It's probably complicated. It's impossible to say how deep Xia Yujia's feelings are for Lu Qingqing. Before the incident happened in Xia Yujia's family, Xia Yujia, who had no shortage of money, had helped more than Lu Qingqing because he couldn't bear it. In the dream death place, he and Lu Qingqing were just playing together rather than boyfriend and girlfriend. From the beginning to the end, he and Lu Qingqing didn't actually have a formal relationship, so the so-called breakup later was just him leaving the dream death place and gradually reducing contact with each other. Both sides knew that they would no longer be on the same path. Although the feelings were not that deep, there was still some affection. He never forgot the warmth and companionship that the other party gave him when he was most frustrated and painful. So even though he learned the cause of Lu Qingqing's death from the law enforcement officer, and knew that the other party had tried to make him sink into the new addictive drug, he had a moment of fear and relief. But in the end it all returned to that faint sadness. In and out of the video, the two girls were crying with joy for surviving the disaster. Xia Yujia was still grieving for his dead lover or friend. It seemed that only Bai Yi could stay out of the incident. But in fact, Bai Yi was not spared from Lu Qingqing's drug incident this time. The reason why he appeared in the Enforcement Bureau of District 1 was not entirely because he was entrusted by Xia Yujia to guarantee Qiao. The private Xingyu island rented by the crew for shooting the music video was owned by him. The bad-tempered old man that Qiao and Lin Wei complained about was actually the Xingyu housekeeper hired by Bai Yi. Bai Yi, who had been busy in the laboratory for many years, would occasionally visit Huoye Xingyu. He rarely visited the dozens of Xingyu under his name because he did not have the time. Because of this, some Xingyu housekeepers gradually became arrogant. For example, the Xingyu housekeeper did not inform Bai Yi at all about the leasing of Green Branch Xingyu. What was frustrating was that even if Bai Yi knew nothing about the leasing of Xingyu, and he was not the one who benefited, he, the owner, had to come forward to clean up the mess when something went wrong. Once, he went to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Even if it was just a formality, it was a waste of time. Bai Yi, who had always been calm, felt a little upset. But now, his annoyance has dissipated. When Xia Yujia played his communicator holographic screen, the girl in the wheelchair appeared in the video screen. Bai Yi recognized it immediately. It was Wei Rui. Bai Yi's brain was always bright. He reacted almost immediately. Therefore, the feather kite auction last night, and the person who sold the purple jasmine and another finished potted plant to Xia Yujia was actually Wei Rui. The person Xia Yujia asked to help guarantee was Wei Rui's good friend. This series of cognitions not only dissipated Bai Yi's annoyance, but also made him feel inexplicably happy. On the other side, Qiao, who had cried and vented her emotions, finally calmed down. But after she cleared her mind, she realized that it was okay for her to cry in front of Lin Wei, but now there were two strange men around her. Thinking of this, Qiao felt a little shy and embarrassed. Lin Wei saw through her thoughts and thought of the two men on the other side of the video, so she said, Xia Yujia, thank you so much today, and your friend, thank you very much for guaranteeing Qiao. In this world, it is not easy to get people like Qiao involved in major cases out of the Law Enforcement Bureau. The guarantor needs to reach a certain star citizen honor value. In short, it means that not only must you have money and power, but you must also have officially recognized contributions to the Star Federation. Lin Wei checked, and found that in addition to doing practical things, Star Citizen honor values can also be obtained by making large donations to official charities, but the Star Citizen honor values obtained through donations are very limited. Xia Yujia's friend looks young, but he is not simple. Lin Wei secretly looked at the tall man in a black suit through the video camera. Their eyes bumped into each other unexpectedly, and Lin Wei was calm, curled her eyes, and nodded to the tall man. The tall man seemed a little dull, and Lin Wei saw that he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he gave her a slight nod half a beat later. Noticing the interaction between the two, Xia Yujia put away his sadness and said, I forgot to introduce you. This is Bai Yi. This is Lin Wei. After a pause, Xia Yujia whispered to Bai Yi, he is the one who planted the feather kite. It was Qiao Qiao's turn, and Xia Yujia introduced himself first. I am Xia Yujia. Qiao Qiao wiped the tears on her face, cleared her throat and said, I am Qiao Qiao, thank you so much for today. Xia Yujia waved his hand and said hi, meaning you are welcome. The entrance to the Law Enforcement Bureau was not a good place to talk, and Qiao Qiao hadn't slept all night. Seeing that Xia Yujia didn't look very well, Lin Wei suggested, let's leave it at that for today. Everyone should rest and get busy. We can talk about other things later. At the end, she asked with a shameless face, I'd also like to trouble you to find a place for Qiao Qiao to stay so that she can have a good sleep. She just arrived in District 1 and doesn't know any place. Qiao Qiao was about to wave her hand and say no, she could find a way herself. Xia Yujia spoke before her, no problem, don't worry. Chapter 40. Lin Wei. As soon as the door opened, Qiao Qiao flew over like a little tit happily returning to the forest, leaning over and giving Lin Wei a big hug. Lin Wei, who was sitting in a wheelchair, was hugged tightly and could not move. She raised her hand helplessly and dotingly and patted Qiao Qiao's shoulders. Okay, let me go. Qiao Qiao gently knocked her chin on Lin Wei's thin shoulder and hummed coquettishly with a nasal voice. No, let me hold you for a while. Lin Wei could only let her hold her. She always took soft but not hard. Qiao Qiao moved her nose and sniffed Lin Wei's shoulder like a puppy. Lin Wei asked her, what are you smelling? Qiao Qiao took a deep breath and said, I find you smell good, Lin Wei. As she said that, she took another breath as if she was addicted, and then savored it carefully. The smell on Lin Wei's body was not very fragrant, but a kind of smell that made her feel very comfortable after smelling it, with a faint body temperature of freshness, very clean. Lin Wei only felt that the one holding her now was not a bird or a puppy, but a kitten. A kitten that was addicted to sniffing catnip, and she herself was the catnip. Lin Wei didn't care much about the smell on her body, and said casually, maybe it's because I just took a shower this morning, and the smell of bath gel. She patted Qiao Qiao's shoulder again, don't press down anymore, the wheelchair will collapse. Qiao Qiao muttered dissatisfiedly, I'm not that heavy. That's what she said, but this time she quickly straightened up and loosened her arms around Lin Wei. She thought that Lin Wei's body had not fully recovered yet, and the wheelchair would probably not break if she was held like this for a long time, but Lin Wei couldn't say for sure. When following Lin Wei into the house, Qiao Qiao said a little willfully, then I want to take a bath with your bath gel, and it will have the same smell as yours. Okay. Lin Wei's shallow-tailed tone was blocked by the closed door. As soon as she entered the house, before she officially started to visit Lin Wei's new home, Qiao Qiao explained first. Qiao Qiao covered her mouth and stared at the terrace of Lin Wei's new home in disbelief, then turned her head and looked at Lin Wei in disbelief. Having roughly understood the peculiarities of this world, Lin Wei would not feel strange about Qiao Qiao's inexperienced look, but felt a little touched and pity in his heart. Just some fresh vegetables and fruits, a few potted flowers and plants, can make the native girl of this world show such a shocked expression, which is enough to show the lack of green plants and the severity of the ecology in this world. Lin Wei patted Qiao Qiao and encouraged her, come and have a look. I planted them all. You can see them however you want. I won't charge you. When Qiao Qiao was in Green Branch Star Island before, she wanted to take Lin Wei to visit the planting sheds through video communication. In the end, they only visited 2 vegetable planting sheds. When Qiao Qiao wanted to take Lin Wei to visit the fruit planting shed, they were stopped by the care robot outside the planting shed. The robot made it clear to them that they could continue to visit, but they had to pay a fee. The price for visiting the shed for 20 minutes was 800 star yuan. And it was just a pure visit. The fruits and vegetables in the shed could not be touched, not even a leaf. Lin Wei, who was listening through the video at the time, was simply amazed. This was simply robbing money. Qiao Qiao herself did not think she was acting so exaggerated. As for the terrace of Lin Wei's new home, except for those big bosses, who had plantations under their control, who else would be more exaggerated than her? Encouraged by Lin Wei, Qiao Qiao trotted to the terrace and walked straight to the decorative table that gave her the greatest visual impact and was about the same height as her. There were 5 identical-looking foliage potted plants on the decorative table. They were so green, with lush branches and leaves overflowing from the pots, hanging softly. When the sun shone on them, and the air filter slowly blew the air. The emerald green leaves swayed gently, gracefully and swaying. Lin Wei pushed the wheelchair to Qiao Qiao's side. Seeing that Qiao Qiao's eyes were fixed on the 5 water spinach and couldn't move, he asked aloud, "Do you like it?" Qiao Qiao nodded heavily, without blinking, and without any hesitation. Lin Wei thought for a while and said, "Then we can use it to make a cold salad at noon and stir-fry it." When saying this, Lin Wei couldn't help but smack his lips. No matter how good something is, you will get tired of it if you eat too much. Since these 5 pots of water spinach are growing so well, Lin Wei is afraid that they will grow old and be wasted, so she has been eating them almost every day recently. And there are not many seasonings in this world, so the only ways Lin Wei can think of to cook water spinach are cold salad and stir-fry. Alas, if there is a chili or garlic, it will be fine. Making water spinach with garlic paste can barely be considered a change of taste. Just when Lin Wei sighed about the scarcity of vegetables in this world, Qiao Qiao was confused, thinking that she had heard it wrong. What did Lin Wei just say? What cold salad? What stir-fry? What are they going to eat for lunch? Since the string of question marks on Qiao Qiao's forehead was about to take shape, Lin Wei introduced it to her very considerately. This is a green vine, a vegetable, not a potted plant. Lin Wei's introduction certainly eliminated the question marks on Qiao Qiao's face, but it made her look even more shocked. The 5 beautiful potted plants in front of her turned out to be vegetable green vines. Do living green vines look like this? How could the staff at the planting base be so cruel to harvest them? However, before Lin Wei finished shocking Qiao Qiao, she heard her nonchalantly say, "If you really like it, take 2 pots with you when you leave. This green vine is easy to grow, and not troublesome." Qiao Qiao opened her mouth after hearing this, as if she was trapped in a dream, and could no longer find her voice. After the green vines, there were celery and Chinese cabbage. When Lin Wei pointed to 2 Chinese cabbages, as big as a human head, and said, "These 2 are reserved for you. I originally wanted to send them to your dormitory when you finished your work." Qiao Qiao, Qiao Qiao turned around, and gave Lin Wei another big bear hug. "Lin Wei, why are you so nice? I'm dependent on you. I want to be your best friend forever." Lin Wei hugged her back and said with a smile, "What nonsense are you talking about? We are best friends." The 2 girls had limited appetites, so for lunch they only made a dish of cold water spinach and a dish of fried pork slices with celery. The main dish was fish noodles with fish soup, which was just the original soup. No matter how much Qiao Qiao was reluctant to part with the green vines, she finally succumbed to Lin Wei's words. "If you don't pick them, they will get old, and they won't taste good when they get old. After picking them, they will grow again. As long as they are given enough nutrients, they will even grow better and more luxuriant than before." Lin Wei said so, with reason and evidence. What can Qiao Qiao do? She can only eat a few more bites with tears in her eyes. When the 2 of them were having lunch, Lin Wei noticed that Rose seedling number 1 could not help but move quietly. Knowing that Qiao Qiao was coming, Lin Wei was afraid that Rose seedling number 1 would scare Qiao Qiao, so he repeatedly warned this guy the day before, strictly prohibiting it from messing around during Qiao Qiao's time. Lin Wei didn't know whether Rose seedling number 1 understood or not, but after turning off the music and moving the wireless speaker away, the yellow-faced, short-legged, white horse in the guy's status bubble became sluggish. To be honest, seeing its pitiful appearance, Lin Wei was a little soft-hearted, so when he noticed its movement, since it didn't make much noise and Qiao Qiao didn't notice it, Lin Wei turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it. After lunch, the 2 girls nestled on the sofa, shoulder to shoulder, head to head, chatting in the sun. Lin Wei also left her wheelchair, and sat on the sofa for a rare occasion. Her physical recovery is relatively good now. Although her right hand cannot hold heavy objects for a long time, and cannot do short-term explosive power such as twisting bottle caps, she has basically recovered the function of her hand. It is the right side of the waist muscle to the sole of the foot, in short, the entire right lower body, which is still not very strong. When I just used the negative ion repair liquid, my right leg felt numb and soft. Now it is not so numb, but I just can't use force, and there is no sense of solidity when stepping on the ground. Moreover, if you maintain an upright state for a long time, the right leg will be stretched and cramped. Lin Wei had cramps twice, and she almost rolled on the ground in pain. After that, she almost never tried to walk or stand for a long time. It seems that she can't avoid the second dose of negative ion repair fluid. Fortunately, she is not short of money now. Lin Wei. Qiao Qiao's sudden voice interrupted Lin Wei's thoughts. Qiao Qiao did not answer immediately, but said after a while, "Why do you think Lu Qingqing did that? I know she is dead, and I shouldn't care about the words and deeds of a deceased person before her death. But I have been thinking about it for a long time, and I can't figure it out. Lin Wei tilted her head, looked at Xiao Xiao, and asked seriously, "What don't you understand?" Xiao Xiao seemed to consider the wording. "I only met her at the audition. I have no chance to meet a popular singer like her. I definitely haven't offended her, but why did she hurt me? Harm you?" Lin Wei immediately grasped the key point, and frowned. "How did she harm you?" Xiao Xiao hesitated, but seeing Lin Wei's unusually solemn expression and the genuine concern in his eyes, she finally said, "She wanted me to inhale. That kind of thing." Then, without waiting for Lin Wei to speak, she immediately waved her hands and said, "I didn't inhale it. I didn't inhale it. My test was negative. And I have to thank you, Lin Wei." Hearing that Xiao Xiao was not secretly harmed, Lin Wei's face was slightly relieved, and asked, "Thank me for what?" Xiao Xiao looked far away, recalling Lu Qingqing's strange words and deeds that day. In that planting shed, after Lu Qingqing inhaled that thing, the pain on her face completely dissipated, leaving only endless comfort. Opening her eyes again, Xiao Xiao noticed that the focus of Lu Qingqing's eyes was scattered, as if she was looking at her, and as if she was looking at something in the distant void. She handed the white atomizer bottle to Xiao Xiao and said, "Take a sip, it's very comfortable." Xiao Xiao still refused, but this time Lu Qingqing was not so easy to talk to. She grabbed Xiao Xiao's wrist, and looked like she wanted to force Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao recalled and hugged herself in fear. At that time, she was really strong. I couldn't break free. She almost pressed the atomizer mouth against me. Xiao Xiao's tone suddenly changed at this time, and she became extremely grateful. Then your message came. You sent me an electronic ticket for the auction. Maybe it was because of the sudden vibration of the communicator that made her stunned for a while. I felt that she was not very clear at the time. I don't know if it was affected by that thing. Anyway, the time you sent me the message was very good, and I ran away while she was stunned. Although Xiao Xiao finally escaped, Lin Wei could imagine the thrill at that time just by listening to it. What if Lu Qingqing sprayed the addicted drug before the atomizer mouth was completely against Xiao Xiao's nasal cavity? Xiao Xiao had just finished running vigorously, and was struggling hard. How long could she hold her breath? Lin Wei wanted to ask Xiao Xiao why she had replied to her message at that time, but didn't mention it at all. But seeing Xiao Xiao curled up in a ball hugging her, she knew that she was still in shock, so she didn't have the heart to say harsh words. She put her arm around Xiao Xiao's shoulders, and said softly, "It's all over. Don't think about why she wanted to hurt you, or whether you did something wrong. She hurt you because she was bad. It has nothing to do with you. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't reflect on your words and deeds because of a bad stranger like her." "Yeah." Xiao Xiao nodded sullenly, and then as if she had thought of something, she half turned around and looked at Lin Wei and said, "Lu Qingqing is really bad, you don't know? She not only wanted me to smoke that thing, she also tricked the male protagonist of the music video into smoking." Xiao Xiao deeply remembered that scene, and it is still vivid in her mind. In the Law Enforcement Bureau, when the results of the drug test came out, he found that he was actually the male protagonist who was positive, and he collapsed. Xiao Xiao never thought that a man could cry like that, but she could understand the male protagonist's mood at that moment. Both of them were rookies, who had just started out. They thought they would have a bright future after filming this music video, but in the end, a positive drug test was found, and everything was over. Lin Wei comforted Xiao Xiao, and she felt a little disgusted with the deceased female singer who had only seen it on the screen. Maybe Lu Qingqing had her reasons for doing all this, or she was coerced, or she had some unspeakable secrets, or she was treated unfairly and wanted to take revenge on society. But Lin Wei just wanted to say bluntly that if she was coerced, she could report to the Law Enforcement Bureau. If she had a hidden secret or was hurt, she should retaliate against those who hurt her, instead of hurting innocent people like she is doing now. Lu Qingqing was young, and even if he died of addiction, people would inevitably feel a little sorry. But now there is no regret. Lin Wei just thinks that such a person deserves to die. The good atmosphere became a little heavy because of Lu Qingqing's topic. Lin Wei thought about it, then changed the topic and asked, "You are on a long vacation this time, right?" Xiao Xiao hummed and said, "The agent said to give me a half-month leave to see how things go." Lin Wei touched her soft hair and comforted her. Such a big thing has happened, and it really needs to be slowed down. When the storm on the internet is over, it should be fine. Xiao Xiao said. The agent said the same thing. "I'm fine, don't worry. The agent has made it clear to me that this is not to freeze me, but to protect me. He said that when Lu Qingqing decided to play the leading role, he made a move to let me take advantage of Lu Qingqing's popularity. Although it's just a music video, Not many passers-by pay attention to it, but Lu Qingqing's fans basically know me. The agent said that if I show my face on the live broadcast now, I will definitely be rushed by Lu Qingqing's fans, and I might even be scolded. Lin Wei agreed. Then your agent is good to you. The agent is good, but those trainees may not be. Xiao Qiao is a person who only reports good news and not bad news, so she didn't tell Lin Wei that after she returned to Yuran trainee department from Area 1, although they belonged to the same company, they couldn't talk too much about Xiao Qiao, but the things they said about Xiao Qiao in private were not very nice. Some said that her luck had run out, and that the popularity of her live broadcast room would definitely drop after she was put on ice. Some also said that she had been exposed to addicted drugs, and there was a stain on her that could never be washed away. Let alone wanting to be an actor, it would be difficult for her to be a pure anchor. Xiao Qiao was quite open-minded about this. After all, she was innocent, and it was not her wish to be involved in Lu Qingqing's drug case. Besides, she had a negative test report, and she was not stained at all. Being an actress is her dream, and she will go on no matter what. Anyway, it's already come to this point, and there's no point complaining about the world. It's better to hone her acting skills, and wait for the next opportunity. I buy you a bed? Lin Wei suddenly decided. Xiao Qiao shook her head and said no, patting the sofa under her. I just sleep on the sofa. This sofa is much better than the one in our dormitory. Lin Wei blinked at her, with a little pride and arrogance in her eyes. Don't you know the auction price of yuan yet? I don't need the money to buy a bed now. Xiao Qiao thought of the comments on the internet discussing the auction price of yuan, and the strings of zeros made her dizzy. Her good friend made a lot of money, and wanted to spend money on her. If she was still polite to stop him at this time, it would be too awkward. Xiao Qiao waved her hand, and said loudly, buy it, I want it with massage and beauty functions. Lin Wei followed her words, and bought Xiao Qiao a beauty massage bed without even looking at the price. Seeing that Lin Wei didn't close the shopping page after buying the bed, Xiao Qiao leaned over to see what else she wanted to buy. You want to buy a nursing robot? Xiao Qiao was a little surprised. According to Lin Wei's current physical recovery, there was no need to spend a lot of money to buy such a high-end nursing robot. Buying a relatively cheap household robot butler should be enough. Even if yuan bid a sky-high price, Lin Wei now has money in his hands, but he can't squander it so recklessly. Xiao Qiao always said whatever she wanted to Lin Wei. Lin Wei smiled and explained, I promised Misha to take her home. Misha? Xiao Qiao didn't remember who this was for a moment. I told you about the nursing robot that takes care of me at the medical station. Oh. Xiao Qiao remembered that it seemed to be true, but looking at the price of the nursing robot on the shopping site, Xiao Qiao couldn't help but sigh. Nursing robots are really expensive. Lin Wei also felt the same way. The average price of a nursing robot was more than 3 million, which was almost as much as the price of her house. Theoretically, it was not impossible for Lin Wei to buy an ordinary household robot butler. Anyway, as long as there was a slot that could accommodate Misha's core processor, it would be fine. As for the large-capacity core processor that was exchanged for the attending physician, Lin Wei could buy it separately, which would save a lot of money. However, Lin Wei didn't want to wrong Misha. Although robots may not feel wronged, Misha was originally a good nursing robot. Suddenly, its core processor was installed in the body of a low-end household robot butler. How could Misha be uncomfortable or have system conflicts? Lin Wei compared the various data parameters of Misha obtained from the attending doctor, and finally selected a new nursing robot priced at 3.25 million. Xiao Qiao listened to Lin Wei and the attending doctor's secret plan, and was amazed. She couldn't help but ask curiously, so, do you know how to disassemble the core processor of the nursing robot? Her brother studied robot maintenance. Why did she remember that her brother seemed to have complained more than once that the structure of the nursing robot was too complicated and difficult to handle? Lin Wei was still very confident at this time. She took it for granted that disassembling the core processor of the nursing robot would be at most a little more difficult than disassembling the motherboard and graphics card of a desktop computer host. Take a step back, and you will definitely be able to find relevant tutorials on the internet. If you really can't do it, just follow the tutorials and copy them. Lin Wei felt that she could still do it with her own intelligence. However, when the nursing robot arrived, Lin Wei was surprised to find that things were not that simple after removing the metal armor plate on the robot's chest and comparing it to the densely packed circuits inside. Even if there was indeed a very complete tutorial on the internet, and even if Lin Wei and Xiao Qiao assisted her, the reality was that Lin Wei could not even find the slot for the core processor, let alone dismantle it. In the end, she had to rely on brother Xiao Qiao to explain to them bit by bit through video communication, and teach them how to do it step by step. Even so, Lin Wei and Xiao Qiao spent most of the day to take out the core processor in the nursing robot's chest that was not even as big as a thumbnail. Lin Wei looked at the small black sheet lying in her palm. She never thought that such a tall nursing robot, or an intelligent robot with emotional feedback, could have such a small core processor. Xiao Qiao looked at Lin Wei, who was obviously doubting her life, and whose face was covered with black oil, and couldn't help laughing. Inexplicably, I had a strange thought in my heart. It turns out that Lin Wei also has things that he can't handle, and he is also an ordinary person. Xiao Qiao rarely teased Lin Wei. No problem, huh? Look at the tutorial, huh? Lin Wei squinted at her, trying to pretend to be strong, but finally decided to lie down and let the ridicule, pouting, not without grievance. I was wrong. Just when Lin Wei and Xiao Qiao finally dismantled the core processor of the nursing robot, the person in charge of Jiaoful auction house called Lin Wei. Lin Wei thought that the other party was here to confirm the second remittance with her. That morning, Lin Wei received the second remittance from Jiaoful auction house, which was 8 million. In this case, there is only the last 7 million left, but the 7-day deadline agreed with Jiaoful has not yet arrived, so Lin Wei is not in a hurry. As long as the money arrives, it's fine. The auction house manager said, "Actually, I came to you today on behalf of Yu Yuan's buyer. It's like this. She asked me to ask you what those colorful piles of stones are used for." Since Lin Wei's auction was anonymous, the buyer had no way of knowing her personal information, and naturally had no way of contacting her to ask, so he could only ask the auction house manager to ask. Of course, this entrustment and questioning must be charged. Lin Wei thought for a moment and said, "Just tell her that I use those colorful piles of stones to press Yu Yuan's pot." Pudding pots? As the messenger, the auction house manager must understand the meaning of Lin Wei's words before he can convey the message clearly. "I don't know what this pressing pot means. Can you tell me in detail?" Lin Wei couldn't tell the manager that she was making it up, so she could only think and explain. The so-called pressing pot means that the piles of stones cover the surface of the flower pot, which can effectively avoid direct sunlight and prevent the soil moisture from being lost too quickly. I thought Yu Yuan was also used to those colorful piles of stones, so I asked the freight robot to take it. The auction house manager said, "I see." After hanging up the voice communication with the auction house manager, Lin Wei ran into Xiao Qiao's secretly observing eyes. Xiao Qiao listened to the voice communication between Lin Wei and the auction house manager, and she always felt that the tone of Lin Wei's words just now was, how to say it, mysterious. If Lin Wei knew what Xiao Qiao was thinking at this moment, she would definitely give her a very vivid metaphor. She just talked nonsense with the auction house manager. Wasn't she just like the old swindler who set up a stall under the overpass to tell fortunes, an old charlatan?